Please take a seat, fellow Taoist. The splitting wind beast casually settled into a chair, exuding an air of arrogance. Hanli remained silent, obediently taking a seat opposite this demonic cultivator. My apologies for the oversight. I have yet to inquire about your esteemed name. I am Feng Shi, the splitting wind beast said, narrowing its eyes slightly and inquiring gently. I am surnamed Li. Hanli hesitated for a moment before responding slowly. Ah, so. It is Taoist Li. Surely, you must feel some confusion. In truth, were any other human cultivator to appear before me, despite my not being a member of the Sea Clan, I would most likely end their life with a mere swipe of my paw. There has never been any real harmony between humans and our kind, Feng Shi remarked, stroking the silver crown atop its head with a hint of a smile. Then, may I ask what makes me special in the eyes of Senior Feng? Han Li's heart sank momentarily, yet he forced a smile and asked, You are merely at the mid-stage of the core formation realm, yet you dare to venture boldly into this place, relying on the subtlety of your concealing aura technique, I presume? Feng's eyes glimmered with green light as it spoke slowly. Concealing aura technique? Han Li was taken aback, suddenly recalling the unnamed incantation from the beast skin book. Indeed, your chi refining technique appears somewhat familiar to me. I once encountered it with an old acquaintance. Strangely, this technique was supposed to be a closely guarded secret of my departed friend. How is it that a mere human cultivator can wield it? Feng Shi inquired, an odd expression crossing its face. Naturally, Han Li was unwilling to divulge the secrets of the beast skin book, leaving him at a loss for words and silently pondering. Noticing Han Li's expression, Feng Shi leaned back slightly and chuckled softly. There is no need for concern, fellow Taoist. My old acquaintance has been deceased for many years, and I do not require an explanation from you. I am merely curious about how a human can employ our secret arts. The primary reason I have not taken action against you is due to the purity of your wood attribute cultivation technique. Otherwise, you would not be sitting here alive, Feng Shi stated nonchalantly. The revelation that he was spared solely due to the nature of his technique left Han Li utterly astonished, his face reflecting his disbelief. Feng Shi observed Han Li's astonishment without comment. Instead, it waved its hands, and with a flash of white light, an ancient golden jug appeared in one hand, while a delicate white jade cup appeared in the other. Then, with a swift motion, it poured a verdant liquid from the jug into the jade cup, and a rich, fragrant aroma of wine instantly filled the entire hall. The humanoid beast inhaled deeply, a look of rapture crossing its face, yet it gently flicked its finger, causing the jade cup to glide smoothly towards Han Li. Come, Taoist Li, do sample the Baiyan wine I have crafted. It takes over 100 years to brew a single batch of this true spirit wine. It may even provide a slight enhancement to your cultivation. Who knows, you might seize the opportunity to break through your current bottleneck. Feng Shi said, gazing at Han Li with significant intent. Upon hearing this, Han Li was initially startled, looking down at the liquid in the cup, his heart racing with trepidation. The fact that the other party could discern his cultivation was indeed impressive. However, the suggestion that this wine could facilitate a breakthrough left him skeptical. He had consumed countless pills aimed at advancing his cultivation. If such potency were possible, he would have long since mastered the 9th layer of the Qin Yuan sword art, rather than still waiting. Moreover, without knowing the true intentions of the other party, how could he dare to drink this wine? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, hesitation flickered across Han Li's face. Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light, as if perceiving Han Li's thoughts, and its expression suddenly darkened. What is it? Are you afraid I might have tampered with the wine? Do not forget, should I truly wish to take your life, it would be but a mere flick of my fingers. Feng Shi stated coldly. You speak true, senior. Yet, I still wish to understand the true reason behind your desire not to kill me. Otherwise, I would prefer to exercise caution, Han Li replied, his complexion paling slightly, yet he cast a glance at the cup before him and continued resolutely. The intention behind the other's insistence on him drinking the wine was becoming increasingly apparent, and Han Li's suspicion grew. Feng Shi seemed somewhat taken aback, its countenance swiftly turning icy, an ominous aura emanating from it. Han Li's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively enveloped the Qianlan ice pearl within him with its true essence, carefully scrutinizing the other party without uttering a word. After a moment, Feng-shi furrowed its brow slightly, and its expression softened once again. It appears that without clarity, fellow Taoist Li has truly misunderstood my good intentions, it said after a brief contemplation. This Baiyin wine is not only troublesome to brew and requires a century of effort, it must also be made using a transformation stage demon core as the primary ingredient. Moreover, only our splitting wind beast clan possesses the means to concoct this wine. Other demonic cultivators, even if they had the recipe, lack the innate talent to brew it. For me, this wine merely satisfies a fleeting desire. However, for a core formation cultivator like you, after your first sip, it may very well stimulate your true essence, allowing you to break through your cultivation bottleneck. Naturally, the reason I would offer such a precious item to Taoist Li is primarily for my own benefit. I require your wood attribute technique to accomplish an important task. However, your mid-stage cultivation is somewhat lacking. In truth, even an ordinary cultivator at the late stage of core formation would fall short for my purposes. Yet, your technique is quite extraordinary, your mana far surpassing that of your peers. In this regard, you might be able to assist me, albeit marginally. Of course, should you insist on refusing this wine, I trust you understand the consequences? Feng-shi recognized that without elucidating everything, Hanli would not willingly comply, so it straightforwardly conveyed its intentions. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's expression shifted several times. After a moment, he reluctantly inquired, "What if I drink this wine and still cannot break through the bottleneck?" Hit. Then fellow Taoist, Li would prove to be of no use to me. And, considering the difficulty of brewing my Baiyin wine, I suppose I could take your life as compensation. Feng-shi replied with a cold smirk, its demeanor utterly unperturbed. Though Han Li had already surmised the outcome, hearing those words still caused a flicker of discomfort across his countenance. Very well, I shall drink. After a brief moment of contemplation, Han Li finally resolved his fluctuating emotions, taking a deep breath as he spoke. At this, Feng Zai's expression brightened with delight. Without hesitation, Han Li smacked his palm against the table, and with a flash of azure light, the verdant liquid in the cup transformed into a stream of water, swiftly flowing into his open mouth. Han Li barely had time to savor the flavor before the liquid made its way directly to his stomach. Excellent. I knew Taoist Li would make a wise choice. Follow me, I have prepared a secluded chamber. Feng-shi said, satisfaction evident in its expression. It then rose from its seat and walked toward the side door. Han Li followed suit, maintaining a calm demeanor. Under the guidance of this demonic cultivator, Han Li turned and twisted through several corridors before arriving at a brilliantly red stone wall. Upon closer inspection, Han Li was astonished to discover that this shimmering red wall was actually carved from an enormous coral reef. Just as he was pondering this, Feng-shi reached out and pressed against the coral wall. With a flash of white light, an opening approximately 10 feet wide appeared automatically. Here is where you shall refine the wine. I estimate that within 6 months, you should achieve great success. At that time, I will release the restrictions and allow you to emerge. Feng-shi gestured towards the opening and said impassively. Han Li glanced at it and, expressionless, stepped into the opening. At this juncture, further conversation was indeed unwarranted. As soon as Han Li entered, the opening behind him vanished in an instant. Outside, only the demonic cultivator Feng-shi remained. Feng-shi stood in place, not departing immediately, but instead gazing at the fiery coral wall, a hint of strange excitement illuminating its face. After a moment, with a flash of white light, it vanished into thin air. Inside the coral wall, Han Li was examining the so-called secluded chamber. The space here was quite ample, measuring approximately 30 to 40 feet in length and width, with a height of about 7 to 8 feet. Yet apart from a shimmering azure jade couch in the center, there was nothing else to be found. What struck Han Li as peculiar were the numerous small, circular pits dotting the walls, resembling freckles, which appeared somewhat odd. With a frown, Han Li observed the surroundings for a moment before walking over to the jade couch, sitting cross-legged and gently closing his eyes while gradually expanding his spiritual sense from his center. However, as soon as his spiritual sense made contact with the surrounding walls, it predictably rebounded back. Subsequently, Han Li searched every nook and cranny with his spiritual sense, uncovering no vulnerabilities to exploit. Furrowing his brow, Han Li opened his eyes, a flicker of cold light flashing within. After a moment of contemplation, he descended from the jade couch and approached one of the walls. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized the coral wall for a while before raising a hand and extending a finger. In an instant, a blindingly brilliant azure sword light shot forth from his fingertip, measuring several inches in size and flickering erratically. Chapter 542. Late-stage great completion. With a slight flick of his finger, Han Li observed the unfolding scene, his face not yet betraying any hint of joy. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted. An luminous barrier materialized from the wall. The sword's radiance was forcefully expelled. Han Li's expression darkened, yet after a moment of contemplation, he remained somewhat hopeful. With a swift motion of one hand, a small sword, merely a few inches long, shot forth from his palm, spiraling around his head before coming to a steady halt before his chest. Han Li subtly urged the sword technique, causing a faint golden arc to leap and dance along the sword's body. Subsequently, the small sword began to spin rapidly in a cerulean glow before plunging fiercely into the wall. That a muted thud resonated as the Bishia divine thunder erupted, amidst the swirling crimson mist on the wall. A flicker of anticipation sparkled in Han Li's eyes, only to be quickly overshadowed by disappointment. The small sword, under the guiding light of the thunder, penetrated only a short distance before being halted. Deep within the wall, a subtle reflection of five-colored radiance shimmered, revealing that this coral barrier was fortified with incredibly formidable multi-layered restrictions by the demonic cultivator. That it was simply implausible to breach the wall relying solely on magical artifacts. After retracting the artifact into his body, Han Li furrowed his brow, instinctively placing a hand on the spirit beast pouch at his waist. He was confident that no matter how exquisite the restrictions on the wall were, they could not withstand the relentless gnawing of the golden-eating insect army. However, one concern held him back from unleashing these spirit insects hastily. The time required for these insects to devour the restrictions might not be brief. Given such a duration, the demonic cultivator Feng she would undoubtedly sense the disturbance and come to investigate. With the extraordinary speed of his opponent, Han Li would stand no chance of escaping. After much deliberation, Han Li cast a fierce glance at the coral wall and, with a grim countenance, returned to the jade couch. This moment, he felt a warmth beginning to swell within his abdomen, indicating that the Baiyin wine was about to take effect. Unsure of the peculiar properties of this wine, Han Li dared not be negligent, setting aside other thoughts temporarily to begin meditative breathing. He closed his eyes and turned his inner gaze inward, furrowing his brow as he extracted a wisp of azure alchemical fire from the four-colored golden core. The mass of emerald liquid, tightly compressed, was instantly enveloped by the alchemical fire. Before long, Han Li's expression became impassive, remaining utterly still. The process of refining the Baiyin wine was exceedingly slow. Over a month had passed, and it seemed that less than a quarter of the wine had been transformed. It appeared that the humanoid wind-splitting beast's assertion of needing half a year was not an exaggeration. Yet, such a pace was disconcertingly sluggish, causing Han Li to grow increasingly restless. Should he fail to reach the late stage in 6 months, he was certain that the beast named Feng she would not hesitate to take his life with a single claw. Thus, steeling himself, Han Li took the risk of expelling all the alchemical fire from his golden core, enveloping the remaining emerald liquid in a thick azure flame nearly twice the previous size. He exerted his spiritual power relentlessly, hastening the refining process. This reckless consumption of his spiritual energy would similarly result in a doubled expenditure of his magical prowess. At intervals, he would regretfully swallow a drop of Millennium Spirit liquid to sustain the alchemical fire. After 2 months of such extravagant use, 2/3 of the wine had finally been refined, and the complete transformation was now within reach. Han Li felt a slight relief wash over him. Just then, an unexpected occurrence transpired. On that fateful day, driven by a desperate resolve, Han Li had consumed the Qianlan ice pearl. Later, due to an extraordinary trepidation towards the storm splitter beast, he kept this precious treasure concealed within his abdomen, refraining from extracting it. However, on one fateful day, as Han Li found himself utterly depleted of spiritual power and was contemplating consuming the Millennium Spirit liquid to restore his energy, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. The outer layer of the Qianlan ice pearl, which was meant to ward off evil, suddenly began to destabilize and distort within his body. This alarming sight sent Han Li, who was intently observing the movements within him, into a state of sheer panic. That moment, with his magical energy utterly exhausted, he was incapable of executing any emergency response. Witnessing the surface of the pearl pulsating erratically, in a moment of desperation, he hastily activated the remaining Bai Yin wine, enveloping the unstable Qianlan ice pearl with it. His heart raced uncontrollably, and he felt the color drain from his face. What reaction would occur from encasing the Qianlan pearl in Bai Yin wine was a matter only the heavens could ascertain. The mere thought of the pearl exploding within him sent chills through his hands and beads of sweat cascading down his back. Fortunately, whether it was sheer luck on Han Li's part or the fact that the Qianlan pearl was inherently incapable of truly detonating, the liquid-encased pearl gradually calmed down after a brief moment. Han Li exhaled a sigh of relief, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and felt an overwhelming sense of having narrowly escaped disaster. He promptly consumed a drop of the Millennium Spirit liquid, and as his spiritual power began to recover, he expelled the pearl, storing it away with a profound sense of trepidation. Keeping such an object within him felt akin to playing with fire. Once he had meticulously tidied everything up, he casually turned his attention inward to assess his bodily condition, only to suddenly realize that amidst the chaos, he had inadvertently broken through the bottleneck and had silently advanced to the later stage of the core formation. Initially rendered speechless, Han Li was soon overtaken by a wave of exhilaration. Truth be told, he had yet to experience the special effects of the Bai Yin wine. Yet, despite the fact that he had not completely refined the liquid, he had unexpectedly achieved a breakthrough. This left Han Li utterly astounded. As he tentatively tested his newfound cultivation, he discovered he could simultaneously unleash 24 Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Swords, skillfully maneuvering them. This significantly augmented his strength. However, amidst his elation, Han Li showed no inclination to squander the remaining Bai Yin wine. Instead, he diligently sat in meditation for over 2 months to fully refine the remaining liquid, concurrently solidifying his current cultivation level. Only after that did he begin to ponder what tasks the 9th-level Stormsplitter beast wished for him to undertake. Deeply contemplating a means of escape, the 6-month deadline drew closer. A heavy expression settled upon Han Li's face, with anxiety flickering in his eyes. Just a few days after the 6-month mark, a hole opened in the coral wall punctually, followed by the faint voice of Feng Shi resonating from outside. "Daoist Li, come out. The time is nearly upon us. I wonder if your cultivation has progressed." Sitting upon the jade couch, Han Li opened his eyes expressionlessly and rose in silence, stepping outside. Feng Shi, squinting, awaited his emergence. Upon seeing Han Li appear, the 9th-level demon cultivator scrutinized him meticulously and, after a moment, burst into hearty laughter. "Excellent, excellent. Congratulations, Daoist friend. On reaching the later stage, it seems Feng's Bai Yin wine has proven to be of value." Feng Shi's face radiated joy, indicating that Han Li's cultivation had indeed flourished, serving him well. Observing this scene, Han Li felt a slight stirring within. "Daoist Li, follow me. I wish to introduce you to 2 other esteemed friends from the demon clan. This time, it is imperative that the 3 of you collaborate closely, for only then shall we harbor hopes of success," Feng Shi remarked with a cheerful smile, extending an unusually amiable demeanor towards Han Li. 2 esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart suddenly jolted. "Indeed, my 2 companions are both at the initial stage of transformation, classified as 8th-grade demon cultivators by your human standards. However, both hail from the Celestial Spirit clan, and their true abilities are unlikely to pale significantly in comparison to mine. Nevertheless, do try to speak as little as possible in their presence. They are authentic sea creatures and bear no goodwill towards your kind." Feng Shi subtly warned with a meaningful glance at Han Li that a shiver ran through Han Li's heart as he solemnly replied. Moments later, Feng Shi led Han Li into the grand hall, where he soon spotted the 2 so-called friends of his. The expression on Han Li's face shifted involuntarily. One was a creature with a serpentine head and a steel-like tail, covered in crimson scales, while the other possessed a tortoise shell and a strikingly tall stature. The latter shall remain unmentioned for now, but the former, with its serpentine visage, was none other than the venomous dragon that had clashed fiercely with human cultivators near the Misty Sea on that fateful day. Although Han Li had never encountered the second creature, he surmised with high certainty that it was the colossal tortoise that had recently completed its tribulation. Upon seeing Feng Shi emerge, the 2 8th-grade demon beasts turned their gazes in unison. The venomous dragon caught sight of the change in Han Li's complexion, its green eyes glinting with a cold light as it scrutinized him from head to toe. "Human, have we met before?" it inquired in an icy tone, its words slightly muffled yet comprehensible. Hearing this, Hanli hesitated momentarily. It seemed that due to his use of the crimson cloak on that day, the creature had not discerned his features clearly. Thus, he must refrain from mentioning the battle with humans, lest he invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. It appeared he would have to navigate this situation with caution. With this thought, Hanli cleared his throat, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he replied, "This is my first encounter with the esteemed senior. I must confess my ignorance, having never beheld a true dragon before, which has led to my current state of discomposure. I hope the esteemed senior can forgive my indiscretion." Reluctantly, Hanli lowered his stance to avoid any potential complications. Humph. All humans are cunning and deceitful. It would be wise to refrain from such petty tricks in the future. The venomous dragon, having been toying with a large, glimmering pearl, suddenly crushed it into a fine powder with a swift motion of its fingers, a flash of ferocity crossing its menacing features. Hanli felt a slight chill within, yet maintained a bitter smile, choosing to remain silent. "Well then, my friendly has now been introduced to my two esteemed brothers. I am in dire need of the combined strength of the three of you. The absence of any one of you would cause me immense distress." Fengshi interjected, sensing the tense atmosphere and hastily attempting to ease it, gesturing for Hanli to take a seat at the opposite side of the table, away from the two demon beasts. "Brother Feng, we have known each other for quite some time. What could possibly be of such significance that it warrants such an air of mystery? You have yet to divulge the details to us. And you require a human cultivator's assistance? What can a mere core formation cultivator accomplish?" The venomous dragon remarked nonchalantly as it downed a large cup of drink, exhibiting a carefree demeanor. "Indeed. This time, I insist that both of you must come, as I am somewhat curious. Could it be that there are still dangers concerning Brother Feng?" The large, rough-shelled, green-faced turtle demon also furrowed its brow, revealing a hint of suspicion. Despite its imposing stature, it appeared to be somewhat apprehensive. "Fellow Taoists need not worry. My invitation for both of you is not to confront any enemies, nor to venture into perilous lands. Rather, I wish for you both to assist me in the refinement of a particular magical artifact." Fengshi chuckled, gesturing lightly as he spoke. Refining a magical artifact? Both the turtle demon and the venomous serpent exchanged bewildered glances. Hanli, who was listening nearby, was equally taken aback, his face reflecting astonishment. "Indeed, I am preparing to forge a magical artifact tailored specifically for myself," Fengshi said slowly, a flicker of fervor evident on his countenance. "Did I hear correctly? Brother Feng wishes to refine an external object. Has Brother Feng forgotten that for us demon cultivators, our own bodies are the finest artifacts? What materials could possibly surpass our own demon forms in suitability for enhancement?" The venomous serpent expressed skepticism, shaking its head as it offered counsel. "Brother Wu speaks most accurately. The power of any magical artifact pales in comparison to the innate talents of us demon cultivators. Instead of squandering time on external objects, it would be wiser to devote ourselves to the cultivation of our own corporeal abilities. For instance, Brother Wu's serpent spirit body is innately adept at all water attribute techniques, requiring only minimal practice to surpass other races by 100-fold. And Brother Feng's spirit avian form boasts exceptional wind attribute qualities, with a pair of wind and fire wings cultivated to the deepest realm. One could traverse vast distances in an instant, roaming the seas. As for my own mysterious turtle form, while I may not possess the vast powers of my two brothers, should I cultivate this sturdy shell to the realm of spiritual transformation, I too could claim an indestructible body. Why then, should we concern ourselves with the refinement of what are merely external artifacts?" The turtle demon nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiments expressed. Fengshi, upon hearing the words of the two demons, was not angered. Rather, he burst into laughter. "The reasoning of my esteemed brothers is well understood, having cultivated for so many years. However, the magical artifact I aim to refine possesses a different kind of mystery. It is, in fact, a second pair of spiritual wings. Yet, these will not be the wind and fire wings, but rather the wind and thunder wings. With this second pair of spiritual wings to complement the first, I am confident that I can traverse the vastness of the world." This 9th-level wind splitter beast restrained its excitement as it uttered words that left the two demons opposite in shock. "Wind and thunder wings." The turtle demon blinked, somewhat at a loss. "Indeed, a few years ago, while I was traversing the deep sea for cultivation, I stumbled upon the ruins of an ancient cultivator on a solitary island, where I discovered the remnants of a colossal ancient bird. Though only the silver skeleton remained, the remnants of its wings still contained astonishing electrical power. It was the remains of a thunder rock at the pinnacle of transformation. As you know, the thunder rock, a spirit bird of heaven and earth, possesses a flight speed that ranks among the top 10 of all high-tier spirit avians. Its speed in flight is akin to that of lightning and fire. We of the Wind Splitter clan cannot claim to compare. Thus, inspired, I brought this pair of skeletal wings back to my lair, intending to use them, along with other materials from various spirit avian wings, to forge a pair of thunder wings for myself, akin to human magical artifacts. As Feng Shi spoke, his eyes sparkled with an intense brightness, seemingly unable to contain the excitement bubbling within him. It was evident that the wings, once reforged, could not solely embody the essence of lightning. It was imperative to incorporate some wind attribute spiritual energy to facilitate easier manipulation. He continued to elaborate. Can this truly be accomplished? The poison serpent's face displayed a mix of skepticism, as if struggling to fully believe it. Beside him, the tortoise demon also bore an expression of doubt. Rest assured, for these wings, I have devoted years of meticulous research, even going so far as to alter my appearance to approach human cultivators and acquire numerous texts on artifact refinement, that I also enlisted the help of several human practitioners to impart their knowledge to me. By merging this with the winged fire cultivation method of our Wind Splitter clan, I have devised today's artifact refinement plan. While I cannot guarantee absolute success, I am confident that there is at least a 70 to 80% chance. Feng Shi declared with unwavering confidence, only to suddenly fall silent, his lips moving in hushed communication, seemingly reluctant for Han Li to overhear their conversation. Han Li remained seated, unaffected, his demeanor unchanging. Yet, unbeknownst to others, the hands he had placed beneath the table had intertwined at some point, revealing that his mind was far from the calm exterior he projected. He understood that the terms of the discussion between the three demons could potentially be disadvantageous to him. However, he recognized that in the presence of these three demon cultivators, he possessed no authority to speak and could only ponder his own strategies in silence. Very well, since Brother Feng has laid everything bare, we shall lend our support. The poisoned serpent mused for a moment, conferring briefly with the tortoise demon before finally acquiescing. Hearing this, Feng Shi was naturally overjoyed with the earth and water attributes from his two brothers. They could employ a formation during the refinement process to temporarily merge the lightning attribute spiritual energy, coupled with my wind attribute cultivation method. The forces of wind and lightning would be fully harmonized. However, to balance the powers, we would ultimately require Taoist Li's would attribute cultivation to reconcile the subtle differences between the two. Thus, the success of refining the wind and lightning wings would be greatly assured. Feng Shi chuckled, exuding a sense of confidence. Yet, as his gaze shifted, he noticed Han Li sitting silently, prompting a sudden realization. An odd glint flickered in his eyes as he turned to Han Li with a smile, saying, Taoist Li, it seems I neglected to mention that the Bai Yin wine you consumed, while aiding cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing their prowess, is primarily intended for us demon cultivators. Therefore, after approximately a year of consumption, a trace of chaotic malevolence will manifest within humans. Though it may appear harmless at present, this malevolence will soon proliferate, causing one's true essence to become thoroughly muddled, ultimately leading to a catastrophic self-detonation of spiritual power. Upon finishing this disclosure, the ninth-tier Wind Splitter beast promptly sealed his lips, coldly staring at Han Li in silence. Han Li merely furrowed his brow slightly and let out a soft sigh, revealing no signs of panic or anger. Brother Feng, what must I do to eliminate this malevolence? Please speak plainly. Is it true that only upon the successful refinement of the artifact could I possibly have a chance at survival? Han Li inquired slowly, his expression as tranquil as ever. This unexpectedly caused a flicker of surprise in Feng Shi's eyes, while the poison dragon and turtle demon on the other side also displayed expressions of intrigue. Haha, fellow Taoist Li is indeed a clever individual. Since you are already aware, I shall refrain from saying more. As long as my Wind Thunderwing treasure is successfully forged, I will naturally eliminate any future troubles for you. However, should I fail, you shall be the first offering for me to vent my wrath upon. And do not assume that you can resolve this delightful predicament on your own, even if a human Yuanying stage cultivator is willing to lend you a hand. It will still be impossible to eradicate the chaotic evil energy within my Bai Yin wine. Feng Shi's lips parted slightly, releasing words as cold as ice, devoid of any expression that I know what I must do. Han Li nodded slightly. finally revealing a trace of a bitter smile on his face. Yet, there remained a sentence unspoken in his heart that it is likely that the moment the treasure is completed will also coincide with the moment his life hangs in the balance. Just as Han Li felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, the three demon cultivators began to engage in casual conversation at the Jade Table that I have heard that the Jiao Dragon clan, of which Brother Wu is a member, also participated in the offensive against human cultivators at the vast Is this true? I recall that the Jiao Dragon clan generally does not involve themselves in such matters. Seemingly pleased with the prospect of the treasure's success, the Wind Ripper beast casually inquired of the Poison Dragon. Indeed, some high-ranking demon cultivators from our clan have indeed intervened this time. Otherwise, how could those worthless beings from the vast sea so smoothly breach the city of their opponents? Even if they could conquer this city, it would be impossible for them to slay two Yuanying stage cultivators. The Poison Dragon had no intention of concealing this information, openly stating it in front of Han Li. Although Han Li maintained an impassive demeanor, he could not help but feel a slight change in his expression. Chapter 544. The True Fragment of the Sacred Sage. Just as Han Li was filled with bewilderment, Feng Shi lightly chuckled and inquired, I have heard that a few years ago, when Daoist Wu was protecting Brother Gui Xian, although he ultimately repelled the adversary, he still suffered a minor setback. Could it be for this reason that your Jiao Dragon clan decided to intervene? Your Spirit Beast clan has always been fiercely protective. In recent years, those human cultivators on the islands have indeed grown overly arrogant, foolishly believing that this sea region truly belongs to them. They treat us shape-shifting demon cultivators as if we were mere low-level beasts that have yet to shed their animal forms, which is a path to self-destruction. My affairs are merely one of the many catalysts at this juncture. The Poison Dragon paused momentarily, maintaining a nonchalant expression as he continued. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that humans killed a newly advanced 7th-level Swan Ni beast belonging to the royal clan of the Vast Sea. This enraged that old Swan Ni to the extent that he expended his essence blood to activate the 10,000 demon command, leading to the overwhelming assault of thousands of demon beasts upon the human islands. The reason our Jiao Dragon clan intervenes is not to avenge that Swan Ni, but because the sacred artifact, the true fragment of the sacred sage, passed down through generations in our sea clan, was taken from the slain Swan Ni beast by humans. Although this item is incomplete and possesses little practical value, it is nonetheless one of the few treasures of our demon clan, and must not fall into the hands of human cultivators. The Poison Dragon cast a cold glance at Han Li, a flash of severity crossing his face as he spoke. I have indeed heard of the slaying of the Swan Ni beast, but I was unaware of the loss of the true fragment of the sacred sage. Without this treasured inheritance, how could the Swanee clan possibly maintain their esteemed position among the royal sea tribes? Might it be that the Jialong clan seeks to dominate this maritime realm? The expression on the L's face shifted as it turned to the poisonous Jialong, a peculiar smile gracing its features as it inquired. I am uncertain about that, the poisonous Jialong replied. After all, I have seldom involved myself in matters concerning my clan. However, I find myself quite intrigued by the Venerable Saint True Plate that records the 3 Venerable Saint techniques. It is said that this technique is an ancient secret art passed down from the primordial demon tribes, possessing unparalleled might. Regrettably, the few Venerable Saint True Plates that document this technique have long since scattered, making any restoration of the technique impossible. That a look of interest initially flickered across the poisonous Jialong's face, only to be followed by a tone of lamentation. Haha. Brother Wu is rather greedy. Such ancient secret arts are merely rumors in my view. I do not believe that the Jialong clan's transforming dragon technique could possibly be inferior. The tortoise demon interjected with a light-hearted chuckle. That may very well be the case. Our clan's transforming dragon technique can, when cultivated to its utmost depths, transform a Jialong into a dragon. It is certainly one of the most elite techniques among demon clans. The poisonous Jialong said, a hint of pride flashing across its face as it spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction. Feng Shi, however, merely smiled without offering any commentary on the matter. The mention of the Venerable Saint True Plate caught Han Li's attention as he sat nearby. Although his expression remained unperturbed, his heart stirred with recognition, recalling the copper plate he had recently acquired. That plate contained records of demon cultivation techniques, and it appeared to wield considerable power. Could it be mere coincidence that the two demons were discussing this very item? Although he was unaware of the specific uses of the Venerable Saint True Plate, the mere mention of a treasured inheritance from the demon clan suggested it must be a highly coveted object. Was the dark-skinned cultivator truly the instigator of the abyssal beast tide? Being at the mid-stage of the core formation, it was not beyond possibility for him to eliminate a 7th-tier demon beast. Han Li mused quietly. Feeling a sense of calm rather than panic, he was currently in a situation where he had little to worry about despite the precariousness of his own life. The prospect of acquiring another hot potato no longer concerned him. Perhaps sensing that Han Li's presence indicated there were more clandestine matters at play, Feng Shi turned to him and said in a measured tone, "Fellow Taoist Li, you have only recently entered the mid-stage of core formation and still require time to consolidate your cultivation. I would prefer that during the treasure refining process, your powers do not falter unexpectedly. It would be wise for you to follow this light and return to your quarters to rest and cultivate for a while." With that, the L raised a hand, and a white orb of light flew from its fingertips towards a side door. Han Li, with no choice but to comply, forced a smile as he stood and followed the orb of light out of the hall. That moment, he yearned to hear more about the secrets of the demon clans. As he reached the doorway, Feng Shi's warning echoed behind him. In ordinary circumstances, it would be best for you to remain within your quarters and not venture outside lightly, lest I misinterpret your intentions. The poisonous Jiaolong remarked, watching Han Li disappear from view. Is everything all right? This young man does not seem the type to bow out easily. Let us hope nothing untoward occurs at the crucial moment of treasure refinement. Do not fret. The refining of the Wind Thunder Wings will primarily involve the three of us, came the confident reply. This individual is merely a vessel for providing wood element spiritual energy. At the onset of the treasure refining process, he has no authority to act independently and can only obediently supply his magical power. Moreover, there is a malevolent energy that I have implanted within him. Even if he harbors other intentions, he is utterly powerless to execute them. Feng Shi smirked, a cold laugh escaping his lips. Speaking of chaotic malevolence, I recall that the Bai Yin wine seemingly lacks such an element. Could it be that Brother Feng has engaged in some underhanded dealings? The turtle demon suddenly chuckled, playfully commenting, "Aha, that is indeed the case. The Bai Yin wine I administered to him was specially concocted. This chaotic malevolence should rightly be termed chaotic demonic energy. It was derived from the body of a troublesome demonic cultivator I defeated long ago. Even I find it exceedingly difficult to expel this demonic energy from my own body." Feng Shi adjusted the silver crown atop his head, a cunning look crossing his face. Upon hearing this, the poisonous flood dragon and the turtle demon exchanged knowing glances, their last remnants of doubt dissipating at that moment. Han Li was brought into a stone chamber by the white light orb. The room was quite elegantly arranged, featuring a bed carved from white jade, alongside some tables, chairs, and a few exotic flowers and plants. As soon as Han Li entered the stone chamber, the light orb emitted a soft explosion and dissipated. Observing this, Han Li promptly closed the door behind him. He then swiftly retrieved several array flags of various colors from within his robe, tossing them gently into the corners of the room, instantly creating a small protective formation that enveloped the space. Han Li let out a slight sigh of relief, grateful to be free from constant surveillance. Though this formation offered no defensive capabilities, it could alert him to any prying eyes with ill intent. This action would undoubtedly irritate the Riftwind beast, but it would not make a significant fuss over such trivial matters. With this in mind, Han Li shifted his focus to what weighed most heavily on his mind. He stepped forward to the bed, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes to introspect. After a brief interval, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. His body remained unchanged, with no signs of any abnormalities. It seems this demon's words were not mere deception. Indeed, the malevolence is challenging to detect before it manifests. Han Li stroked his chin, a contemplative expression gracing his face. After pondering for a while, he suddenly retrieved an object from his person. Gazing intently at it, a glint of sharpness appeared in his eyes. 2 days later, the Riftwind beast Feng Shi knocked on Han Li's door once more, entering with enthusiasm. "Let us go. Today marks the commencement of treasure refining. Wu and the 2 Taoist friends are already awaiting us in the artifact crafting chamber." Upon seeing Han Li, the humanoid beast's eyes sparkled with excitement as he spoke. He then led Han Li out of the room, heading directly toward the artifact crafting chamber within his cave abode. After a brief walk, the demon cultivator brought Han Li before a green jade wall. Without hesitation, he struck the wall with one hand, causing an arched door to open. The demon then stepped aside, gesturing for Han Li to enter first. Han Li peered hastily through the door, noting the vibrant red interior, a palpable heat emanating from within. It certainly seems intriguing. Han Li's eyelids twitched slightly as he took a deep breath and stepped inside. Upon gaining a clear view of the situation within, a look of astonishment flickered across Han Li's face. Although the poisonous serpent and the turtle demon indeed stood within the room, Han Li was somewhat taken aback to discover that at its center lay a pool of earth fire, where a rectangular platform, measuring over 10 zhang, emerged, filled with roaring, searing flames that danced wildly within the basin. Surrounding the platform was an intricately designed and colossal alchemical formation. Han Li, after merely glancing at it a few times, felt a surge of astonishment within. Given his current mastery in refining tools and formation techniques, he could not decipher its mysteries instantly, yet he was acutely aware that this formation was anything but trivial, far beyond his capabilities to arrange. Upon noticing Han Li's entrance, the poisonous serpent and the turtle demon merely cast him a cold glance before turning their faces away, as if indifferent to his presence. Now that everyone is present, Wu and Gui, I have already elucidated the principles of the formation to you in advance that I asked for you. Li, simply stand in the corner of the formation and do nothing but continuously supply it with spiritual energy. Feng Shi remarked, pointing to a specific corner of the formation with a significant look. At this point, do not let your mind wander. Li, is there any use in my letting my mind wander now? Han Li mused, glancing at the pool of earth fired. As long as you comprehend the gravity of the situation, it suffices, Feng Shi retorted, though a hint of cold amusement flickered across his face, indicating he did not truly believe Han Li's words. Seeing this, Han Li maintained a facade of distress while inwardly cursing the old demon. He then approached a corner of the formation and sat cross-legged. Feng Shi, satisfied to witness Han Li obediently taking his designated position, nodded approvingly before turning to the poisonous serpent and turtle demon with courtesy. Gentlemen, please enter the formation and prepare yourselves. The poisonous serpent and turtle demon, without objection, stepped forward, positioning themselves atop the already familiar formation nodes. Feng Shi then chuckled softly, tapping his waist pouch. The pouch soared forth, leisurely drifting above the pool of earth fire, where its mouth inverted, releasing a burst of radiant light. Amidst this brilliance, a small orb of silver light suddenly appeared. It rapidly expanded, transforming into a pair of bone wings of considerable size, glistening with a phosphorescent hue. One wing was notably missing its upper half, while the other was tattered and incomplete. At first glance, they appeared rather unsightly, yet the shimmering remnants exuded an overwhelming aura of power that commanded respect. These are the wings of the Thunderhawk. Despite their severe damage, they unmistakably radiated an extraordinary essence, befitting a creature of the wilds. The poisonous serpent gazed at the wings in awe, uttering sounds of astonishment. This is only natural. This Thunderhawk did not perish due to the end of its lifespan. Its remains are so mangled likely because it was ensnared and besieged by foes. Otherwise, with the Thunderhawk's nearly unparalleled speed and its cultivation nearing transformation, it could have easily fled even if it faced defeat, Feng Shi remarked, his expression growing fervent as he fixated on the artifact. At this moment, Han Li, equally astonished, admired the Thunderhawk's wings. Let us commence. Refining this will surely take several months to complete. The turtle demon appeared to show little interest in the bone wings, and after observing them for a while, he seemed to grow impatient and urged with an unusual sense of urgency. Upon hearing this, Feng Shi was momentarily taken aback, but soon a realization struck him, and he let out a quiet laugh that, I almost forgot. Brother Guaxian has just recently transcended the tribulation of transformation, and naturally, he feels quite uneasy around objects of the lightning attribute. Let us not delay any further. Let us all cast our spells together. The venomous flood dragon had no objections from the three of them. A series of incomprehensible murmurs emanated, and an astonishing aura of demonic energy gradually radiated from their bodies, illuminating with white, blue, and yellow glows. That it was uncertain whether the demonic energy released by the trio activated the formation, or if they had employed some other means to subtly stimulate it. But the array began to oscillate gently as it stirred into motion. The more than 10 mid-tier spirit stones embedded around it emitted blinding beams of light in succession. Feeling a tinge of unease, Han Li cast a wary glance around. Just then, Feng Shi suddenly let out a low shout, bringing his hands together before swiftly parting them. 2 columns of white light, as thick as arms, shot forth simultaneously, plunging into the formation beneath their feet. With a resonant hum, the ground trembled slightly, and the fire pool at the center of the formation erupted into rolling flames. With a loud whoosh, a fireball the size of a human head shot forth from the pool, hurtling directly toward the floating bone wings. An explosive sound followed as the intensely scorching crimson flames enveloped the bone wings. Witnessing this scene, the venomous flood dragon and the turtle demon exchanged glances before raising their hands in unison. A multitude of blue and yellow strands of light erupted from their palms, piercing through the flames and wrapping around the bone wings, beginning to intertwine and glow with brilliance. In a matter of moments, relying solely on these strands, the two managed to restore the broken bone wings to their complete form. Just as Han Li was marveling at the spectacle, Feng Shi's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. He swiftly performed a hand seal, his fingers flickering rapidly. Dozens of thumb-sized white orbs of light then shot forth, accurately landing upon the bone wings. At once, a deafening roar of thunder erupted from within the flames, and the newly repaired bone wings released countless slender arcs of electricity. These arcs, delicate and shimmering with silver light, quickly merged into the blue and yellow strands. As the strands absorbed them, the silver glow intensified, intertwining until their hues transformed into a radiant silver white. Observing this scene unfold, Feng Shi's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he stomped his foot. A spell was transmitted into the formation. With a series of muffled thuds, 5 beams of light in various colors shot diagonally from the fire pool, converging at a single point on the bone wings. Radiating with brilliance, Han Li instinctively narrowed his eyes, and when his vision returned to normal, he beheld a thick, shimmering 5-colored barrier hovering in mid-air. A flicker of emotion crossed his face, but it was quickly replaced by an impassive expression. The silver-white bone wings, enveloped in flames, burned fiercely within the barrier, showing no signs of abnormality whatsoever. Below, Feng Shi and the two demons collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. The first step had finally been completed without a hitch. There had been not a single misstep. Descending gracefully, Feng Shi's expression relaxed considerably as he retrieved a piece of translucent azure crystal from his person. Its origin was unknown, yet without a moment's hesitation, he cast it into the luminescent barrier. Within moments, the crystal softened and liquefied. Feng Shi swiftly emitted white spiritual threads, skillfully controlling the viscous essence to evenly coat the surface of the bone wings. After accomplishing this, a grave expression returned to his visage. He cast a glance at the other two demons, and with a subtle gesture, he uttered a single word, "Wind." Then, opening his mouth, he expelled a radiant white elixir bead, which instantly shot into the protective barrier. The poison serpent and the turtle demon, not daring to lag behind, likewise released their own painstakingly cultivated demon pills, which soared into the air, intertwining with one another. At this juncture, Feng Shi flicked his wrist, sending a spell soaring towards his demon pill, and immediately, white flames of wind attribute erupted fiercely around it. The other two demon pills, adorned in hues of yellow and blue, exhibited a different spectacle. Under the command of the poison serpent and the turtle demon, they simultaneously expelled flames the width of a thumb, which then merged mid-air, crackling with sound as they transformed into a shimmering silver flame. Upon their emergence, these two types of flame swiftly absorbed half of the surrounding red earth fire, their momentum surging dramatically. Subsequently, they enveloped each bone wing, beginning the process of gradual refinement. At this moment, a barely concealed joy illuminated Feng Shi's countenance. After beckoning the other two demons, he settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, a gesture mirrored by the poison serpent and the turtle demon. In an instant, the grand formation fell into a profound silence. Han Li sat alone in a corner, enveloped in silence, yet his gaze flickered with unusual intensity. However, upon surveying his surroundings, a wry smile crept onto his face. It was unclear how this formation was devised, but simultaneously with the formation of the 5-colored barrier in the air, a similar dome encased Han Li, trapping him within its confines. He found himself unable to move even an inch. Had it not been for the absence of any flames within the barrier, he might have suspected that the three demons intended to utilize him as a material for their refinement. Han Li felt a wave of unease wash over him. Despite remaining unharmed thus far, his heart grew increasingly apprehensive. Just then, a shift in circumstances finally occurred. The barrier shimmered with a radiant light, alternating between brilliance and dimness. Han Li's pupils constricted momentarily before returning to their usual state. Before he could speculate on the unfolding events, he suddenly sensed an anomaly within his body and instinctively lowered his gaze. As the 5-colored barrier flickered, A faint azure light began to emanate from him, barely visible to the naked eye. Though gradual, his spiritual energy was undeniably dissipating, gently drawn away by the barrier, furrowing his brow. Han Li's expression darkened. It appeared that the three demons had no intention of allowing him to partake in the treasure refinement. At present, they merely regarded him as a colossal spiritual stone for their own use. However, contemplating this, his demeanor returned to normal, though an icy smirk lingered in his heart. He did not believe that the three demons would permanently confine him, continuously draining his spiritual energy. In his estimation, they would eventually require his assistance. Otherwise, why seek out someone adept in wood attribute techniques like himself? They could simply utilize more wood attribute spiritual stones. With this thought, Han Li felt a slight sense of reassurance. Closing his eyes to enter a meditative state while allowing the formation to gradually siphon his spiritual energy. Chapter 546. Convergence of Wind and Thunder. Although Han Li had anticipated that the process of refining treasures would not be brief, he was nonetheless taken aback. After 5 months, the three demon cultivators, apart from occasionally tossing bizarre materials into the pill fire, had managed to maintain the demon pill suspended in midair, continuously emitting pill fire with an air of utter composure. It was indeed a testament to their status as advanced demon beasts, their magical power truly unfathomable. Due to his relentless cultivation of qi, Han Li's own magical energy remained perpetually abundant, and the slight depletion caused by the absorption of some spiritual power by the light shield was negligible. As he observed the bone wings within the pill fire growing increasingly translucent and radiant, the sounds of thunder and wind began to resonate in the air, the delight in Feng Shi's eyes becoming ever more evident. Han Li understood that the successful completion of the Wind Thunder Wings was seemingly within reach. During these months, the malevolent energy that had been a source of concern had not manifested at all, nor had there been any signs of its existence. This perplexed Han Li, but upon contemplation, he suspected it might be related to the exorcising divine thunder contained within the treasures in his body, which possessed the remarkable ability to dispel evil. Could it be that the malevolent energy had already been automatically purged by the divine thunder? This thought filled Han Li with a sense of joy. In truth, even if the malevolent energy were to appear, he had every intention of using the divine thunder to eradicate it. Should that prove ineffective, he could take the risk of shrinking the devouring gold insect and swallowing it, thereby forcibly devouring the malevolent energy. Thus, the confinement tactics of the crackling wind beast held no fear for Han Li. He had never regarded them with any seriousness. It was unlikely that this ancient demon would anticipate that. Despite his relatively modest cultivation level, he possessed an abundance of precious spiritual treasures. With no lingering worries, Han Li was resolute in not remaining passive. He mentally filtered through several premeditated escape strategies, preparing to adapt according to the circumstances that would arise. Indeed, a month later, the previously meditative crackling wind beast seemed to sense that the refining was nearing completion and prepared to take the next step. It opened its eyes, gazed intently at the bone wings that were on the verge of completion, and took a deep breath. Suddenly, it unleashed a series of over 10 magical seals towards the sky, extinguishing the pill fire in an instant, revealing 3 demon pills and 2 bone wings. At this moment, the demon pills appeared somewhat dim compared to before, a result of the 3 demons' continuous exertion of pill fire over the months, which had slightly drained their vitality. In contrast, the 2 bone wings were elongated and intact, exuding both milky and silvery luster, making them exceedingly eye-catching. Without hesitation, Feng Shi pointed towards his demon pill, which then spun vigorously before shooting back into his abdomen. The poisonous flood dragon and the turtle demon exchanged glances and similarly reabsorbed their remaining 2 demon pills. Wordlessly, the 3 demons promptly closed their eyes to recuperate. After several days of rest, Feng Shi and the other demon cultivators finally regained their magical energy and replenished their vitality. At this juncture, the 9th grade crackling wind beast finally turned its gaze towards Han Li and swiftly unleashed a magical seal towards the light shield that confined him. A red light dove into the shield, causing it to flare up wildly before disintegrating entirely. Han Li, however, maintained his composure, revealing no signs of surprise. Now, my 2 esteemed brothers, and I shall merge the 2 bone wings into one, commencing the integration of wind and thunder. Among them, the would attribute spiritual power of a Taoist companion must serve as the balancing force for harmony. Li Taoist, please prepare, Feng Shi said, his expression softening somewhat. Understood, Han Li replied tersely, rising slowly to his feet. Observing Han Li's demeanor, Feng Shi furrowed his brow. a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he suddenly flicked his finger without warning, sending a beam of white light shooting toward Han Li. Han Li's expression changed dramatically. However, after a moment's hesitation, he did not dare to move aside, allowing the white light to enter his body. Though his countenance grew exceedingly grim, "Senior Feng, what is the meaning of this?" he asked, pressing his lips together, his tone somewhat sullen. "Rest assured, this wind spirit force poses no significant threat. It will gradually dissipate over time. However, during this period, should I channel my magical energy into it, you will experience a fate worse than death. Idio, take care. It is best not to entertain any other notions," Feng Ling replied ominously. Upon hearing this, Han Li inwardly lamented, realizing that most of his previously devised escape strategies seemed rendered ineffective. Seeing Han Li finally display a semblance of anger, he appeared satisfied that he ignored Han Li further and instead retrieved 3 small bottles from his storage pouch. Tossing 2 of them to the other 2 demons, "Brothers, do exercise caution. The fusion of wind and thunder spiritual power is a significant drain on magical energy. Each bottle contains a drop of collected millennia-old spiritual liquid. Consume it when your magical energy wanes. Ensure the fusion process is seamless and without error. Otherwise, the wind thunder wings cannot be materialized," the demon warned gravely. "Rest assured, I, Wu, will do my utmost," the poison flood dragon replied. A glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes upon discovering the contents of the bottle, but he quickly affirmed, "Indeed, I, Gui, am also eager to witness the capabilities of the wind thunder wings once successfully crafted," the turtle demon assured, thumping his chest. Observing this, Feng Shi's face was filled with satisfaction. Without further ado, he rubbed his hands together, and a white beam as thick as a bowl erupted from his palms. Striking the multicolored barrier above, the barrier trembled, emitting a low rumble, the 5 colors shimmering erratically, before the hues began to shift continuously, leaving only a blinding, pearly light. Seeing this, the poison flood dragon and the turtle demon, without hesitation, released slightly thinner yellow and blue beams, which merged midway to form a lightning attribute spiritual pillar of similar thickness to the white beam, shooting toward the opposite side of the barrier. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted, and the barrier transformed again, intertwining silver and white light in a symphony of thunder, the brightness fluctuating and flickering unpredictably. Li Daoist, inject 1/10 of your cultivation base's spiritual power, Feng Shi commanded coldly, without a hint of hesitation. Han Li, upon hearing this, understood that any delay would surely provoke the activation of the wind spirit force within him, leaving him at the mercy of his adversary. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, he could only comply, raising a hand and pointing a single finger toward the sky, a slender green light piercing into the mingling colors above. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The once buzzing and seemingly unstable light barrier, upon the infusion of azure energy, immediately diminished its sound and the radiant light converged, gradually settling into stability. "Excellent. Let us maintain this flow of spiritual energy," Feng Shi exclaimed with a sense of relief and excitement. It appeared that his design for merging the powers of wind and thunder was indeed promising. The other 2 demons, witnessing this, were equally invigorated. With the aid of the formation, the trio began to weave a series of intricate hand seals, unleashing countless incantations upon the light barrier. Moments later, silver lightning and milky white gales erupted from within the barrier. As the forces of wind and thunder tightly enveloped the 2 skeletal wings at the center, commencing their fusion point 2 days later, the sounds of wind and thunder began to resonate within the barrier. Feng Shi called upon Han Li to intensify the input of wooden spiritual energy while he focused, along with the other 2 demons, to replenish the wind and thunder energy into the barrier. 7 days later, immense silver arcs of electricity and ferocious white gales wreaked havoc within the barrier. The 3 demons wore expressions of palpable tension, continuously injecting various calming incantations into the barrier. While the wind-rending beast wore a particularly grim countenance, Han Li stood in the formation, observing everything with a cold gaze, intermittently infusing a trickle of wooden energy in response to their commands. Yet, a flicker of eager anticipation occasionally flashed across his face, though he ultimately refrained from any rash actions. Perhaps he sensed that the opportune moment had not yet arrived. A month later, the 3 demons bore unmistakable signs of exhaustion. Despite their relentless incantations and spiritual energy flow showing no signs of abating, they had indeed reached the brink of depleting their magical power, while the tempest within the barrier remained ferociously violent. A peculiar symbiotic phenomenon began to manifest between the lightning and the gales. Flashes of lightning appeared amid the fierce winds, and the arcs of electricity emitted the sounds akin to the whispers of the wind. Upon witnessing this, the three demons could not conceal their elation. The next day, the weakest among them, the turtle demon, hastily consumed a vial of spiritual liquid, and moments later, its magical power was restored to normal. In the subsequent days, the remaining poison serpent and foam she followed suit. Han Li observed this all with an impassive expression, but his hand brushed against an item in his storage pouch. A subtle and barely perceptible glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. When the next occasion arose for the three demons to be on the brink of exhaustion, if the treasure had not yet been fully refined, perhaps it would present an opportunity for him. This strategy, which Han Li originally deemed the least reliable, now appeared to hold a glimmer of potential realization. Chapter 547. The underhanded scheme after another 20 days. The barrier fell into a tranquil calm, with the raging thunder and fierce winds nowhere to be found. Utilizing the bones of the thunder rock as the foundation, supplemented by materials from other spiritual aviance's flesh, and transforming the powers of wind and thunder into feathers, a pair of wings composed of wind and thunder began to take shape. The spiritual wings now seemed to be nearing completion. However, in actuality, the wind and thunder energy within each elongated feather had only just begun to take form, lacking true stability. Thus, Feng Shi, leading the trio of demons, despite having consumed a significant portion of their magical power, resolutely continued to infuse the light barrier with wind and thunder energy, fearful of losing all their prior efforts. Yet, as Feng Shi persisted in this endeavor, a sense of frustration lingered within him. He had initially believed that securing 3 drops of spiritual liquid from other demon cultivators was a sufficient precaution against excessive magical depletion. Little did he anticipate that the actual consumption of spiritual energy required to forge these wind and thunder wings would far exceed his expectations. Fortunately, given the current circumstances, it seems that expending a bit of vitality could still allow one to barely persevere until the end. Otherwise, if the failure of refining the treasure were indeed to occur due to this reason, there would be no place left to purchase a remedy for regret. Just as this 9th-tier demon cultivator was secretly lamenting his good fortune, he suddenly sensed a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy manifesting within the artifact refinement chamber. Although the duration was fleeting and somewhat faint, it was remarkably pure. Feng Shi's expression subtly shifted, his cold gaze sweeping across the room before landing on Han Li, his countenance darkening ominously. Han Li's face paled significantly, forcing a smile in response, yet the demon's icy glare remained fixed upon him, devoid of any expression. "Produce it," the demon stated in a dazed manner. "What does the senior require?" Han Li's demeanor became increasingly strained, an unnatural pallor creeping across his features as he discreetly retracted one hand into his sleeve. Feng Shi narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of cold light flashing within their depths. Suddenly, without uttering another word, he raised a finger that a blinding white light erupted from its tip, flickering between darkness and brilliance. Upon witnessing this scene while standing within the formation, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon let out a wretched scream, collapsing to the ground. His limbs convulsed uncontrollably, his complexion turning a deep, purplish hue, etched with unbearable agony. "Humph, refusing to drink the toast, you shall instead partake in the penalty drink." A fleeting look of savagery crossed Feng Shi's face as he coldly regarded a small vial that had fallen from Han Li's sleeve. An expression of intrigue crossed his features as he swiftly grasped the vial, which instantly soared into his hand. The sensation of the wind spirit essence must be rather unpleasant. No, just moments ago, you seem to be running low on spiritual energy, yet now it appears to have replenished quite significantly. It seems there must be some sort of elixir within that vial. Are you, my esteemed Taoist companion, intending to take advantage of our diminished powers to restore your own and escape? The wind beast cast a glance at Han Li, speaking bluntly at this moment. Han Li, who was barely managing to rise due to the cessation of the demon's spell, overheard this remark and his face drained of color, as if struck by the revelation of a conspiracy. "You possess a modicum of cleverness that I am curious to see what lies within that vial. I have never heard of anything other than the 10,000-year spiritual liquid capable of instantaneously replenishing spiritual energy," Feng Shi remarked, casually tossing the vial in his hand while murmuring to himself. "I too have not encountered such a thing. However, perhaps it may prove useful to us," chimed in the poison serpent, who stood opposite, his expression tinged with curiosity. At that moment, He and the turtle demon were still relentlessly channeling various spells into the bone wings to expedite the solidification process of the wind and thunder power. Although it appeared that he was somewhat stronger than the turtle demon, his own spiritual energy had also dwindled considerably, merely enduring in a state of hardship. Upon hearing this, Fengshi was momentarily taken aback. But then a spark of thought ignited within him as he unscrewed the vial's cap. A waft of pure spiritual energy assailed his senses. After glancing into the vial, the demon sniffed it with his pointed nose, his face revealing a peculiar expression. "What is it?" After all, the turtle demon inquired, unable to contain his impatience. "Why don't you disclose it yourself?" Fengshi remarked, casting a glance at Hanli, his tone indifferent. "It is a liquid diluted with a drop of 10,000 years spiritual liquid," Han Li replied dejectedly, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "What? This is also 10,000 years spiritual liquid?" the turtle demon exclaimed in surprise. His spirits instantly lifted. Among the three demons, he possessed the least spiritual power and harbored no confidence in enduring until the end. Hence his elation was palpable. "Humph, there must be other substances mixed in. The color is somewhat pale green, and there is an excess of with spiritual energy." Fengshi scrutinized the small half-bottle of liquid intently, a flicker of doubt appearing in her eyes as she spoke. "I have infused it with some aged spiritual elixirs, and as I am naturally attuned to wood element techniques, the more wood spiritual energy, the better." Hanli chuckled bitterly, responding with unexpected honesty upon hearing this. Fengshi furrowed her brow, eager to inquire further, when the tortoise demon suddenly shouted, "Brother Feng, quickly toss me the spiritual liquid. Let me have a sip first. As you know, although we can barely hold on, we are drawing upon our own vital energy, which will lead to a decline in our cultivation afterward. That I must replenish some spiritual power." The tortoise demon, seemingly anxious that Fengshi might refuse, grew increasingly restless. "That I am certainly aware of this matter, but this spiritual liquid," the humanoid hesitated momentarily. "Brother Feng, even from this distance, I can sense the pure spiritual energy within the bottle. It is indeed the legendary 10,000 years spiritual liquid. Even if there are some hidden tricks within it, do you think we still care about any poison? Moreover, I am inherently a poison-eating serpent capable of consuming all toxins in the world. If there were truly poison within the bottle, I would not be deceived." The poison serpent remained silent for a moment before speaking up. That it appeared that he too did not wish to continue depleting his vital energy. "Haha, I almost forgot about your talent for discerning poison, brother poison serpent. In that case, I too am somewhat low on magical power. Let us divide the liquid equally among the three of us. This way, once this treasure is successfully refined, we will not suffer significant losses to our true essence." Fengshi chuckled softly upon hearing this. Then, with a slight turn of her eyes, she raised her head and drank down a little over a third of the spiritual liquid, before cheerfully tossing the bottle to the poison serpent. As a 9th-level demon beast, he would certainly not fear any kind of poison. However, the spiritual energy contained within the liquid was undeniably genuine, and he naturally did not wish to miss out on it. The poison serpent, upon receiving the small bottle, said nothing further. He too drank half of the remaining liquid and then tossed the bottle to the tortoise demon. The tortoise demon eagerly consumed the spiritual liquid in one gulp, carelessly discarding the empty bottle afterward. Before long, all three felt a subtle revival of their magical power and simultaneously exhaled in relief. The lingering doubts that Fengshi had harbored dissipated entirely. However, at that moment, a fierce glint flashed in the poisoned serpent's eyes as he transmitted a thought to Fengshi. Now that the treasure refining has reached this stage, this human cultivator has become of little use, hasn't he? Let me take care of him. Having a human lingering about is exceedingly bothersome." Upon uttering these words, the demon shot a chilling glance at Hanli, a sharp, killing intent flickering in his gaze. That do not act against him for now. Although we will not require wood spiritual energy in the coming days, it is still prudent to exercise caution. Let us eliminate him once the spiritual wings have been forged. Fengshi's gaze casually swept over Hanli before she coldly remarked, "Very well, let this human live a few more days." The poison serpent's tone was tinged with dissatisfaction, yet he ultimately acquiesced with restrained patience. Hanli could only observe the subtle movements of the two demons' lips, unable to discern the specifics of their conversation. However, as he felt their malevolent gazes appraising him, a chill ran down his spine, and he instinctively realized something. His face grew grim as he contemplated for a moment, before suddenly sitting cross-legged on the spot without uttering a word. Slowly closing his eyes, adopting an appearance of apparent resignation, the three demons were momentarily taken aback, yet they did not seem to heed Hanli's intentions. redirecting their focus back to the ethereal wings hovering in the air. Meanwhile, Han Li's heart raced with fervor as he slowly summoned the azure bamboo bee cloud sword within him, unleashing slender, silken arcs of pale gold electricity, meticulously controlling them to prevent any explosive discharge. Like a golden silkworm spinning its cocoon, he enveloped the wind spirit energy, implanted within him by the ancient demon, in layers of densely woven evil-repelling divine lightning threads. This wind spirit energy was, of course, beyond Han Li's current cultivation to refine, nor could the evil-repelling divine lightning cleanse it entirely. However, temporarily restraining it to prevent an outbreak was within the realm of his capabilities, drawing from his experience in binding the Qianlan Ice Pearl. At this moment, the turtle demon had regained a fraction of its spiritual power and was effortlessly channeling it into the protective barrier. Casting a glance at the venomous serpent, it seemed to recall something and was about to speak. Yet, as its mouth slightly parted, a sudden shift in expression revealed a hint of peculiar concern. The turtle demon's incantation faltered, and it collapsed to the ground, mouth agape, yet utterly incapable of producing any sound. An astonishing scene unfolded before them. The demon's abdomen grotesquely swelled in an instant, followed by the distortion of its limbs and head, as if a malevolent spirit were violently attempting to burst forth from within its corporeal shell. Witnessing this, the venomous serpent and Feng Shi's faces paled in shock, simultaneously recalling the diluted spiritual liquid in Han Li's small vial. Chapter 548, at a loss with a furious roar. The venomous serpent's bloodlight surged ominously. Almost simultaneously, the demon's countenance transformed drastically, and with a thunderous crash, it knelt before the ground, helplessly watching as its body swelled and contorted, rendered mute and immobile. Seeking death, Feng Shi exclaimed, a glimmer of iridescence flashing across her face. In an instant, she vanished from her original position, reappearing like a specter behind Han Li. With a swift motion, her hand morphed into a black claw. Descending with ferocity, though Han Li had been on high alert, he found himself unable to match her speed, desperately attempting to evade. A resonant clang echoed as he was propelled backward with immense force. Flying several dozen feet before barely regaining his footing. Having been firmly grasped by the claw of a 9th-level demon beast, Han Li was astounded that he had not been instantly pierced through. Feng Shi, the demon cultivator, was momentarily taken aback, her fierce gaze sharpening as she fixated on the torn fabric of Han Li's clothing, revealing glimmers of silvery scales beneath. The scales had been significantly damaged by her earlier strike, exposing the dark, gleaming garment beneath. Inner armor? Feng Shi mused in surprise, but with a cold smirk, she vanished once more into the winds, leaving no trace. This inner armor had withstood her assault, undoubtedly a top-tier treasure. However, she knew that on the next attempt, it would not save the life of her adversary. Meanwhile, Han Li silently acknowledged his stroke of luck. Had that claw aimed for his head, he would surely have become a lifeless corpse. The barbaric beard's royal scale armor proved to be an extraordinary artifact, capable of withstanding a strike from a 9th-level demon beast. With the precious time gained, Han Li steadied his stance and, without a moment's hesitation, unleashed a brilliant azure light and golden arc from his body. The piercing azure radiance and the frenzied dance of the golden arc coalesced into a magnificent azure sword shield. Simultaneously, he raised his hands, and more than 20 streams of azure sword light erupted outward, swiftly forming an additional layer of protection within the shield. Just as he completed this maneuver, the tall and slender figure of Feng Shi materialized before Han Li. The malevolent expression etched upon the demon's face darkened ominously, and after a chilling glance, a blinding white light surged forth from its mouth. Han Li's expression shifted abruptly, realizing the gravity of the situation. This ancient demon was launching a direct assault with its demon core, and he felt utterly unprepared to defend against it. That moment of dread, Feng Shi abruptly closed its mouth, swaying unsteadily as its complexion turned ghastly pale. Han Li, momentarily taken aback, quickly noticed the subtle trembling of the demon's body, accompanied by a disturbing irregularity in its abdomen, though this ancient demon's cultivation far surpassed that of the other two. The effects of the medicinal potency were evidently taking hold. A surge of joy filled Han Li, and without hesitation, he pointed forward. Over 20 azure bamboo bee cloud swords surged forth like a swarm, relentlessly assaulting the demon with a flurry of slashes and stabs. Yet moments later, the smile that had graced Han Li's face began to falter, although the rift-wind beast knelt in agony. Clutching its abdomen with its hands, it still emanated a faint layer of white light, which repelled the onslaught of swords with ease. Moreover, despite its pain, the demon mustered enough strength to glare fiercely at Han Li. its eyes brimming with malice. The chill coursed through Han Li's heart upon witnessing this. However, after a brief contemplation, he deduced that the demon must possess some form of protective talisman. Otherwise, given its intense hatred toward him, it would have undoubtedly used even a fraction of its magical power to eliminate him in its fury. Reassured by this realization, Han Li swiftly formed a series of hand seals, causing 24 flying swords to ascend into the air. In an instant, 2 bursts of piercing azure light exploded overhead, revealing 2 massive azure swords, each spanning several zhang, glinting ominously. An unusual glimmer flickered in Han Li's eyes as he silently opened his mouth, expelling 2 streams of azure energy that enveloped the colossal swords. Upon contact, the immense swords radiated a brilliant glow, descending with a melodious hum, poised to strike down upon the Riftwind beast engulfed in white light. The resounding booms echoed as the colossal sword struck the protective white light with tremendous force, intertwining azure and white energies. Yet, after merely pushing the white light down a few inches, the swords were unceremoniously repelled. Witnessing this, Han Li stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, a hint of mockery crept onto Feng Shi's face. The sight of such disdain startled Han Li, as he realized that, despite the demon's visible torment and apparent immobility, its abdomen fluctuated in size, while its limbs and head exhibited no corresponding abnormalities. It appeared that the demon was desperately suppressing the effects of the spiritual liquid. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically as a sudden thought struck him. He hastily turned to observe the other 2 demons. The sight that greeted him sent a chill down his spine. The poison serpent and the turtle demon, both 8th-tier beasts, were still expanding in size. Yet their heads and limbs had shrunk slightly since their initial transformation. Judging by the rampant spiritual energy surrounding them, it was evident they too were engaged in a struggle to contain the medicinal effects, albeit with far less efficacy due to their comparatively lower cultivation levels than that of the Riftwind beast. Han Li, momentarily caught in thought, pointed at the 2 enormous swords, which instantly transformed into 2 azure rainbows, slicing towards the 2 fiends. Since this sword could not harm the Riftwind beast, it was prudent to first eliminate these 2 monsters. With a steely resolve, Han Li struck his waist pouch of spirit beasts, unleashing a torrent of golden devouring insects that surged forth. As he uttered a low murmur, the swarm engulfed the white light, descending upon it like a tempest. The Riftwind beast, witnessing such a multitude of golden devouring insects, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of astonishment in its eyes. Yet, in the next instant, countless flying insects enveloped the white light layer upon layer, commencing their ravenous feast. At that moment, the 2 colossal swords had already struck the giant tortoise and the venomous serpent. Although the 2 fiends' expressions shifted, they found themselves utterly immobilized, unable to evade the blue sword light that approached them. The sound of clashing metal rang out as the 2 beasts remained unscathed beneath the relentless assault of the giant swords. Han Li, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes. How could this be? The Riftwind beast must have possessed a protective treasure to withstand the flying swords. Yet these 2 fiends, despite the genuine impact of the swords upon their bodies, remained entirely unharmed. Was it possible that the defenses of an 8th-level demon beast were truly so formidable? Regaining his composure, Han Li was not one to relent. He pointed at the 2 giant swords once more, and 2 golden arcs of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, shot forth, striking the flesh of the 2 fiends with undeniable force. The venomous serpent and tortoise demon, struck by such substantial divine thunder, displayed expressions of agony, but soon returned to a state of indifference. However, their gazes directed at Han Li grew increasingly malevolent. Surely, their first course of action upon regaining mobility would be to pounce upon Han Li and rend him to shreds. Han Li felt a ripple of unease wash over him. Turning to observe his swarm of golden devouring insects, he concentrated his mind, causing all the insects to rise into the air, revealing the concealed Riftwind beast. Although the white light had dimmed somewhat, the demon beast remained unscathed within its protective glow. This white light proved remarkably resilient. Even the combined efforts of thousands of golden devouring insects had scarcely diminished its strength. The protective treasure of this demon beast was indeed astonishingly formidable. Just as Han Li hesitated on whether to continue the assault with the insects, the Riftwind beast, Feng Shi, surprisingly began to speak. "Human, do you truly believe that a mere core formation cultivator can contend with our transformational realm demon clan? Just wait a moment longer, and I shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death." The beast spoke laboriously, its face a mask of ferocity. Though its tone was exceedingly calm, the malice behind its words was unmistakable. "Yes, that's so," Han Li retorted with a cold chuckle. finding his composure restored. Without further hesitation, he gestured towards the airborne swarm, and the multitude of golden devouring insects erupted with a cacophony, redirecting their assault towards the other two fiends. Meanwhile, the two giant swords continued their relentless assault upon the protective barrier in the air. Stop! What foolishness are you engaged in? Do you wish to be eternally hunted by the serpentine clan of the sea? The wind thunder wings are not yet fully refined that if you bring them out now, all will be for naught. Moreover, these spiritual wings can only be wielded with the power of wind and thunder. What use would they be to you? The demon cultivator Feng Shi, witnessing Han Li's actions, finally succumbed to panic, urgently raising its voice in admonition. Han Li let out a derisive laugh, showing no intention of halting. In the blink of an eye, the swarm descended upon the two fiends, while the protective barrier began to tremble perilously under the forceful strikes of the colossal swords. After all, this barrier was merely intended for artifact refining, and its defensive capabilities were not particularly robust. Upon witnessing this scene, the once emerald eyes of the turned a vivid crimson, yet it found itself powerless against the foreign entity within its body. In an instant, the let out a chilling, earth-shattering scream. Following this, a brilliant burst of scarlet blood erupted amidst the swarm of insects. As the numerous came into contact with this sanguine essence, they were immediately transformed into a cloud of yellow smoke, coalescing into a pool of black liquid. This blood was indeed a substance of unparalleled toxicity. Chapter 549, The Devouring Flood. Dragon's eyes narrowed. Under the relentless onslaught of this scales finally succumbed to destruction. However, the gruesome aftermath of its mutilated form resulted in torrents of blood erupting from its body, transforming vast swathes of flying insects into toxic sludge. Before long, the once formidable armor of the was reduced to mere remnants. At this juncture, the was left battered and bruised, with copious amounts of verdant blood seeping from its wounds, its gaze directed at filled with unbridled hatred. A shiver ran down spine. The name was indeed well earned. They had evolved to a point where ordinary treasures could scarcely harm them, yet they were annihilated with such ease by these venomous rays. This attested to the formidable nature of the toxins involved. However, a cold smirk began to form On's face. Little did this creature know, his arsenal of flying insects was far from limited. Even if they suffered considerable losses, he was determined to eliminate at least one of the three formidable beasts. With this thought, he swiftly turned his gaze to the other side, where a certain turtle demon was entirely engulfed by a multitude of flying insects. The incessant sound of gnawing and rustling had not ceased for a moment, yet the mass of insects remained utterly still, were it not for the faint signs of demonic energy emanating from within and the noticeable swelling. He would have almost believed the creature had perished, despite the tumult of doubts swirling in his mind, could not afford to linger on them. With a grim expression, he raised his hands to the sky and summoned forth several spirit beast bags. Instantly, the reverberations of insect chirps and flapping wings filled the entire artifact refining chamber, with over 100,000 three-colored swarming across the ceiling. Upon witnessing such a staggering congregation of flying insects, this expression shifted dramatically, soon giving way to a look of despair. Similarly, as countenance changed, revealing a hint of horror. It was essential to understand that while communal spirit insects have a shorter breeding cycle and produce numerous offspring at once, the process still requires a century or more for a single batch. Once they recognized a master and hatched, they would need decades of training before they could be effectively utilized. Furthermore, as the power of spirit insects increases and their ranks ascend, the time required naturally extends. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, although many practitioners possess knowledge of insect control techniques, those renowned for it throughout the are indeed rare, particularly after reaching the stage. Most insect controllers, in their lifetime, might only manage to have 1,000 or more spirit insects, and that is considered fortunate. Even then, it is often a matter of passing down knowledge from master to disciple, and then to subsequent generations, to maintain such numbers. Moreover, spirit insects are significantly more fragile compared to other spirit beasts. It is not uncommon for an entire swarm to be annihilated in a single skirmish. This fragility explains why, despite an awareness of their considerable might, few practitioners choose to cultivate insect control techniques. Both and they had already witnessed the formidable prowess of even as advanced demon beasts of the level. They found them immensely terrifying. Hence, the sheer volume of insects released by left the two demons in a state of disbelief. Certainly, they remain oblivious to the fact that these voracious gold-devouring insects are yet to evolve into their mature forms. Otherwise, they would be even more horrified. Han Li disregarded the fury and malice evident in the poisonous flood dragon's eyes. With a mere flicker of his consciousness, the cacophony of buzzing insects erupted, coalescing into several swarms that descended upon the poison beast with reckless abandon. As a result, crimson light erupted from the wounded demon body of the flood dragon, and the devouring insects that were struck dissipated into nothingness. However, the swarm above continued their fearless dive. In the span of mere moments, the blood light began to wane and dim, ultimately vanishing entirely from the demon's face, which had taken on a deathly pallor. Witnessing this, Han Li's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The insect horde descended without hesitation, engulfing the flood dragon in an instant. Before long, the towering mound of insects began to shrink in height and volume. The flood dragon, unable to withstand the relentless assault, finally succumbed to its demise, devoured by the swarm. Upon witnessing this scene, Fengshi's expression shifted slightly before she quickly regained her composure, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her stare on Han Li. With a soft murmur, Han Li commanded the insect swarm to retreat, revealing the remnants of the flood dragon, among which a blood-colored demon core, roughly the size of a fist, flickered erratically. That a glint of curiosity crossed Han Li's face. Yet before he could act, the demon core suddenly surged with blue light, soaring into the air toward the doorway. Without a second thought, Han Li flicked his finger, unleashing a stream of azure sword energy that struck the demon core. The core spun wildly before releasing a burst of blue light, from which emerged a miniature flood dragon, merely an inch in size. Indeed, the essence of the poisoned flood dragon, upon realizing its exposure. The dragon spirit instantly flickered with a flash of crimson light and vanished without a trace. A cold glimmer flashed across Han Li's face as he swiftly patted a spirit beast pouch at his waist. A green light shot forth from the pouch, landing on the ground and revealing a languid little monkey, who appeared rather displeased. It was the howling spirit beast. Han Li, unperturbed by the creature's mood, gently patted its head, prompting the howling spirit beast to let out an indignant snort, releasing a stream of yellow light that spiraled through the air before enveloping an empty space nearby. As the yellow light flickered, it revealed the blood-red miniature dragon spirit. The yellow light then recoiled, pulling the flood dragon's essence toward the howling spirit beast's nostrils. Naturally, the dragon spirit was unwilling to surrender, radiating blinding blue light that momentarily resisted the yellow mist, remaining steadfast in place. Truly, as a transformation stage spirit beast, the power of its soul was immeasurable, far beyond that of a mere 6th or 7th tier demon beast. Of course, this was also due to the juvenile nature of the howling spirit beast. Otherwise, it would be somewhat unworthy of its grand reputation. However, Han Li's intention was never to allow the howling spirit beast to consume this dragon spirit. An 8th tier demon soul was an exceedingly rare entity in this realm, and he had no desire to squander it. Thus, as the yellow mist of the howling spirit beast and the flood dragon's soul remained locked in a stalemate, Han Li's figure flickered to the side. With an expressionless demeanor, he extended his 5 fingers, shimmering with azure light, precisely capturing the demon soul that could not evade his grasp. The diminutive soul of the dragon, no longer than an inch, writhed and struggled desperately between his fingers. Yet, with a swift motion, Han Li flipped his other hand, revealing a pre-prepared jade vial. With a flick of his wrist, the soul was enveloped in a burst of azure light and promptly cast into the vial. Han Li quickly sealed the container and carefully stored it in his storage pouch, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. Below, he showed no sign of hesitation as he turned and made his way towards the turtle demon. However, at that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the air as the protective barrier shattered under the assault of 2 colossal swords. Without lifting his gaze, Han Li extended one hand, unleashing a torrent of azure light that ensnared the exposed wind and thunder wings. Swiftly retracting them to his grasp, he scarcely spared a glance, hastily stowing the precious artifact into his storage pouch. This action nearly caused the nearby to spit blood in frustration, its once calm demeanor now marred by an expression of profound resentment. Yet Han Li's attention was drawn to the towering mound of insects, and with a low murmur, he summoned the swarm to ascend, revealing the turtle demon beneath. Upon sighting it, Han Li gasped in shock. The creature was battered and bloodied, yet it emanated a faint earthy glow. The exposed flesh writhed incessantly, rapidly regenerating right before Han Li's eyes. In an instant, the wounds had healed significantly. The phenomenon of self-regeneration was not uncommon among lower-tier beasts, many of which possessed the bizarre ability to heal wounds and regrow limbs. However, such innate gifts were exceedingly rare among higher-tier monsters, despite having vanquished numerous 6th and 7th tier beasts. Hanli had never encountered one endowed with such regenerative prowess. The fact that this 8th-tier turtle demon exhibited such a trait was a startling revelation for him. Yet, this development signified a considerable complication for Hanli, unless he could sever the demon's head with a single strike or shatter its golden core. Relying solely on the devouring insects would not suffice to bring the creature to its demise in the short term. At the very least, he would be unable to contend with it before its innate abilities were exhausted. Regrettably, his Qizhu Fengyan sword had only been cultivated for a few decades, with minimal time spent on its refinement. Thus, despite its construction from the rarest of materials, the celestial thunder bamboo, and the inclusion of exceedingly precious refining crystals, its singular might paled in comparison to the innate treasures wielded by cultivators of the same tier. His previous victories over 6th and 7th tier beasts had largely depended on the sheer number of swords he commanded. When multiple blades, or even a set of 12, coalesced into a single massive sword, the resulting power was indeed unparalleled. This principle underpinned the formidable potency of a set of magical artifacts. However, it was evident that even with the application of his giant sword technique, he would not be able to breach the defenses of these two 8th-tier beasts. Chapter 550. Flight and Pursuit. As Hanli confronted the ineffectiveness of his flying swords against the two demons, he was naturally taken aback. However, upon further reflection, he realized that high-level demon beasts predominantly cultivate their own physical forms. Among these, certain species, characterized by their tough hides and resilient flesh, can fortify their bodies to withstand the assaults of artifacts wielded by practitioners of the same tier without sustaining damage. Furthermore, the lifespan of demon beasts often far exceeds that of ordinary cultivators, sometimes by several times or even dozens. Consequently, the higher the tier of the demon beast, the more time it has to cultivate its form to astonishing levels, leaving human practitioners in awe. This explains why practitioners below the nascent soul stage can rely on artifacts and cleverness to slay demon beasts of level 8 and below. Yet, once a demon beast surpasses the transformation stage, achieving mastery of its form and unlocking its intelligence, it can easily overpower human cultivators of the same level. The Jiaolong, belonging to the scale-armored family of celestial beasts, is formidable enough at level 8 to rival ordinary level 9 demon beasts. Thus, its defensive capabilities are not to be underestimated. As for the turtle demon before him, it is among the most resilient of its kind. It is hardly surprising that Han Li's newly forged flying swords would prove ineffective against the immobile demons. Were he to face an ancient nascent soul practitioner wielding artifacts honed over hundreds of years, the two demons would undoubtedly be at their mercy. Conversely, if an ancient nascent soul practitioner were incapacitated and lying on the ground, Han Li could effortlessly dispatch them with his current swords. Of course, the exception lies with the formidable barbarian whose crafting skills nearly rival those of the demon race. Regarding the exorcising divine thunder, while it is incredibly potent against malevolent arts, it does not possess any inherent advantages against demon kind. Although the power of the divine thunder emanates from the golden thunder bamboo itself, Han Li, given his current cultivation level, can only manifest a fraction of its true might. Understanding these facts, Han Li felt no sense of despondency. He was acutely aware that once he ascended to the nascent soul stage and dedicated over a century to refining the Qingzhou Fengyun sword, its power would undoubtedly soar. At that time, the transformation of several flying swords into a colossal blade capable of breaching the defenses of the two demons would be far from a daunting task. After all, the Qingzhou Fengyun sword was a pinnacle artifact that he had painstakingly crafted, and he held unwavering faith in its immense potential. Presently, Han Li could effortlessly slay ordinary practitioners at the late core formation stage and even typical level 7 demon beasts. However, when confronted with ancient nascent soul practitioners and level 8 demon beasts, he dared not entertain thoughts of direct confrontation. The realms of core formation and nascent soul are entirely disparate worlds. These thoughts flitted through Han Li's mind in rapid succession as he glanced at the turtle demon beneath him and the figure of Feng Shi, illuminated by the white light. The flicker of uncertainty crossed his face. He questioned himself, realizing that aside from the risky endeavor of attempting to use the Qianlong ice flame, he had no feasible means to eliminate the two demons in a short span. Even so, he surmised that the turtle demon might be manageable, but the likelihood of successfully extinguishing the Rift Wind Beast with its extraordinary protective artifact was less than 30%. The Qianlong ice flame was beyond his control, and he could not direct its power to concentrate on the demons. Thus, the effective impact of the ice flame would be significantly diminished. What further troubled Han Li was that while he could unleash this ice flame, he could not retract it. If he failed to vanquish the Riftwind Beast, this precious treasure would merely be gifted to the demon, inadvertently enhancing its strength. In such a scenario, it would be more prudent to retain it for his own use. After condensing the nascent soul and refining this object, the Qian Blue Ice Flame would undoubtedly become another lethal weapon for him in the future. Han Li did not ponder for long, nor did he have the luxury of time to waste. The turtle demon still appeared robust, but the abdomen of the cracking wind beast had already shrunk by more than half compared to its initial state, and the gloom upon its face deepened by the moment. Upon seeing this, Han Li felt a chill in his heart that it was likely that before long, this demon would completely suppress the medicinal power within the spiritual liquid, regaining the ability to mobilize its magical energy and move once more. With a firm resolve, Han Li gritted his teeth, bent down, and seized the storage bag from beneath the turtle demon, then delivered a swift kick, sending the immobilized creature into the magma pool below. Subsequently, he rummaged through the remains of the toxic serpent to find another storage bag, collected the demon core, and in a flash, reappeared behind the cracking wind beast, delivering a similar kick that sent it crashing into the seething flames as well. Without a second glance at the plight of the two demons, Han Li transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished into the distance. He had little faith that even if the two demons possessed extraordinary abilities, they could find him if he simply concealed himself on some remote island. With a thunderous crash, the stone door was shattered by Han Li, creating a gaping hole, and his escape light faded from sight. In the artifact refining chamber, silence reigned. After an indeterminate amount of time, a voice filled with vengeful wrath erupted from the magma pool, followed by a blinding white light that shot forth, shattering the roof and piercing through the cave's defenses, disappearing without a trace. In the next instant, the white light materialized directly above the small island, darting around at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye before retreating into the distance. As the brilliance receded, the figure of the ninth-grade cracking wind beast, Feng Shi, emerged. His demeanor remained unchanged, seemingly unscathed in the magma pool. However, his face bore a grimace of rage, and he clutched the still immobile turtle demon tightly in one hand. The turtle demon, lacking any protective treasures, was singed and charred, its hair and whiskers entirely burned away. It appeared to have suffered some hardships in the magma. The cracking wind beast's eyes glimmered with white light as he surveyed his surroundings, and after a moment of eerie contemplation, a fierce expression suddenly crossed his features. Without a word, he pinpointed a specific direction and transformed into a white rainbow, tearing through the air. Meanwhile, far away, Han Li, clad in a blood-red cloak and fleeing at great speed, found himself drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, the wind spirit energy that had been confined by the exorcising divine thunder within him had suddenly stirred restlessly, exhibiting signs of instability. Fortunately, Han Li reacted swiftly, hastily dispersing the spiritual energy from the cloak and forcefully suppressing this anomaly with pure spiritual power. Having entered the late stage of the core formation, Han Li could not yet fully control the blood-red cloak, but he had finally learned to sever the forcibly drawn spiritual energy at will. This significantly enhanced the practicality of this ancient treasure. That moment, Han Li's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively understood that the cracking wind beast had finally broken free. Without a moment's hesitation, he changed direction and frantically channeled spiritual energy into the cloak, accelerating his escape. He had thoroughly provoked this demon, and should it catch up with him, he would undoubtedly face a fate of dismemberment and soul extraction. However, what vexed Han Li was the realization that even at such a great distance, the demon still possessed the means to control the wind spirit energy that had been restrained within him. This was utterly unexpected, filling him with a sense of regret. Perhaps it was indeed a prudent decision to risk abandoning the Qianlan Ice Pearl within the artifact refinement chamber. However, dwelling on such matters now serves no purpose. Han Li could only transform into a flurry of crimson light, fleeing with great urgency. The subsequent duration, ranging from 2 to 3 hours at most, or as brief as the time taken for a meal, would inevitably prompt the wind spirit essence within him to erupt once more. Although he managed to suppress it in a timely manner each time, it would invariably cause him to veer off course in his escape, lest his position be determined and he be pursued relentlessly. Though Han Li's speed of retreat paled in comparison to that of he had at least regained some semblance of control, allowing him to maintain a considerable distance from his pursuer. Yet, soon after, Feng Shi, sensing the wind spirit essence, would relentlessly close the gap once more. Thus, for over a month, Han Li and Li engaged in a game of hide-and-seek across the vast expanse of the ocean. During this harrowing flight, Han Li felt a mix of trepidation and profound frustration. In his desperation to evade the relentless of the, he naturally sought to refine the wind spirit essence within him. Yet, this substance proved remarkably tenacious. After a month of effort, he saw no reduction whatsoever, far beyond what a mere core formation practitioner like himself could manage to refine away. In exasperation, Han Li abandoned this line of thought and dedicated himself fully to evasion and concealment. However, he found himself somewhat puzzled. It did not frequently employ techniques to ascertain his position. Had it wished to do so, it could have easily intercepted him by now. This left Han Li in a state of bewilderment. Unbeknownst to him, several thousand miles away, Feng Shi was equally filled with vexation. It was not that he lacked the desire to utilize more techniques to uncover Han Li's whereabouts. Rather, his current predicament was alarmingly similar to Han Li's. Although he had forced the foreign substance hidden within his spiritual liquid to coalesce and temporarily enveloped it with his spiritual energy, this entity would inevitably erupt at intervals, compelling him to halt his retreat to suppress it. While he was confident that, given some time to meditate, he could completely refine this substance, his current pursuit of Han Li left him with little remaining magical energy to do so. Thus, he could only harbor a bellyful of resentment as he persevered in his pursuit. As for the turtle demon, having already recovered, Feng Shi disdainfully abandoned it due to its sluggish speed, choosing to pursue independently. Amidst his irritation, he was also taken aback by Han Li's astonishing speed of escape. Surmising that the latter likely possessed some artifact to enhance his velocity. Chapter 551. The Art of Thunder Escape. As time progressed day by day, the frequency of the wind spirit essence's eruptions diminished from several hours to once every half day, ultimately stabilizing to once a day. Furthermore, the potency of each subsequent eruption waned considerably at long last. After a 2-day interval since the last eruption, the wind spirit essence settled down, prompting the to abandon its exertion over it. Naturally, Han Li rejoiced within. Whether due to the beast having fallen too far behind for its techniques to function or encountering other troubles, this was indeed the opportune moment for his escape. Without hesitation, Han Li swallowed a drop of spiritual liquid, fixed his gaze upon a specific direction, and soared through the void, leaving the nearby waters far behind it on a small island tens of thousands of miles away. He sat cross-legged in an uninhabited, desolate cave, its countenance ashen as it meditated. After a prolonged pursuit, he finally exhausted his magical powers and could no longer suppress the foreign entity within him. Unlike Han Li, who could lavishly restore his spiritual energy with 10,000-year spirit liquid, this creature found itself in a dire predicament. Reluctantly, he resolved to remain on this island for a time, intending to completely eradicate the insidious threat within before resuming the hunt for Han Li. He was determined to reclaim the pair of wind thunder wings he had painstakingly crafted. After swearing a bitter oath of vengeance against Han Li, the 9th-level tornado beast closed its eyes in resentment and entered a state of meditative oblivion. Over a month later, Han Li found himself on an unfamiliar deserted island. Noticing the absence of human cultivators and high-level demonic beasts nearby, he plunged into the island and swiftly carved out an exceedingly simple stone cave. After setting up several concealment arrays at the entrance, he hurriedly entered the cave and sat down, retrieving the pair of wind thunder wings. Han Li gazed at the wings, now reduced to the size of his palm. A look of joy inevitably spread across his face. These spiritual wings required the power of wind and thunder to operate, and since the 9th-level demon cultivator Feng Shi possessed only the power of wind, it indicated that possessing either one of the two powers sufficed to wield this treasure. Han Li, capable of commanding the exorcising divine thunder, naturally had the ability to master this artifact. If the claims of the tornado beast regarding the wing's extraordinary nature held true, having them under his control sooner rather than later would greatly benefit his survival in the future. However, upon closer inspection, Han Li noted that the silver-white feathers exhibited subtle signs of instability. He understood immediately that this was due to the artifact being extracted prematurely, before it had fully solidified. Although it was not as dire as the other party had suggested, an extended duration would indeed diminish its power significantly. Yet, Han Li displayed no sign of panic. Instead, he made a small incision on his forefinger with his nail, allowing a drop of his essence blood to fall upon the wings, with a decisive incantation. He initiated the recognition ceremony. As the wings absorbed the drop of blood, a glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He tossed the wings into the air with a single hand. and they floated motionless, as if unbound by gravity. Without glancing back, he flicked his fingers, releasing slender arcs of electricity that shot towards the spiritual wings, producing a series of deep, rumbling thunderclaps. Han Li's expression grew solemn as the golden arcs he conjured multiplied in frequency. Soon, a faint golden electric shield enveloped the wind thunder wings, causing the thunderous roars to shift from high to low. Observing the wings within the electric shield gradually absorbing the exorcising divine thunder's energy, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him. Over the next several days, he utilized the divine thunder to stabilize the wind and thunder feathers on the wings. As they absorbed the exorcising divine thunder, golden threads began to manifest within the silver feathers, scarcely discernible to the naked eye. Having completed the task of solidifying the artifact that the tornado beast's kin had left unfinished, Han Li retracted the thunder arc, releasing a surge of azure light that enveloped the wind thunder wings before drawing them into his body. He then exited the stone cave and soared into the skies above the small island. Ready to test the capabilities and mystical powers of this treasure, standing at a great height, Han Li took a deep breath, subtly channeling his magical energy to summon the wind and thunder wings artifact within him. Almost immediately, he felt a surge of spiritual energy behind him, followed by two soft sounds, as a pair of wings, nearly 10 feet long, materialized out of thin air. The wings, shimmering with silver-white feathers, were interspersed with glimmers of golden light. Curiously, Han Li turned to glance at them, and with a mere thought, the wings gently flapped twice. They bore no weight, existing as if ethereal. Intrigued, he reached out to touch one of the wind and thunder wings. It felt cool to the touch and slightly numbing. Observing this phenomenon, Han Li furrowed his brow and, exerting a bit of force with his fingers, found his entire palm effortlessly sinking into the wing. What is this? Han Li was momentarily taken aback and promptly turned his gaze inward. The pair of wings, no larger than his palms, remained steadily above his dantian, faintly radiating white light. The manifestation outside was not the true form of the artifact, but rather a complete illusion conjured by spiritual energy. This revelation surprised Han Li. Regaining his composure, he began to infuse magical power into the wings, resulting in a flash of silver light as they vibrated. With a swift motion, he soared forward effortlessly. After circling a few times, Han Li paused, stroking his chin in contemplation. The speed was nothing extraordinary. It was not significantly faster than before. It seemed he would indeed need to channel some lightning power to test further. With this thought, Han Li wasted no time in summoning the exorcising thunder, sending two arcs of pale golden electricity into the wings. Instantly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him, prompting Han Li to glance back. The silver arcs on the wings flickered, involuntarily spreading outwards, exuding an eerie aura. With a mental command, a resounding boom echoed, and in a flash of silver light, he found himself instantaneously appearing over 10 zhang away. The thunder escape technique. Han Li was initially surprised, but then his heart swelled with joy. Subsequently, with a gentle flap of his wings, he reappeared, amidst the sound of thunder, 2 to 3 dozen zhang further away. In the following moments, Han Li transformed into a silver arc of lightning, appearing and disappearing in the sky with remarkable speed, a ghostly presence that was truly extraordinary. Indeed, the thunder escape technique was the most enigmatic among escape techniques, its swiftness far surpassing ordinary elemental escape methods. One could only wonder how much more formidable this artifact would become after enduring prolonged refinement. No wonder the 9th level tornado beast would go to such great lengths to forge this treasure. With its already rare speed, combined with these wind and thunder wings, it was likely that the number of beings capable of vanquishing it in the world would be exceedingly few. As Han Li reappeared within a silver arc, his face beamed with delight as he gently caressed one of the wings, murmuring to himself. Following that, a flash of white light enveloped him, and the wings dissipated on their own. Han Li had no intention of lingering in this place. He planned to swiftly depart the outer star sea and return to the inner sea, for he was acutely aware that although he had temporarily evaded the pursuit of the 9th level tornado beast, given the creature's unnatural speed, it would not be long before it scoured the nearby waters and resumed its chase. He certainly would not remain idle, waiting for the monster to come knocking. The inner star sea was the domain of human cultivators. It was likely that, no matter how powerful this creature was, it would not dare to delve too deep. Once he solidified his nascent soul in the inner star sea, he would no longer have to fear this beast. As for the matter of being pursued by those formidable nascent soul-old monsters due to the Su Tianding, it has been nearly 30 to 40 years since then. The fervor surrounding it should have diminished significantly. Furthermore, with his cultivation at the late stage of foundation establishment, as long as he does not encounter particularly powerful individuals like the barbarian bearded ones. He should be able to escape from the likes of Ji-in and others, even if he cannot match them in strength. After formulating this plan in his mind, Han Li returned to the stone cave on the island and conducted a brief inspection of the storage bags belonging to the turtle demon and the poisonous flood dragon, which surprisingly contained numerous demon beasts, demon cores, and exceedingly rare materials. Among these materials, he particularly discovered a fist-sized black turtle shell and over 100 blood-red scales. These were likely items shed during the transformation of the two demons, and they were exceptionally precious, eliciting a delightful surprise from Han Li. If these two items were crafted into armor, they would undoubtedly rival the barbarian bearded one's royal scale armor. However, Han Li naturally had no intention of rushing into this matter. Instead, he gathered the formation flags at the cave entrance and departed from the island, heading directly towards the maritime domain where the Miao-In sect's market was located. Given that the Miao-In sect had constructed a teleportation array, it was reasonable to assume that, after such a long time, they would be nearly prepared at that time. Whether through persuasion or force, he intended to utilize this teleportation array to transport himself into the inner sea. Han Li was unaware of the new location of the Miao-In sect's market, but he believed that encountering an informed human cultivator would lead him to the answer. Unbeknownst to him, the fleeing turtle demon had already informed the leader of the nearby dragon clan, a 9th-level Lihua flood dragon with cultivation at the mid-transformation stage, about his encounter with the poisonous flood dragon during his escape. Deep within an underwater cave thousands of fathoms deep in the ocean. Chapter 552. Breaking into the Miao-In sect again with Han Li's current cultivation, even without the use of his cloak and wind thunder wings. He arrived at the desolate island that once housed the Miao-In sect's market merely half a month later. However, upon briefly scanning with his divine sense, he found the underground world to be utterly deserted. Thus, he needed to seek someone to inquire further. Han Li glanced around, adjusted his direction at random, and transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing from sight. Since the Miao-In sect's market had once been established on this island, it stood to reason that even if it had relocated, it would not be far from the surrounding waters. Moreover, the islands in this maritime area should be places where human cultivators were relatively concentrated. He believed that leveraging his formidable divine sense to locate some human cultivators would not prove too difficult as expected. After flying for half a day, Han Li discovered traces of human cultivators on a medium-sized island. And not just one, but a group. From a high vantage point on the island, he observed several male and female cultivators below, besieging two 4th-level demon beasts in the nearby sea. Upon recognizing two somewhat familiar faces among them, Han Li was momentarily taken aback before a light chuckle escaped his lips. Subsequently, Han Li employed his transformation technique, effortlessly altering his appearance to that of a middle-aged man with a dark complexion. Without haste, he casually unleashed two streaks of azure sword chi, which, after a flash of brilliance, pierced through the skulls of the two 4th-level demon beasts, slaying them on the spot. This sudden display of power startled the cultivators below, who quickly became aware of Han Li's figure high in the air, causing an immediate stir. They realized that a formidable expert of the foundation establishment stage had arrived. After a brief discussion among a few individuals, a burly man in resplendent attire swiftly approached Han Li. "I pay my respects to you, esteemed senior, and I am deeply grateful for your assistance. May I inquire if there is any way in which my juniors and I might be of service?" Although the man spoke with a demeanor of deference, a flicker of unease passed through his hawkish eyes that he wondered about the intentions of this core formation cultivator who had suddenly appeared on the island. As Han Li cast his gaze upon the man of the Yi surname, who had arrived alongside him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He refrained from responding immediately, instead directing his attention downward to the scar-faced cultivator. Su Yuan was curious that none of the other cultivators, including Madame Lu, who had been teleported with them, were present. It seemed that, after all these years, both the resplendent man and Su Yun remained stagnated in the late foundation establishment stage. It appeared that a failure in the core formation was highly likely. Noticing Han Li's somber silence, the Yi-man grew increasingly anxious. He hesitated, intending to speak further, when Han Li finally broke the silence. "I am seeking the secret market of Miao-In sect. Do any of you know when the next market will be held and where it will take place?" Han Li's gaze returned to the face of the resplendent man, his expression calm and unperturbed. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, The man's expression relaxed. He hastily replied with respect, "Esteemed senior, there remains over a month until the next opening of the Miaoyin sect's secret market. However, the location has already been established. It will be on Shuangfeng Island, a few days' journey west of this island that if you wish to go, I can guide you there." This man exhibited a commendable awareness. "That will not be necessary. Just provide me with the nautical chart," Hanli replied, his expression inscrutable. He had no intention of reminiscing with the man. It was remarkable that this individual had survived the beast tide. Yet the fate of the others was likely grim. This thought elicited a silent lament within Hanli. "Certainly. I shall mark the nautical chart and the location of the secret market for you." "Esteemed senior," the resplendent man said, his face betraying a hint of disappointment. He had hoped to cultivate a rapport with this formidable figure in these increasingly perilous alien seas, knowing another core formation cultivator could prove immensely beneficial in the future. However, after stealing another glance at Han Li's profoundly indifferent demeanor, he resigned himself to pulling out a jade slip from his robe, marking the location of the Miaoyin sex market, and presented it to Han Li with both hands. Receiving it, Han Li briefly scanned it with his spiritual sense, nodded in acknowledgement, and without a moment's delay transformed into a streak of azure light, vanishing into the void. Only the remaining lower-tier cultivators were left behind, their faces filled with envy. In the current alien seas, lower-tier cultivators dared not venture far from their abodes without a cultivation level above core formation, though the market opening was still a month away. Hanli was not foolish enough to wait that long. By then, the Riftwind beast might have already come knocking at his door. Thus, he resolved to seek out Madame Fan and Yun Tianxiao, hoping to arrange a discreet teleportation for a modest fee. Should they demand an exorbitant price, he would not hesitate to assertively demand his passage. Days later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Shuangfeng Island, a sizable landmass featuring two peaks of similar height. After circling one of the peaks a few times, he located the entrance to the market as indicated on the chart. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li transformed his appearance back to that which he had worn during his previous visit to the secret market. Then he landed directly on the mountainside, taking a few steps before halting before a colossal tree, its trunk measuring several zhang in girth. With an expressionless demeanor, he glanced at the towering tree, which stood several dozen zhang high, and a faint cold smile crept upon his lips. With a gentle flick of his finger, 3 white orbs of light struck the tree bark unceremoniously, producing 3 resounding thuds. After a brief moment, green light flickered as a fissure appeared in the bark. Out stepped an elderly man in white robes, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, who was none other than the gatekeeper he had encountered during his last visit to the market. The old man immediately recognized Han Li, who was disguised as a high-level core formation cultivator. After all, the number of core formation cultivators who reached this place was exceedingly rare, and following the previous market, he had heard whispers that this individual managed to subdue over a dozen core formation practitioners, likely indicating he was a nascent soul expert. Thus, upon recognizing Han Li's visage, the old man immediately lowered his stature and hurriedly bowed deeply, inquiring, "It is an honor to have Senior Li arrive. I was unaware of your presence and humbly seek your forgiveness. However, may I inquire if you have any pressing matters? There remains over a month until the secret market opens, and there are no goods for your perusal at this time." As the old man spoke in utmost reverence, a hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. "I am not here to attend the secret market. Rather, I wish to meet with your sex Master Fan or Elder Yun," Han Li declared, surveying the old man with a haughty tilt of his head. "To meet the Master and Elder Yun." The old man was momentarily taken aback, then a look of hesitation crossed his face. "What? Is that not permissible?" Han Li's voice suddenly turned frigid, his expression darkening. "Of course it is." The old man, sensing the shift in atmosphere, instinctively shuddered and hastily replied, his brow glistening with a sheen of cold sweat. "If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. Yet, since you have personally come, it must be for a significant matter. I shall inform the Master right away. He is currently here, overseeing the arrangements for the market." "Please, wait a moment." The old man, after a moment's contemplation, spoke earnestly. He decided to leave this delicate matter for those above him to handle. He certainly did not wish to confront Han Li directly. "Then do hurry. I have little patience for prolonged waits." Upon hearing that Master Fan was present, Han Li felt a surge of joy, and his demeanor softened slightly as he said, "Yes, I shall use a transmission talisman to inform the Master at once." "It will only take a moment." The old man, feeling a wave of relief, quickly responded, If the other party insists on forcing their way in, I would merely be a bystander and would not risk my life to obstruct them. Thus, the elderly figure, before Han Li, activated a transmission talisman that soared into the tree hollow. Where is Elder Yun? Why is he not with the master? Han Li asked nonchalantly as the talisman vanished from sight. This that I truly do not know the whereabouts of Elder Yun, the old man admitted, a troubled expression crossing his face. Recently, all matters concerning the market have been handled solely by the master. After a moment of hesitation, he murmured. Seeing the old man's expression, Han Li understood the implications behind his words, letting out a few cold laughs before refraining from further inquiries, which allowed the old man to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After a brief moment, the elderly man clad in white received a transmission talisman. After briefly inspecting it with his divine sense, he respectfully addressed Han Li. Seniorly, our sect's leader requests your esteemed presence within. Please allow me to guide you. Han Li, appearing indifferent, followed him. The underground world beneath the tree hollow resembled that which he had observed in the market previously, distinctly divided into upper and lower tiers, forming a spacious subterranean realm. However, at that moment, aside from a dozen junior male and female cultivators from the Miaoyin sect engaged in preparations, there was no one else present. The elder swiftly led Han Li to a stone wall, where two remarkably beautiful female cultivators stood guard outside. Esteemed seniorly, the sect leader is inside, eagerly awaiting your arrival. The two young women greeted Han Li simultaneously, their charming faces flushed with a rosy hue. Chapter 553. Unmasking. Han Li observed the expressions of the two women, stroking his chin, revealing a hint of contemplation. One of the female cultivators reached out and touched the wall, causing a blue light to ripple forth, revealing a stone door. That I can only take you this far. Esteemed senior, I shall take my leave now. The elder seized the opportunity to excuse himself hurriedly. Han Li paid him no mind and strode confidently into the room. Passing through a short corridor, Han Li entered a grand hall. In the center stood Madame Fan, adorned in a light green dress with a subtle application of makeup, awaiting him with a beaming smile. I apologize for not coming to greet you from afar, esteemed senior. I hope you will forgive me. With a charming smile, she bowed gracefully, her petite lips forming an enchanting smile. She then gestured elegantly for Han Li to take a seat. Han Li glanced at the sandalwood chair behind her, raised an eyebrow, and without hesitation, walked over to sit down. His gaze swept over her delicate features as he calmly remarked, "It seems you are not at all concerned that my visit may be detrimental to your sect." "Senior jesting," Madame Fan replied lightly. "With your cultivation level, how could you possibly trouble a mere foundational stage junior like myself?" As she gracefully moved to sit beside Han Li, a gentle laugh escaped her lips, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly but maintained his composure, however, as the alluring woman settled next to him. A flicker of unexpected surprise crossed her face as she began to scrutinize Han Li with a peculiar gaze. Just as he was about to inquire about her intent, a young female cultivator with delicate features entered quietly, holding a pale red tea tray. After placing a cup of fragrant tea in front of each of them, she stood silently behind Madame Fan. While Madame Fan appeared outwardly calm, a brief flash of anger flickered in her eyes. Though she chose to remain silent, observing this scene, Han Li regarded the two women with a stir of intrigue. Is there something the esteemed senior requires from our sect during your visit? If assistance is needed, our sect will certainly do its utmost, Madame Fan asked, taking a composed sip from her cup. Since sect leader Fan has expressed herself thus, I shall not beat around the bush. I would like to inquire whether your sect's teleportation array to the inner sea has been completed, as I wish to make use of it. Han Li stated evenly, as if discussing a matter of little consequence. Teleportation array. Madame Fan was momentarily taken aback, then her beautiful eyes flickered a few times, revealing a seemingly ambiguous expression of half-smile. I fear I may disappoint the esteemed elder. This teleportation array is yet to be fully completed. However, it may be nearing completion. We just need to wait a little longer. How long must we wait? Han Li interjected coldly before she could finish her sentence. That is difficult to say. You are aware, esteemed elder, that this formation is lacking only those dream stones. Elder Yun and several other seniors ventured to the source of the dream stones last time, intending to procure some, but they inadvertently provoked the local beasts. After a fierce battle, they managed to retrieve only a small quantity of the material, suffering the loss of several esteemed seniors in the process. In desperation, Elder Yun is currently planning the next operation. Just about to. Madame Fan, displaying a hint of hesitation, set her teacup back on the table and continued to explain to Han Li. Ahem, The female cultivator standing behind Madame Fan suddenly cleared her throat softly. A flicker of annoyance crossed Madame Fan's flower-like countenance. However, she seemed to have some reservations and ceased speaking. Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he raised his gaze to coldly regard the female cultivator, causing her to lower her head in trepidation. Since the teleportation array cannot be utilized in the short term, there is no need for me to continue speaking, that I shall take my leave. After a brief contemplation, Han Li stood up with no intention of lingering. Upon witnessing this, a complex expression flashed across Madame Fan's face. After a moment's hesitation, she uttered a statement that caught Han Li off guard. Although I am unable to assist with the teleportation matter, my sect has always held the utmost respect for esteemed cultivators of the core formation stage. You may rest here for the night. Esteemed elder, and depart on the morrow, staying another night. Very well. I shall rest for a night before setting out. Initially frowning, Han Li was about to decline outright, but after locking gazes with her beautiful eyes, he altered his decision. Our sect shall certainly provide excellent hospitality for the esteemed elder. Someone, take Elder Li to the finest chamber, Madame Fan remarked with a smile that concealed an unusual glimmer in her eyes. Immediately, another young female cultivator entered in response. Han Li said nothing further, rising to follow the young woman out. However, just before leaving the hall, he seemed to wish to confirm something, casting a meaningful glance back before departing leisurely. Sectmaster, why do we keep this person here? Is it not somewhat reckless? This Li surname cultivator outright rejected our invitation last time as soon as Han Li's figure vanished from the hall. The young female cultivator behind Madame Fan spoke up. Her voice was soft, yet it carried an inexplicable charm that belied her delicate features. Any man would likely be stirred by it. However, while her tone remained respectful, it subtly hinted at an inquiry. Yunchin, your audacity grows bolder. This esteemed elderly possesses remarkable cultivation. What is wrong with my intention to befriend him? When did it become your place to make such decisions in the Maoyan sect? Upon hearing this, Madame Fan's expression darkened. I dare not. The disciple merely received Elder Yun's admonition before departing. I hope the sect master refrains from undertaking actions that would put the disciple in a difficult position. The young woman spoke with great humility, yet her words bore no hint of concession, invoking Elder Yun's name as leverage. Humph. Once this matter is resolved and Yun Tianxiao returns, I shall certainly inform him. As for the leader of this sect, there are other pressing matters at hand, so I must excuse myself. Lady Fan's countenance grew even colder, and with a graceful flick of her long sleeves, she turned away without a backward glance. Within the hall, only a young woman with a complexion fluctuating between gloom and brightness remained. As night fell, within a room adorned with elegance and comfort, Han Li lay upon a wooden bed, his gaze unwavering as he pondered deeply. Despite the recklessness of spending the night in this marketplace, he harbored no apprehension. The circumstances of this place had already been thoroughly scanned by his formidable divine sense. The highest cultivation here belonged to Lady Fan and a few late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. There were no golden core practitioners present, let alone those of the nascent soul stage. Thus, barring any unforeseen events, he could remain here with peace of mind. However, he was now contemplating whether it was truly wise to spend several years returning to the inner sea via the maritime route at that moment. A series of knocks echoed at the door. Come in, Han Li said languidly from his bed, as if already aware of who was approaching. His expectation, a light, melodious laugh floated in from outside. And Lady Fan, dressed resplendently, entered the room. She glided gracefully to the center, her hair as dark as ink, exuding charms that captivated the senses. Senior has not found rest this late. It seems you anticipated my arrival, she remarked, as a fragrant breeze enveloped her. Without hesitation, she seated herself closely beside Han Li at the head of the bed, gazing at him with a smile. Lady Fan's insinuations were strikingly apparent. I too am curious to know what secret matter the lady wishes to discuss privately with me. Let it be made clear beforehand, if it does not pertain to the teleportation array. I am disinterested in knowing. Han Li did not even glance at her, his eyes closing slightly as he replied nonchalantly, that is only natural, having been pursued by so many nascent soul elders to this alien sea. Elder Han naturally longs to return, she stated. What did you say? Who is Elder Han? Han Li's body stiffened slightly as he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the enchanting woman before him. His voice turning icy. I am referring, of course, to our esteemed Elder Han. Lady Fan replied unperturbed, her demeanor remaining composed, devoid of any sign of panic. Han Li scrutinized her coldly for a moment before sitting up. How did you recognize me? With your cultivation, it should be impossible to discern my true appearance, he inquired. Gradually regaining his composure, I did not recognize you by sight, but by scent, Lady Fan replied, extending her flawless, jade-like wrist to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear, a glint of cunning flashing in her beautiful eyes. By scent. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, a mixture of realization and confusion crossing his face. Noticing his lingering bewilderment, Lady Fan pursed her lips and chuckled lightly, explaining, I have always been somewhat different from others. I can distinctly discern the unique essences of individuals and can permanently retain the sense I wish to remember. Unfortunately, I found myself quite intrigued by Elder Han back then, and I had already committed your essence to memory. I have not forgotten it to this day, during our last encounter in the marketplace. You were too far away and surrounded by too many people, which is why I did not perceive your true identity. However, today, in the hall, with such proximity, it was impossible for you to conceal yourself from me. At this moment, Madame Fan's eyes seemed as if they could weep at any moment, gazing at Han Li with a myriad of enchanting emotions, a subtle smile playing on her lips. Chapter 554. Plea for help in transaction. Han Li, upon hearing this, fell into a state of speechlessness, astonished that there existed individuals capable of discerning others merely through their aura. Encountering such a situation, he could only lament his misfortune. However, he did not exhibit any signs of panic. As long as individuals like Manhuzi or Feng Shi did not appear, with his current cultivation and treasures, there were few whom he needed to fear. This woman, having witnessed his prowess, had deliberately come to the secretive gathering, and he believed she harbored ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, Han Li replied in a tone that was neither warm nor cold, Since Madam has recognized me, I shall not feign ignorance. However, should I refer to you as Envoy Fan, or shall I call you Sectmaster Fan? It appears, esteemed senior, that you do not acknowledge my position as the master of the Miaoing sect. Yet, you may be unaware that had I not followed the commands of those in the demonic path, the Miaoing sect would likely have already vanished from the chaotic star sea. I admit. I do have some fondness for the position of sect master, but it was largely a decision made out of necessity. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Madame Fan's expression initially brightened, only to be followed by a rueful smile as she began to explain. There is no need for you to concern yourself with such matters. I am utterly indifferent to who leads the Miaoing sect. My status as an elder is merely nominal. However, from what you just said, it seems you are aware of certain matters pertaining to me. This piques my curiosity. Could you perhaps share some insights? Han Li maintained a serene demeanor, stretching lazily and adopting an air of nonchalance. Madame Fan displayed a hint of surprise, her beautiful gaze lingering on him for a moment before she burst into a charming smile. Although your name, esteemed Han, may not be universally known, it is certainly renowned among high-ranking cultivators. A mere core formation cultivator managed to seize the precious Shu Tianding from a multitude of Yuanying stage elders and then vanished without a trace. Just this incident alone has already made Elder Han's name echo far and wide. With a smile that captivated all, she added, indeed, among 10 cultivators aware of this, 9 would wish to extinguish Han Li. The remaining one is merely dreaming of acquiring the precious Ding. Envoy Fan, do you also harbor such intentions? Han Li scoffed coldly, casting a glance at her before reverting to her previous title. Esteemed senior, you jest. Were I a core formation cultivator, I might indeed entertain such fantasies. However, since my recent failure in achieving core formation, I have long abandoned any aspirations for further advancement. Such treasures are not meant for one of my fortune, that I have no desire to engage in foolish acts that would invite calamity upon myself. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the beautiful woman sighed lightly, shaking her head repeatedly. Han Li scrutinized her demeanor closely. Her expression appeared genuine, yet he remained cautious of taking her words at face value. Thus, with a hint of wariness, he continued to inquire, aside from the matter of the Shu Tianding, are there any other rumors regarding me? Previously hesitant to engage with high-ranking cultivators, Han Li was genuinely ignorant of information concerning himself. Given this rare opportunity, he was determined to inquire without reservation. It appears that the senior has also caught wind of certain rumors, and indeed, there is another tale related to you. Some are saying that Senior Han is the insect demon who has been ruthlessly exterminating numerous cultivators in the nearby waters in recent years. This, however, I find rather hard to believe. Given that you possess the Su Tianding, a treasure of such caliber, it would be too late for you to conceal your identity. How could you possibly engage in such ostentatious deeds? Nonetheless, I have heard that many uninformed cultivators have been incited. Were it not for the sudden outbreak of the beast tide, those who have suffered at the hands of the insect demon might have even formed a demon-slaying society to hunt you down. The young woman covered her mouth with a delicate hand, gazing at Han Li with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. Han Li, unfazed, merely nodded in acknowledgement, saying nothing. This left Madame Fan somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the ruthless demon lord in the rumors is indeed this Elder Han? Very well, let us hear the true purpose of tonight's visit from Envoy Fan, that I shall listen with an open mind. Han Li, maintaining his impassive demeanor, inquired calmly, devoid of any emotion in his voice. Since Elder Han has spoken thus, I shall be frank that I wish to request your assistance in eliminating the vile scoundrel. Yun Tianxiao, considering your formidable abilities, dispatching this villain should be a trivial matter. Madame Fan hesitated briefly before resolutely stating, a trace of deep resentment flickering across her remarkably beautiful visage. Yun Tianxiao, is he not your ally? Han Li did not display any surprise, pondering for a moment before leisurely inquiring, "My dear elder, why must you speak in such contradictory terms? Surely, you must have discerned some clues regarding the events within the hall today. Here in the Miaoyin sect, I have nearly become a mere puppet. Were it not for my knowledge of certain secret arts of our sect and a few loyal subordinates, I fear I would have long since lost my position as sect master." Madame Fan spoke with bitterness, her expression darkening. Given that Envoy Fan ascended to the position of sect master through the power of demonic forces, one would expect some level of awareness regarding the consequences. Now, what good does it do to lament? Being a puppet sect master is far preferable to losing one's life. Han Li said, his expression unyielding, showing no inclination to agree. Yet now, my very life is in jeopardy. A jade slip containing the secret arts of the Miaoyin sect, which I entrusted to a trusted disciple, has recently gone missing along with him. It is highly likely that it has fallen into the hands of Yun Tianxiao. If he allows his own trusted female disciple to cultivate these arts, do you believe I still have any hope of survival? If you assist me in eliminating this scoundrel, I would be willing to bestow upon you the majority of the wealth amassed by the Miaoyin sect over the years. All the maidens within the sect would also be at your disposal. With a bitter expression, Madame Fan revealed her perilous situation, and then, a fierce promise flashed across her stunning visage. "I have no interest. Please take your leave, madam." Although the terms she offered were exceptionally tempting, Han Li rejected without a moment's hesitation. He did not doubt her words. If she truly sought to deceive him, she could easily feign ignorance of his identity and secretly plot against him. In such a scenario, the likelihood of her success would increase significantly. The fundamental reason lies in Han Li's unwillingness to squander any time here. He has a life-threatening adversary on his heels, poised to pursue him at any moment. Even if this woman were to bestow the entirety of the Miaoyin sect upon him, Han Li would unceremoniously kick it aside, prioritizing his own survival above all else. Upon witnessing this, Madame Fan felt a twinge of confusion in her heart. Yet, after pleading desperately a few more times, she noted that Han Li showed no inclination to change his mind, causing her lovely countenance to shift through various expressions. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, the beautiful matron gritted her teeth and said, "If the younger generation can devise a means, I can ensure that you return to the inner sea within a short period. Elder Han, would you be willing to lend your assistance?" After uttering these words, Madame Fan gazed at Han Li with an anxious expression. This was, after all, her final condition to present. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but then replied without hesitation, "If you can indeed facilitate my return to the inner sea within 10 days, then this matter is open for negotiation. However, is it not true that the dreamstone required for the teleportation array is in short supply? Did Fanswasher deliberately deceive me with falsehoods during the day?" As he spoke the last sentence, Han Li's expression darkened slightly, his voice turning cold. "Of course not. For Yun Tianxiao, the teleportation array is indeed lacking in dreamstones. However, he is unaware that our Miaoyin sect once invested heavily in procuring some of this rare material. These dreamstones are among them, originally intended for establishing teleportation arrays between several branches in the inner sea. Yet, when I ventured to the outer sea, I brought them all along. Later, upon discerning Yun Tianxiao's predatory ambitions, I naturally refrained from revealing these materials, for if he were to gain support from the demonic forces of the inner sea, I would have no opportunity for resurgence whatsoever." The beautiful matron felt a sudden surge of hope and hurriedly explained to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart soared with delight. Yet, on the surface, he restrained his excitement, lowering his head to ponder for a moment. After a brief interval, he lifted his gaze and calmly stated, "Bring forth the dreamstones for me to examine, then take me to the location of the teleportation array for a look. If there truly exists a sufficient quantity of materials that can be immediately utilized, I may be inclined to assist once." Han Li's voice resonated, word by word. Upon hearing these words, Madame Fan first exhibited joy, but then a flicker of hesitation crossed her features. "If this cannot be achieved, then I shall not concern myself with this matter," Han Li added with an undeniable tone. "Very well. Acquiring the materials is manageable. I can take the elder to inspect them tomorrow, or even now. However, the site for constructing the teleportation array is somewhat distant, and the disciples guarding it are primarily Yun Tianxiao's confidants that it may prove rather challenging," Madame Fan remarked, her brows furrowing in concern. "Since we are set to confront this elder Yun, why should we be apprehensive about a few of his confidants? It is an opportune moment to clip his wings and strike him down decisively." Han Li retorted, "However, where exactly is Yun Tianxiao at present? He cannot be too far from this location. Can he?" Han Li inquired, a note of worry creeping into his voice. Chapter 555. Taking action in the teleportation array 2 days later. Near a nameless islet west of Shuangfeng Island, a streak of azure light soared through the air, drawing nearer to the island's expanse. As it approached the island's skies, the brilliance suddenly dimmed. It was none other than Han Li and Madame Fan. Displeased with the woman's relatively slow speed, Han Li opted to envelop her in his own light and swiftly transported them both to this location. Is the teleportation array located on this island? Gazing down at the diminutive island beneath him, Han Li tilted his head slightly and inquired with an air of nonchalance. "Indeed, there are 8 disciples of the Miaoyan sect guarding the teleportation array on the island. However, aside from 2 of my subordinates, the rest are individuals of the demonic path brought by Yun Tianxiao, all possessing cultivation levels above the foundation establishment stage, whom I cannot command," Lady Fan replied, her expression somewhat solemn. "Understood. Summon your people. I shall handle the others," Han Li stated, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. "Very well. Senior, please wait a moment," Lady Fan promptly agreed without hesitation, her delicate hand rising to reveal a communication talisman. With a flick of her wrist, the talisman transformed into a streak of flame, darting towards the island. Han Li observed as the communication talisman circled a small hill on the island before darting directly towards an unassuming mound of earth. In an instant, the flame vanished from sight, seemingly entering some form of restriction. After a brief moment, 3 figures emerged from the mound, 2 women and a man. Upon catching sight of Lady Fan and Han Li in the sky, the trio shot towards them in a dazzling display of light. "Greetings, Sect Master." 2 voluptuous and enchanting female cultivators immediately bowed deeply to Lady Fan upon arrival. They then curiously appraised Han Li. But as soon as they discerned his unmasked foundation establishment Cultivation, their expression shifted to one of shock and solemnity. The blue-clad elder trailing behind the 2 women merely clasped his fist towards Lady Fan. Yet his gaze towards Han Li bore a hint of suspicion, as if he wished to inquire further. However, Han Li, having already identified friend from foe, denied him the opportunity to speak. That a glimmer of lethal intent flickered on his face as he silently flicked his finger, unleashing a streak of azure sword energy that shot forth like lightning. The elder's face turned pale with terror, but the speed of the sword light was far too swift. He barely managed to gasp before a blood hole, as thick as a thumb, appeared on his forehead. His body plummeted straight down. This scene left the 2 women in utter shock. However, upon seeing Lady Fan's unyielding expression, they exchanged glances and fell silent. Grasping the gravity of the situation, "Are the others still below?" Lady Fan inquired coldly towards the 2 women. "Yes, all 5 are at the array. I shall lead the sect master and senior there immediately," one of the fair-skinned female cultivators replied promptly, keenly understanding the situation. "Very well. Ensure that Senior Li is escorted down. None of these individuals may escape." Lady Fan's exquisite face revealed a chilling determination. The 2 women, realizing that Lady Fan had indeed summoned reinforcements and intended to confront Yun Tianxiao's group, ceased their hesitation and guided Han Li and Lady Fan directly towards the small mound. "Open!" One of the women hovered above the mound, brandishing a radiant red token as she commanded the area below. Instantly, a burst of crimson light erupted from the token, striking the mound. Red ripples radiated outward, revealing a towering yellow stone door approximately 4 to 5 zhang high on the surface of the mound. This is the location. However, the 5 individuals possess cultivation at the mid-foundation establishment stage. So senior should exercise caution. The fair-skinned female cultivator smiled charmingly at Hanli before sweetly offering her warning. Understood. Hanli spoke expressionlessly. Then, raising his hand, a column of azure light erupted from his palm. With a deafening roar, the stone door was shattered to pieces, and Hanli, unperturbed, flew directly inside. The two female cultivators exchanged worried glances, but Madame Fan, brimming with confidence in Hanli, beckoned the two women and followed suit. Upon entering the stone door, they found themselves in a passage of approximately 30 to 40 feet wide, yet Hanli narrowed his eyes. This was because, perhaps alerted by the resounding crash of the shattered door. Two figures rushed out in haste. Without taking a moment to examine their faces, Hanli opened his mouth and two gleaming, translucent azure swords shot forth, piercing directly towards the two individuals. Startled, the pair had yet to comprehend the unfolding events and could only hastily conjure a red silk handkerchief and a small yellow shield in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. However, with a swift whoosh, the azure light traversed through, causing their magical artifacts to immediately lose their spiritual energy and fall to the ground. Almost simultaneously, after a flash of azure light, the two let out a scream and turned to flee. Hanli strode over the fallen bodies, his pace unwavering. The two swords returned to him, swirling around him in a graceful dance. The following Madame Fan and her companions were naturally elated at this sight but paused briefly to deal with the two corpses. Once the three women traversed the passage and entered a grand hall that spanned over 100 feet in width, Hanli stood in the center with his hands clasped behind his back. His expression unchanged. At his feet lay a small-scale teleportation array, which he scrutinized intently, seemingly deep in thought. Surrounding him were three dismembered corpses, and a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Upon witnessing this scene, Madame Fan's face blossomed with delight. She instructed the other two women to handle the corpses before gracefully approaching Han El. It appeared that the senior had truly reached a level of mastery over his powers, rendering the foundation-building cultivators like them as mere trifles. As she stood beside Hanli, she spoke with a flattering tone. Indeed, foundation-building cultivators are nothing of concern to you now. This array. Is this what you refer to as the teleportation array? Hanli seemed to be wholly absorbed in the array beneath him and responded perfunctorily, redirecting the conversation to the matter at hand. Indeed, you must have discerned that this array is nearly complete, with only the placement of the Dreamstone remaining before it can be activated. As you have seen, I have not spoken falsely, Madame Fan replied, her bright eyes twinkling. Since what you say is true, I shall take care of Yun Tianxiao, Hanli replied. However, does this array truly lead to the Huangming Island in the Inner Sea? To my knowledge, that is merely an ordinary mid-sized island. Why would the demonic cultivators set the other end of the array there? Hanli furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the array beneath him. Indeed, I have heard Yun Tianxiao mention that Huangming Island once housed an ancient, abandoned teleportation array from bygone eras. The demonic cultivators made slight modifications for their own use. However, that array can only receive transmissions, not send them out, and hence is not utilized frequently. It is only because this teleportation array is capable of accepting such long-distance transfers from the outer sea that it is in use. Even Yun Tianxiao would not choose this place. The elder from the past would encounter no troubles. Madame Fan, her expression grave, explained to Hanli. She was now acutely aware of Hanli's profound regard for matters of teleportation and naturally dared not treat the situation with levity. Upon hearing this, Hanli nodded, refraining from further comments. As long as there were no formidable Yuan period experts guarding the area, he would not flinch even in the face of perilous dragon lairs or tiger dens. Furthermore, he was willing to take some risks, as it was far preferable to flying back through the outer sea to the inner sea. Hanli was confident that there was no need for this woman to deceive him regarding such matters. After scrutinizing the teleportation array for a few moments, he turned to Madame Fan with a cold demeanor and said, "Hasten to summon your array master here to complete this formation. After I have dispatched that scoundrel Yun Tianxiao, we must immediately utilize the teleportation array. Now, let us await Elder Yun's arrival. As you mentioned, he should arrive at Shuangfeng Island in 5 or 6 days to personally oversee the market affairs." Upon finishing his words, he strode out with a somber expression. As the days passed, Hanli felt a growing sense of unease within him. He understood all too well that remaining stationary for extended periods only increased the likelihood of being sought out by that demon cultivator. Feng Shi. What troubled him further was that the dissipating of the wind spirit essence, as claimed by Feng Shi, had yet to occur. He pondered how long a while truly meant. Could it possibly extend to a year or even several? Or was it merely an empty threat? He had attempted several times to shrink the golden devouring insect and swallow it to gradually consume the wind spirit essence, but to his dismay, he discovered that this method was utterly ineffective. The insect needed first to breach the protective golden threads of the evil-repelling divine thunder to access the wind spirit essence within. However, as soon as a small hole was made in the outer golden threads, the wind spirit essence would immediately surge forth, prompting him to hastily seal the breach. Thus, had it not been for the effortless eradication of Yun Tianxiao, he would not have lingered here for so long. Nonetheless, a lingering sense of foreboding gnawed at Han Li, an ominous feeling that was difficult to shake off. Chapter 556. Lure and ambush. Upon returning to Shuangfeng Island, Madame Fan swiftly, with Han Li's assistance, eradicated all the cultivators loyal to Yun Tianxiao. 5 days later, Han Li sat in the hall of the market, eyes closed in meditation, while Madame Fan sat opposite him, her expression fluctuating between light and dark. At that moment, a flash of fire zipped through the door, causing Madame Fan's eyes to brighten. With a delicate gesture of her hand, the fire flew into her grasp. A few panicked feminine voices emerged from the flame. Master, it is dire. Apart from Elder Yun, the esteemed Miaohua Zhenren has returned alongside him. They have already entered the market. Master, prepare yourself. What? That old ghost Miaohua has come as well? Shocked, Madame Fan crushed the transmission talisman, her face paling significantly. The Miaohua from the Biyun sect? Han Li opened his eyes, his expression shifting slightly before settling back into calmness. Who else could it be but that old Taoist? It was already too late to withdraw. All traces of Yun Tianxiao's followers had been thoroughly eliminated. He merely needed to linger in the market for a short while to discern the anomaly. Madame Fan spoke, her face ashen. Subsequently, upon observing that Han Li remained composed, the lady fixed her gaze upon him, a flicker of hopeful anticipation stirring within her heart. Noticing her silence, Han Li could not help but roll his eyes in exasperation and retorted, Madam, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you truly expect me to confront a cultivator at the nascent soul stage? Yet, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed, since the adversary was not a brute like Man Huzi or the likes of Wan Tiaming. While he might not stand a chance against them, he could simply retreat without a second thought. Especially with the addition of the Wind Thunder Wings as a magical artifact, he felt increasingly confident in his ability to extricate himself safely from a nascent soul initial stage cultivator. If possible, he certainly wished to adhere to his original plan and return to the Inner Star Sea via the teleportation array. Thus, despite his spoken words, Han Li's mind was racing with calculations. However, upon hearing Han Li's remarks, Madame Fan's countenance turned ashen, leaving her momentarily frozen in place, her thoughts in disarray. Yet, moments later, a glint of cold realization flashed in Han Li's eyes as he licked his lips and inquired in a low voice. Might I ask what connection exists between the Miao He and Yun Tianxiao? If I were to suddenly eliminate Yun Tianxiao, would he surely retaliate on his behalf? Taken aback by Han Li's question, Madame Fan quickly grasped the implication and replied with surprise. What connection could there possibly be? That old Taoist is merely someone Yun Tianxiao has sought to cultivate relations with, using the female cultivators of our Miao Yin sect as his furnace. Although he is somewhat close to Yun Tianxiao, should he be offered better terms subsequently, he is unlikely to concern himself with our affairs. However, this is contingent upon Yun Tianxiao not seeking his assistance. Otherwise, the old Taoist might feel compelled to intervene on our behalf. That will suffice. You will lead Yun Tianxiao to the adjacent room. I shall strike and eliminate him before he has the chance to call for aid. Han Li calmly reasoned with Madame Fan. As long as the fact of your ascendancy is established, the old Taoist will not raise any objections. Following that, you can entice Miao He with even more favorable terms. Very well. Given the circumstances, we have no choice but to fight. Senior must exert your utmost effort to eliminate Yun Tianxiao in the shortest time possible. You should retreat to the furthest room while I handle the distraction. Madame Fan, not an ordinary woman, resolutely agreed, having been pushed to this point. Seeing this, Han Li wasted no further time and swiftly made his way toward the side door of the hall, which led to numerous rooms of varying sizes behind it. As he reached the entrance, an idea struck him, causing him to halt abruptly and turn with a grim expression. Madam, it would not occur to you to suddenly expose my identity after I have dispatched Yun Tianxiao, only to seek to ingratiate yourself with the old Taoist Miao He, would it? Regardless of whether you entertain such thoughts, I must issue a warning. With my current capabilities, even if I am not yet a match for Miao He, escaping his grasp would still be a trivial matter at that point. I trust you can envision what actions I might take. His tone had turned icy as he delivered the latter part of his warning. Consider this a cautionary statement to prevent you from acting impulsively and instigating circumstances detrimental to both of us. Upon hearing these words, Madame Fan was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting several times before a wry smile crept onto her face. The esteemed elder jested. How could I, a humble servant, engage in acts of ingratitude? Moreover, Elder Han is not an ordinary alchemist. Surely I am aware of this. Please rest assured, esteemed elder, that as long as we eliminate Yun Tianxiao, I shall certainly uphold my promise. The young woman spoke with a solemn expression, subsequently swearing a toxic oath to the heavens. Upon hearing her words, Han Li gazed deeply at her for several moments before turning away and entering the side door. After traversing a short corridor, he arrived at the final chamber. This room, although slightly smaller, bore an arrangement strikingly similar to that of the previous hall. With a flicker of motion, Han positioned himself beside a sandalwood chair and sat down. He then closed his eyes and retracted his aura entirely, in order to avoid detection by the approaching Miao He and others. Confident in his cultivation at the late stage of alchemy, he believed he could evade the perception of an early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Yet this remained but a conjecture. Whether he could genuinely elude Miao He's senses left him somewhat unsettled. All he could do was try his utmost. In the adjacent hall, Madame Fan was equally anxious. Although she spoke with apparent confidence in Han Li's abilities, she too was uncertain whether he could indeed eliminate Yun Tianxiao in an instant. While Han Li had showcased his prowess during the last exchange meeting, she understood that much of his success was due to an element of surprise. Nevertheless, being a person of profound cunning, she forcibly suppressed her wavering thoughts and seated herself at the head of the table, pouring herself a cup of hot tea and savoring it slowly. Through this action, she quickly regained her composure. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Moments later, a scholar and a middle-aged Taoist clad in a robe adorned with a white crane pattern entered sequentially. Miao He, esteemed Elder Yun, Madame Fan exclaimed with feigned surprise. Hastily setting down her teacup and rising to bow respectfully to Miao He, the elder merely nodded slightly, his demeanor tranquil, embodying the essence of a transcendent figure. However, upon entering the hall, Yun Tianxiao glanced around, and his brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of suspicion. Why is Yun Qin not present to attend to the sect leader? Has she dared to be lazy and defiant? I must give her a proper lesson, he remarked, seemingly irked after a brief return of courtesy. Yun Qin, Madame Fan hesitated, casting a glance at Miao He, her countenance betraying her uncertainty. Sect leader, esteemed Elder Miao He is not an outsider. Speak plainly about any matters at hand. Yun Tianxiao was taken aback for a moment, but soon feigned displeasure as he replied. In that case, I shall be forthright. Yun Qin is currently attending to a wandering cultivator who possesses a batch of dreamstone he wishes to sell to our sect. She insisted on personally negotiating with him, leaving me with no choice. Upon hearing this, Madame Fan likewise expressed her displeasure. What? Dreamstone? As Yun Tianxiao was about to speak to Miao He, a shiver ran through him upon hearing this, and his face lit up with surprise. Miao He's eyes glinted with interest, and he narrowed them slightly. Humph. Elder Yun's prized disciple insists on conducting private discussions, not even allowing me, the sect leader, to observe. Madame Fan, seemingly harboring a bellyful of pent-up frustration, retorted with a discontented expression. Ahem. Indeed, Yun Qin has somewhat overstepped. However, I believe it was unintentional. Master of the gate, where are they now? I am somewhat uneasy. After a few light coughs, Yun Tianxiao appeared nonchalant, yet he swiftly turned to the venerable Maio and respectfully stated, Senior Maio, please hold on for a moment. Once I attend to this minor matter, we shall continue our discussion regarding the matters we spoke of on the road. Since you, Taoist Yun, have pressing affairs, do attend to them first. I shall meditate here for a while, replied the venerable Maio with a slight smile, seemingly unconcerned. Upon hearing this, Yun Tianxiao was instantly elated and then shifted his gaze to Madame Fan. Elder Yun, please follow me. I shall guide you down the path, Madame Fan said with reluctance, slowly making her way towards the side door, appearing rather unwilling to take tea this moment. Yun Tianxiao was already befuddled by the delightful news of the illusion stone. Seeing Madame Fan's actions dispelled the last remnants of his doubts, and he hurriedly followed her. Meanwhile, Maio casually glanced at the retreating figures of the two, nonchalantly finding a chair and seating himself with an air of indifference. On the other side, Yun Tianxiao had enthusiastically accompanied Madame Fan to the last stone chamber at the end of the passage, where the door was tightly shut. Here we are, You two may converse at your leisure. As for me, as the master of the gate, I am utterly powerless, Madame Fan huffed, pointing at the door, and then seemingly filled with discontent, turned to leave. Observing this, a faint smirk flickered across Yun Tianxiao's face. And with indifference, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Chapter 557. An unexpected turn of events upon entering the room. Yun Tianxiao beheld a man seated low in the center. Holding something radiant in his hands, he was taken aback, glancing around, yet did not see the girl named Yunqin, which caused him to freeze momentarily, and a surge of vigilance arose within him. Who are you? And where is that girl Yunqin? He inquired, fixing his gaze on the man, as his innate treasures began to stir restlessly within him. Heh, brother Yun, have you forgotten me after such a brief absence? The man chuckled lightly, raising his gaze to meet his itsu. Upon recognizing the man's face, Yun Tianxiao's expression shifted dramatically, and without a moment's hesitation, he attempted to flee as a streak of light. Too late, the man's calm voice echoed, and in an instant, a burst of colorful clouds erupted from his hand. With a flash of brilliance, several five-colored copper rings appeared on Yun Tianxiao, tightening simultaneously in a low chant. Yun Tianxiao let out a cry as he was thrown to the ground. In a state of panic, he hurried to unleash his treasures, yet they remained immobile, as if lifeless, bound by an unseen force. Senior Maio, please save me. Yun Tianxiao's soul seemed to leave his body as he cried out in terror, disregarding everything else. Just as he managed to utter that plea, the man opposite him opened his mouth, and a streak of azure light shot forth, spiraling before swiftly severing his head. Without hesitation, the man reached out with one hand, and the storage bag from the corpse flew into his grasp, while the five-colored rings and azure light returned to his side. This sequence of actions unfolded with the speed of lightning. However, almost simultaneously, a resounding explosion erupted from one side. The wall beside the stone house suddenly shattered into pieces. Amidst a flurry of flying ash, the figure of the master Miaohua, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, materialized before them. The old Taoist cast a grim glance at the dismembered body on the ground, then raised his eyes to regard Han Li, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his gaze as he softly uttered, seeking death. Following this, he flicked his finger, and a blazing, radiant beam of white light surged forth, darting towards Han Li in an instant. Han Li's pupils constricted, a chill running through him. In response, the five elements ring in his hand swelled dramatically, merging into a resplendent, multicolored giant ring that enveloped him. Simultaneously, he flipped his palm, and the red and yellow jade rui reappeared in his grasp. This was the first time Han Li had relied on the ancient treasure's sharpness to withstand an attack from a Yuanying stage cultivator after his significant advancement in cultivation. And naturally, he harbored a sense of tentative exploration. Thus, while his expression remained seemingly calm, his heart was tumultuous, lacking any confidence. With a resounding bang, the white light collided with the five-colored radiance. Han Li was struck as if by a heavy hammer, his body hurtling backward and crashing forcefully against the stone wall, causing the world to spin around him. Just then, amid his dizziness, a voice of surprise emanated from across the room. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, and Han Li inhaled sharply, swinging the jade rui with great force. Within the multicolored light ring, a red and yellow protective barrier materialized instantly. Another powerful blow followed, this time noticeably less severe than the last. He staggered backward a few steps, but managed to regain his footing. With his heart steadied, Han Li willed a pair of silvery wings to unfurl behind him. With a thunderous clap of thunder, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in another corner of the room just in time to evade the next onslaught of white light. At this moment, Han Li finally discerned the true nature of the white light, revealing itself to be a small jade hammer, gleaming with brilliance. The oval hammerhead, adorned with intricate runes and no larger than a palm, emanated an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. Upon missing his strike, Master Miaohua's expression shifted slightly. He beckoned with his hand, and the small hammer zipped back into the voluminous folds of his robes. To his surprise, a mere Jiedan stage cultivator possessed such an abundance of ancient treasures. What is your name? Master Miaohua inquired, a glimmer of astonishment in his eyes. Han Li pressed his lips together, preparing to speak when the door was suddenly pushed open, and Madame Fan entered, her demeanor slightly excited. Master Miaohua, this esteemed senior Li is someone I specifically invited to deal with the traitor Yuniangxiu, she announced with great reverence. Rest assured, this scoundrel has promised certain conditions, and I am willing to compensate you doubly. Madame Fan offered a respectful bow to Master Miaohua, her tone exceptionally deferential. Upon hearing this, Master Miaohua's brows knitted slightly as his gaze shifted to the corpse on the ground, his expression flickering between uncertainty and contemplation. Han Li remained silent, standing still. However, Madame Fan, witnessing the change in Master Miaohua's demeanor, grew increasingly anxious. Very well. Since this is a matter internal to the Miaoyin sect, I shall refrain from further interference, Master Miaohua finally said, his countenance softening. But do not forget what you just stated, Sect Leader Fan. Please rest assured, esteemed senior, how could I possibly go back on my word? Madame Fan replied, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, finally easing, as she assured him with a blooming smile. The old Taoist nodded but then glanced at Han Li, a flicker of suspicion appearing on his face. The esteemed Taoist, where did you cultivate before? Your visage appears exceedingly unfamiliar. After a brief silence, he suddenly inquired. The junior. Han Li felt a shiver run down his spine, and after a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth to dispel the doubts of this individual. However, as he uttered just 2 words, a flicker of azure light flashed across his face, and his expression abruptly transformed. The wind spirit energy, ensconced within golden threads, surged violently at that moment, given its ferocity. It seemed evident that the wind-devouring beast, Fengshi, was lurking nearby. In a tumult of astonishment and fury, Han Li hastily summoned all of his magical power to suppress the explosive outburst of the wind spirit energy. Yet he found himself drenched in cold sweat nonetheless. Having weathered this crisis, as he exhaled a sigh of relief, he was met with the astonished gaze of Miao He, who wore an expression imbued with a peculiar blend of surprise and delight. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but a sudden realization struck him, causing him to touch his face with a pallid countenance. Indeed, the transformation technique had faltered, and he had reverted to his original appearance. Han Li, the expression of Miao He darkened momentarily as she called out his name. Han Li's face turned ashen, and he inwardly lamented his misfortune. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the silver wings on his back. Vanishing with a crack of thunder, simultaneously, the old Taoist, with a flick of his sleeves, transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared from sight. Inside the chamber, only the bewildered Madame Fan remained. Her face a tapestry of complex emotions. In the skies above Double Peak Island, a flash of silver light heralded Han Li's sudden appearance. Yet, in the next instant, a beam of white light erupted from the island, hurtling swiftly towards him. Han Li's expression darkened as he infused his internal exorcising divine thunder into the wind and thunder wings. Amidst the rumbling thunder, he vanished in an instant, reappearing 100 yards away, only to vanish once more and re-emerge. In the blink of an eye, Han Li's figure had shrunk to a distant black dot. Witnessing this, Miao He was taken aback, and without a moment's thought, he surmised that Han Li's wings were undoubtedly a treasure derived from the Void Heaven Cauldron. Igniting a fervor within him, with a low shout, he transformed into a dazzling rainbow streak. The air was filled with the sizzling sounds of rapid movement as the radiant rainbow morphed into a pinpoint, chasing after Han Li with fervor. In a matter of moments, both points of light vanished from sight. Han Li, utilizing the exorcising divine thunder to activate the wind and thunder wings, moved with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing, leaving Miao He far behind. At this pace, Han Li would soon be able to completely shake off the old Taoist. However, at that moment, the wind spirit energy within him began to erupt with increasing frequency, surging almost after every meal. This compelled Han Li to halt repeatedly, drawing upon spiritual power to quell the backlash of the wind spirit energy. Each delay afforded Miao He an opportunity to lock onto Han Li with his consciousness, relentlessly pursuing him. Yet, what troubled Han Li most was not merely Miao He's relentless chase, but the palpable proximity of the wind-devouring beast, Fengshi, as the wind spirit energy's eruptions grew more violent. This filled Han Li with trepidation. In desperation, he resolved to flee towards the small island where a teleportation array was being constructed. He fervently hoped that, under Madame Fan's directive, the array would indeed be completed in a short span of time. As long as he can escape to this island before Miaohua and Fengshi catch up with him, there remains a chance to evade their relentless pursuit. Although the wind thunder wings boast a terrifying speed, the consumption of the exorcising divine thunder is equally considerable. Therefore, after once again distancing himself from Miaohua, Han Li retracted his wings and donned a crimson cloak. Then, enveloped in a swirl of blood light, he soared towards the small island. Chapter 558. The reappearance of the tornado wind. As Han Li sped through the escape light, he suppressed the unusual disturbances within his body with his magical power. The eruption of wind spirit chi had begun to manifest a troubling trend that was becoming increasingly difficult to control, instilling a sense of dread within him at this moment. He realized that the demon cultivator Fengxi had either suffered a significant depletion of power while refining a magical treasure or had been forced to suppress the backlash from the green liquid, resulting in a considerable reduction in the potency of the wind spirit chi he had invoked. Otherwise, whether he could have shaken off this demon that day would have been a matter of considerable uncertainty. However, upon gazing at the small island, which was faintly visible in the distance, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. What would have taken 2 days to traverse was accomplished in just over half a day due to his full-speed escape. As long as the teleportation array could be completed in a timely manner, he would be able to return to the inner sea unscathed, while there were still some Yuaning stage-old monsters to contend with. It was undoubtedly preferable to being relentlessly pursued by the extraordinarily swift tornado beast here. Just as Han Li was pondering this, he suddenly heard the voice of the real person Miaohua echoing behind him. Daoist friend Han, I harbor no ill intentions. I merely wish to exchange a celestial restoration pill at a high price. Why must you distance yourself so? The voice of real person Miaohua drifted through the air, calm and serene, devoid of any hint of anger, exuding a subtle undertone of genuine kindness that instinctively diminished hostility and evoked goodwill. Yet, upon hearing this, Han Li felt no warmth in his heart. Instead, he cursed inwardly. Due to the significant reduction in speed from wearing the crimson cloak, he could now see the dazzling figure of Miaohua trailing far behind him. This old Taoist seemed to have cultivated some peculiar and sinister technique. Attempting to distract him with a voice imbued with tempting allure, caught off guard, Han Li almost fell prey to this deception, but fortunately, the great evolution technique within him instinctively protected its master, allowing him to regain clarity of mind and evade the snare. However, a cold sweat broke out on Han Li's brow, and it was evident that, despite both employing similar techniques, the power wielded by a Yuan-ing stage cultivator was far superior to that of ordinary practitioners like Madame Fan or Yuan Yao. As for the old Taoist claim of merely seeking to exchange a celestial restoration pill without malice, Han Li would have to be utterly foolish to take him at his word. Seeing the island so close at hand, Han Li dared not linger. The flash of crimson light danced across his cloak as he prepared to rush towards the island. Just then, a sudden brilliance flickered on the horizon, followed by a piercing shriek that cut through the clouds. That a vaguely discernible black that abruptly appeared, rapidly enlarging and hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. Upon witnessing this, Han Li was struck with dread. Even without clearly identifying the figure, the terrifying speed and the ferocious nature of the shriek could only belong to a 9th-level tornado beast. Bitterly, Han Li realized he had no time to ponder further as the silver light behind him shimmered, and his wings sprang forth with a whoosh. Since this demon has already manifested, his only chance of survival lies in reaching the small island first. Otherwise, even if he attempts to flee at this moment, the terrifying speed of the would likely prevent him from escaping, even if he exhausts all his. With this thought in mind, vanished amidst the rumbling thunder, transforming into a silver arc of lightning that flickered and concealed itself in the air. Swiftly making his way towards the island, upon hearing the piercing shriek, immediately changed countenance. Although the old Taoist was unaware of who approached, he instinctively sensed that the entity was formidable. Observing the dark figure charging towards without hesitation, he naturally assumed this individual was also after causing a surge of panic within him. In a moment of desperation, he opened his mouth and, at the cost of his true essence, expelled a mass of. As the blood burst forth, it transformed into a vast cloud of crimson mist that enveloped the old Taoist. The white crane emblem on his robe radiated with brilliant light, consuming the nearby blood mist entirely, turning the emblem a deep crimson. Without a moment's hesitation, the spun gracefully, and the robe emitted a sound akin to a crane's cry. Amidst the blinding white light, a blood-red crane, several zhang in size, soared from the old Taoist form. This crane, exuding immense power, was entirely blood-red with emerald eyes. Seeing this expression darkened as he swiftly mounted the blood crane, with a firm tap on the crane's head. The emerald light in its eyes flickered, and with a powerful flap of its wings, they soared several dozen zhang away. Although its speed did not match his instantaneous flight, it was still significantly swifter than before. Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the air above the nearby ocean. Glided forward with ghostly grace, while the dark figure shrieked relentlessly as it darted towards him, and behind them, rode the blood crane. Trailing like the wind. In the blink of an eye, reached the skies above the small island, at which point the shadowy figure was a mere 1,000 zhang away, closing in with unimaginable speed. Discerned the figure clearly and felt a chill creep over him. What emerged from the distance was an extraordinary beast, possessing the upper body of a bird and the lower body of a fish. Complete with wings spanning a width of over a zhang and 2 pairs of razor-sharp claws. Its abdomen was adorned with scales, shimmering in a greenish hue, that had revealed its true form as the pursuing him relentlessly. While high-level demon cultivators might find it somewhat inconvenient to engage in combat in their beast forms, they could fully unleash their innate abilities. With this extraordinary speed, its true form allowed it to dash forth with terrifying swiftness. After drawing in a sharp breath, dared not linger, and with a flash of silver light, he appeared atop a mound on the small island, vanishing in a flicker of brilliance. Upon witnessing this scene, the demon's shriek abruptly ceased. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, it closed the distance of over 1,000 zhang in an instant, arriving above the island as well, following a brilliant flash of green light. The demon transformed into human-formed at that moment. The, riding the blood crane, also soared into view. Upon seeing his transformation, he was first taken aback, and upon recognizing his near-human appearance, his hair stood on end at a 9th-tier demon beast. Moreover, it is a species of avian demon known for its remarkable speed. With a mere glance, Miaohe arrived at a chilling conclusion. When humans encounter high-level demon beasts, it cannot be said that a fight to the death is inevitable. Yet if there is a significant disparity in strength, a bloody battle is certainly unavoidable. After all, both the demon cores of high-level demon beasts and the golden cores and yuan infants of humans are highly coveted by the opposing party. As a 9th-level demon beast, it surpasses humans in the mid-stage of their yuan infant realm by a fraction. Now that he was faced with such a being, how could the old Taoist not secretly lament his fate? Under normal circumstances, Miaohe would have turned and fled without a second thought. However, with the Shu Tianding so close at hand, he found it impossible to let go. Thus, after his complexion turned a shade of pallor, he waved his hands, conjuring a blue ancient mirror in one hand and a jade hammer in the other. With these 2 ancient treasures in his possession, the old Taoist felt a surge of courage and fixed his gaze on the adversary in silence. Feng Shi also spotted the real Miaohe, yet his mind was entirely consumed with thoughts of Han Li. He had no time to concern himself with the old Taoist's hostile actions. Just a moment ago, he had caught sight of the wings behind Han Li and was astonished to realize that he could wield such a treasure. This revelation filled him with both shock and profound sorrow. Even if he were to kill Han Li, the Feng Lei Qi, having already been recognized as a master, would only unleash 70% of its power. This fueled his deep-seated hatred for Han Li. Thus, in the face of Miaohe, he merely uttered a cold command to get lost, before transforming into a streak of azure light and plunging downwards, vanishing atop the mound in an instant. Miaohe was momentarily taken aback. However, after a firm bite of his teeth, he too mounted his white crane and soared downward. The Shu Tianding, the foremost treasure of the chaotic star sea, was something he was willing to risk his life for. At that moment, Han Li had already taken the initiative to shatter the stone door, swiftly flying into the passage. After a few lightning-quick leaps, he found himself in the plaza equipped with a teleportation array. There, several male and female cultivators from the Miaoyan sect were engaged in light-hearted conversation. Upon suddenly seeing Han Li appear, their faces were filled with astonishment, leaving them momentarily speechless. Had the teleportation array been completed? Han Li shimmered with silver light, materializing beside the teleportation array, and then bellowed at the male and female cultivators. "Ah, it is Senior Li. The teleportation array has been completed. However, it has yet to be tested. We are currently .1 particularly alluring female cultivator immediately recognized this new ally of their sect leader and respectfully began to explain the details to Han Li. Yet upon hearing that the formation was finished, Han Li disregarded all else and, with a swift motion, dashed into the teleportation array. Almost concurrently, the ceiling of the hall suddenly erupted, and the demon cultivator Feng Shi descended from the heavens in a swirl of azure light. Upon seeing this, Han Li's countenance turned ashen. Chapter 559. The Strange Misunderstanding. Feng Shi also caught sight of Han Li within the teleportation array, though he had suspected Han Li would seek refuge on the small island. He had never anticipated the presence of a teleportation array here. He watched Han Li unleash a spell combined with a mouthful of essence blood, expending a great deal of true essence to activate the teleportation array. A resonant hum filled the air. No. In a fit of rage, he let out a thunderous roar, and without a moment's thought, unleashed a surge of azure light that hurtled towards the corner of the teleportation array. Should he succeed in obliterating the array, Han Li would undoubtedly fall into his grasp. As he launched his attack, the demon cultivator's figure flickered, his face contorted with fury as he rushed like a whirlwind towards the teleportation array. Intent on interrupting Han Li's escape, however, his actions were evidently a tad too late. Aside from unleashing over 10 sword energies towards the azure light to temporarily delay its approach, Han Li showed no inclination to evade the ferocious assault of the Riftwind beast. For the formation had already emitted a milky white glow, enveloping Han Li's form within its embrace. By the time Feng Shi soared to the array's vicinity like a tempest, Han Li had vanished amidst the blinding radiance, leaving behind a furious Riftwind beast in the hall. Unaware of where this formation led, and lacking a teleportation talisman, it dared not plunge into the array in pursuit. At that moment, Miaohe, riding a white crane, burst through the shattered rooftop, only to witness the waning white light of the array, his expression mirroring shock and frustration. Yet, at this instant, Feng Shi suddenly turned, his crimson eyes fixated on the Taoist with unyielding intensity. A cold murderous intent flickering across his face. All humans here must perish. The fact that Han Li had evaded the clutches of the Riftwind beast ignited its fury, and upon seeing Miaohe enter, it unleashed its pent-up wrath upon him. Subsequently, the demon cultivator's azure light flared brilliantly, transforming in an instant into a streak of azure radiance that charged ferociously towards Miaohe. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Miaohe's countenance shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his ancient mirror and jade hammer almost simultaneously, and a myriad of colors intertwined in the air. Over a month later, rumors spread among human cultivators in the nearby seas. The esteemed Miaohe, a nascent soul cultivator, had suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of a 9th-tier demon beast, barely managing to escape with his nascent soul intact back to his dwelling. In an instant, humanity was once more gripped by terror at the ferocity of the demon beasts. They could never have anticipated that this was merely the beginning. Merely a few months later, the Dragon Serpent clan from the Abyss unexpectedly dispatched a multitude of high-ranking members, emerging from the deep sea to ruthlessly hunt down cultivators of the core formation stage and above. Though this onslaught lasted only a few short years, the casualties among high-ranking cultivators rivaled those of the Beast Tide. Among the fallen were 2 other nascent soul experts, besieged by several 9th-tier Dragon Serpents, who similarly sustained grievous injuries. Consequently, the cultivators in the surrounding seas were left in dread of the Dragon Serpents, none daring to venture out of their abodes lightly. This state of affairs persisted for over a decade before gradually returning to normalcy. However, the few fortunate cultivators who had escaped the clutches of the demon beasts were perplexed, for before each assault, the beasts always inquired if there were any core formation cultivators with the surname Li among them. Should they receive no answer, they would mercilessly attack. Thus, these cultivators surmised that the recent large-scale offensive by the Dragon Serpents was likely instigated by this Li cultivator. The manner in which this individual had provoked the Dragon Serpent clan remained a mystery. The consequences of this tale spreading were inevitable, with everyone cursing this individual for bringing calamity upon them. It is highly likely that if one could identify the esteemed practitioner of the Li surname, they might seize him and deliver him to the Jiaolong clan as an act of contrition. However, what perplexes them is that while there are still some damaged high-ranking cultivators, none bear the Li surname. Even if they wished to seek retribution, they could hardly locate the true culprit. Subsequently, Han Li, who would be cursed by thousands, found himself materializing in an unfamiliar location amidst a flash of white light, holding the great teleportation order. Given Han Li's cautious nature, he had long prepared for the possibility of encountering adversaries before the teleportation occurred, and he had once again transformed his appearance into that of a stranger. Yet, before he could fully recover from the dizziness of the teleportation, a languid voice drifted from the side. My good sir, it seems you are quite the impatient one. We are among the earliest arrivals here. The others have yet to arrive. Upon hearing this voice, Han Li's heart jolted, but he quickly composed himself and turned to glance in the direction of the sound. Not far from the teleportation array beneath his feet sat a figure clad in black, who was perched upon a slab of green stone. Noticing Han Li's gaze, the figure lifted his head and grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. However, upon closer inspection of this individual's countenance, Han Li was taken aback. The individual appeared truly ghastly, with a face that was parched and emaciated, resembling a living skull. Furthermore, after smiling at Han Li, his eyes shimmered with an eerie blue light. Despite his shock, Han Li did not dare to underestimate this person, for upon a cursory examination, he discerned that this individual was a mid-stage core formation cultivator. already a rare high-ranking practitioner in the chaotic Star Sea. At this moment, the skull-like figure evidently recognized Han Li's late-stage core formation cultivation, and his expression shifted to one of newfound courtesy. "Brother, please take a moment to rest over there. The others should arrive shortly. In this endeavor, we are likely to reap significant rewards," the skeletal figure said with a chuckle. Han Li, though privately astonished, maintained an impassive demeanor and nodded in acquiescence, concealing any signs of uncertainty at this juncture. Han Li also surveyed his surroundings and felt a slight sense of relief. This place resembled a cavern, measuring over 20 zhang in length, width, and height, besides the ancient teleportation array beneath his feet. 2 other teleportation arrays were also set up nearby. Everything here was identical to the description provided by Madame Fan regarding the teleportation array on Huangming Island. He had not encountered any mishaps during the teleportation. He had indeed returned to the Interstar SEA. It is worth noting that prior to this, when he had heard the disciples of the Miaoing sect express concerns about the untested teleportation formation, Han Li had felt a twinge of anxiety. Now, however, it appeared that fortune was on his side. Just as the skeletal figure was speaking to him, another formation flickered with yellow light, and a tall silhouette began to materialize. The figure in black, his eyes gleaming with excitement, immediately rose and walked over. Seizing this opportunity, Han Li discreetly unleashed a wisp of azure sword energy from his feet, creating an imperceptible fissure in the ancient teleportation array beneath him. Thus, the ancient teleportation formation lost its efficacy, alleviating his fears of being pursued by Miaoka or the Lycong beast, should they have followed him through a teleportation talisman. Han Li's subtle maneuver was executed with utmost secrecy, unnoticed by either the figure in black or the fearsome-looking brute who had just emerged from the teleportation array. The 2 individuals appeared to engage in a light-hearted banter, exchanging jovial taunts. Observing this, Han Li discreetly descended from the teleportation array and made his way towards the cave's exit. However, after just a few steps, a voice emanated from behind him, tinged with surprise that "My good fellow. The others have yet to arrive." The notification I received indicated that 5 individuals were to act in unison. Currently, the one responsible for relaying the instructions and another person have not yet made their appearance. It would be prudent for us to remain here in the cave for the time being. Otherwise, it may lead to complications later on. Is this your first time participating in such an operation? Your face seems somewhat unfamiliar. The figure clad in black initially expressed astonishment, yet ultimately reassured himself. For reasons unknown, he had never doubted Han Li's identity. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly, but then feigned dissatisfaction, muttering, "Why is this so troublesome? No one mentioned these regulations when I arrived. Ha! It must be that your cultivation is too advanced. Those tasked with conveying instructions naturally wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. However, do bear with it for a little longer. Once the mission is accomplished, you shall enjoy your freedom once more," the skeletal figure remarked with a light chuckle, the intent of which was unclear. At this point, Han Li had already deduced much about the situation as he contemplated what further inquiries to make. Another array of light flickered, and this time, 2 individuals materialized together. One was an elderly man in gray robes, his hair and beard as white as snow, while the other was a lean and capable-looking man. Han Li's eyes gleamed with interest as he noted an intricate azure flame emblem embroidered on the elder's wide sleeves. Vividly alive and seemingly imbued with some spiritual essence, indicating it was no ordinary insignia. Upon their arrival, the cave was filled with 5 individuals, Han Li at the late stage of core formation, the skeletal figure at the mid-stage, the burly man and elder at the early stage, and the lean man merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. Among the gathered cultivators, the skeletal-faced pair and the lean man appeared to be unfamiliar with the elder. Upon realizing that the number of attendees had reached 5, the lean man promptly clasped his fists and introduced himself. "I am Kuyu, hereby decree to relay the mission and guide the 3 esteemed seniors. Here is my token. I humbly request the 3 seniors to examine it." With a respectful demeanor, the lean man produced a black token from his waist and handed it to Han Li. Evidently perceiving the trio as a unit, with Han Li as their leader due to his superior cultivation, Han Li, lips pressed tightly, extended his hand to receive the token, glancing at it briefly before carelessly tossing it to the side where the skeletal figure stood. The skeletal figure regarded it for a moment before nonchalantly returning it to the lean man, lazily commenting, "What is there to inspect about the token? Had it not been for the teleportation array allowing passage, how would a foundation establishment cultivator like you qualify to arrive here?" There is no need to verify our identities. The only individuals gathered here are us, the law enforcement tasked with carrying out the orders. Please, state the mission plainly. The skeletal figure seemed quite accustomed to this procedure, revealing an air of impatience after his bold declaration. The lean man, who identified himself as Kuyu, hesitated momentarily upon hearing these words. However, he awkwardly smiled and made no mention of verifying the identities of Han Li and the others. Instead, he cleared his throat and began to introduce the elder beside him. This venerable Ding is the protector of the Qingyang sect. The purpose of this mission is to have the 3 esteemed seniors assist him in capturing a wanted criminal of our sect. The specifics of the arrangement can be discussed among you. The junior here shall only facilitate the introductions. Once Kuyu concluded his introduction, he prudently stepped back, allowing the elder to engage directly with Han Li and the others. Qingyang sect? Could it be the same Qingyang sect associated with the Master of 3 Sons? The skull-headed figure's eyes gleamed with blue light, revealing his astonishment. The nearby ruffian and Han Li also exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. It seems there is no need for me to elaborate further. You are all aware of the esteemed reputation of our sect's founder. This time, it is the founder himself who has personally requested assistance from the leader of your alliance, the Six Paths Alliance. The wanted criminal is not only a core formation practitioner but also possesses several treasures of the Qingyang sect, having evaded capture for many years. Only recently did our sect inadvertently discover her whereabouts. If the founder were to take action himself, success would be assured. However, he is currently preoccupied with other pressing matters and is unable to divide his attention. Thus, he has invited you esteemed friends to assist. I believe that with the combined efforts of the 4 of us core formation cultivators, we can certainly capture this female fiend. The elder from the Qingyang sect smiled faintly and clasped his hands in greeting to the 3. But his expression turned ominously stern as he uttered the last sentence. Could she be a notorious female cultivator? Upon hearing the term female fiend, the ruffian inquired with a hint of confusion. Han Li, however, frowned, a vague recollection surfacing in his mind. Indeed, the female fiend is named Yuan Yao, originally intended to be a concubine for our sect's young master. However, this fiend, ruthless and cunning, leveraged her extraordinary beauty and seductive skills to conspire with another woman, ultimately undermining the young master and making off with his treasures and rare elixirs. This treachery allowed her to achieve her core formation. The Master of 3 Sons has only this one disciple, and thus he harbors a deep-seated hatred for her. If you 3 can assist Ding in capturing this woman, our sect will surely offer substantial rewards. Rest assured, we will not let you toil in vain. As the elder spoke of the target, his expression was tinged with barely concealed fury, yet he seemed reluctant to dwell on the matter, briefly outlining it before shifting the topic. The skull-headed figure and the ruffian exchanged indifferent glances, while Han Li rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat speechless. It is indeed that woman, Yuan Yao. The enigmatic beauty possesses such a backstory. This revelation truly caught Han Li off guard. He had been puzzled as to how she had achieved core formation in such a short time and maintained an air of mystery afterward. It turns out she had plundered the young master and is now being pursued by the Qingyang sect. It appears that the young master must have possessed a wealth of rare elixirs, all of which have conveniently fallen into Yuan Yao's hands. Yet, witnessing her impending misfortune, should he intervene? This left Han Li in a state of hesitation. Although he could not claim to have a close relationship with her, they could be considered acquaintances of sorts. Just then, the skull-headed figure spoke up. Since it is an order from above, and there is no reward involved, my brothers and I will certainly lend our assistance. May I inquire as to the current whereabouts of this woman? Given that we have been summoned here, she cannot be too far off. Can she? Though fearsome in appearance, this individual possesses an astute and meticulous nature. The Taoist friend has spoken truthfully. The enchantress resides on a desolate isle to the north of Huangming Island. Had it not been for an incidental shopping expedition where she was inadvertently recognized and followed back to her lair by a disciple of our sect, we might still be without news of her. This woman is exceedingly cunning, harboring treasures of immense power, including our sect's secret artifact, the Qingyang Thunder. I implore all fellow Taoists to exercise utmost caution. The elder advised, respectfully inclining his hand towards Han Li. Given Han Li's advanced cultivation at the late stage of the core formation, the elder regarded him with great esteem. However, what this elder did not anticipate was that although Han Li nodded impassively, his thoughts were already fixated on annihilating the group. Yet, upon hearing that Yuan Yao was nearby, his heart stirred, and he swiftly resolved to meet this woman, intending to rescue her and subsequently procure an equally significant item from her. At this moment, the refined man, Kuyu, having observed the completion of their discussions, respectfully inquired of the group before leading the way out of the cave. Meanwhile, in a stone dwelling on another island, a disheveled cultivator gazed at the teleportation array beneath his feet, perplexed and baffled. The formation had initially glimmered with vibrant energy upon his entrance, yet it inexplicably malfunctioned when he attempted to activate it. This prompted him to scratch his head, feeling a wave of discontent wash over him. After traversing a short distance through the mountain's interior and several layers of guarded prohibitions, Han Li and his companions emerged at the edge of a cliff. Surveying the faint outline of a village in the distance, they ascended into the sky one by one. Guided by the elder of the Qingyang sect, they departed the island. Soaring northward, the journey was uneventful. With all members engrossed in their thoughts, A.S. Han Li possessed the highest cultivation level and exuded an aura that discouraged approach. None dared to engage him in conversation. Consequently, after a considerable time, the five of them spotted a small island measuring merely a few dozen miles in circumference. This is the place. The enchantress is concealed within one of the small mountains. The elder's eyes gleamed coldly as he halted the escape light. Speaking in a low voice, Han Li and the others followed suit, pausing mid-air to gaze at the island. Aside from a sparse scattering of vegetation, the island featured only a few small stone hills, and the spiritual energy appeared exceedingly thin. Ding Daoist, have we come to the wrong location? How could a core formation cultivator choose such a place for cultivation? After observing for a while, the unattractive man could not restrain his skepticism, his face betraying doubt. Rest assured, we are undoubtedly in the right place, the elder named Ding replied confidently. He then formed a hand seal, raising one hand to unleash a dazzling beam of yellow light that soared into the sky. Moments later, a similar yellow radiance ascended from the opposite side of the small island. Upon seeing this, the elder's expression brightened, and he quickly turned to Han Li and the others, stating, "Let us proceed. There are disciples from our sect who have been monitoring the movements of this woman. It appears she has not left the island." After speaking, the elder made no move to depart. A while later, a red light shot forth from another location where the yellow radiance originated, swiftly arriving before the group. As the brilliance subsided, a gray-clad man, appearing to be in his 40s and at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, emerged. His sleeves bore a similar blue flame insignia, albeit significantly smaller than that of the elder. The disciple paid his respects to Ding Shibua and several senior figures. The man immediately recognized the elder with the surname Ding and, not daring to be negligent, hastily approached to pay his respects, speaking with utmost reverence. The elder, indifferent, waved his hand dismissively and inquired in a deep voice, "Is the enchantress still on the island? Has she not departed from this place?" "She is not. Ever since I followed her back to this island, the enchantress has not left her cave," the middle-aged man replied with certainty. "Good. You have done well in this matter. Once everything here is settled, I shall promote you to an inner disciple upon your return." The elder praised, his tone serious. "Thank you, master, for your guidance. I shall lead the way at once," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face alight with joy. With that, he turned and led several individuals swiftly towards the small island. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the island, and the middle-aged man pointed to one of the stone mountains, respectfully saying to the group, "When the enchantress returned last time, I did not dare to approach due to my low cultivation. I merely observed her, and as she neared this mountain, she vanished without a trace. It is likely her cave is within this mountain." Upon hearing this, the skeletal figure regarded the stone mountain with a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes, nodding slowly. Indeed, the surface of the stone mountain is veiled by some sophisticated restriction. It is only upon our close inspection that we can discern it. Had we passed by from afar, we would never have noticed anything amiss on this island, and no wonder she has been able to remain hidden here for many years. Chapter 561. Borrowing the Skullhoof. That woman took the young master's cultivation text back in the day as well. Once I break this formation, I shall rely on you, my fellow friends. The elder's face momentarily darkened with anger, but he quickly regained his composure. Rest assured, even if she has 3 heads and 6 arms, this time she shall find it impossible to escape. The skeletal figure chuckled nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the elder felt reassured and no longer hesitated. He rubbed his hands together vigorously, and a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted from his palms. With a low shout, the elder directed the golden light to transform into a dazzling arc, shooting towards the surface of the stone mountain. A resounding rumble echoed. The stone mountain appeared as though a massive stone had been cast into a still pond, the previously tranquil scene rippling with white light. The landscape then dramatically shifted, revealing a verdant mountain suffused with spiritual energy and breathtaking beauty. What is this? The skeletal figure and the brutish man gaped in astonishment at the sudden transformation, their mouths agape in disbelief. This is the sect's secret formation, the Spirit Confinement Formation. It is one of the rare formations in the world capable of concealing spiritual energy. The enchantress's cultivation is insufficient to fully obscure her spiritual presence. If our sect's ancestor were to personally arrange this formation, not a trace of spiritual energy would escape, a task easily accomplished. The elder with the surname Ding remarked with a hint of pride as he surveyed the two men. Hanli, witnessing this, was equally astonished, and upon hearing the elder's explanation, a thought flickered in his mind. If he could acquire the method to arrange this spirit confinement formation, his future cave would be much safer. At this moment, as the illusion before them faded, a stone door radiating a green, misty light appeared in the mountainside. It seemed this was the location of the Yuan Yao cave. Let us proceed, the elder declared, his eyes glinting with ferocity. The skull nodded slightly, and as it opened its mouth, a peculiar black blade emerged, a curious amalgamation of a saber and a sword. The ruffian let out a low growl, and to everyone's astonishment, a chillingly gleaming mountain cleaver flew from his hand, startling Hanli beside him. It was indeed a rare sight to see such a colossal weapon employed as a magical artifact. The elder, puzzled, inquired, "Why, my friend as he too conjured a white flying sword." However, noticing Hanli's complete lack of action, he couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. Hanli smiled faintly, ready to utter some casual words to deflect the situation, when suddenly the stone door swung open on its own, releasing a beam of green light. The elder, taking note of this, abandoned his previous thoughts and, along with the others, turned his gaze toward the source. After a graceful spiral, the green light coalesced not far from the entrance, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman clad in black attire, her skin as pale as snow. This enchanting lady, with a bewitching smile and captivating glances, was none other than Yuan Yao, whom Hanli had parted ways with at the Shutian Palace. Despite the years that had passed, she had not only retained her youthful beauty but had also gained an even more mesmerizing charm. However, upon casting her gaze over the crowd and landing her eyes on the elder from the Qingyang sect, her expression shifted dramatically, a frosty aura enveloping her countenance, rendering her as cold as ice. "Do my fellow cultivators have matters to discuss with this young lady?" Yuan Yao spoke icily, her demeanor unyielding, seemingly aware that her enchanting allure had no effect on the cultivators before her, particularly ignoring the elder entirely. The elder, feeling a surge of fury within, maintained a facade of calm, instead offering a sinister smile, which, at this juncture, your feigned ignorance is utterly futile. You have clandestinely harmed our sect's young master and made off with our treasures. Do you truly believe you can escape today? Yuan Yao remained silent, her luminous eyes scanning the cultivation levels of her adversaries. The sense of dread washed over her as she realized the disparity in power. The elder and the ruffian were manageable, but the skeletal figure and the unassuming figure in the green robe were both at the mid and late stages of the Foundation establishment realm, respectively, far beyond her easy handling. If these four were to join forces, despite her possession of several formidable treasures for protection and her training in a couple of secret techniques over the years, her situation would be dire. At that moment, the skull and the ruffian appeared momentarily taken aback by Yuan Yao's breathtaking beauty, exchanging glances laced with regret. Had she not offended the notorious Sanyang old demon of the Qingyang sect, she would undoubtedly have been the ideal dual cultivation partner. A lamentable loss indeed. Facing imminent peril, Yuan Yao remained remarkably composed. With a cold chuckle, she flipped her delicate wrist, producing a white array plate that gleamed brilliantly in her grasp. As she caressed it, radiant white light erupted forth, swiftly enveloping the entire hill in a thick mist of green and yellow fog. The elder, witnessing this, let out a sharp cry, and the flying sword before him darted toward Yuan Yao with lightning speed. Yet, with a light laugh, she effortlessly slipped into the dense fog. Humph, a mere illusion array dares to flaunt itself. The elder furrowed his brow at this sight, yet soon his expression turned disdainful as he formed hand seals, pointing towards the flying sword. After a crisp ringing of the flying sword, it began to dance wildly in the air, instantly transforming into a colossal luminous wheel with a diameter of several zhang, unceremoniously rolling into the dense fog, dispersing it wherever it passed, in the blink of an eye. The thick mist before the door was completely banished by the old man's sword light, revealing the stone door once more. Upon witnessing this, the villain, no longer hesitating, pointed at his treasured weapon, causing the mountain-splitting axe to surge in size exponentially as it came crashing down upon the stone door. The intertwining yellow and green glows erupted with continuous sounds of explosion. Just as the skull beside Han Li was about to command its monstrous blade to join the assault, it suddenly emitted a surprised gasp. Not good. The demoness has escaped from the back mountain. We must pursue her, it said urgently, transforming into a streak of black light and darting towards the back mountain without a moment's hesitation. Hearing this, a flicker of intrigue passed through Han Li's eyes. Yet he remained unmoved, standing still. The villain, seemingly convinced by the skull's words, immediately ceased his assault on the stone door and hastily took flight in pursuit. Observing this, the old man displayed a look of half-belief and, after a moment's hesitation, turned to Han Li with a perplexed inquiry. "Friend, is what you just said true? How could I have failed to notice it?" Among the group, Han Li possessed the highest cultivation, and thus the old man deemed his words most credible. However, upon hearing the question, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, though a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. What that friend said is indeed correct. The woman has escaped through the exit of the back mountain. However, she has already been intercepted by two friends and is currently engaged in battle, Han Li replied nonchalantly, glancing towards the back mountain. "Splendid. If the two of us go to assist, we shall surely capture the demoness," exclaimed the old man with evident delight. "Indeed, if we go, she will surely be within our grasp. However, before we proceed, I would like to borrow something from my friend," Han Li stated, turning to the old man with a peculiar expression, speaking leisurely. "Borrow something? What does my friend wish to borrow?" the elder asked, momentarily taken aback and instinctively curious. "Just a head will suffice," Han Li remarked, rubbing his nose with a hint of derision at the corner of his mouth. Before the old man could comprehend, Han Li opened his mouth and unleashed a blinding green light that swiftly encircled the elder's head, causing it to roll away on its own. Subsequently, with a flick of his hand, a stream of azure light shot forth, ensnaring the head and pulling it back into his grasp, untouched by a single drop of blood. Only then did he squint to examine the head enveloped in azure light, which still bore an expression of astonishment and confusion due to the rapidity of the attack. "Do you not blame me? Since you encountered me at the teleportation array, it can only be deemed unfortunate on your part," Han Li sighed softly, murmuring. The bystanders, Kuyu and the disciple from Qingyang sect, were so terrified by this scene that their souls nearly left their bodies, hastily attempting to flee on their flying instruments. However, Han Li casually dispatched two streaks of sword light, which instantly pierced through them, killing them on the spot. After collecting the old man's storage bag, Han Li raised his head to glance towards the back mountain, a hint of surprise gracing his face. "Tsk, I never anticipated that this girl, Yuan Yao, would truly experience such a significant increase in her cultivation," Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. With one hand grasping the head, he transformed into a streak of azure light and swiftly departed. Behind the verdant mountains, high above in the sky, the skeletal figure and the nefarious brute were simultaneously engaged in a fierce struggle, commanding a crimson, peculiar hammer that entwined with their adversaries. With their hands deftly forming intricate gestures, they unleashed an array of spells that relentlessly bombarded their opponents. At that moment, Yuan Yao was shrouded in a thick, nebulous darkness, enveloped by a swirling mass of black clouds from which she projected countless green demonic flames, clashing continuously with the spells of the two assailants. However, as she fought back, she was also retreating, desperately attempting to escape the dire situation. Yet, the two combatants, evidently seasoned in battle, executed their assaults with remarkable precision, preventing Yuan Yao from extricating herself at that juncture. All three combatants caught sight of Han Li's rapidly approaching escape light, which filled the nefarious brute and the skeletal figure with great delight. As Han Li's luminescence dimmed and his form emerged near the fray, the brute hastily called out, expressing his discontent, "Friend, hasten your strike. If the three of us unite in our assault, we shall surely capture this woman. But what of our companion Ding? Why does he linger within the confines of his sect? There's no need to wait," Han Li replied, his expression devoid of emotion as he raised a hand and hurled a concealed head towards the brute. Chapter 562. A gift upon hearing Han Li's brusque tone. The grotesque figure sensed something amiss. As he beheld the severed head being thrown his way, he instinctively dodged it without hesitation. However, in that fleeting moment, he discerned the pale, gray visage of the head. It was indeed that of the elder named Ding. Leaving him utterly astounded, the skeletal figure, observing closely from the side, was equally stricken with shock. Yet, displaying a remarkable synergy, the two swiftly converged, pointing towards the magical artifacts engaged in battle, summoning back the mountain-cleaving axe and the strange blade. With expressions filled with vigilance, they fixed their cold gazes upon Han Li, undeterred by the fact that he was a late-stage core formation cultivator, as they believed that together they could contend with him. From a distance, Yuan Yao, cloaked in black mist, was engulfed in confusion at the unfolding scene. Though she remained exceedingly cautious, refraining from fleeing, she did not dissipate her surrounding magical energy. Instead, she kept the crimson peculiar hammer swirling before her. Silently observing the strange behavior of Han Li and the others, Han Li, with an enigmatic glance toward Yuan Yao, turned back to the skeletal figure and the brute, offering a subtle smile. Without further ado, he waved his hands, and over 20 azure small swords erupted from his sleeves like schools of fish, their brilliance intensifying as they shot towards the opposing duo, the skeletal figure and the brute. Upon witnessing this unforeseen turn of events, were nearly rendered speechless, their faces etched with disbelief that a typical late-stage core formation cultivator would expend a significant portion of their resources to forge a single life-bound magical treasure. Yet, the adversary before them had suddenly unleashed more than 20 flying swords that it was abundantly clear to them that their opponent was no ordinary late-stage core formation cultivator. They were far from being a match for him. As the skeletal figure's countenance shifted drastically, he bellowed, "Scatter! Save yourselves!" No sooner had the words left his lips than he transformed into a streak of black light and bolted away. The brute, without uttering a word, swiftly retracted his massive axe and soared away in the opposite direction, his speed matching that of his companion, displaying an impressive familiarity with the escape. Upon witnessing this, Han Li's expression darkened. With swift movements, he formed a series of hand seals and lightly pointed towards the cluster of swords. Immediately, azure mist flickered, and each flying sword manifested 3 identical beams of sword light. The original 24 azure glimmers transformed into a staggering 96 beams, exponentially amplifying the might of the sword formation. Subsequently, Han Li flicked his azure robe and ominously uttered a word of division. As the sound echoed, the beams of light obediently parted to the left and right, bifurcating into 2 distinct currents. In an instant, the 2 waves of flying swords coalesced into a singular, shimmering expanse, trembling with azure radiance, resembling a swarm of azure bees as they tore through the air. This technique of sword light division left the fleeing skull-headed figure and the brutish man aghast, their faces paling to shades of terror. Without a moment's hesitation, they summoned their entire magical essence to escape with all their might. Han Li remained stationary, a flicker of compassion glimmering in his eyes. The speed of the intertwined sword lights was beyond the reach of ordinary escape, unless they possessed extraordinary treasures akin to the crimson cloak or the storm wings he wielded. They stood no chance whatsoever. Indeed, within mere moments, the sword formation caught up with the duo, who had fled over 1,000 zhang, left with no alternatives. The skull-headed figure and the brutish man were forced to turn back and conjure their artifacts for defense. However, under the relentless barrage of dozens of sword beams raining down like petals, both cried out in agony, meeting their demise as they were torn asunder by the chaotic blades. Only then did Han Li, unhurried and calm, mentally retract the sword light division technique, allowing the flying swords to envelop the remnant storage bags before retreating. As the multitude of swords returned to his sleeves like weary birds to their nests. Han Li turned with a cryptic smile towards the distant black clouds. To his surprise, before he could utter a word, a light laugh emerged from within the darkness. Is that you, Taoist Han? I never expected that after several decades, your powers would have reached such heights. I am truly envious. As these words resonated, the black clouds gradually dispersed, revealing a stunningly graceful beauty. This maiden, with a captivatingly enchanting visage and sparkling eyes, gazed at Han Li with a smile. Choosing silence over words, that I did not anticipate that Miss Yuan would recognize me. I had hoped to astonish you. Han Li chuckled, no longer concealing his identity as he dispelled the transformation technique. his form and appearance restored in a flash of white light. The multitude of flying swords at Han Li's command left Yuan Yao incredulous, as she found it hard to believe that anyone else in the chaotic Star Sea possessed such artifacts. Though she spoke with a light laugh, upon witnessing Han Li's true form, she exhaled softly, genuinely relieved. Thanks to your intervention, dear brother, I narrowly escaped a dire fate. After a moment's hesitation, Yuan Yao refrained from inquiring about Han Li's presence in this location. Instead, she floated gracefully towards him, offering a sincere bow of gratitude. Deep down, she was acutely aware that given Han Li's current prowess, had he wished her harm, there would have been no possibility of escape. Thus, it was far more prudent to approach him openly and foster a relationship. Observing Yuan Yao's radiant demeanor and courteousness, Han Li understood her motivations. With a smile, he waved his hand and replied, "It was merely serendipity that brought me here. It was but a trifling effort on my part. Yet, it seems that during our years apart, your cultivation has advanced considerably. Brother Han, are you jesting with me?" She responded with a playful tone. The fellow cultivators have already reached the late stage of the core formation, while Yuan Yao still lingers in the early stage. What further discussion can there be regarding the advancement of techniques? Upon hearing these words, Yuan Yao slightly tilted her head, casting a sidelong glance at Han Li, and playfully remarked, "Hee, fellow Taoist Yuan is being overly modest. Although my reunion with you is a result of fortunate circumstances, there are indeed several matters that I need to discuss with Miss Yuan." Han Li, wishing to avoid an extensive conversation about his own cultivation, casually diverted the topic. Of course, that would be delightful. If Brother Han does not mind my humble abode, perhaps we could converse within my cave dwelling. Yuan Yao was initially taken aback, but then, covering her cherry lips with her delicate hand, she laughed. It seemed that due to the life-saving favor she had received, her attitude towards Han Li had grown significantly warmer and more affectionate. "Then I shall not impose further," Han Li replied without hesitation, returning a respectful gesture. Observing this, Yuan Yao's beauty blossomed with joy as she and Han Li descended upon the verdant mountaintop. Shortly thereafter, Han Li followed her into her cave dwelling. Yuan Yao's abode was not particularly large, yet it was arranged with elegant simplicity and adorned with numerous exotic flowers and plants along the passageways, transforming the originally cold and barren stone cave into a vibrant and fragrant sanctuary. As Han Li took in the sights, a warm smile unconsciously spread across his face. Yuan Yao led Han Li into a stone hall measuring about 10 paces in size. Once he had taken a seat in the guest area, she brewed a pot of floral tea and then, with a cheerful demeanor, sat opposite him. "Brother Han, your reputation in the chaotic Star Sea is quite considerable now. Everyone knows that the Star Sea's foremost treasure, the Void Heaven Cauldron, has fallen into the hands of a core formation cultivator by the surname Han, and it appears that you have advanced to the late stage of core formation in such a short time. Could it be due to the legendary heaven-repairing pill? Is it truly as miraculous as rumored?" As soon as Yuan Yao sat down, she brought up the topic of the Void Heaven Cauldron, unabashedly expressing her yearning for the heaven-repairing pill. Han Li, taken aback momentarily, then chuckled softly. This woman was indeed exceptionally clever, openly mentioning the Void Heaven Cauldron and the heaven-repairing pill, which indicated her lack of ulterior motives, thus endearing her to Han Li. "Since Miss Yuan has openly broached this matter, I too shall not conceal the truth. The Void Heaven Cauldron is indeed in my possession. However, since acquiring it, my limited cultivation and knowledge have left me unable to open it. For me, this treasure is currently akin to a chicken rib, offering little value. My advancements in cultivation arose from other opportunities, unrelated to the heaven-repairing pill." Han Li sighed softly and shook his head. He was confident that his cultivation techniques surpassed hers, and thus felt no need to outright deny the matter, acknowledging it with composure. "The Void Heaven Cauldron remains unopened." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned. However, she soon smiled, her lips pressed together, revealing an expression of skepticism. Han Li frowned slightly, feeling no desire to elaborate to her further. After clearing his throat a few times, he straightforwardly expressed his intentions. "May I inquire if there is any of the 10,000-year spirit liquid remaining in Miss Yuan's possession? As you know, I am in possession of the Void Heaven Cauldron and find myself in a precarious situation. The original spirit liquid has been nearly depleted due to various circumstances. If you have any left, I would be willing to purchase it at a high price that I assure you, Miss Yuan shall not suffer any loss." Han Li gazed intently at Yuan Yao, speaking slowly. When at sea, Had he not possessed the precious elixir of eternal life, his life would have long been forfeit. Realizing the significance of this miraculous substance, Han Li was naturally unwilling to part with it easily, seizing the opportunity to covet the remaining half-bottle of elixir. Thus, should he encounter perilous situations in the future, he would have an additional means of salvation. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Yao was momentarily taken aback, her delicate brows furrowing slightly in contemplation before she fell silent. After a brief pause, she gracefully retrieved a small azure bottle from her waist and placed it upon the stone table between them, unhesitatingly pushing it towards Han Li. This bottle contained the coveted elixir, untouched by a single drop. There was no need for exchange of items or spirit stones. Yuan Yao generously bestowed it upon Han Li. She gazed intently at him, her expression calm as she spoke, her beautiful eyes sparkling with clarity. Chapter 563. Secrets, a gift to Han? Indeed, while the elixir of eternal life is exceedingly rare, it pales in comparison to the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by Han. You think that Yuan Yao, simply because she is a woman, would be ungrateful. Yuan Yao playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, biting her lip as she spoke. That is not the case. It is merely that Miss Yuan. Han Li appeared somewhat hesitant. Observing this, Yuan Yao's bright eyes sparkled, and she chuckled lightly. We have endured trials together in the Void Sky Palace. And now, I have offered you a life-saving boon. Henceforth, you may simply call me Yuan Yao, without the formalities of addressing me as a fellow cultivator. Upon finishing her words with a radiant smile, she suddenly recalled something, a faint blush rising to her cheeks, rendering her even more enchanting. Han Li found himself momentarily entranced by her captivating demeanor, his expression momentarily dazed as his gaze lingered upon her face. Under Han Li's scrutiny, the blush on Yuan Yao's cheeks deepened, and she slightly averted her gaze, tilting her head. Since Miss Yuan has expressed it thus, I shall refrain from any further pretense. I will henceforth address you by your name. After a moment's pause, Han Li took a deep breath and declared. He then casually picked up the small bottle from the table, uncapping it to take a glance inside. Indeed, it contained genuine elixir of eternal life. A flicker of joy crossed Han Li's face as he placed the bottle into his storage pouch. After a brief moment of hesitation, he produced 2 small white jade bottles and offered them to Yuan Yao. What is this? Yuan Yao blinked her beautiful eyes, perplexed. These are 2 bottles of pills designed to enhance one's magical power. They will undoubtedly aid you in your future cultivation endeavors. Consider it my humble return gift. Han Li stated with poise. Yuan Yao had already declared the elixir to be a gift. For Han Li to present her with these 2 bottles of pills would indeed place her in a difficult position. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Yao was momentarily stunned, yet upon glancing at the white jade bottles, she couldn't help but smile. Miss Yuan, do not regret this. These 2 pills are crafted using 6th-level demon cores as their primary ingredient. Given your current peak cultivation at the early stage of core formation, consuming them will allow you to seamlessly transition into the mid-stage of core formation, Han Li remarked with a slight smile. Casting a glance at her, pills made from 6th-level demon cores, Yuan Yao's previously cheerful expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. She hastily seized one of the white jade bottles and swiftly opened the cap. A pure wave of spiritual energy emanated from within, enveloping the surroundings. Yuan Yao displayed an expression of extraordinary surprise. If it were anything else, it might have been tolerable, but these 2 vials of elixirs were indeed of utmost necessity to her. The young lady felt a tinge of embarrassment as she clutched the small bottles tightly and amended her words. These 2 vials of elixirs could save Yuan Yao over a decade of arduous cultivation. Despite the awkwardness, her joy was immeasurable. Miss Yuan, please accept them, she implored. Han Li, observing her acceptance of the elixirs, felt a slight relief within. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging to broach the subject again. Given Han's current capabilities, what else could he possibly seek from this young lady? Do share. For anything within my power, I shall gladly assist, she encouraged. After carefully securing the 2 vials, Yuan Yao's trust in Han Li deepened. And with a radiant smile, she spoke. Earlier, outside, I witnessed the spirit-binding formation technique of the Qingyang sect, which can obscure the spiritual energy near a cave dwelling. Truly marvelous. Might Miss Yuan be willing to provide me with a copy of the layout method for this formation? I would be immensely grateful. Han Li articulated slowly. The spirit-binding formation? Not a problem. It's a trivial matter, she replied almost immediately, perhaps motivated by her earlier obligations to repay Han Li. She swiftly produced a dark jade slip from her storage bag and handed it to him. This jade slip contains the formation texts of the Qingyang sect, including not only the spirit-binding formation, but also several other formidable formations that it is my pleasure to present it to you. Brother Han, Yuan Yao's enchanting smile was captivating. Han Li, overwhelmed with delight, expressed his gratitude before scanning the jade slip with his spiritual sense. Indeed, it contained several formations he had never heard of, with the spirit-binding formation prominently included. After perusing it for a brief moment, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, intending to converse further with her, but he noticed Yuan Yao's countenance was marked by hesitation, as if she wished to speak yet struggled to find the right words. "What is it, Miss Yuan? Do you have something else on your mind?" Han Li inquired, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. "Since Brother Han is aware of the Qingyang sect, you may also be familiar with a bit of my background." She hesitated for a moment before her flawless, jade-like visage reflected a resolute expression, and she finally inquired calmly. Han Li's expression shifted subtly. Although he was uncertain why she brought this up, he nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, when I mingled with those individuals, I overheard someone from the Qingyang sect mention that you nearly became the consort of their young master, only to later conspire against him and abscond with treasures that I wonder how much of it is true." Han Li spoke solemnly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, a faint, bitter smile graced Yuan Yao's exceptionally beautiful face. "What you say is not entirely incorrect. I indeed came perilously close to becoming that scoundrel-esque consort. Moreover, at the time, I harbored thoughts of leveraging my connection to the Qingyang sect as a formidable backing. Might Brother Han think me too lacking in self-respect and shame for admitting this?" she remarked with a self-deprecating tone. "That is of little consequence. The world of cultivation operates as such, without a prestigious lineage or exceptional spiritual root talent. Ordinary cultivators face insurmountable challenges in advancing on the path of immortality. Your initial actions were, therefore, not without justification," he reassured her. "The female cultivators, possessing a modicum of beauty, often willingly assume the roles of concubines and maidservants to high-ranking practitioners, hoping to receive their patronage and support. Conversely, some, having completely lost faith in the path of cultivation, are even willing to serve as mere vessels for others' ascension, seeking only temporary comfort and wealth." Han Li shook his head, maintaining a facade of composure as he spoke. His words seemed to offer some solace to Yuan Yao, who managed a forced smile in response, before continuing. "Years ago, my senior sister Yan Li and I hailed from a modest sect of cultivation. Our talents were hardly exceptional, and our cultivation techniques were pitifully mediocre. We were acutely aware that if we persisted on this path, not only would we fail to achieve the golden core stage, but even the foundation establishment stage would remain beyond our reach. Thus, we resolved to leave the sect in search of highly skilled, unmarried male cultivators, hoping to become their dual cultivation partners. Regrettably, we encountered no suitable candidates, not even among the golden core practitioners, and instead attracted the attention of many unscrupulous individuals drawn to our appearances. These cultivators, hardly superior in ability to my sister and I, were met with our firm refusal to offer ourselves. Eventually, unforeseen circumstances led to my separation from Yan Li. I wandered alone for a time, and upon reuniting with my sister years later, I was stunned to discover that she had become the vessel for the young master of the Qingyang sect. Naturally, I was filled with shock and anger, eager to understand the situation. At that moment, the young master of the Qingyang sect appeared and audaciously proclaimed his desire to take me as a concubine. He promised that if I acquiesced, he would spare Yan Li and take her as a concubine as well. In my youthful naivety, I was swayed by his esteemed status, profound cultivation, and striking appearance. Despite my sister's vehement protests, I gave it little thought and consented to accompany him to the Qingyang sect. As Yuan Yao recounted this tale, her expression turned distant, lost in memories of that time. Han Li, sensing the gravity of her forthcoming words, furrowed his brow, understanding that the true crux of her story lay ahead. Indeed, once her thoughts were collected, Yuan Yao's voice turned icy as she continued. On the way to the Qingyang sect, my sister Yan Li seized an opportunity to confide in me that she too had been deceived by that young master, who promised her a position as a concubine only to ensnare her as a vessel shortly after bringing her to his lair, subjecting her to unrestrained exploitation. The other vessels in her plight were similarly ensnared through deceitful means. Once within the Qingyang sect, the fate of these female cultivators, whether as concubines or vessels, was no longer theirs to decide. Upon hearing this, I was understandably alarmed. After discussing with my sister, We resolved to escape together while the scoundrel was unawares. However, the young master proved to be a ravenous lecher, demanding my compliance along the way. In desperation, my sister and I devised a perilous trap and struck against him when his guards were absent. Although our plan succeeded, my sister suffered a fatal backlash, her physical form gravely injured. In her helplessness, she was forced to project her spiritual essence into a magical artifact for temporary refuge. Yet, the common soul-conserving artifacts gradually weakened the spirit within them. Despite my numerous efforts to mitigate this decline, I could only slow the inevitable. Sister Yanli's primordial spirit soon suffered a significant decline in vitality, rendering her unable to seize a suitable physical form even if one were available at this juncture. The young woman paused, her bright eyes filled with a poignant sadness. Could it be that Miss Yuan Yao sought the soul-nourishing wood to house Sister Yanli's soul? Upon hearing this, Han Li recalled the matter of the soul-nourishing wood and, with a flicker of realization, inquired with a bewildered expression. Chapter 564, The Resurrection Technique. I obtained a jade slip from the young master of Qingyang's sect, which recorded that the Void Heaven Palace harbored the soul-nourishing wood. Thus, after making adequate preparations, I ventured to the Void Heaven Palace to retrieve this divine wood. However, I was unprepared for the palace to be far more perilous than rumored, had it not been for Han Daoist's repeated rescues. Given Yuan Yao's nascent stage of foundation establishment, she would likely have perished within the palace. Now, after years of nurturing from the soul-nourishing wood, Sister Yanli's soul power has finally regained a substantial portion. Although she is still unable to seize a body actively, she can utilize the resurrection technique to regain a physical form. As Yuan Yao spoke, hope once again illuminated her countenance. The resurrection technique. It is a secret art that allows a soul to enter the body of a recently deceased individual, thereby restoring life. Han Li's expression shifted slightly. Indeed, it is this very spell. Fellow Taoist Yuan, do you comprehend the implications of what you are proposing? I shall refrain from discussing the dangers of this technique for now. Merely the cost of performing this secret art is beyond the means of ordinary cultivators. It requires at least a foundation establishment level of cultivation to enact, and due to its exceedingly defiant nature, the practitioner will suffer a significant decline in their own cultivation level post-execution, often resulting in a fall of one realm for those at the foundation establishment stage, given your current level of cultivation. Fellow Taoist Yuan, should you perform this technique, it is highly probable that you would shatter your core and regress back to the foundational stage. Han Li's gaze bore into the young woman's face, his voice cold and foreboding. This is something Yuan Yao is undoubtedly aware of. Unlike seizing a body, which involves taking over a living vessel, so long as one does not violate the 3 fundamental taboos, one can generally remain unscathed. The resurrection technique is an art that resurrects the body of the recently deceased. Naturally, it demands a significant toll. Upon hearing Han Li's mention of this, Yuan Yao fell silent for a moment, before casually remarking that it appears she has already come to terms with the potential consequence of shattering her core. Your sister has the aid of the soul-nourishing wood. Is it not possible that she cannot actively seize a body? Perhaps Miss Yuan could wait until she reaches the mid-foundation establishment phase before commencing the resurrection technique for Sister Yanli. This way, she might avoid the fate of core shattering. It is worth noting that recovering from a shattered core to re-establish one is an exceedingly arduous endeavor, often more challenging than achieving it the first time around. It is safe to say that it would be a quest doomed to failure in this lifetime. That a glimmer of intensity sparked in Han Li's eyes as he solemnly warned. Sister's previous injuries were far too severe, and the duration of her primordial spirit existing in a soul state has been prolonged, causing her consciousness to begin to wane. This is not something the soul-nourishing wood can impede. At most, in another year or two, she will completely lose her essence. By then, even if the resurrection technique is employed, she may become dazed and forgetful. Furthermore, I have recently happened upon a particularly suitable body and have expended considerable effort to set up the formation for the resurrection technique. If undisturbed, I had intended to commence the execution of this technique within a month or two. Yuan Yao spoke calmly, her brow faintly etched with a trace of sorrow, yet her determination was resolute. Upon hearing this, Han Li's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. Might Miss Yuan be revealing such matters to me in hopes that Han could extend his assistance? After a brief pause, he exhaled softly and inquired. Brother Han has already rendered aid to Miss Yuan. I ought not to impose further. However, the revival technique can only be performed in the realm of Xianin, and it is exceedingly sensitive to interruptions. The casting of this spell generates considerable commotion, and even with a concealment array, it remains susceptible to the prying eyes of other cultivators, due to the bounty placed on her by the Qingyang sect. Aside from Brother Han, I am unfamiliar with any other high-level practitioners. Therefore, while I do not dare to expect Brother Han to assist in other matters, I humbly request that you linger for a few days so that I might perform the spell with your protection. This matter concerns the life and death of Sister Yanli. If you are willing to agree, Brother Han may stipulate any conditions you desire, and I shall certainly comply with them all. The young woman raised her finely arched eyebrows, her jade-like visage radiating steadfast resolve. Han Li remained silent, revealing a pensive expression. True to his previous inclinations, he was reluctant to delay any further. After all, he too was mired in troubles. Better to minimize complications. Yet, Yuan Yao's willingness to sacrifice her own essence to save her friend stirred something inexplicable within him. After weighing the implications, he surmised that with his current cultivation, as long as he did not encounter a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, he would face little danger. If ordinary cultivators attempted to spy, he could effortlessly dispatch them. Thus, assisting this woman with her protective needs for a few days seemed quite manageable. With this thought, Han Li arrived at a decision. Rubbing his nose with a wry smile, "It appears that I am not entirely devoid of compassion, and I find myself unable to utter a refusal, since Miss Yuan is willing to risk her own essence to aid Miss Yanli. I shall provide protection for you this once. I shall not impose any further conditions. Simply inform me of the peculiarities of the Minghun Pearl. I harbor some reservations, as I have yet to refine this treasure. Moreover, the Xianin realm you speak of is not located on this island, is it? Given that our presence here has already been compromised, it would be prudent to seek another location for the spell casting." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Yao's beauty blossomed, and gratitude gleamed in her eyes. Brother Han's willingness to assist is deeply appreciated. However, rest assured, the Xianin realm is not here. It lies on another small island. Although it is merely a few days' journey away, it is sufficient to evade the immediate pursuit of the Qingyang sect, allowing me to perform the spell without haste that I ask for the Minghun Pearl. The matter is rather straightforward. This weeping soul beast is also an artifact of the young master of Qingyang. In truth, it has not been completely refined, only half finished. Consequently, the corresponding Minghun Pearl possesses certain flaws, causing excruciating headaches for those who attempt to control it. Moreover, as the refining process progresses, these headaches become increasingly difficult to bear. Initially, to contend with the ghost fog of the Shutian Hall, I only partially refined this pearl. Yet, even that has left me restless, unable to sleep or eat. That I possess the techniques for refining the soul beast as well, though I fear it may be improbable for Brother Han to complete it alone. Nevertheless, I shall bestow it upon you." Yuan Yao retrieved a green jade slip and tossed it to Han Li. Explaining its significance, Han Li's mind suddenly cleared. No wonder this beast, despite its ability to devour souls and spirits, seemed somewhat overrated compared to the legends. That it turned out to be an unfinished product. With a hint of disappointment, Han Li accepted the jade slip, glanced at it casually, and then tossed it into his bag. "Miss Yuan Yao, our location has been compromised. To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, we must depart from this cave immediately and head to the Xianin territory. Delays may lead to unforeseen changes," Han Li stated solemnly. "Certainly, I was already considering this matter, even without your suggestion, Brother Han." After Yuan Yao tidied up the cave, they set off without further ado. Upon hearing this, Yuan Yao was momentarily taken aback but quickly grasped the situation and agreed. 3 days later, on another rather desolate isle, Han Li stood high above, gazing intently downward. This island indeed exuded a thick aura of yin. It was truly remarkable that Miss Yuan was able to locate this place. Perhaps, by harnessing the immense energy here, it could help her avoid some losses. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Han Li suddenly turned to the enchanting figure beside him and remarked, "This is only natural. I have previously researched the maritime records of this vicinity and learned that this nameless isle was once known for its beastly graves, long before humanity established a foothold in the Chaos Star Sea. Lower-tier demon beasts, when nearing their demise, would instinctively gather around this island to await their end. However, once we human cultivators dominated the inner sea, those lower-tier beasts were largely exterminated, and such occurrences ceased to exist. Yet, despite the passage of years and the dissipation of energies, the heaviness of here remains astonishing. Nonetheless, this island is quite small and situated far from regular island routes, rendering it little known. Yuan Yao remarked with a slight smile as she surveyed the aisle. Having said this, she descended gracefully without hesitation, with Han Li following closely behind in a composed manner. Upon landing in a secluded corner of the aisle, Yuan Yao led Han Li to an empty little valley surrounded by large, dark stones akin to fists. Upon arrival, she formed a hand gesture and raised her delicate palm, unleashing a beam of red light. As the red glow rippled before them, the scenery transformed abruptly, revealing a complex formation spanning over 10 feet in size. This formation appeared exceedingly intricate, with layers upon layers and profound runes, indicating its extraordinary nature. However, what captured Han Li's attention was a glistening, exquisite white jade coffin lying at the center of the formation. Measuring roughly 7 feet in length and 3 feet in height, it was enveloped in wisps of white. Crafted from the exceptionally rare cold jade, an object of undeniable value. A flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's eyes. Undoubtedly, within that cold jade coffin lay that Yuan Yao sought for Yen Li. As per Han Li's knowledge, the conditions required for the resurrection technique were exceptionally stringent. Not only did it involve attributes of spiritual roots and the time of birth, but even the day of the original owner's death. Any grievances and lingering resentments had to be meticulously accounted for. Only under such circumstances could the resurrection technique be employed. Just as Han Li was scrutinizing the coffin intently, Yuan Yao, with a serious expression, retrieved a black wooden box from her robe and placed it atop the coffin lid, then stepped back a few paces. Chapter 565. Omen 2 hours later, it would reach the moment in the day when the Yin energy was at its peak. The entire process of casting the spell would likely last 2 to 3 days. During this time, I must trouble Brother Han with everything, Yuan Yao remarked, glancing at the heavens before turning her charming face back to Han Li with sincerity. Han Li nodded and, after surveying the surroundings of the valley, furrowed his brow and posed a question. Aside from an illusionary array, it seems there are no protective formations laid out here. If a formidable enemy were to arrive, and I found myself unable to spare a clone, wouldn't you be in peril? Yuan Yao was certainly aware of this. However, lacking sophisticated array tools, and with insufficient time for preparation, she had no choice but to take the risk, biting her crimson lip. A hint of helplessness appeared on her exquisite-visaged eye. In that case, let me handle the array matters, Han Li offered. I have a few decent array tools here. While they may not possess extraordinary power, they will still prove useful, certainly better than having no protection at all. Upon hearing Yuan Yao's words, Han Li crossed his arms and rested his chin thoughtfully. This could be seen as him fulfilling his role as a good person to the end. Brother Han, you are also well versed in the path of formations. If that is truly the case, Yuan Yao would feel much more at ease while casting her spell. Then I shall trouble you. Brother Han, Yuan Yao's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight at his response. Han Li smiled faintly, saying nothing further, and soared into the sky to observe the terrain surrounding the valley. After a brief moment, he had a sense of the situation and slowly descended. There is not much time left. I shall begin arranging the formations now. With that, Han Li waved his hands, and over a dozen towering giant ape puppets appeared at his sides. He retrieved several sets of array tools from his storage pouch, distributing them among the puppets, and then stood in place, using his spiritual sense to direct the giant apes in setting up the formations around the valley. Yuan Yao, curious, glanced at the movements of the giant ape puppets, but soon shifted her focus and busied herself with her own preparations. The soul rebirth technique is no trivial matter. Some meticulous preparations must be made prior to casting the spell. Furthermore, it is essential to test the giant formation beneath her feet to prevent any missteps. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the 10 or so giant apes, Han Li completed 4 or 5 formidable formations in just over an hour. Although they could not stop a core formation stage cultivator, they would certainly prove difficult for those in the foundation establishment stage to breach. In the center of the valley, Yuan Yao was also concluding her preparations. Seeing that she had placed spirit stones around the formation, she cast a spell at the focal point, activating the formation. The formation emitted a low hum, and dark, ominous light flickered into existence, with sinister strands of black mist suddenly appearing around it, converging toward the cold jade altar at its center. Upon witnessing this, Yuan Yao's face revealed satisfaction. Hastily, she cast another spell to halt the formation. Everything is normal. There are no issues. Yuan Yao stepped out from the formation and joyfully addressed Han Li. Friend Yuan, have you truly considered this? After shattering the Dan, your path to cultivation will be effectively severed, with almost no possibility of entering the core formation realm again. Han Li gazed at the smiling countenance of this woman and spoke slowly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Yuan Yao's smile immediately faded, and she fell into silence. If it must be severed, then so be it. I have lived to this day by sheer luck, Yuan Yao replied calmly. Brother Han, you are unaware of the bond between me and senior sister, which is why you would utter such words. Senior sister Yanli and I have grown up together since childhood, entering the path of cultivation side by side, sharing meals and shelter for decades. That we are as close as sisters. It was she who shielded me from the counterattack when we defeated the young master of the Qingyang sect back in the day. Otherwise, the once suffering in the Yin soul would now should indeed be me. As long as I can ensure that senior sister Yanli's primordial spirit remains intact and she can regain her physical form. The matter of the shattered Dan is of little consequence. The young woman gracefully lifted her delicate hand, brushing aside a stray lock of azure hair that fell across her forehead, her expression serene. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's face flickered with a hint of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, he gave a slight nod, refraining from offering further words of admonition. Yuan Yao returned to the formation. Sitting cross-legged before the cold jade coffin, patiently awaiting the optimal moment to commence. An ephemeral silence enveloped the two, but soon the young woman glanced at the sky and slowly rose to her feet. The time has come. I shall begin the spell. Regardless of whether the soul retrieval technique is successfully executed, I am endlessly grateful to Brother Han for his protective grace. Please allow me to bow to you first. Yuan Yao elegantly bowed to Han Li, and without hesitation, she formed hand seals, activating the formation beneath her feet. Witnessing this scene, Han Li let out a sigh and slowly made his way towards the valley's exit. Shortly, a surge of Yin energy would converge here, and even with his cultivation, he preferred not to linger too close. He paused not far from the valley's mouth, turning back to glance at the unfolding situation within. A fierce wind had begun to howl in the direction of the formation, a layer of somber black light veiling the entire area, accompanied by faint ghostly wails emanating from within. The soul retrieval technique indeed appeared extraordinary. With an impassive expression, Han Li settled cross-legged at the valley's entrance, gradually extending his spiritual sense to monitor the movements of the entire island and the surrounding sea. Half a day later, he remained seated without a stir, yet his brow furrowed, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. This moment, he comprehended why Yuan Yao had insisted on requesting his protection. The commotion caused by this soul retrieval technique was beyond mere description. It was as if the very heavens and earth were undergoing a transformation. Feeling a twinge of headache, Han Li turned his gaze back towards the valley. The sinister winds had already shrouded a considerable portion of the gorge. Swirling dust and debris, enveloping everything in a gray haze. The cries of spirits pierced the air, sharp and mournful. Near the center of the formation, blinding dark light flickered ominously. The weight of the Yin energy was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Yet, what left Han Li speechless was the emergence of a black cloud measuring over 10 miles in diameter above the island. Within it, the Yin energy roiled, accompanied by the rumble of thunder. Gradually, it began to form a funnel shape, its lower end directly pointing towards the valley. Such a conspicuous sign from the heavens would undoubtedly rouse the interest of nearby cultivators. After all, phenomena of this magnitude usually heralded the emergence of a treasure or the execution of a formidable technique. They would not refrain from investigating. However, one could only wonder if this would attract any formidable figures. As Han Li turned back, deep in thought, a flicker of emotion crossed his eyes, and he suddenly raised his gaze towards a particular direction in the distance. From the southwestern direction of the island, 7 or 8 beams of light shot forth, swiftly halting in the air over 10 miles away from the island. As the radiance subsided, several male and female cultivators revealed themselves. Among these individuals, apart from the white-haired elder at the forefront, who appeared to be in the foundational stage of cultivation, the rest were remarkably youthful men and women, seemingly at the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement. Observing their uniform blue satin garments, it was evident that they belonged to the same sect. The elder, standing ahead of the others, gazed with a perplexed expression at the astonishing celestial omen above the small island, his demeanor fluctuating between uncertainty and contemplation. Zhaoshi, shall we not venture to the island? It could very well be a rare treasure manifesting before us, suggested a female disciple, around 21 or 22 years of age, her eagerness palpable as she noticed the elder's silence. Huiling, your impatience is unbecoming. Judging by this sign, even if a treasure has indeed emerged, it is likely to be a malevolent artifact or a perilous weapon. Moreover, it is possible that a formidable figure is here performing some arcane ritual or esoteric sorcery. To recklessly intrude would be tantamount to courting disaster, the elder admonished her, casting a sidelong glance. His tone imbued with age-old wisdom. Though the young woman appeared somewhat discontented by his words, she lowered her gaze, refraining from further protest. "Master, shall we simply await developments here?" inquired another male disciple, slightly older, casting a glance towards the ominous clouds enveloping the island. "Fear not. Such a commotion will undoubtedly attract others. Once the situation becomes clearer, we may act accordingly. Remember, the survival of our Taiyang sect to this day is due to the careful and prudent nature of our disciples. We must not easily provoke trouble. Even if immense benefits lie before us, we must consider whether we possess the lives to enjoy them." The elder seemed to be taking his disciples on a journey, simultaneously observing the island while imparting his teachings. The younger companions nodded in agreement. Indeed, shortly after the elder's words, two beams of yellow and green light surged forth from the opposite side of the island. Upon spotting the elder's group, they halted at a distance of over 100 paces. It is our esteemed Taoist Zhao Shi. Might you enlighten us on the happenings upon this island? What could have caused such a celestial omen? A sweet feminine voice emerged from the luminescence, followed by the appearance of a pair of individuals. The man was in his 40s, clad in black, his visage expressionless and rigid, resembling a lifeless entity. The woman, in her late 20s, possessed a graceful and dignified appearance. Addressing the elder with warmth, "It is indeed the esteemed Mei Taoists. I, along with several disciples, happened upon this place and beheld the astonishing transformations occurring on the island. We have only just arrived. You, esteemed siblings, are well versed. Can you discern any peculiarities from this celestial sign?" The elder, seemingly acquainted with the pair, responded with a beaming smile. "Zhao Shi, you jest. If even the Taoist is unaware of the nature of this celestial phenomenon, my brother and I are even less informed. However, judging by the entangled malevolence of this omen, it is likely a rare treasure has emerged, albeit a perilous one," the woman replied with poise, while the man merely nodded indifferently. Exuding an air of aloofness, not perturbed by the situation, the elder cleared his throat, preparing to speak further. Just then, a melodious sound of a flute wafted from the distance, followed by a flicker of green light on the horizon. As a point of illumination approached swiftly, upon hearing the enchanting melody, the Mei woman's elegant countenance shifted through several expressions before settling into an impassive calmness. The elderly gentleman of the Zhao surname was momentarily taken aback, but soon recollected something, casting a few more glances at the woman, his face revealing a hint of peculiarity. The man beside her maintained a stoic expression, yet a flicker of anger danced in his eyes. After a brief interval, a cluster of green light approached, revealing a young man who swiftly flew towards them, holding a jade flute. His handsome visage, adorned in flowing white garments, exuded an air of nonchalance. Su had not erred. Indeed, Miss May had arrived at this location. The white-clad man halted his flute, playing only upon reaching the group, exuberantly calling out to the woman of the May surname. "Fellow Taoist Su, you two have come." The woman's face briefly displayed a look of resignation as she responded with forced politeness, seemingly disinclined to engage with him. "What is your true intention? I have already expressed my unwillingness to be your dual cultivation partner. Why do you persist in this entanglement? Do you presume that because you have a core formation master, I would not dare to expel you?" Her brother interjected with a gravelly, cold voice. "That I genuinely harbor feelings for your sister. As long as Miss May remains unwed, I shall faithfully remain by her side," declared the white-clad man, gazing at the May woman with an expression of profound affection. Upon hearing this, the woman's cheeks flushed crimson as she stamped her foot in indignation and turned away, disregarding him entirely. Meanwhile, her brother's face contorted with a fierce expression, accentuated by his corpse-like visage, rendering him all the more fearsome. Yet, the white-clad man continued to gaze fixedly at the woman's retreating figure, oblivious to those around him. "Ahem, my esteemed friends, why resort to emotional impulses? Soon, we may find ourselves in the presence of more fellow cultivators. If there truly exists a treasure on the island, it is prudent to act swiftly. Otherwise, should more individuals arrive, including seniors of the core formation stage, our chances may dwindle." The elderly Zhao gentleman interjected, deftly steering the conversation towards the island. Upon hearing this, the three individuals paused momentarily in surprise. "Ah, the celestial phenomena above the island are beginning to shift," remarked the white-clad man, who initially appeared unconcerned. but upon a casual glance, his expression altered dramatically. The elder and the May siblings, upon hearing this, were equally astonished and turned their gazes skyward. Indeed, the tumultuous dark clouds above were swirling around a specific point, inexorably drawing in vast amounts of ominous energy from the vicinity of the island. Swelling rapidly in volume, it appeared that a formidable, shadowy entity was on the verge of manifesting. What is this? Could it be that the treasure is about to emerge? The woman inquired, her face paling in alarm. Regardless of the truth, we must observe further. Perhaps this truly is our fortuitous moment, the May man mused, his countenance revealing a hint of intrigue as he beheld the astonishing scene on the island. Yet, what if it is not a treasure, but rather a powerful being engaged in the cultivation of a supreme technique? Would our approach not provoke their ire? The woman hesitated, contemplating her brother's words. In this world, there is no such thing as reward without effort. To seek a treasure inevitably entails certain risks. Furthermore, if indeed a senior cultivator resides on this island, we could always withdraw with courteous words. The man replied coldly, his impatience palpable. He then disregarded the others, stepping onto his sword-shaped artifact and propelling himself directly towards the island. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Then her expression shifted to one of concern as she urged her artifact to follow suit. Observing this, the white-clad man hesitated briefly. Subsequently, casting a sidelong glance, I observed that the venerable elder of the Zhao clan remained motionless, and a hint of suspicion crept onto my countenance. Shall not my esteemed friend Zhao investigate this matter further? It was you who first proposed the notion of seeking treasures upon the island. Have you so swiftly altered your mind? I inquired, furrowing my brow. The words I spoke were merely a suggestion. I never claimed I would partake myself, the elder replied with a chuckle, nonchalantly stroking his beard. Moreover, I am accompanied by a group of juniors on this outing, and I have no desire to court such risks. Should there indeed be treasures, they are yours to claim, my three esteemed friends. Humph, how charmingly you speak. Brother Zhao, I fear you consider us mere stepping stones, retorted the man in white, casting a sharp glare at the elder. Yet, upon glancing at the departing May sister, he transformed into a streak of light, gritting his teeth as he pursued her. The elder watched the fading light of the young man with a smile. Shaking his head slightly, and after a moment, he murmured to himself, "Ah, the allure of beauty. Once entangled in the web of affection, I foresee great troubles ahead for you." His accompanying disciples exchanged glances, bewildered by his words. As they observed the three individuals swiftly entering the island's confines, heading directly towards the site of the celestial omen, the elder's spirit lifted, his gaze fixed intently, revealing a flicker of anxiety mixed with anticipation. At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from behind them. You are indeed clever to avoid this risk. Otherwise, even if treasures were to emerge, do you think you younglings are worthy of possessing them? The Zhao elder's heart sank at these words, while his disciples hastily turned to look behind them, only to find the space utterly devoid of any presence. Might I inquire which esteemed senior has graced us with their presence? Taiyang Sec's Zhao Qiao pays his respects, the elder said, feeling a shiver run down his spine as he failed to detect the speaker's whereabouts. Taiyang Sect, what relation does that fellow Bu Jinkong have to you? The voice remained elusive, drifting eerily from side to side. The Bu sect leader is my esteemed uncle. Do you know our sect leader, revered senior? The elder, taken aback, responded without neglecting his manners. Ha! We have crossed paths once. I believed I had initially intended to eradicate you all, to spare myself the nuisance of your presence. However, considering the acquaintance, I shall grant you a reprieve. But you youngsters, remain here without stirring. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. The voice, after a moment's hesitation, spoke with a slightly softened tone. Naturally, we would never trouble the esteemed senior, the elder replied, his face paling yet feeling a sense of relief at the realization of his sect's extensive connections. At that juncture, the man in white had caught up with the May siblings, and as the three soared near a small valley, preparing to advance further, an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy manifested before them, suddenly revealing a shimmering barrier. Esteemed friends, I must kindly ask you to retreat. If you proceed any further, I shall not hesitate to act. A calm yet frigid voice resonated in their ears, none other than Han Li's. The May siblings and the man in white exchanged glances, their faces betraying a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. May I inquire who you are, esteemed friend, and what brings you to this island? The May man asked, unable to contain his impatience. I shall count to 10. Should you choose not to depart, you shall remain here forever, came the ominous reply. 10, 9, 8. Behind the white curtain, Hanley showed no intention of responding. Instead, his voice turned icy as he began to count down without any courtesy. The expressions of the three Foundation establishment cultivators shifted dramatically, for the tone of his words was undeniably intimidating, leaving them uncertain whether it was mere bluster or if he was indeed a cultivator of the core formation stage or higher. Just as the three hesitated, Hanley had already reached the halfway mark. At that moment, the light curtain flickered, and more than a dozen puppet giant apes soared out, arranged in an arc, advancing towards them in a synchronized manner. This is bad. Retreat quickly. These are advanced puppets. Far beyond what we can contend with. The woman from the May family, seemingly well-informed, instantly recognized the formidable nature of the giant apes. Her delicate face turned pale in an instant. Without further ado, she grabbed her brother's arm and fled backwards. The man in white was not foolish either. He too discerned the danger posed by these puppets and, gasping in surprise, promptly followed the May siblings in their retreat. As the three recognized the perils and withdrew, the countdown from behind the light curtain abruptly ceased. The giant ape puppets pursued them for a distance of over 10 zhang before halting, coldly gazing at them without moving. Only when the three had entirely fled the small island did the giant apes turn back and re-enter the light curtain, disappearing from sight, seated at the valley's entrance. Hanley slowly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of joy that he had already sensed that, aside from the low-level cultivators nearby, a core formation cultivator had emerged in the vicinity. Although the adversary's evasion technique was rather adept, it had been laid bare under the sweep of his spiritual sense that he hoped that the three who had just retreated would dissuade the Foundation establishment cultivator from advancing further. He had no fear of such a practitioner. He merely wished to avoid needless slaughter. This was merely the beginning. Based on his estimates, if trouble were to arise, it would likely occur on the final day. After all, with some time for buffer, the nearby high-level cultivators should have received news and arrived at this location. Chapter 567. Infiltration. Hanley pondered, estimating that on the final day, there would likely be 3 or 4 high-level cultivators at most. After all, this was not the outer seas, and in such a vast expanse of ocean, even core formation cultivators would not be numerous. If that were the case, he would naturally have no reason to feel apprehensive. Although he did not wish to draw attention to himself, if these cultivators truly disregarded their own safety, he would have no choice but to be ruthless. Having made up his mind, Hanley expressionlessly closed his eyes once more. At this moment, the May siblings and the man surnamed Fu had returned to their original location. Upon seeing them return so swiftly, the elder surnamed Zhao revealed a peculiar expression. "What is the matter? Have the three of you ascertained the situation on the island?" The elder inquired, seemingly probing that we arrived a moment too late. Other cultivators have occupied the location where the heavenly phenomena occurred on the island. Moreover, they have set up restrictions in advance. They are capable of commanding some high-level puppets. Their tone was quite intimidating. They are likely core formation cultivators, and the three of us are no match for them. The woman from the May family said, a flicker of alarm passing through her eyes as she shook her head in disbelief. Core formation cultivators? This implies that the heavenly phenomena on the island indeed carry some significance, and are not merely a natural occurrence. Could it truly be the emergence of a treasure? The elder exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity. Who knows? Logically speaking, we should have been among the earliest to arrive at this island. The May woman replied that it is likely that the individual had already set foot on the small island before the heavenly omens revealed themselves, and has even established a formation that it appears there is something intriguing at play. The man in white gently caressed the jade flute in his hand, speaking without raising his gaze. What did the other party look like? Perhaps the 3 fellow practitioners could describe them. I might be acquainted with them. The elder surnamed Zhao pondered before inquiring. Upon hearing the elder's words, the May siblings and the man in white exchanged glances, a hint of uncertainty in their expressions. What? Have the 3 of you not seen the appearance of the other party? The elder furrowed his brow, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Noticing the elder's demeanor, the man in white suddenly recalled previous events, and his expression darkened abruptly. Humph, if Brother Zhao is skeptical, I can venture forth myself. At that point, whether the other party will show any mercy is another matter entirely, he said with a hint of irritation. You misunderstand, my friend, that I merely inquired casually, given that there is already a senior at the core formation stage on the island. Whether they are cultivating a technique or if a treasure truly has emerged, we naturally have no place to intervene. The elder chuckled lightly. That may not necessarily be the case. even if the opponent is a cultivator at the core formation stage. If we join forces with a dozen or so fellow practitioners at the foundation establishment stage, it is not impossible for us to contend with them, the man surnamed May remarked with a hint of reluctance. Brother May, you jest, not to mention that there are not that many foundation establishment cultivators available. Even if there were, who would dare offend a core formation cultivator without knowing whether there is indeed a treasure on the island or the value of such a treasure? The man in white shook his head dismissively. Upon hearing the words of the man in white, the sister of the May siblings opened her mouth, her expression grim, yet she found no retort to offer. With a resigned sigh, she fell silent. Brother, since the waters here run too deep, we siblings should refrain from getting involved. Let us depart, the woman surnamed May gently advised as she glanced at the man beside her. The brother, upon hearing this, displayed a hesitant expression. Although he was acutely aware that with a core formation cultivator present, there would be no further gains to be had. He was reluctant to simply walk away from a rare opportunity for an extraordinary treasure. After all, for wandering cultivators like them, such chances are indeed few and far between. Depart, such a thought is rather naive. Until I have spoken, none of you shall consider leaving. Before the man surnamed May could fully contemplate his options, a chilling voice echoed ominously from the surroundings. The May siblings and the man in white were taken aback, immediately placing their hands on their storage pouches, casting wary glances around. Yet, the area was devoid of any visible presence. Brother Zhao, what is the meaning of this? The man surnamed May questioned the elder with a grave expression, simultaneously extending his spiritual sense to scan the vicinity incessantly. Please do not inquire of me. Fellow practitioners, like you, I find myself unable to depart, the elder replied, a look of resignation and a bitter smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the other three were momentarily taken aback, just as they were uncertain whether to trust the elder. A flash of yellow light appeared a distance away, and a white silhouette manifested before them. This figure was enveloped in white mist, its form indistinct, resembling a phantom shrouded in fog. The appearance of this individual startled the May siblings, prompting them to summon their magical artifacts to protect themselves, gazing warily at the newcomer. Humph, do you young ones still wish to engage in combat with me? A voice, chilling to the bone, emerged from the white mist. Laced with a hint of ire, we dared not question it. Yet we were perplexed as to how we had offended the esteemed elder, and why we were not permitted to leave. Although the woman of the May clan could not discern the visage of the white figure, the aura emanating from it unmistakably identified the presence of a core formation cultivator. Her complexion paled, and she spoke with gentle assurance. Offend me? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a notion? I merely wish to prevent the affairs of this place from becoming widely known. Until it is clarified whether treasures exist upon this island, no one is allowed to set foot here. Otherwise, I shall eradicate any intruder without hesitation. The white figure spoke with an air of haughty authority. The May siblings were momentarily taken aback by these words. That I, in that case, might I inquire when the esteemed elder intends to explore the island? The white-clad man exhaled softly, posing the question. Rest assured, I shall depart shortly. However, before I do, you must recount in detail the events you encountered upon the island, the white figure replied with a cold chuckle. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances, a mixture of apprehension and resolve in their expressions. After a moment of contemplation, the May woman, furrowing her brows, spoke calmly. In truth, there is little to recount. We were essentially repelled by a dozen puppets. At that time, she meticulously detailed the occurrences that transpired on the island. The ability to manipulate such a multitude of high-tier puppets was indeed beyond the capacity of a mere foundation establishment cultivator. It appears you possess some modicum of cleverness. Had you dallied any longer, it is likely you would not be standing here, the white figure remarked after a moment of silence, followed by a sinister chuckle. Subsequently, without further ado, the figure transformed into a streak of yellow light and soared directly towards the island. The other cultivators felt a surge of hope, believing an opportunity for escape had arisen, only to be met with a languid voice that drifted from afar. Listen well. Until my return, should anyone dare to leave prematurely, do not blame me for pursuing you. I am not a benevolent individual. The voice gradually faded, leaving the elderly men exchanging speechless glances. As the yellow light receded from sight, thoughts of stealthily slipping away crossed their minds. Yet, upon weighing the consequences, none dared to depart, intimidated by the reputation of the core formation cultivator. Almost simultaneously, Han Li at the valley's entrance opened his eyes. His expression darkened. I thought this fellow would wait until tomorrow. Yet he too is rather impatient, Hanley murmured, a hint of dissatisfaction evident. Just then, his expression shifted as he turned to another direction, a contemplative look settling on his face. Another wave of intruders approaches. It seems I must deal with each one as they come. He gazed at the sky, exhaling a soft sigh as he muttered to himself. Without further hesitation, Hanley reached for a specific spirit beast pouch at his waist that a swarm of three-colored devouring gold insects buzzed forth, swirling above him before swiftly coalescing into a massive trident. Go, Hanley commanded, his gaze fixed upon the colossal spear. With a sound like the tearing of the void, the spear vanished in a flicker. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Hanley's eyes as he watched the direction in which the spear had disappeared. The yellow light, transformed from the white shadow, had ascended to the small island. However, this retreating light paused momentarily at the island's edge before coming to a halt. Subsequently, the white mist dispersed, revealing a middle-aged cultivator in his 40s. His complexion pale and lips devoid of color as he glanced towards the celestial phenomena, a flicker of unusual emotion crossing his eyes. Soon after, white mist surged from his body, rendering his form indistinct, and within moments, he vanished into thin air. Just as the white shadow employed the art of concealment to stealthily investigate further, a dozen beams of red light shot forth from the opposite side of the island, coalescing around an exquisitely ornate flying beast carriage. This carriage measured approximately 6 to 7 zhang in length, crafted from an unknown aromatic wood, adorned with layers of talismans, emitting a faint white glow. In front of it, 3 azure monstrous birds pulled the carriage forward. These creatures were about a zhang in size, possessing 6 eyes and 4 wings, their countenances fierce and menacing, yet they flew with astonishing speed, reaching the vicinity of the island in the blink of an eye. Chapter 568. Formidable foes stop. A man's command resonated from within the carriage, causing the beast carriage to halt abruptly. Following this, as the red radiance receded, a number of stunningly beautiful young women emerged, all clad in uniform light green palace attire, their raven hair styled atop their heads, each bearing a pair of swords on their backs. These female cultivators stood in orderly formation on either side of the beast carriage, their heads bowed, expressions solemn, each possessing the cultivation of the foundation establishment stage. Strange, how could there be individuals here wielding such extraordinary techniques? Judging by the accumulation of yin energy, it must either be the transformation of yang spirit technique or the soul restoration secret method. That a voice emerged from within the white light-enshrouded carriage, exclaiming in astonishment, even naming the soul restoration technique. Such a celestial phenomenon is truly astonishing. Could it not be an omen of a rare treasure's emergence? A young woman's voice followed, her words dripping with cold indifference, yet failing to mask the sweetness of her alluring tone. Huh? Do you believe I cannot distinguish between the emergence of a rare treasure and an extraordinary technique? The man, seemingly brimming with confidence, chuckled lightly. Humph, that is merely your one-sided opinion. It could very well be a sign of a treasure's appearance. That I see no discernible difference between the two. That after a moment of silence, the woman's frosty huff echoed from the carriage, her words unapologetically direct. If you wish to ascertain the truth, why not approach and see for yourself? Whether it be the transformation of yang or the soul restoration technique, one must possess at least the core formation stage of cultivation to perform such arts. And it is common for one's cultivation to regress significantly afterward, often resulting in a fall to a lower realm. That I too am somewhat curious and wish to see who is employing this technique. If their cultivation proves adequate, perhaps we might recruit them as well. The divine pigeon hall is currently in need of a few law enforcers. The man, seemingly indulgent towards the woman, did not take offense at her skepticism. Rather, he continued in agreement with her tone. Very well. After nearly a month of flying in this beast carriage, I find myself somewhat restless. It would be refreshing to stretch my legs upon the island. The woman hesitated briefly before conceding. Just a moment. I shall dispel the protective barrier. Upon uttering these words, a flash of white light emanated from the carriage, gradually dissipating to reveal its occupants. Indeed, within the beast carriage sat a man and a woman, positioned at either end. The man, dressed in coarse garments and adorned with a high crown, appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age, with a handsome and refined countenance, golden light subtly radiating from between his brows, hinting at the nature of his cultivation practice. Beside him sat a young maiden, perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, draped in a flowing white gown. Her skin resembled exquisite jade, and her lustrous black hair cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, accentuating her ethereal beauty. Yet, her complexion appeared somewhat pallid, lacking the flush of vitality, rendering her akin to a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, surreal and dreamlike, leaning against a corner of the beast cart. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, hinting at a trace of displeasure. However, as the protective barrier was lifted, her expression shifted, and she stood gracefully, descending from the cart. The man gazed tenderly at her movements and, observing the situation, followed her down with a subtle smile. "Dao, you have calculated the likelihood of the ghost mist appearing nearby. What is your degree of certainty?" she inquired. "As far as I am aware, the ghost mist, being the most enigmatic of calamities in the chaotic star sea, lacks any discernible pattern regarding its time and location of emergence." The maiden cast a glance towards the small island before nonchalantly uttering a remark that seemed entirely disconnected from the current circumstances. The man, seemingly accustomed to her demeanor, replied with a smile and his hands clasped behind his back. "Indeed, the ghost mist does not adhere to any precise pattern. However, after investing considerable effort in gathering detailed records of its appearances over the centuries, I have stumbled upon something intriguing. A portion of the locations where the ghost mist manifests coincides with areas that have recently experienced volcanic eruptions. While this is not universally applicable, there is at least a one-third correlation to this trend. Moreover, this maritime region has recently witnessed the eruption of 2 underwater volcanoes, suggesting a significant probability of the ghost mist's emergence." Upon hearing this, the maiden's beautiful eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. After a moment's hesitation, she inquired slowly, "Dao, did you truly bring me to this maritime expanse solely to observe the ghost mist's emergence? Typically, when cultivators encounter such phenomena, they flee. Who would dare approach it willingly?" "Why not?" he responded with a casual demeanor. "I have been quite idle of late. Thus, it seems prudent to ascertain the accuracy of my calculations. Should the ghost mist truly manifest, I am quite capable of retreating." The young man, adorned in a cloak of coarse fabric, displayed a nonchalant expression. The maiden fell silent for a moment, contemplating. "Is it appropriate to proceed now? It appears that the individual is in a critical phase of their incantation. Would we not be intruding?" After a brief pause, she gestured towards the celestial phenomenon above the small island, calmly asking, "Intrude? I, when Tianren, seek an audience with a core formation cultivator. How could such a meeting be considered an intrusion? Should this individual lack discernment and dare to speak disrespectfully, I would not hesitate to eliminate them." The young man's scholarly visage suddenly radiated a hint of arrogance, his tone unapologetic. The maiden regarded the youth before her, rendered momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, it was evident that his abilities were indeed profound and inscrutable. Though he had yet to condense his nascent soul, he was clearly on a different echelon compared to peers of the same rank. To assert that he was the foremost among the core formation cultivators of the chaotic star sea would be a statement grounded in truth. Suddenly, the man's expression shifted, his gaze drawn towards the small island, a look of surprise crossing his face. "What transpired?" the maiden inquired with curiosity, though her tone remained detached. "Fascinating indeed. There are presently 3 core formation cultivators gathered upon that island. 2 of them are relatively unremarkable. Being at the initial stage of core formation, one's concealment technique is rather intriguing, yet it fails to impress me. However, the other, a late-stage core formation cultivator, is of a different caliber altogether. Remarkably, they have sensed the presence of my consciousness. Their spiritual awareness is formidable, rivaling my own." The man spoke while intently gazing at the small island, a trace of solemnity evident on his face. The young woman, upon hearing him, displayed a flicker of emotion. She had witnessed firsthand the formidable strength of the man's spiritual awareness, which was scarcely inferior to that of an ancient Yuan-ing practitioner. The revelation that another Jedon cultivator possessed a spiritual awareness equally powerful was, indeed, hard for her to fathom, and for the first time, an odd expression graced her features. However, she was acutely aware that despite the man's seemingly gentle and amiable demeanor, he was far from magnanimous. Rather, he was treacherous and capricious, often resorting to lethal measures at the slightest displeasure, compounded by his terrifying level of cultivation. Even though he was currently infatuated with her, she could only muster a fade of indifference, careful not to provoke him unduly. Fortunately, the man appeared to regard the conquest of her heart and mind as an intriguing game, refraining from employing force against her, which offered her a modicum of reassurance. Although his expression remained unchanged, She surmised that he had likely harbored murderous intent towards the cultivators on the island. After all, the man took great pride in his spiritual awareness, which rivaled that of ancient Yuaning experts. How could he tolerate the existence of peers who approached his level? With a silent sigh, she could only extend a tinge of pity towards the island's inhabitants. That moment, atop the island, a few miles away from the valley, lay a chaotic pile of rocks, eerily silent as if devoid of life. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the stillness, followed by an enormous tricolored spear that shot forth unexpectedly from below. Darting past the rocky expanse in an instant, a resounding thud echoed as the spear struck a suddenly materializing white energy shield. Within the shield, a figure trembled, revealing a pale visage of utter panic. Just as this individual opened their mouth to emit a fragment of a purple jade ruler, the sound of the shield shattering reverberated simultaneously. Before the white figure could activate their magical artifact, the spear swiftly pierced through their chest. The lifeless body, saturated in a thick scent of blood, plummeted from the sky, crashing into the rock pile and vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the tricolored spear inexplicably transformed into a swarm of insects, one cluster enveloping a storage bag and another encircling the purple jade ruler, all buzzing as they retreated towards the small valley. Moments later, Hanli held the storage bag in one hand, scanning it with his spiritual awareness, while casually toying with the purple jade ruler in the other. After a brief interval, he stowed both items away and slowly lifted his gaze towards a distant point, his expression darkening. Not long ago, when he had released the golden devouring insects, he sensed an almost imperceptible wave of spiritual awareness sweep past him. This startled Hanli so profoundly that he nearly leapt. In his recollection, such a terrifying level of spiritual awareness could only belong to an ancient Yuan cultivator. Cautiously tracking the source, he soon discovered that the origin of this formidable awareness came from the newly arrived group of cultivators. Upon carefully probing, he was astounded to find that the source of this alarming spiritual awareness was, astonishingly, another late-stage Jedon practitioner, seemingly youthful, not much older than himself. Hanli was struck with astonishment. Just as his spiritual awareness had brushed against the other, the latter had also noticed his prying presence. Employing an unknown restriction, that area suddenly expelled Han Li's spiritual awareness forcefully, rendering it impossible for him to penetrate further. This realization weighed heavily on Han Li's heart. Chapter 569. The Six Paths Inheritor. Following these events, Han Li discerned that the individuals who came thereafter were not ordinary cultivators and had no desire to entangle himself with the elusive White Shadow. Now, he could devote his full attention to the newly arrived late-stage core formation practitioner. Casting a glance back at the valley situation, Han Li observed that the area around the formation was engulfed by a pitch-black, ink-like malevolence, suggesting that Yuan Yao's soul-retrieving technique had reached a critical juncture. If interrupted now, not only would Yan Li be beyond salvation, but this woman might also suffer a backlash from her own cultivation, resulting in severe injury. Han Li furrowed his brow and turned back, pondering for a moment. Although he was unaware of the young man's divine status, the sheer potency of his spiritual sense compelled him to regard him with utmost seriousness. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. He was confident that among the core formation practitioners, none could pose a threat to him. With his magical treasures and abilities, he contemplated whether to take the initiative to dispatch this individual. As the opponent appeared somewhat formidable, should he ally with other cultivators, it could become quite a predicament. Just as Han Li hesitated, an instinctive shift in his expression signaled a sudden alertness, his eyes narrowing as he stood abruptly. The man, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful young woman, departed from the beast cart and soared toward him. Han Li's expression darkened. He raised his hands, releasing a dozen giant ape puppets to remain in place, lest some rogue take advantage of his absence. Without hesitation, he stamped his foot, transforming into a streak of azure light that pierced the heavens as he advanced toward the pair. Given the level of cultivation of these individuals, any confrontation nearby could potentially disrupt Yuan Yao's incantation in the valley. The opposing duo did not appear to be exerting their full speed as they approached at a moderate pace. Moments later, Han Li met them at the periphery of the small island. Having altered his appearance slightly during the protective ritual, he was unconcerned about being recognized as the owner of the Void Heaven Cauldron. Instead, from a distance of over 100 paces, Han Li regarded the man and woman with a stoic expression. After a brief appraisal, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The man was acceptable, though the golden radiance between his brows was somewhat conspicuous, likely a result of his unique cultivation technique. However, The woman possessed an astonishing beauty that evoked a sense of reverence, compelling Han Li to steal a few more glances at her. For reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity toward her, particularly with her pair of clear, bright eyes, as though he had encountered them somewhere before. Yet, Han Li was certain that this was his first meeting with such a breathtaking maiden. Otherwise, her exceptional appearance would have left an indelible impression to that moment. The man and the exquisite young woman also turned their gazes toward Han Li. "May I inquire about your esteemed surname? Is it you who has been employing the extraordinary techniques here?" When Tianren, with his hands clasped behind his back, smiled faintly after a brief flicker of intrigue crossed his face, Han Li, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of trepidation. The confidence with which the man affirmed the celestial phenomenon's origins suggested that his prowess exceeded Han Li's expectations. "My surname is of little consequence," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "However, I advise you both to turn back. Since you are aware that this celestial event does not signify the emergence of a treasure, why venture to this island?" Upon hearing these words, the man's countenance darkened, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "That I am not here for any celestial omen, but rather to seek you, my fellow cultivator," he stated with a hint of detachment. "For me?" Han Li furrowed his brows, taken aback by the unexpected revelation. "Indeed, since you are reluctant to reveal your name, I shall not press the matter. However, I possess a modicum of knowledge regarding the prominent alchemical cultivators across various sects. Yet, your visage is strikingly unfamiliar. That it appears you must be a rogue cultivator. Given this, I present you and your companions in the valley with two choices. Either join our alliance and serve as an enforcer of the divine Falcon Hall, henceforth obeying my commands, or allow me to take action and meet your demise here." When Tianren declared, his elegant features betraying a hint of malice as he spoke coldly. "Your commands, this alliance. Are you a member of the Reversal Star Alliance?" Han Li was momentarily stunned, but soon scrutinized the man before him with renewed curiosity. "Young master, one is a highly esteemed disciple of the 6 paths of the Reversal Star Alliance. Should you choose to submit, it would not tarnish your reputation. Moreover, given your cultivation level, you would undoubtedly find favor within our ranks," interjected a stunning young woman beside them, elucidating the man's identity. "That a disciple of the 6 paths?" Han Li's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment. While he had sensed that the man's origins were extraordinary, he had not anticipated their gravity. When Tianren, noticing the surprise etched on Han Li's face, maintained his composure. Yet a flicker of pride gleamed in his eyes. He relished witnessing the trepidation of unfamiliar cultivators upon learning of his status, believing there was nothing wrong in leveraging the name of a disciple of the 6 paths. After all, status is indeed a facet of personal strength. However, his momentary exhilaration was swiftly extinguished as Han Li's demeanor transformed into a cold smirk. "So the young master of the Reversal Star Alliance has arrived. I am truly humbled. However, I have no intention of joining your esteemed alliance, nor do I wish to meet my end here. Instead, I propose an alternative. What say you to relinquishing your life to me?" Han Li remarked with a tone of derision. Understanding the gravity of the situation and sensing the latent hostility emanating from the 6 paths disciple, he recognized that this matter could not be resolved amicably. From their initial encounter, he had sensed a threat of murderous intent emanating from this individual. Even if he were to agree to submit, it was likely that the young master would still seek his demise. Therefore, Han Li discarded any pretense and ceased to offer the man any semblance of respect. While others may cower before the immense power of the Reversal Star Alliance, he remained unfazed. After all, possessing the Void Heaven Cauldron made him a target of pursuit by all factions. "Good, splendid," when Tianren, now seething with rage, laughed mockingly, fixating his gaze on Han Li as he spat out several praises, his eyes glimmering with cold fury. Yet, at the very moment the last word escaped his lips, he suddenly unleashed a burst of blue light. This azure radiance erupted forth, instantly illuminating the surroundings with blinding brilliance. And then, with a whoosh, it vanished from sight. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, a flash of malevolence crossed Han Li's face. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand, activating the jade talisman he had already grasped. And a radiant red and yellow barrier enveloped him. In the next instant, the blue light reappeared before Han Li, striking the barrier with a resounding thud. Han Li's expression shifted slightly as he, along with the barrier, was sent flying several feet away. This moment, he discerned that the blue radiance was, in fact, a peculiar conical object measuring mere inches in size, shimmering with a chilling light. adorned with entwined runes, and emitting an odd, crackling sound. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li flicked his 10 fingers, unleashing 10 streams of azure sword energy that simultaneously shot forth, colliding with the blue glow and sending the conical object hurtling away. Subsequently, he unhesitatingly struck the storage pouch with one hand, causing 5 bronze rings to materialize in a chorus of clear chimes, radiating 5 hues of light. At the same time, with a deft flick of his sleeve, over 20 flying swords surged forth, racing towards their target. Observing that his initial strike had yielded no results, when Tianren displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, he calmly brought his hands together, producing a small banner. This banner, approximately 3 to 4 inches in length, sparkled with a violet light, exuding an aura of spiritual energy. As he caught sight of the multitude of flying swords advancing towards him, he could not help but emit a soft gasp of surprise. Hastily waving the purple banner, from which countless violet clouds erupted, enveloping him completely and concealing his form, Han Li, who was about to summon the 5 element rings, felt a fleeting sense of regret in his eyes upon witnessing this. However, without further hesitation, he merged the bronze rings into a colossal ring that enveloped his exterior. At that moment, he swiftly formed a hand seal and invoked the sword shadow splitting technique upon the azure bamboo, cloud sword that was hurtling forward. Instantly, 24 azure flying swords flickered momentarily before transforming into 96 beams of azure light that surged towards the violet cloud with overwhelming force. The breathtaking young woman, having retreated over 100 paces, was struck dumb by this astonishing spectacle, her face paling in shock. Yet, amidst her incredulity, a complex expression flickered across her features. The azure light swirled around the violet cloud like countless colossal peaks, puncturing the cloud hundreds of times in mere moments. Yet, within the violet mist, there was not the slightest sign of life, no reaction whatsoever. Despite the multitude of flying swords piercing through the cloud, they seemed to strike nothing but empty air. Witnessing this scene, Han Li's brow furrowed, his countenance darkening further. Though he understood it would be impossible to dispatch his opponents so easily, the tenacity of this 6 Paths inheritor appeared to far exceed his expectations. Contemplating this, he fervently gestured towards the distant flying swords, which emitted a resonant hum as they spiraled above the violet cloud before merging into 2 massive swords several feet in length, descending with the force of a mountain. Simultaneously, Han Li struck his hand against the beast pouch at his waist. Chapter 570. A bitter struggle. Countless golden devouring insects surged forth from the pouch, instantaneously transforming into a massive swarm of 3 colors, spreading over Han Li's head, spanning a width of 20 to 30 feet. A voice of astonishment emerged. Han Li's eyes glinted coldly. He shifted his gaze to the distant, breathtaking young woman. She covered her cherry blossom-like mouth with one hand, her eyes brimming with astonishment, accompanied by an indescribable glimmer of joy. That he paused, momentarily bewildered by her expression, when suddenly 2 thunderous booms echoed from another direction. Startled, he could not afford to be distracted by this development, and quickly turned his attention back. There, from within the violet clouds, emerged an ancient bronze shield gleaming with white light, effortlessly deflecting the assault of the 2 massive swords. Observing the situation, Han Li could not help but let out a silent sigh. He had consistently lacked the time to refine these flying swords, resulting in their reliance on the uniqueness of their materials, which allowed them to possess power comparable to that of ordinary magical treasures wielded by alchemists. However, now that his cultivation had advanced to the late stage of the core formation realm, the potency of the Qingzhou Fengyun sword was clearly disproportionate to his own cultivation level. Even when employing the great sword technique, it posed little threat to cultivators of the same rank. With this thought, Han Li, with a flicker of his consciousness, commanded the 2 flying swords to relentlessly circle and strike at the purple cloud above, yet all their attempts were thwarted by the ancient shield. At this juncture, Han Li emitted a series of low growls, and the army of golden-eating insects above his head began to buzz in response, transforming into a colossal cloud of insects that surged towards the purple cloud with fervor. Although he was unaware of the nature of this purple cloud, he was confident that the golden-eating insects, with their insatiable appetite, would be able to devour whatever lay within. Humph! Insect control technique, truly a fool's errand. One Tianren, within the purple cloud, displayed no sign of fear upon witnessing the terrifying insect cloud descending from above. Instead, he let out a cold snort, revealing a hint of disdain. Hearing this, Han Li felt a surge of delight rather than anger. If the opponent regarded the golden-eating insects as mere ordinary spirit insects, he was indeed courting his own demise. Surely, when the swarm of insects descended upon the purple cloud, it would mark the end for his adversary. Hanli chuckled inwardly, and as he observed the insect cloud descending upon the purple cloud, when Tianren suddenly exhaled a single word, an astonishing scene unfolded. A brilliant golden light erupted from within the purple cloud, followed by countless golden threads shooting forth in all directions, piercing through the gathering swarm of insects. Subsequently, a cacophony of popping sounds filled the air as innumerable insect corpses rained down like droplets from the sky. These golden threads appeared to be the nemesis of the golden-eating insects, as the bodies of the flying insects, which were typically resistant to magical treasures, were effortlessly pierced and shattered by these threads. Unable to withstand even the slightest blow, witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's heart brimmed with shock and fury, prompting him to emit a sharp cry. Upon hearing this, the swarm of insects immediately turned tail and fled. Yet, the golden threads showed no signs of relenting, pursuing the insect swarm relentlessly. That a significant number of flying insects continued to plummet from the sky. Han Li's expression turned grim, without a moment's hesitation. He patted his storage pouch and swiftly executed a hand gesture. An ancient treasure resembling a flower basket emerged in his grasp. Without a trace of hesitation, he hurled the flower basket into the air. In an instant, a flash of white light erupted as the flower basket transformed into a mass of white mist that surged towards the golden threads. Observing how the white mist seamlessly passed through the swarm of insects, Han Li's eyes glimmered with intrigue. He quickly manipulated his hands to channel the technique, causing the white mist to spin rapidly, radiating a brilliant glow. The golden threads that had been aimed at the insect swarm were suddenly enveloped by the white light, their movement abruptly stalling and their speed diminishing significantly. Seizing this opportunity, the insect cloud swiftly distanced itself, retreating back to the spirit beast pouch at Han Li's waist. Nevertheless, Han Li's countenance remained troubled, for in this brief confrontation, nearly 10,000 of the three-colored golden-eating insects had perished, had it not been for the intervention of the flower basket treasure. Although the swarm would not have been completely annihilated, it would have undoubtedly suffered grievous losses. What sort of treasure were these golden threads, to possess such formidable power? Even now, he found it hard to believe that the golden-eating insects, without displaying any of their might, could be so effortlessly subdued, leaving him utterly vexed. As Han Li momentarily fell into a trance, the golden threads within the white mist underwent a transformation. After a few frenzied flashes, their brilliance dimmed, revealing their true form amidst the white light, delicate golden needles, each merely an inch in length, shimmering with resplendent luster. Upon witnessing this, Han Li was genuinely taken aback. It appeared that this inheritor of the six paths had cultivated the most challenging of flying needle artifacts, and there were densely packed hundreds of them. This realization caused him to draw in a sharp breath. However, a thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Just at that moment, as the radiance of the golden needles receded slightly, it surged forth once more. With a series of swift whooshing sounds, they converged into a single point, transforming into a small golden sword. After a gentle tremor, this golden sword shot forth, instantaneously shattering the restrictions of the ancient treasure flower basket. Hurtling directly towards Han Li, his expression darkened as he swiftly reached into his storage pouch, producing a shimmering talisman of azure light. This was the very talisman gifted to him by the esteemed Qing Yi during his time at the Sutian Hall. This artifact, also a flying needle type, was perfectly suited for testing its potency. As the golden sword approached, it exploded with a resounding thud, dispersing once more into countless golden threads that surged towards him. Without hesitation, Han Li directed the azure talisman, unleashing a burst of azure essence upon it. The talisman flickered with azure light, instantly activated. Subsequently, it transformed into a beam of azure light that shot forth. Once it breached the protective barrier, it swiftly morphed into a vast expanse of azure threads that, at a glance, bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden strands, save for their differing hues. This sight left when Tianren, concealed within the purple clouds, momentarily astonished, a look of surprise crossing his face. The golden threads and azure strands had now converged in close proximity to Han Li, intertwining and clashing, producing bursts of light of varying sizes, resulting in a stalemate. Qing Ming Needle. What connection do you have with Qing Yi? How is it that you possess his Qing Ming Needle talisman? When Tianren's astonishment quickly morphed into a cold inquiry. Upon hearing the mention of the Qing Ming Needle, Han Li too felt a jolt of surprise, but he soon calmed himself. It seemed that while the news of the Su Tian Ding had spread, the specifics of the events that transpired within the Su Tian Hall had not been widely disclosed by those ancient Yuaning figures. Otherwise, the opponent would have deduced his identity merely from this talisman. With that thought, Han Li felt no inclination to engage in conversation, merely responding with a disdainful sneer. He then fully channeled his magical energy, seizing the moment of the opponent's hesitation, allowing the azure threads to momentarily gain the upper hand, forcing the golden strands to retreat steadily, seeking death. Since he refused to explain, I shan't extend any courtesy to the old ghost Qing. Why do not blame me for my lack of politeness. Below, let me demonstrate the might of the first demonic art of the Sea of Chaos. 6 Extremes, true demonic art. When Tianren's fury erupted within the purple clouds, his voice chillingly cold. Subsequently, the golden threads ceased their entanglement with the Qing Ming needle talisman, turning sharply and retreating, vanishing silently into the cloud mass. The fleeting shadow passed over Han Li's face. Yet without the slightest hesitation, he summoned the azure silk threads, which unceremoniously encircled the violet clouds, piercing relentlessly. However, the outcome mirrored that of their previous encounter. The clouds remained hollow, and every azure thread penetrated through without yielding any effect. Observing this, Han Li's expression darkened, shrouded in frost, as he promptly recalled the azure threads, reforming them into talismans and stowing them away in his storage pouch. The Qingming needle possessed formidable power, and such a talisman's might should not be squandered lightly. Gazing at the silently looming violet clouds, Han Li's countenance fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation, as if he were grappling with a decision yet unable to commit. In that fleeting moment, the violet cloud mass began to churn ominously without warning. Followed by a tempestuous gale, the ambient spiritual energy within dozens of miles stirred restlessly, suddenly surging into the violet clouds like rivers converging into the sea. The cloud mass swelled dramatically, its hue transforming from violet to a ghastly gray-white, accompanied by an eerie crackling sound that began faintly but swiftly escalated into a deafening roar, inciting profound unease in the hearts of those nearby. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Han Li's moment of hesitation evaporated instantly. He grasped his right arm with his left hand, raising his right palm, which aimed directly at the gray-white cloud mass, his expression becoming imbued with a chilling ferocity. The ambient spiritual energy continued to pour in relentlessly, and the gray-white clouds expanded further, their crackling sounds evolving into thunderous booms that left those of lesser cultivation trembling in fear and disarray. In stark contrast to the tumultuous activity of the gray-white cloud mass, Han Li remained silent, as a faint layer of black mist enveloped his raised right arm. This black mist writhed and thickened, transforming into an inky darkness. As it reached an obsidian density, a grave expression settled upon Han Li's face. His entire right arm swelled rapidly, soon becoming 2 to 3 times its original girth, a blinding blood-red light manifesting upon its surface, appearing eerie beneath the shroud of black mist. That moment, Han Li lifted his gaze toward the opposing cloud mass, which continued its explosive expansion amidst the cacophony, now spanning an area of over 30 yards. A glint of fierce resolve flashed in Han Li's eyes as he suddenly exhaled the word break. His massive arm contracted before abruptly thrusting forward. A black-red beam of light shot forth from his palm, its girth astonishing, and as it was released, a sizzling sound echoed, trailing a long streak of light as it sped toward the cloud mass. Warm Tianren seemed to sense the impending peril. The ancient bronze shield entangled with his great sword flashed with light, positioning itself before the cloud mass. The beam of light showed no sign of halting, slicing through as though the shield were mere clay, splitting it into 2 without a sound, leaving it to crumble into dust. From behind the shield, a muffled groan emerged from the cloud mass, which then revealed a black fissure at its center. Moments later, the cloud mass shattered like a torn canvas, splitting into 2 halves. The immense beam of light, having severed the cloud mass, continued to shoot forth for over 10 yards before dissipating into myriad star-like sparks, vanishing completely. That moment, a furious growl erupted from one side of the cloud, emanating from one Tianren, filled with rage. You dare sever my kin? I shall demand your life as recompense. As this roar resonated, the other half of the mist abruptly vanished, revealing a withered, severed arm, floating in midair. The style of the attached sleeve unmistakably indicated that it belonged to Wen Tianren's left hand. Witnessing this transformation, Han Li's gaze sharpened, and the notorious arcane technique known as transforming calamity immediately surfaced in his mind. This technique involves cultivating a portion of one's limb into a substitute puppet in advance, allowing the practitioner to mentally command it to bear the brunt of an unavoidable attack when it strikes. That it proves particularly effective against malevolent curses. However, this top-tier dark art is said to be accessible only to cultivators at the nascent soul stage, leaving Han Li astonished that his opponent possessed the ability to wield such a technique. As for the terrifying attack that had just been unleashed, it was one of the secret arts Han Li had selected to cultivate from the Xianin Jing, known as Yin Demon Slash. This method, akin to that of the blood spirit drill, involves refining a portion of one's essence into a formidable entity that is unleashed in a single burst during confrontations, rendering it utterly unstoppable. The power of the Yin Demon Slash is contingent upon the cultivator's level of cultivation, the quantity of refined essence, and the duration of its training. Legends suggest that when honed to a profound level, it can even slice through space and shatter the void. Of course, such a one-time offensive technique requires immense dedication, and who would truly invest such effort into it? Even Han Li had only refined a small fragment. After 2 unsuccessful attacks, Han Li had surmised that the cloud likely possessed the ability to shift positions. Thus, he resolved to employ the moderately cultivated Yin Demon Slash. Although this strike could not pierce the boundary and tear through the void, it was sufficient to counteract his opponent's translocation abilities. Indeed, with a single blow, it proved effective. Even though the adversary had utilized transforming calamity to evade the disaster, the damage to their vitality was certainly significant, and the sensation of having their arm severed was likely far from pleasant. As Han Li contemplated this with a cold smile, a flash of golden light shot forth from the cloud, retrieving the severed arm floating in the air. Taken aback, Han Li's expression turned peculiar as he pondered the intention behind this action. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from the cloud. The grayish-white mist was swept away, revealing Wen Tianren's figure. Han Li's eyes glinted with a cold light as he gazed intently. There stood Wen Tianren, gripping his dismembered arm with a gaze filled with intense malice. Behind him, 6 towering phantoms began to materialize, some adorned with horns, others cloaked in scales, all exuding a terrifying aura, bearing fangs, and shrouded in grayish-white demonic energy, as if demons had descended upon the world. 6 Extremes True Demons. Han Li muttered darkly. Soon, you shall understand the might of the 6 Extremes, Holy Sovereign. Though these are merely the phantoms of the 6 saints, they are more than sufficient to deal with a mere core formation cultivator like you. When Tianren scoffed coldly, casting a sidelong glance at his severed arm, his refined features now marred by an expression of murderous intent. Ever since this heir of the 6 paths had achieved great mastery, he had never encountered such a significant setback. Han Li's magical treasures and abilities were so formidable that they left him astounded, igniting an insatiable desire to kill. Suddenly, he pressed his severed arm at the point of injury, and from behind him emerged a slender phantom with 2 horns atop its head. As it opened its mouth, a faint crimson mist erupted, swiftly enveloping his severed limb. Moments later, the mist dissipated on its own, and to his amazement, the once withered arm regained its fullness, fingers moving delicately as if restored to their original state. Han Li's face was a portrait of astonishment when Tianren, observing Han Li's expression, momentarily displayed a sneer before suddenly gesturing with both hands, causing the 6 phantoms behind him to elongate. They swayed as if preparing to spring into action. Without hesitation, Han Li raised a hand and pointed gently at the top of Wen Tianren's head. 2 massive azure swords, suspended in midair, glimmered before descending with great force, seemingly intent on cleaving him in four. Wen Tianren merely regarded Han Li coldly, refusing to acknowledge the threat. Yet, among the phantoms, the tallest and most menacing one leaped forward, its massive arms moving with lightning speed to seize the 2 colossal swords in each hand. Han Li's expression darkened as he formed a hand seal, causing the swords to shimmer with a green light, struggling fiercely in the phantom's grasp. However, this towering specter, its eyes flashing with crimson light, abruptly clamped its hands together, unleashing a torrent of gray demonic fire from its mouth that enveloped the flying swords, beginning to refine them. Haha. Do you really think you can retrieve a treasure once grasped by a true demon of great strength? When Tianren laughed maniacally at the sight, without a moment's pause, He pointed at Han Li, causing the other 5 phantoms to vanish in an instant, only to reappear outside Han Li's protective barrier, when Tianren then revealed an air of assured victory, preparing to command the phantoms to obliterate Han Li. He was entirely confident in the prowess of these 6 levels of true demon phantoms, believing that should they join forces, even a foundational stage Yuanian cultivator would be powerless against them. After all, how could the formidable 6-level true demon technique that could conjure phantoms not be deemed the foremost demonic skill of the Chaos Star Sea? Just then, Han Li's expression abruptly turned icy. Raising both hands, 2 golden arcs of lightning, as thick as a bowl, shot forth and struck the nearest 2 phantoms, in an unbelievable turn of events. The 2 phantoms flickered amidst the thunderous roar, their faces contorting in excruciating agony before they vanished in a flash of gray light. When Tianren exclaimed in disbelief, momentarily convinced he was hallucinating, Han Li's exorcising thunderbolt surged forth once more, sending 2 more golden arcs that swiftly obliterated another pair of phantoms in a similar fashion. This time, when Tianren truly grasped the gravity of the situation, in utter despair, he bellowed, and a burst of silver light shot from his sleeve, simultaneously urging the last phantom to retreat hastily. It was crucial to note that while these 6-level true demon phantoms were formed from the surrounding spiritual energy, they also contained a portion of his own spiritual power. Each time one was destroyed, it resulted in a significant loss of his cultivation, though he could eventually recover it through further training. However, in the present confrontation, he found himself at a significant disadvantage. Yet, before the silvery light could reach Han Li, the sound of thunder erupted above him. When Tianren's expression changed abruptly as he hastily looked up, there, in the sky, another phantom transformed into wisps of azure smoke, while several slender golden arcs danced upon the 2 gigantic swords, unhesitatingly slashing downwards. Without a moment's thought, a flash of red light emanated from Tianren's feet, and with a whoosh, he transformed into a streak of crimson light. Vanishing from his original position, the massive sword struck the air below. In the next moment, when Tianren reappeared several dozen zhang away, his face pale as he fixed his gaze on Han Li. Meanwhile, 2 orbs of scarlet flame had inexplicably manifested beneath his feet, faintly emitting a greenish glow. At this juncture, Han Li could not afford to pursue his attack with the flying sword, for the silver light shot forth by Tianren had morphed into a colossal silver bell, plummeting downwards to strike him. Chapter 572. The 8 gates of golden light mirror. Fixing his gaze upon the descending bell, Han Li pointed a single hand towards the ancient treasure resembling a flower basket before him. Simultaneously, a dull clang resonated from the bell. The sound was not loud, yet for Han Li, who was directly facing the bell's opening, his mind felt heavy, and he nearly stumbled. Yet again, it was an auditory attack, one he detested. Cursing inwardly, Han Li did not dare to slacken his efforts as he urged the ancient treasure into action. A flash of light revealed the true form of the flower basket. The basket then spun rapidly, unleashing a cascade of white radiance that ensnared the silver bell and began to pull it skyward. The silver bell, however, was not so easily subdued. It emitted blinding silver light, and the sound of its ringing echoed incessantly. Nevertheless, enveloped by the white mist, Han Li found the discomfort lessened, allowing him to regain his footing. Unlike moments earlier, at this point, he no longer paid attention to the 2 ancient treasures hovering above him. Redirecting his focus back to the man before him, the 6th Path's young master, now regaining his composure, contemplated the recent scene where his true demonic form was obliterated by the golden arcs. Suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on Han Li. Exorcising divine thunder. You possess the golden thunder bamboo treasure. When Tianren's voice brimmed with astonishment and fury, aside from the renowned exorcising divine thunder, which was said to specifically counteract demonic techniques, he could not fathom any other electric arc possessing such extraordinary power capable of instantly dismantling his true demonic form. The golden thunder bamboo, a relic that once stirred chaos and bloodshed, had resurfaced, and it had been refined into a treasure by the individual opposite him, leaving this heir of the 6 Paths utterly astounded. Upon hearing Tianren utter the name of the exorcising divine thunder, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, but after a cold chuckle, his demeanor remained unchanged. He merely urged the flower basket treasure above him, intending to first capture the silver bell. Observing this development, Tianren's complexion paled. As the heir of the foremost figure of the demonic path, his understanding of the exorcising divine thunder far surpassed that of an ordinary cultivator. He held a profound apprehension toward this divine thunder, especially after witnessing the six extremes true demonic technique crumble under its might without any means of retaliation. He understood then that the rumors regarding this divine thunder's restraint on demonic techniques were no exaggeration. As long as the opponent possessed this thunder, it was sufficient to render a significant portion of his demonic arts ineffective. When Tianren inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the expressionless Han Li, his countenance darkening like murky waters, a flicker of unease passing through his heart that he sensed, albeit vaguely, that the man before him might be his fated nemesis. Not only was his cultivation and magical artifacts on par with his own, but having acquired the exorcising divine thunder, he had effectively restrained one's own techniques. This was an intolerable affront. Regardless of the cost, he could not allow his adversary to leave the small island alive. The golden thunder bamboo artifact could only be held securely in his grasp to ensure his peace of mind. Gazing intently at Han Li, when Tianren's resolve hardened. Meanwhile, the stunning young woman standing at a distance was left dumbfounded by the series of confrontations between Han Li and Wen Tianren. This maiden had already discerned Han Li's true identity when he commanded the devouring gold insect. Her astonishment knew no bounds. In the mere span of several decades, Han Li's cultivation had surged from the early stages of foundation establishment to the latter stages. A transformation that was indeed hard for her to fathom. However, upon recalling the rumored Shu Tianding, which seemed to be in Han Li's possession, a sense of relief washed over her. Even so, she initially held little faith in Han Li's ability to contend with Wen Tianren, believing he would only manage a brief resistance before fleeing in defeat. Yet, to her utter disbelief, as the duel progressed, Han Li appeared to gain the upper hand, particularly when his pale golden electric arc emerged, shattering Wen Tianren's magical prowess, leaving the enchanting maiden in a state of shock, her mind somewhat befuddled. The exorcising divine thunder. Almost before Wen Tianren could recognize it, she had identified the origin of the golden arc. For it was she who had personally entrusted Han Li with that segment of the ancient thunder bamboo over a millennium old. But how had it transformed into the 10,000-year golden thunder bamboo? Could it be that Han Li had obtained new thunder bamboo materials from elsewhere? This was the only explanation her mind could conjure. This captivating young woman was none other than the Xiling fairy, who had changed remarkably since their parting at the Shutian Palace, now seemingly reluctant to associate with Wen Tianren. One could only wonder how many tales lay hidden within this encounter. Now, with her pearly teeth clenched and her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the scene before her, she sensed that this conflict was far from over. When Tianren observed the silver bell poised to be ensnared within Han Li's flower basket, his expression finally shifted, a radiant golden light suddenly emanating from his brows, stretching and elongating as if it were a tangible force. In the blink of an eye, a small, exquisitely crafted horn protruded abruptly from the center of his forehead that glimmered with a brilliant golden hue, adorned with esoteric runes that were utterly incomprehensible, exuding not a trace of demonic aura, but rather suffused with the pure essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Gazing at the otherworldly horn, Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly, an involuntary shiver coursing through him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pointed towards two azure giant swords in the distance, casting forth two spells. The azure swords resonated with a hum before disintegrating, reforming into over 20 smaller blades. These small swords, then stimulated by the sword shadow splitting light technique, manifested into 3 beams of sword light, which retreated in a flurry, swiftly returning to Han Li's side, swirling around him in erratic patterns as they established a protective barrier. Very well. I did not anticipate being forced into such a predicament. First, I believe that apart from the ancient beings in the nascent soul stage, none in the core formation stage could possibly be my match. However, it seems I have been rather presumptuous. Nonetheless, encountering you now could be considered fortunate on my part. Otherwise, once you reach the nascent soul stage, extinguishing your existence would prove far more challenging. When Tianren regarded Han Li's actions with indifference, his expression surprisingly calming as he spoke in a faint tone, with a golden horn emerging between his brows. He appeared suddenly infused with confidence. The hint of panic that had previously surfaced vanished without a trace. Han Li maintained an impassive facade, yet his divine sense swiftly swept over his opponent. Ultimately, apart from the peculiar horn on his brow, Wen Tianren exhibited no significant surge in cultivation or any other strange transformations. Hanli furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt igniting within him. Heightening his vigilance, he was acutely aware that the words exchanged earlier were mere bravado. The golden horn undoubtedly concealed some sinister secret. Before Hanli could unravel this mystery, when Tianren extended his hands, unleashing 8 orbs of golden flame from his sleeves. These flames, no larger than a fist, shimmered brilliantly, spinning rapidly around when Tianren, witnessing his opponent manifest yet another extraordinary display. Hanli sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of frustration and irritation. He was acutely aware that, despite possessing numerous treasures, his collection was still dwarfed by that of his opponent. After all, as the esteemed heir of the Reversal Star Alliance and a disciple of the foremost figure in the demonic path, acquiring valuable artifacts was a trivial task for him. Hanli understood that he could not continue to compare treasures indefinitely. He needed to devise a strategy, either to ensnare his adversary or to strike with lethal precision. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, when Tianren harbored a strikingly similar thought, he too felt a twinge of trepidation in response to Hanli's seemingly endless array of tactics. Thus, he resolved to forego any additional artifacts and instead unleashed his trump card, these 8 orbs of golden flame. As the flames extinguished, they revealed 8 ancient mirrors crafted of pure gold. These mirrors, palm-sized, possessed one side as smooth as water, subtly radiating gold, while the other side was wrinkled and uneven, presenting an unsightly appearance. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of recognition sparked in Hanli's eyes. The mirrors seemed vaguely familiar, though he could not immediately recall their significance. The 8 gates of golden light. A startled exclamation erupted from behind when Tianren, abruptly cut off with a gasp. Hanli, taken aback, glanced over to find the stunning maiden, her hand covering her lips in astonishment as she gazed at the golden mirrors. The name, the 8 gates of golden light, triggered a recollection in Hanli's mind, and he felt a jolt of apprehension as he sank deeper into realization. Since my companion has already unveiled the origins of these mirrors, you must be well aware of their formidable power. Thus, you may now perish without regrets. When Tianren slightly tilted his head, casting a meaningful glance at the purple spirit fairy, before turning back with a cold declaration. The golden horn between his brows shimmered, and a slender beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, striking the mirror closest to him. Then, it swiftly rebounded onto the neighboring golden mirror, ricocheting 8 times in the blink of an eye. With each rebound, the golden light intensified, and by the time it sprang forth from the final mirror, the brilliance had grown to the thickness of an infant's arm. Chapter 573. The Divine Flame of Golden Light. At this moment, Hanli's expression was tense as he fixated on every movement of his opponent, his grip tightening around the red and yellow wolf-head jade scepter in his hand. Meanwhile, a flash of silver light shimmered behind him. 8 gates of golden light. How could his adversary possess such a formidable artifact? A wry smile crept onto Hanli's lips as he recalled the origins of this object. His first thought was that he must not confront this treasure head-on. Engaging directly with such a legendary item would be sheer folly, unless he were utterly deranged. The 8 gates of golden light was a peerless treasure that had once obliterated a former lord of the Star Palace. Wielded by a practitioner whose mastery of the arcane arts had instilled fear throughout the chaotic sea of stars for hundreds of years, this individual had stood against the entire might of the Star Palace without faltering, earning the title of the foremost cultivator in the Star Sea at that time. His renown was primarily due to the extraordinary prowess of the celestial mirror wanderer who had dominated the Star Sea. However, the immense power of the 8 gates of golden light was well known to all that it had been hailed as the premier offensive artifact of the Star Sea. Countless cultivators had perished beneath its mirrors, including no fewer than 5 or 6 who had reached the nascent soul stage. This illustrated the terror of such a treasure. Certainly, when Tianren's 8 mirrors were not the original artifacts of the celestial mirror wanderer, but mere replicas forged from his own making. Given when Tianren's cultivation level, it was inconceivable that he could wield such an overwhelmingly powerful artifact. It was likely that if he attempted to absorb the true artifact into his body, its formidable might would shatter his form. Otherwise, had it been the genuine article, Hanli would have fled without a second thought, entirely devoid of any inclination to engage in battle. Yet, even when confronted with this significantly diminished replica, Hanli harbored no thoughts of confronting it directly. After all, the reputation of the Star Sea's premier offensive treasure was exceedingly daunting that if all else failed, He prepared to utilize the speed of the wind and thunder wings to evade its lethal radiance. He held a measure of confidence in the lightning-fast escape afforded by the wind and thunder wings, and though he felt a pang of anxiety, he did not display any signs of panic. At that moment, on Wen Tianren's side, the golden light, after rebounding off the last mirror, coalesced into a sphere the size of a head, suspended in the air before his chest, flickering unpredictably as if it were about to explode at any moment. Without hesitation, Wen Tianren beckoned to the luminous sphere, which zoomed through the air and landed deftly in his palm. Cradling the glowing orb with one hand, Wen Tianren cast a glance at Han Li, and a fleeting look of peculiarity crossed his face as his gaze lingered on the wings behind Han Li, though it quickly vanished. Meanwhile, the standing figure of the purple spirit fairy observed the golden horn between Wen Tianren's brows, then glanced at the silver wings on Han Li's back. Feeling a dryness in her mouth and wearing a complex expression, the fierce clash between these two had truly broadened her horizons. They were clearly not ordinary cultivators, and now both sides had revealed their ultimate moves, evidently determined to settle the matter of life and death in this tense atmosphere. The woman could not help but hold her breath, silently observing without uttering a word that as for which contender she truly hoped would emerge victorious. It is likely that only she herself was privy to that knowledge. Suddenly, when Tianren sprang into action, he horizontally swept the golden orb in his hand across his chest, then lightly tapped it with his other hand as the two palms struck together. The orb shattered, sending countless small spheres of light, each the size of a thumb, scattering in all directions. Yet, inexplicably, one solitary sphere penetrated the 8 small mirrors without fail. Instantly, the golden mirrors erupted in a resplendent glow, trembling as 8 golden beams, each as wide as a bowl, burst forth. These beams, almost instantaneously upon emerging from the mirrors, reached Han Li, their speed rendering him momentarily aghast. The sound of piercing strikes echoed continuously in the outermost layer. Dozens of sword lights conjured by the sword shadow split light technique disintegrated the moment they made contact with these beams, vanishing into nothingness. Even the corporeal forms of the Qingzhou Fengyun swords, upon being struck by the golden light, flashed with a green radiance before being effortlessly sent flying, unable to withstand even the slightest fraction of this golden assault. The subsequent 5 elements giant ring, shimmering with radiant hues, managed to offer a brief moment of resistance. However, it soon emitted a mournful wail, the colorful radiance flashing wildly as the giant ring shattered before Han Li's very eyes, crumbling into countless specks of dust. That a look of horror surfaced on Han Li's face, accompanied by a tinge of regret in his heart. While the 5 elements ring proved ineffective against high-level cultivators, it was remarkably suited for dealing with lower-tier practitioners, making its loss all the more lamentable as he beheld the piercing golden light breach the giant ring, heading towards the final layer of the protective barrier. Han Li sighed softly. With a rumble of thunder behind him, he unfurled his wind and thunder wings, vanishing from sight in an instant. The 8 beams of light pierced through the spot he had previously occupied. In the next moment, Han Li appeared abruptly in midair, several dozen feet away. As the thunder rolled once more, he disappeared again. Witnessing this, Wen Tianren was initially taken aback, but then his expression changed as he recalled something. With a flash of crimson fire beneath him, he shot off into the distance, swiftly retreating to another location not far away. Just as he left, Han Li reappeared at the position he had vacated, a flicker of green sword light dancing in his hand, his face revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, without any hesitation, he vanished once more amidst a thunderous silver glow. This time, Wen Tianren did not flee, but instead, a golden beam shot forth from the golden horn between his brows, causing the 8 small mirrors to ascend into the air, their surfaces facing downward. After a beam of golden light entered one of the mirrors, all 8 emitted a low hum, and then countless rays of golden light erupted from within, cascading downwards in a frenzied assault. Consequently, Han Li's figure materialized a dozen feet behind Wen Tianren, and innumerable golden beams immediately enveloped him, ensnaring him tightly within. Han Li's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated his wind and thunder wings, yet, trapped within the golden light, he found himself immobilized as if frozen in place. Without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hands, unleashing 2 flying swords that shot forth, wildly slashing at the surrounding golden light. But the golden radiance remained utterly unmoved as Han Li's heart sank. he hastily opened his mouth, unleashing a golden arc as thick as a finger that surged forth with wild intensity. The surrounding golden light flickered momentarily, yet remained seemingly unaffected at that moment. The golden radiance intertwined with the protective red and yellow aura, causing the shield to tremble violently, as if it were about to be penetrated by the golden light. With a pale complexion, Hanli abruptly waved his hand holding the talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy. The originally yellow-red protective shield blazed with renewed brilliance, and its hue began to shift. Moments later, it transformed into a dazzling silver light. Instantly, the golden rays could no longer advance by even a fraction. Witnessing this, when Tianren displayed no sign of surprise. Instead, a sinister expression briefly crossed his face. With both hands forming intricate seals, 8 small mirrors surged toward Han Li's head, radiating golden light and morphing into 8 spheres of golden flame hovering above him. At this juncture, a grave expression settled upon Tianren's countenance, as his hands continued to weave an array of exceedingly complex hand signs, accompanied by a low chant of incantations. Subsequently, he opened his mouth and spat forth several mouthfuls of essence blood. With each expulsion, his pallor deepened, and by the time he had released 8 mouthfuls of blood into the golden flames, his complexion had become utterly devoid of color, a mere ghost of his former self. However, those 8 golden flames erupted with an incandescent blaze. Their power multiplied exponentially. To perish beneath the fabled golden divine flames would indeed be a fitting end, with your level of magical cultivation. Surviving even a moment within the divine fire would be a testament to your prowess, when Tianren coldly remarked, casting a glance at Han Li ensconced within the shield. Without further hesitation, he pointed upward, and the 8 spheres of golden flames descended in succession toward Han Li in an instant. He was engulfed by the surging golden inferno, when Tianren's figure shimmered, transforming into a beam of golden light as he soared above the flames and settled cross-legged upon them. He then formed an exceedingly peculiar hand sign, from which a faint golden thread, barely perceptible, shot forth from his brow, plunging into the golden flames below, intertwining with the golden light surrounding Han Li. While he gradually closed his eyes, calmly, Han Li focused on the golden flames encircling him, his expression grave as he observed the golden light and the inferno surrounding it. The moment the golden flames manifested, his spiritual energy began to drain from his body at a rate 5 to 6 times greater than before. Without this outpouring, the silver shield would soon falter, on the brink of collapse. It appeared that his adversary aimed to exhaust his spiritual energy with the golden flames, intending to refine him to ash thereafter. Were it not for the insights he had gleaned while overseas regarding the enhancement method for the wolf-headed talisman shield, he would likely be facing imminent demise. The potency of the golden divine flames seemed extraordinary, though they did not match the Qianlanai's flames, nor could they compare to the Ashura sacred fire. They certainly rivaled the extreme, heavenly corpse fire. Han Li pondered the magnitude of the golden flame's power within the confines of his mind. Chapter 574. The emergence of the ghostly mist. If an ordinary post-formation cultivator were ensnared by these golden flames, their fate would be sealed. Yet Han Li was different. At this moment, he surveyed the encircling golden flames, furrowing his brow slightly before tapping his storage pouch that a small vial materialized in his palm. Gazing at the vial, Han Li couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. This millennium-old spiritual liquid he had just acquired would likely not endure for much longer. It is rather amusing to contemplate that had he not procured these essence liquids from Yuan Yao, he would likely find himself in a dire predicament. Yet, equally, had he not desired these precious liquids, he would never have encountered this heir of the 6 paths, thus leading to his current entrapment. This thought instilled in Han Li a peculiar sensation at present. It appeared that he was at a disadvantage. However, possessing half a vial of a millennium's worth of essence liquid, he felt an undeniable sense of security. Conversely, whether it be the golden light that ensnared him or the raging golden flames, Tianren could not have summoned them without incurring some cost. Engaging in a contest of cultivation endurance with his opponent would, in fact, present him an opportunity to triumph. This time, his adversary was undoubtedly courting death. With this in mind, a faint, cold smile flickered across Han Li's face as he similarly sat cross-legged within the protective barrier, preparing to formally expend his energy against this heir of the 6 paths, and then to strike back. Thus, a curious scene unfolded. The once tempestuous skies fell into an eerie silence, when Tianren and Han Li one above and one below, each silently seated, fingers weaving their respective seals. Only the towering golden flames continued to burn, silently and relentlessly. The stunning maiden, Ziling, observed this scene with her luminous eyes glistening, letting out a subtle sigh that in her estimation, Han Li, ensnared by Wen Tianren's divine flames and unable to extricate himself, was fated to meet defeat, although Han Li could still rely on the silver barrier to hold for the time being. It was merely a desperate struggle for survival. Presently, she stood at a distance with a complex expression, showing no inclination to intervene in their conflict. It seemed that she would not involve herself until this battle reached its definitive conclusion. Meanwhile, dozens of miles away on the island's periphery, the Mei siblings and the elderly Zhao clansmen, along with a cadre of low-tier cultivators, despite their distance rendering them unable to witness the clash between Han Li and Wen Tianren, could faintly perceive the distant glimmers and the resounding explosions. Consequently, their expressions shifted dramatically, misconstruing the situation as the white figure engaging in combat with the island's core formation cultivators, thereby instilling a greater reluctance to depart from their location. Now, with all sounds and signs of battle abruptly ceasing, the assembled cultivators exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain whether a victor had emerged or if some unforeseen event had transpired. Naturally, they dared not leave hastily, compelling them to remain steadfast in their position on the opposite side of the island. A group of beautiful female cultivators, who had yet to be discovered by them, clustered around their beast-drawn carts, whispered amongst themselves, revealing their concern. Although they were known as the personal maids of Wen Tianren, their status was akin to that of concubines, all of whom had received the favor of this heir of the Six Paths. Should anything untoward happen to Wen Tianren, the dire consequences they would face upon returning were all too apparent. However, due to Wen Tianren's imposition of restrictions preventing them from following when he brought Ziling over, these maidservants, though anxious, refrained from recklessly intruding upon the island after discussing amongst themselves. Thus, time gradually trickled by, transitioning from day to night, and from night to the slow approach of dawn. Silent hours elapsed, and the island remained eerily quiet, as if the previous day's tumult had never occurred. As a result, the two factions of cultivators began to grow increasingly impatient and suspicious, while others of their kin began to appear in the vicinity. After the auspicious signs manifested yesterday, many cultivators from nearby isles became aware of the rumors regarding the emergence of extraordinary treasures in this location, prompting them to hastily converge here. Among them, the majority belonged to the foundation establishment stage, though a few reckless qi refining practitioners also mingled among the crowd. These individuals flew in from all directions, and upon arriving near the isle, they surveyed their surroundings. Naturally, some encountered the elderly figures, while others spotted the female cultivators by the beast carts. Those who met the elder and his companions fared better. The elder, surnamed Zhao, and the Mei siblings were well connected, allowing for casual conversation. The elder's party, devoid of deceit, shared their insights candidly. Upon hearing that a core formation practitioner had already entered the isle and had yet to return, the newly arrived cultivators began to murmur among themselves. Gathering around the elder-s group, none foolish enough to recklessly venture onto the isle that on the other side. Those who wished to engage with the young and beautiful female cultivator by the beast cart were met with a formidable warning from a leading female practitioner, who unhesitatingly displayed the insignia of the Reverse Star Alliance. This revelation sent a chill through the hearts of the cultivators, causing them to pale and hastily retreat. With the involvement of the Reverse Star Alliance practitioners, they understood there would be no opportunities for gain and certainly did not wish to attract trouble upon themselves. After some time, two core formation practitioners finally soared in, arriving as a pair. One was the vice island master of the nearby Huangming Isle. They approached the location where the female attendant, Wen Tianren, was situated, their expressions reflecting curiosity as they inquired as both were core formation experts. The female cultivators dared not treat them with any disrespect. The leading female practitioner cryptically disclosed Wen Tianren's identity. The two high-ranking cultivators were taken aback, although Huangming was a neutral territory. They dared not provoke the likes of the demonic path's foremost figure, the Six Paths Supreme, or the immense power of the Reverse Star Alliance. Immediately, they stammered a vague excuse and swiftly retreated along the path they had come. It was no joke. Although they were uncertain if treasures truly existed upon the isle, the involvement of this disciple of the Six Paths meant they had no chance of success. Moreover, the young master who had entered remained unreturned. Should any misfortune befall him and implicate them, it would surely spell disaster. Thus, while a small fraction of the cultivators were deterred by the name of the Reverse Star Alliance, 3 to 4 dozen others continued to gather from different directions. Yet no further core formation experts arrived in time. These cultivators harbored ulterior motives. They were reluctant to easily take risks by entering the Isle, yet equally unwilling to depart, most harboring intentions to fish in troubled waters. The ominous clouds swirling above the Isle had grown so voluminous that they completely enveloped the small landmass, casting it into a shadowy and lightless environment. Just then, from a corner of the Isle, a brilliant green beam of light shot forth, piercing through the dark clouds. Instantly, the previously tumultuous sky calmed, and the ominous clouds began to gradually descend, slowly compressing downwards until they settled at an altitude of over 100 jong. This oppressive, darkened scene evoked a sense of foreboding, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. The extraordinary celestial phenomenon left all the cultivators in the vicinity of the Isle feeling a sudden chill in their hearts. However, some astute cultivators secretly rejoiced, for they believed that the green light was evidently the radiance emitted by a rare treasure, signaling that a precious item was soon to be unearthed. Instantly, this group of cultivators could no longer suppress their greedy desires. After a brief discussion, they organized a dozen individuals, preparing to venture into the island for a closer look. They reasoned that with so many Foundation establishment cultivators joining forces, even a core formation cultivator would find it challenging to deal with them. In contrast, the remaining cultivators were far more prudent, merely observing the actions of these individuals with cold indifference. If some were willing to act as scouts, they were content to watch the situation unfold before making their move. Moreover, they did not believe that, in the presence of core formation cultivators, these individuals could truly obtain anything of value. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the island, when Tianren's entourage of maidservants could no longer remain stationary, they huddled around a beast cart and similarly took flight towards the small island. Unbeknownst to them, over 100 miles away in the depths of the ocean, a strange black light flickered, and soon a slender black fissure appeared. From this rift emerged an abundance of pitch-black mist. Initially, this mist was only a few zhong in size, but it rapidly expanded, soon reaching a considerable expanse while continuously growing. Within the dark, swirling fog, not only could one hear the eerie sounds of wailing, but peculiar black lightning also danced and flickered throughout the mist. Even more bizarrely, the nearby fish and shrimp seemed irresistibly drawn to the fog, rushing towards it like moths to a flamed eye in an instant. All the creatures in the vicinity of the sea were completely swept away. Yet, the black mist appeared insatiable, striving to increase its territory. 2 miles, 3 miles that it not only surged above the ocean's surface, but also claimed dominion over the surrounding waters, creating an astonishing sea of black mist that sent shivers down the spine and instilled terror in the heart. From a high vantage point, one could soon see that its spread reached the small island where Yuan Yao was performing the rebirth technique. However, all the cultivators on the island, including Han Li, remained completely oblivious to these developments. Chapter 575. Unfathomable Peril Upon the Small Island. Han Li, encased within a silver barrier, tilted his head back and allowed a drop of spiritual liquid to fall into his mouth. He then glanced at the small vial in his hand. This was the 5th drop he had consumed. The golden light outside the barrier showed no signs of diminishing, though the outermost golden flames were somewhat smaller than at the beginning. It seemed that after such prolonged consumption, the opponent was beginning to falter. Surely, it would not be long before he could escape. Contemplating this, Han Li's white light flickered in his hand as he calmly stowed the vial into his storage pouch. Simultaneously glancing at the ominous clouds above, his brow furrowing slightly, he had clearly observed the recent green beam of light and the peculiar changes in the sky. That beam originated from the direction of the small valley, evidently triggered by Yuan Yao's incantation. Although he was unaware of the specific circumstances there, the oppressive clouds did not suggest that the rebirth technique had been successfully completed. These thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind before he swiftly set them aside. Until he extricated himself from the golden light, he had neither the time nor the luxury to ponder this matter further. Now, after a light exhale, the myriad treasures within him began to stir with anticipation, while the once vanished silver wings behind him reemerged, appearing both present and elusive, floating above the golden flames, when Tianren no longer bore the triumphant expression he had when he ensnared Han Li. Instead, his countenance had turned ashen, shrouded in a faint veil of dark energy. The golden horn between his brows, in stark contrast to its former stature, had diminished to a mere third of its size compared to the previous day, now reduced to a scant inch in length. This sixth path heir wore a grim expression that was somewhat terrifying. Internally, he was a tumult of shock and rage, tinged with a subtle undercurrent of fear. He had come to fully comprehend the immense power of this golden divine flame, realizing that his earlier assertion that the opponent could withstand a couple of hours beneath its heat was a gross exaggeration. In truth, he believed the opponent would struggle to endure even half that duration. Although he had suffered some depletion of his vital energy, the prospect of extinguishing this formidable adversary seemed a worthy endeavor. However, when half an hour elapsed without any sign of movement from the opponent within the golden flames, he was taken aback. Upon reaching the 1 hour mark, the opponent's aura still lingered, causing astonishment to flicker across his face. 2 hours later, as Han Li's barrier remained unwavering, when Tianren felt an ominous shift within him, he sensed that he might be embarking on a foolish course of action. The opponent clearly had no fear of exhausting their magical energy in a protracted confrontation. It was evident that they either possessed something that accelerated their recovery or harbored some hidden stratagem. To his knowledge, the only substance that could rapidly replenish magical energy was the exceedingly rare 10,000-year spirit liquid. Could it be that the opponent truly possessed such a treasure? When Tianren swiftly deduced the truth, yet now, he found himself in a predicament from which he could not retreat, having already lost a significant portion of his true demonic form and resorted to expending precious essence to employ the Eight Gates golden mirror. His cultivation had substantially diminished. Should he release Han Li to engage in a direct confrontation, his chances of victory would be exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, when Tianren was acutely aware that such a miraculous substance as the 10,000-year spirit liquid could seldom be carried in substantial quantities by ordinary cultivators. Resolutely, he decided to continue depleting his true essence to utilize this golden flame in an attempt to refine Han Li. He resolved that, even if it required decades of seclusion upon his return to restore his vitality, he would exhaust the opponent's spiritual medicines and reduce them to ashes. Thus, the standoff persisted until now. With each passing quarter hour, the expression of this sixth path heir darkened further. Presently, the silver barrier within the golden flames remained remarkably solid, showing no signs of collapse. Meanwhile, when Tianren found himself unable to maintain his position for much longer, desperately, he sought a way to extricate himself from the present predicament. The recent appearance of the green light beam sparked a notion within him. Ziling, go to where he has come from and capture his companions for me. They should be vulnerable during this critical moment of spellcasting. When Tianren's lips, parched and dry, pressed together as he abruptly issued a cold command to the distant Ziling fairy. The gentle and refined demeanor he had previously shown towards the maiden had vanished, revealing a glimmer of savage malice instead. Upon hearing this, the previously stationary Ziling fairy's expression shifted subtly. This contest of magical prowess had relentlessly tested the boundaries of her rationality. She had initially believed that Han Li would not withstand the golden flames for long. However, after a night had passed, he emerged unscathed, while when Tianren found himself entangled in a predicament, this revelation left her astounded. Upon hearing Wen Tianren's words, the exceptionally intelligent Ziling was first taken aback, only to soon comprehend the other's intentions. The young master of the Anti-Star Alliance intended to leverage the spellcaster to coerce Han Li, compelling him to tread cautiously. It must be that Han Li, willing to act as his protector, shared a considerable bond with him. Yet, this also indicated that this self-important successor of the Six Paths had indeed reached a desperate juncture. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, the Ziling's expression returned to its icy demeanor, and she refrained from taking any action as directed. Upon witnessing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Wen Tianren's eyes, and his voice turned sinister. What? Do you believe that with my diminished cultivation, you can defy me, or do you wish to betray the alliance you joined under duress? But do not forget, our alliance currently dominates a significant portion of the chaotic star sea. Where could a mere initial stage core formation cultivator like you possibly flee? It would be wise to heed my commands that I can overlook your earlier defiance as if it never occurred. When Tianren's words were a blend of coercion and persuasion, that Ziling's countenance shifted, and she glanced towards the mass of golden flames, momentarily caught in indecision. Just as she contemplated her choice, a streak of light shot across the distant sky as it drew nearer. Both Ziling and when Tianren simultaneously recognized the group of female cultivators surrounding a beast cart. Upon seeing them, when Tianren's heart soared with joy, while Ziling could only muster a bitter smile. Initially, these Foundation establishment women seemed inconsequential, but their arrival now significantly aided when Tianren. However, before the bitter smile could vanish from Ziling's lips, another 10 or so streaks of light appeared in the sky, varying in color and strength. These individuals arrived almost immediately after the female cultivators, their astonishment evident as they surveyed the scene and the beautiful female cultivator preparing to bow to Wen Tianren, causing a slight stir among them, yet none spoke. Observing this, when Tianren's expression darkened with a hint of ferocity, just as he was about to utter something, his expression suddenly shifted as he turned abruptly towards one side of the island, his face betraying a flicker of surprise and suspicion. Others, perplexed, followed his gaze with puzzled expressions. What on earth was that? Upon a closer look, one person gasped in shock. From the direction they had come, an endless black line surged rapidly from the sea's surface. Its speed was astonishing, defying belief. Was it a ghostly mist? Within moments, another individual, trembling with fear, shouted and immediately activated their escape light, turning to flee. At this moment, the others finally discerned the truth. What appeared to be a black line was, in fact, an endless expanse of ink-colored mist, surging towards them as if alive. Instantly, chaos ensued among the cultivators, who abandoned all thoughts of other matters, scattering in a flurry of colorful escape lights. Both Wen Tianren and Ziling wore expressions of horror. Without hesitation, Ziling stamped her foot and transformed into a streak of red light, piercing through the air in flight. Wen Tianren, his face etched with tension, cast a glance at the golden flames below. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and unleashed a mouthful of vital blood upon the golden blaze, causing it to surge with renewed vigor. Only then did golden light envelop him, transforming into a radiant golden rainbow as he soared away from that place. The female cultivators closely followed in his wake, fleeing in haste. Yet, at that very moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. The cultivators who had ventured a short distance ahead suddenly plummeted from the sky like birds struck by arrows, crashing onto the island's surface. Among them were Wen Tianren's entourage of maidens, who, equally unsteady and their faces pale with fright, fell from the air. Their flying artifacts seemed to have lost all sentience in that fleeting moment. Ziling and Wen Tianren had only ascended briefly when, near the island's edge, their escaping light inexplicably vanished, sending them into the depths of the sea. Simultaneously, the golden flames left behind flickered momentarily before extinguishing entirely, revealing the true form of the eight-sided mirror, which in turn unveiled a silvery light shield within it. As soon as this shield emerged, it dissipated into countless shimmering specks, vanishing into nothingness. Inside, Han Li's astonishment was palpable. He had witnessed the plight of others with keen eyes, but before the bewildered Han Li could comprehend the unfolding events, his entire aura stagnated, rendering him unable to muster even a trace of spiritual power. He plummeted from the heights like an ordinary mortal. In the 576th chapter, Dark Encounters, Han Li was taken aback as he realized he was about to crash down onto a pile of jagged rocks from a height of several dozen zhang. Suddenly, he twisted his body, contorting his waist at an uncanny angle, and with a swift motion of his feet, he propelled himself towards a nearby tree. Cold sweat broke out on Han Li's forehead. Fortunately, he had previously learned the Luo Yin step, which required no spiritual power. Otherwise, a dignified golden core cultivator would have met a ridiculous demise. However, the Foundation establishment cultivators were unlikely to share his fortune. Many among them would surely suffer grievously. As he steadied his mind and contemplated his next move, a series of clattering sounds reached his ears. Han Li's expression shifted as he quickly turned to investigate. Indeed, it was his two sets of Qingzhu Fengyun swords, which had not been absorbed into his body, crashing to the ground with a crisp sound. Not far from them lay the eight-sided golden mirror, the ancient flower basket, and the silver bell, each now dim and devoid of luster. As if all spiritual energy had been drained, a chill coursed through Han Li's heart as he hastily attempted to project a sliver of his consciousness to examine these treasures. However, upon stirring his spiritual sense, he felt an icy dread. His once potent awareness was now immobilized within his body, unable to venture forth a single inch. Han Li inhaled sharply, realizing that with both his magical power and consciousness rendered ineffective, He was akin to an ordinary mortal. He could neither wield supernatural abilities nor access his storage pouch or spirit beast pouch. Turning his gaze, he beheld the towering black mist, his complexion paling significantly. Given the speed of this ominous fog, there was no chance for him to escape unscathed in his current mortal form. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hanli gritted his teeth and suddenly swayed his figure. Landing beside the treasures, he then hastily grasped at the ground with both hands, collecting all the artifacts into his possession. As he could not utilize his storage pouch, he had no choice but to stuff these items into his robes. Fortunately, the treasures were not overly large. Otherwise, Hanli would have truly struggled to gather them. Just as he had managed to secure these treasures, an immense, boundless black mist surged towards the small island. As Hanli stood up, he immediately felt an overwhelming force of suction emanating from the ghostly fog. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was inexplicably pulled into it. A wave of horror surged through Hanli. Several attempts to twist his body and escape using the Luo Yin step yielded no results whatsoever. Moments later, he was engulfed by the inky black mist. Countless black lightning bolts intertwined, wrapping around him in an instant. A deep, rumbling sound echoed as Hanli vanished amidst the flickering black light, disappearing without a trace from the ghostly fog. His ears buzzed with a cacophony of strange sounds flooding his mind, and he found himself spinning in disorientation, unable to discern anything amidst the pitch darkness. Suddenly, Hanli felt his body come to a halt, only to drop unceremoniously into the void without any support. A muffled thud resounded as he landed heavily on something soft and thick, sustaining no injury. This allowed Hanli to finally relax the tension he had been holding. However, his surroundings remained shrouded in darkness. A strong, fishy odor suddenly invaded his nostrils. Silently, he groped beneath him, feeling a slippery, sticky substance, accompanied by creatures wriggling about. To his astonishment, he found himself amidst a pile of fish and shrimp, all still alive and thrashing about. Hanli frowned. He intended to rise slowly, but an excruciating headache struck him, and a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering his limbs weak. That he inwardly lamented, realizing this was the consequence of forcefully teleporting without protective magical energy. It seemed he would not be able to stand for some time. After a moment's thought, Hanli resolved to lie still among the fish and shrimp, conserving his strength as he awaited the recovery of his faculties. Just then, a mass of black lightning suddenly appeared several feet above him. As the faint light illuminated his surroundings, he discerned that above him lay an array of bizarre, sharp stones. It seemed he was within an underground cavern. Within the eerie lightning, something appeared to be contained. Upon seeing this, Hanli's heart stirred with intrigue. After a few erratic flashes, the black lightning vanished, and a shadowy object fell from it, plummeting directly towards him. Startled, Hanli attempted to evade it, but his body was too weak to move, leaving him to watch helplessly as the object descended. That a muffled exclamation from a woman followed, and then he was enveloped in warmth as a voluptuous figure landed atop him. It was a woman who had also been transported to this place. Seemingly in a state of panic, the woman failed to notice Hanli beneath her and instinctively began to struggle and rise. In her frantic movements, she inadvertently grasped Hanli's hair. He grimaced in pain, letting out a soft sigh. Who? The woman then realized that beneath her lay another person, and to her astonishment, it was a strange man. She let out a startled cry and hurriedly straightened up. However, her delicate body swayed unsteadily, and she felt a sudden weakness, collapsing back down. As a result, she not only pinned Hanli beneath her once more, but also found herself lying face down on his chest. Her bright, sparkling eyes met Hanli's in a moment of sheer terror. She appeared to be quite young. Who are you? The woman asked, her voice trembling. Her heart raced violently, echoing in the stillness of the dark. A sound that felt particularly pronounced. Man? Although the woman's voice was melodious, it was undoubtedly that of a stranger, perhaps due to the inability to clearly discern the features of the other. Hanli, in a moment of whimsy, jested you? Upon hearing this, the woman's eyes brimmed with indignation, and she glared fiercely at Hanli. Yet, due to her weakened limbs, she could only awkwardly tilt her neck, attempting to distance her face from his, which was evidently a futile endeavor. Nonetheless, the fragrant warmth of her breath wafted over Hanli's face, imparting an unusual sensation. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of her soft body and remarkable elasticity, prompting certain parts of him to stir with unexpected eagerness. What are you doing? The woman immediately sensed the peculiarity of Hanli's state. her gaze deepening with embarrassment, her glare at him growing more ferocious. Yet, in Han Li's eyes, there was an undeniable hint of charm in her fury. It is not my intent to do anything untoward. Rather, my magical abilities and consciousness have waned, and I merely wish to cultivate tranquility and embody the ideal of a gentleman, which I find utterly beyond my reach. I am, after all, a normal man that in such circumstances. Any reaction is beyond my control. Han Li sighed with a wry smile, murmuring softly. The woman huffed in response, though she refrained from further comment. It seemed she had absorbed Han Li's explanation. Fortunately, Han Li, equally immobilized, found that despite her extreme embarrassment and anger, she had no choice but to accept the situation. For a moment, silence enveloped the darkness, interrupted only by the rhythmic pounding of their hearts. Resonating in unison, Han Li reflected on this unprecedented experience. Beneath him, countless fish and shrimp flitted about, while atop him lay a stranger, exuding warmth and fragrance. It was an utterly absurd predicament. Are you one of those cultivators who advanced to the island? After a brief silence, the woman suddenly inquired, in a manner of speaking. Han Li replied, instantly reminded of the dozen or so foreign cultivators who had intruded upon the small island. It seemed this woman was also one of those drawn here by rumors. Humph, what do you mean by in a manner of speaking? A hint of suspicion flickered in the depths of her bright eyes as she questioned him. Han Li, upon hearing this, offered a slight smile, preparing to respond with some vague words. Just then, the sound of disordered footsteps echoed from a distance. Moments later, several torches appeared, wavering in the far distance as they approached, with shadowy figures flitting beneath their flickering light. Upon sighting this, Han Li's heart sank. It seemed there were indeed others present, and they did not appear to be fellow cultivators who had been swallowed by the ghostly mist in the blink of an eye. The torches traversed the greater part of the distance, drawing nearer. Han Li's gaze narrowed as he finally discerned the shadow beneath the torchlight. It was, to his astonishment, a group of 4 or 5 exceptionally tall men, each towering over him by at least a head and a half, appearing to be in their prime, around their 30s or 40s, clad in green garments. They wielded white, sword-like weapons in one hand and carried several large leather pouches on their backs. Hastily striding towards him, taken aback by this sight, Han Li was deep in thought, speculating about the origins of these men, when a wisp of dark hair brushed against his face. It was the woman in front of him, who also turned to glance at the approaching strangers, her delicate figure trembling slightly, betraying a sense of unease. Noticing this, Han Li furrowed his brow and subtly moved his fingers, sensing a flicker of strength returning. It appeared that his body was on the verge of normalcy. In Chapter 577, The Nameless Land. Moments later, aided by the surrounding illumination, Han Li observed the nearby scene. That a vast expanse of white lay before him, where fish and shrimp were piled high, covering the ground in a thick layer. He and the woman were situated atop one of these elevated heaps. In the distance, however, the darkness persisted, obscuring any clear view. Yet it was evident that the area was exceedingly spacious, devoid of any visible walls or boundaries. The group of men halted approximately 30 or so paces away from Han Li, hastily dropping their leather pouches onto the ground. While one remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, the others busily stuffed their pouches with fish and shrimp. This scene caught Han Li off guard, and the woman beside him couldn't help but let out a soft gasp. Though her voice was too muted to attract the men's attention, instinctively, Han Li's gaze shifted towards her face, and in the faint red glow, he caught a glimpse of a beautiful visage emerging from the shadows. Upon realizing Han Li's bold scrutiny, her face flushed a deep crimson. With a slight turn of her neck, she concealed her face once more in the darkness, leaving only a pair of shy, sparkling eyes visible. Amused, Han Li couldn't help but smile inwardly. This woman, who had initially exuded a fierce demeanor, now appeared timid and bashful upon being seen clearly. Just then, a shout echoed from afar. Not good. Retreat quickly. A fire-scale beast is approaching. The lookout among the men suddenly turned and barked at the others. Immediately, those engaged in gathering fish slung their pouches over their shoulders and sprinted in the opposite direction, leaving behind only 2 flickering torches to illuminate the spot. Almost simultaneously, from the depths of darkness came several long, piercing cries, as if some creature had detected their presence. Then, the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground echoed urgently. A few crimson figures, each about 10 feet long, shot forth from the shadows. vanishing in the blink of an in that fleeting moment. Hanli clearly discerned the so-called fire-scale beast. It was a fearsome creature with a leopard's head and red scales, bearing its sharp fangs in a menacing display, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity. In the blink of an eye, tranquility was restored in this place once more. Hanli exhaled a sigh of relief, thankful that the monstrous creatures had not detected the presence of the two of them, a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. After a brief moment, Hanli gently clenched his fists and then cradled the woman in front of him. Slowly rising to his feet, his body had finally returned to normal, allowing him the freedom to move. You can put me down. I am nearly recovered," the woman murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she nestled in Hanli's embrace. "Are you not concerned about getting your clothes stained with fishy smells?" "I, on the other hand, do not mind," Hanli replied, casting a casual glance at her. Upon hearing this, the woman looked down at the multitude of writhing fish and shrimp scattered about, a hint of hesitation crossing her face, and wisely chose to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, Hanli gently leaped, landing on the heap of fish, and made his way toward the flickering torches. Although he was uncertain of this strange place, he knew that if there were indeed no glimmers of light, they could find themselves in grave trouble. Lowering himself slightly, Hanli grasped a torch, raised it to survey his surroundings, and soon wore a pensive expression as he contemplated his next move. "Please, let me down. I am capable of moving now," the woman said softly after a brief moment. Hanli, upon hearing her words, released his hold without hesitation, allowing her to gracefully alight on the ground. After tidying her garments, she picked up another torch and began to survey the area as well. However, at that instant, Hanli suddenly raised his leg and strode purposefully toward the direction from which the men were approaching. "Where are you going?" the woman exclaimed in surprise, her heart racing. "I have no intention of waiting for those monsters to turn back. I need to find a safe haven," Hanli replied without looking back. Upon hearing that there was a possibility the monsters might return, the woman's face paled with fear, and after a moment's hesitation, she hurriedly followed behind him. Hanli took no notice of her presence, continuing on his path. After traversing a distance of over 100 paces, the ground was finally devoid of fish and shrimp, giving way to a soft, black sandy soil beneath their feet. However, after only a few steps, Hanli came to a halt, illuminating the ground with his torch, revealing distinct footprints left by the men who had passed through. The woman, caught off guard, nearly collided with Hanli's back, her expression shifting to one of suspicion. "What is happening?" she whispered. Hanli did not respond, but instead crouched down, scooping a handful of the sandy soil and inhaling its scent, his face contorting with a peculiar expression. "The stench of blood is overwhelming. This place is far from benevolent," Hanli stated matter-of-factly, before continuing to follow the footprints of the men, startled by his revelation. The woman felt a surge of fear and dared not stray far from him. The two of them walked in tandem for what felt like the duration of a meal, until they finally spotted a faint blue glow emanating in the distance. Hanli squinted at the sight, quickening his pace as they approached. They discovered that in the previously pitch-black surroundings, a shimmering blue exit had appeared, measuring roughly a foot in size, ample enough for a single person to pass through. Their spirits lifted, the two hurried forward. In an instant, they reached the exit and, one after the other, they slipped through. However, just as Hanli revealed himself, a flash of white light erupted before his eyes, and 7 or 8 swords, as pure and white as jade, were simultaneously poised against his neck. A cold voice resonated in his ears, inquiring, "Who are you? Where are Ahu and the others? Are you newcomers from outside?" The voice was somewhat hoarse, yet it stirred something within Hanli. That moment, he found himself encircled by more than 20 young men and women, each brandishing bizarre weapons that gleamed with a silvery light. Clad in the same peculiar green garments as the few men he had encountered earlier, their expressions varied as they fixed their gazes upon him. The one who questioned him was a lean, middle-aged man in his 40s, his eyes glinting with an unusual intensity as he scrutinized Hanli. Meanwhile, the sweet-looking woman who had emerged closely behind him was surrounded by several others on another side, rendered immobile by fear. "I presume we must be the newcomers you speak of," Hanli said, rubbing his nose and revealing a hint of a wry smile. "However, do outsiders frequently wander into your territory? You need not voice it. I can surmise as much myself. Such peculiar attire as yours can only belong to those from the outside world. Yet, encountering us may indeed be your stroke of luck." After all, the majority of outsiders fail to grasp the nature of this place before becoming mere prey for the shadow beasts. The middle-aged man responded, his expression softening slightly, though his tone remained icy. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding youths withdrew their gleaming blades. Hanli touched his neck and glanced at the weapons, astonishment crossing his features. Moments ago, through mere contact, he had sensed an extraordinary heat emanating from these blades, as if each one were a red-hot iron brand. Truly bizarre. Simultaneously, Hanli surveyed his surroundings and realized he stood before a small rocky hill. Having previously lingered within its depths, in the distance lay an expansive expanse of deep yellow desert, its vastness indeterminate. Looking up at the sky, his heart sank further. The heavens were shrouded in a dense, inky blackness, with no end in sight. Amidst the dark clouds, flashes of deep blue lightning danced and leaped, illuminating the area with an eerie azure glow. Before Hanli could fully absorb the scene, the lean man opposite him furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you encounter anyone else upon your exit? Those individuals are our companions. I saw a few, but they seem to be fleeing from some monstrous beasts." Having dashed away in another direction, Hanli replied without hesitation, "Monsters? What kind of monsters?" The lean man's expression shifted to one of alarm, involuntarily tightening his grip on his weapon. "That I overheard them refer to them as fire-scaled beasts." Fire-scaled beasts. That's fortunate that Ahu and the others should be capable of handling those shadow beasts. However, for safety's sake, family, take a few individuals to the nearest exit and provide some support, the lean man commanded. Visibly relaxing as he composed himself, without hesitation, a towering black man led a handful of others away in haste. Chapter 578. The Walled Village. This time, one might say you are unfortunate to encounter a once-in-a-century eruption of the spirit-vanishing chi. The rift in space has been torn open far more extensively than usual. Those who encounter it, regardless of their capabilities, find themselves with no means of escape. However, due to this phenomenon, most of the shadow beasts that typically dwell within the mountain's depths have vacated the area. Otherwise, the moment one falls in, they would be devoured entirely. The lean man glanced back at the two with a calm demeanor and remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Hanli felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Yet he maintained a composed expression as he inquired, "I beg your pardon for my boldness. Might you enlighten us as to where precisely we are? From your tone, it seems this place is exceedingly perilous." "Perilous? Ha! That scarcely captures the gravity of the situation. That I care not for what you two have accomplished outside, or your former illustrious mortal identities. That in this realm of shadows, there is no room for idleness. Every able-bodied individual must pursue their own path, lest they become mere fodder for the shadow beasts." The man scrutinized their attire anew, seemingly discerning that he and the woman were not ordinary individuals, and let out a cold laugh. Hanli furrowed his brow, wishing to inquire further, but the man impatiently waved his hand, stating, "This is a time of great urgency, and I have no leisure to elaborate for you outsiders. We shall discuss everything upon our return to the village. Soon, a horde of shadow beasts will be returning to their lair. We must seal this hidden exit to ensure our future access." The man's final words were directed sharply at those nearby. Instantly, the men and women began to gather stones from the vicinity, hastily and efficiently blocking the exit. "Let us depart if fortune favors us. Ahu and the others should rendezvous with us en route. We must leave before the ominous winds arise, or we shall find ourselves unable to return." The lean man lifted his gaze to the ominous clouds above. His expression darkening, he then turned and walked away, with the others silently following in his wake, offering not a word to Hanli or the woman. Observing this, Hanli's eyes shimmered with intrigue as he appeared contemplative. "Should we follow them?" the elegant woman accompanying Hanli asked, sensing his hesitation as the group gradually distanced themselves. Without any magical power, she was but a fragile soul, and thus regarded Hanli, who remained composed, as a figure of reliance. "Why not? Let us proceed to this so-called village and see what unfolds. Perhaps we may devise a means to restore our powers there," Hanli replied coolly, lifting his head and decisively striding forward, leaving no room for doubt. The woman felt a sense of relief wash over her and hurried to keep pace with him. "By the way, I have yet to learn your esteemed name," she said as they walked. "I am Han, a mere wandering cultivator," he replied casually. "I am Mei Ning, here with my elder brother." I was evidently drawn into the ghostly mist alongside him, yet he is nowhere to be found. The beautiful woman, one of the Mei's siblings, expressed concern as she mentioned her brother. "Quite understandable. Those black lightning bolts evidently possess the ability to teleport randomly, that we may have been transported to the heart of the mountain, while your brother could have been sent elsewhere. Otherwise, considering the multitude of monks at that time, it would have been inconceivable for only the two of us to be transported here, that we shall slowly search for them. We will undoubtedly be reunited in due course, Han Li remarked with an impassive expression. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the woman felt a significant sense of relief. Yet, simultaneously, her curiosity regarding Han Li was piqued. His countenance was ordinary yet unfamiliar. She was certain she had never encountered him before. Could he be a cultivator who entered the island from another direction? The young woman pondered with some confusion. Brimming with questions, she longed to inquire of Han Li, but hesitated, feeling they were not sufficiently acquainted. After a moment's deliberation, she chose to remain silent, just as her thoughts oscillated between hope and apprehension. The two of them arrived behind a group of individuals ahead. Although they were devoid of spiritual power, the essence of a cultivator, having undergone the cleansing of their marrow, was far beyond that of ordinary mortals. The lean man noticed that the two were able to keep pace with them without faltering, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. However, he said nothing, merely pressing onward with increased speed. The other men and women quickened their strides as well. Observing this development, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Their movements and pace were notably more agile than those of average individuals, while they did not appear to possess profound internal strength. It was evident that they had practiced some rudimentary external martial arts. That it seemed that in this place, only martial skills could be of any use. Nevertheless, Han Li had harbored certain doubts regarding the ghostly mist. In the texts he had perused, although the ghostly mist was terrifying, it did not seem to preclude any chance of escape as it had today. To be affected and have one's spiritual power suppressed even before encountering this malevolent force was exceedingly formidable. If the ghostly mist that had appeared in previous occurrences were truly this dreadful, even cultivators at the nascent soul stage might not be spared. Yet, there were numerous accounts of individuals who had encountered the ghostly mist and subsequently evaded its grasp, including many lower-tier cultivators. However, the mention of the so-called absolute spirit energy by the lean man had provided Han Li with some clarity. The very name indicated that their spiritual power and consciousness suppression were undoubtedly linked to it. It appeared they had merely encountered an exceptionally potent ghostly mist, resulting in their collective transport here. That it was likely that other surviving cultivators were scattered in various corners of this realm. As Han Li contemplated these matters, the lean man ahead suddenly halted, abruptly turning his head to one side. The others followed suit, coming to a stop and gazing in the same direction that in the distance. A yellow dragon emerged from the desert, billowing dust as it raced toward them. It was a Hu and his companions. A youthful man, still bearing the innocence of youth, exclaimed with delight. The others stirred restlessly in response. The lean man nodded, a hint of satisfaction crossing his features, but his smile quickly froze, for at that moment, several piercing roars echoed from the yellow dragon. Everyone, hurry to assist. They are being pursued by shadow beasts. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he bellowed, drawing the white longsword from his waist and launching himself forward like a bolt of lightning. The other men and women, enlightened by the urgency, likewise unsheathed their blades and sprinted to join the fray. Han Li remained rooted in place, merely observing the distant yellow dragon, an unusual expression gracing his face in the blink of an eye. Those individuals surged into the midst of the yellow dragon, where the sounds of beasts roaring erupted. Suddenly, the yellow dragon came to a halt, transforming into a swirling mass of yellow mist that dispersed in all directions. Amidst the dense haze of smoke and dust, the shouts of men and women, the sharp cries, and the unidentifiable roars intermingled. After a considerable passage of time, akin to the brewing of tea, the cacophony gradually subsided from a crescendo to a tranquil hush. Moments later, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from within, followed by the emergence of these men and women from the yellow fog, each splattered with the vivid crimson blood of beasts. That it was indiscernible whether anyone had sustained injuries. Yet their faces radiated with joy as if they had encountered an unexpected delight. Soon, these individuals resumed their original course, joined by several towering men whom Han Li had previously encountered within the mountain's depths, their backs burdened with enormous leather pouches. Upon sighting Han Li and Mei Ning, these individuals displayed a flicker of surprise. However, after the lean man beside them murmured a few words, their expressions shifted to one of understanding, and their curiosity dissipated. With the addition of these new members, the pace of their journey quickened. After traversing for a full hour, they finally emerged from the barren expanse, revealing a chaotic heap of dark stones before them. Similar to the desert, Hanli could not ascertain the vastness of this rocky assemblage, as its end was momentarily obscured from view. The stones within the pile bore peculiar shapes and a pitch-black hue, instilling in Hanli a sense of foreboding discomfort. Yet, upon sighting this locale, the rest of the group collectively exhaled in relief, their countenances betraying a sense of security. At that moment, the ominous clouds above began to roil restlessly, and blue lightning became increasingly frequent, occasionally striking the ground nearby and revealing various sized craters. Han Li and Mei Ning were taken aback by this spectacle, yet the others appeared unfazed, hastily entering the area without concern. The lean man even called out, urging everyone to hasten, for the village gates were soon to be sealed, warning them not to be caught outside. With this exhortation, the group immediately surged forward, racing ahead with fervor. Han Li and Mei Ning exchanged a glance, uncertain of the impending situation, yet they dared not lag behind. Thus, under the guidance of these individuals, Han Li navigated through the rocky terrain, turning this way and that, until suddenly, a towering stone wall loomed before him, its darkened form imposing. This wall was constructed from massive stones, each nearly a yard in size, stacked to a height of 20 to 30 yards. The distance between the wall's ends spanned over 1,000 yards. Moreover, every few yards, a sharp, hard wooden stake jutted out from the wall, presenting a menacing visage. Directly facing Han Li and the others stood a colossal wooden door, ominously towering. Flanking the door were a dozen men wielding white spears, standing vigilant. Upon seeing the lean man and his companions return, the guards immediately expressed their excitement, calling out loudly. Then, a resounding rumble echoed as the massive door was lowered, welcoming them inside. Chapter 579. The Assault of the Behemoth. Though Han Li and Mei Ning were unfamiliar faces, the guards merely cast a glance at them before inquiring no further. Instead, surrounding the others who had returned, they urged the towering men to unveil the contents of their pouches, revealing fish and shrimp, which elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. This entire scene caused Han Li, observing coldly from the sidelines, to furrow his brow in concern that it appears that in this locale, fish and shrimp are not particularly rare, yet there seems to be a significant scarcity of food. Subsequently, Han Li cast his gaze over the entirety of the village. The entire settlement is encircled by towering stone walls, identical in appearance, providing a formidable defense. All the structures within the village are constructed from dark stone, mostly rudimentary and coarse, predominantly in square shapes. However, the most striking feature is a stone platform located at the village's center. This platform, though not large, rises several times higher than the other buildings, soaring to a height of 30 to 40 zhang. From its apex emanates a faint violet mist, enveloping the sky above the village. Whenever a blue lightning bolt descends upon the settlement, it is immediately absorbed entirely by this purple mist. This mist undoubtedly serves as some form of magical array or restriction. Yet, Han Li sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from the platform. Instead, it exuded a chilling energy that seemed to linger. It is important to note that while his spiritual awareness cannot leave his body, it remains exceedingly acute in detecting spiritual energy. There is no doubt about this. Han Li found himself filled with profound suspicion. Near the elevated platform, several halls, much taller than ordinary stone houses, stood in prominence. At the entrance, a few individuals were gesturing and whispering towards the lean man and his companions. One among them cast a keen glance in Han Li's direction, his eyes sparkling with intensity. Han Li's heart tightened. This was the first individual he had encountered in this place who possessed formidable inner strength. If they were outside, he could have easily crushed him with a mere finger, without a second thought. But now he felt compelled to be fully alert in dealing with the other party. At that moment, the lean man approached those individuals and exchanged a few words before turning back to gesture towards Han Li and Mei Ning. Their gazes immediately shifted towards Han Li. Maintaining his composure, Han Li revealed no hint of trepidation. However, Mei Ning displayed a trace of unease, uncertain of how they would be treated. "You two, come over here for a moment." The elders of the village wished to inquire about certain matters. The lean man beckoned to Han Li and Mei Ning. Han Li nodded, his demeanor calm as he accompanied the woman forward. The group then turned and entered the hall behind them, with Han Li following closely. "Please, take a seat. Now that you are here, We are all part of the human race and shall do our utmost to assist you. However, this place is indeed quite different from the outside world. Could you first introduce yourselves, after which I will explain the circumstances of this location. Within the hall, a slightly plump elder, with a kindly demeanor, addressed the two. Seated on either side were several others, including a pale-faced man with narrow eyes that hinted at a ruthless nature. He was the one who had briefly scrutinized Han Li from outside the hall. His gaze, sharp as a blade, momentarily flickered across Han Li's face before settling upon the beauty behind him, revealing a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Though he remained silent, we have little to share. We merely encountered a ghostly mist at sea, which led us here. As for our previous identities, what relevance do they hold in this place? It is best left unspoken, Han Li replied casually, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. Upon hearing Han Li's ambiguous reply, the elder chuckled, narrowing his eyes as he appraised the pair several times. Suddenly, he uttered a statement that took Han Li by surprise. You two are cultivators. Are you not? This identity harbors no secrets worth concealing. After uttering these words, the elder's gaze fell upon the bulging storage pouch at Han Li's waist. Han Li maintained his composure, yet fell momentarily silent. Meanwhile, Mei Ning's delicate countenance paled, as concern began to gnaw at her heart. There is no need for apprehension, esteemed guests. Although the number of cultivators arriving here is limited, it is not insubstantial in comparison to ordinary folk. We are far more welcoming to those who were once practitioners of the arts. However, you ought to be aware that in this realm of shadows, spiritual and magical powers are rendered ineffective. The only forces at your disposal are the energies of the netherworld and some rudimentary martial techniques, the elder explained with an air of nonchalance. Netherworld energy? Han Li inquired, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. Indeed, it resembles magical energy to some extent. While one cannot directly cast spells with it, cultivators can utilize the nether beast crystals found within certain shadowy creatures to set up minor formations. This proves quite beneficial for the village. Even those lacking proficiency in formations possess bodies that far surpass those of ordinary individuals, making them invaluable allies, the elder added, stroking his short beard thoughtfully. It seems you possess considerable knowledge regarding our kind. Might I inquire if there are other practitioners residing within the village? Han Li pondered aloud after absorbing the elder's words. Certainly, there are indeed others, 5 or 6. To be precise, that I myself am among them. I had successfully established my foundation prior to being drawn into the ghostly mist, the portly elder replied with a slight grin. A glimmer of surprise crossed Han Li's face. But just as he hesitated to pose another question, the entire hall suddenly trembled, followed by a series of thunderous roars echoing from afar, as if a colossal entity were charging toward the village. The expressions of those in the hall shifted dramatically. They could no longer afford to engage with Han Li, and promptly rose to exit. With a look of confusion, Han Li swiftly followed suit. Outside the hall, several elder villagers were gravely directing hundreds of able-bodied men and women who were rushing up the thick stone walls, armed with various white spears and rudimentary bows and arrows. Although tension was palpable among the crowd, they moved with remarkable organization, betraying no hint of panic, as if they had faced such circumstances numerous times before. Han Li shifted his gaze toward the direction of the thunderous sounds. However, due to the obstruction of the stone walls, he could see nothing despite the increasingly alarming tremors beneath his feet. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he glanced around before hastily approaching a nearby tall building. Seizing the opportunity when others were preoccupied, he deftly scaled the wall and perched atop the stone roof to survey the unfolding events. At that moment, Han Li finally beheld the spectacle occurring in the distance. Beyond the village, swirling sands and flying stones danced in a tempest of black winds, obscuring all visibility. The ground beneath the path of these sinister winds was coated in a layer of black frost, emanating an air of chilling severity. It seemed this was the ominous wind spoken of by the lean man, one that ordinary people could scarcely endure. Yet, as these dark winds approached within 100 paces of the village, they inexplicably dissipated, unable to breach an invisible boundary. Amidst the swirling black winds, a cacophony of heavy objects crashing to the ground reverberated through the air. Though still some distance away, an overwhelming presence began to manifest itself. Moments later, a colossal shadow, towering over several dozen feet, burst forth from the tempest. Upon discerning the true nature of the shadow, Han Li instinctively inhaled sharply. At first glance, the figure appeared to be a gargantuan gray ape, magnified several times over. However, This creature bore 4 eyes, a pair of fleshy wings sprouting from its ribs, and in one hand, it brandished a pitch-black, grotesque piece of wood, charging furiously towards the village. Simultaneously, its 4 bizarre eyes glowed a blood-red hue. Exuding an aura of unrelenting bloodlust, it was a Jiaozheng beast. The Jiaozheng beast had arrived. Quickly, send forth the great shields. As the monstrous visage became clear, several individuals simultaneously shouted in alarm. In an instant, a throng of women, children, and elderly men emerged, brandishing various shields, hastily delivering them to those atop the walls. They then scurried back down the stone ramparts in a flurry of activity. At this juncture, the colossal beast had closed in to within less than 100 paces of the stone wall. The tremors from its massive feet striking the ground made Hanli question whether this seemingly sturdy stone wall could withstand the beast's approach without crumbling under the force. Fortunately, such a calamity did not transpire in the blink of an eye. The beast had surged within 30 paces. Yet, at that moment, several enormous tendrils formed from dense purple mist suddenly erupted from the ground, ensnaring the beast's legs with unyielding force. The beast, caught off guard, stumbled and crashed to the ground before the stone wall, causing those atop to sway precariously. Hanli was taken aback and instinctively turned to gaze at the elevated platform. To his astonishment, he discovered 4 figures seated upon the stone dais, exuding a faint purple aura as they chanted incantations. Is this the power of Yiming? Hanli's heart raced. Attack! In an instant, a command was issued. The torrential barrage of spears and arrows rained down upon the fallen beast, enveloping it entirely. Witnessing this, Hanli's heart tightened with trepidation. Chapter 580. The Realm of Yiming. The colossal beast seemed to sense the dire predicament, letting out a thunderous roar. The arrows, propelled by the wind, veered wildly off course, and instantly, a crystalline black ice enveloped them, causing them to plummet before even touching the beast's form. As for the heavier spears, although they struck the beast's massive body, their lethality was greatly diminished by the tempest, resulting only in superficial wounds, which, in turn, incited the creature's fury. Enraged, the beast's 4 eyes glowed menacingly, and with a resounding bang, the stiff bristles on its neck stood erect, exuding an aura of terror. Observing this scene from the rooftop, Hanli was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the beast's intent until he witnessed the creature lower its massive head. The bristles, now erect, transformed into countless black projectiles, hurtling towards the stone wall. The individuals atop the wall seemed to anticipate this maneuver. Though their faces were tense, they shouted in unison, raising their various large shields in unison. A cacophony of sounds erupted as the projectiles struck the shields. Although the black projectiles penetrated several inches into the shields, most of the onslaught was ultimately thwarted. However, there were some individuals who, despite their protective measures, were directly pierced by the dark aura, collapsing against the stone wall, their fates uncertain. The others, preoccupied with the immediate threat, paid no heed to the lives of these unfortunate souls. At the command of one, another volley of spears and arrows was launched, but a significant portion was swept away by the beast's sinister winds. That it appeared that only the hardened bristles on the creature's neck could be thrust outward. Though it howled in agony from the subsequent strikes, it merely struggled to rise, devoid of any further means of retaliation. Yet, the tendrils formed from the purple mist ensnared its hind limbs, refusing to relent even for a moment. After enduring 5 or 6 rounds of ranged assaults, the malevolent winds emanating from the beast's maw began to diminish rapidly, losing their initial ferocity at this juncture. The archers and spearmen atop the stone wall intensified their onslaught, peppering the creature's massive form with projectiles, rendering it akin to a porcupine. In spite of this barrage, the beast seemed relatively unscathed, continuing to bellow with fervor, wielding its colossal black staff with relentless force, creating craters in the earth around it. Observing this, Hanli felt a twinge of astonishment at the creature's formidable resilience and raw power. The villagers appeared to have their own strategies for dealing with the beast. Swiftly, a group of particularly robust men ascended the stone wall, armed solely with several massive spears measuring 3 to 4 zhang in length tucked under their arms. They climbed to the wall's edge. Upon reaching the top, they raised their spears in unison, taking a moment to align their aim before launching them at the creature's vast body with tremendous force. The whooshing sound of the projectiles slicing through the air caused Han Li's expression to shift slightly. Each of these men possessed considerable inner strength, effortlessly hurling the enormous spears as if they were mere twigs, their power akin to that of a strong crossbow. In an instant, large blossoms of blood erupted across the beast's body, each spear embedding itself deep, effectively pinning it to the ground, and the fierce aura it once radiated vanished without a trace. Cheers erupted from atop the stone wall, relief washing over the faces of all present. As the purple mist encircling the beast's legs finally dissipated, some villagers, brimming with excitement, hastily set down the wooden gate, readying their blades to finish off the creature, while others rushed to aid their injured comrades. However, before the gate could be fully lowered, the previously subdued beast suddenly reared its head and let out a thunderous roar, as if rejuvenated. With a powerful swing of its arm, it hurled its massive staff, measuring over 10 zhong, skyward with ferocity. The imposing weapon soared high into the air, descending towards the heart of the village, its momentum awe-inspiring. Below, a throng of villagers, having rushed out in joyous anticipation of the beast's demise, were now horrified as they witnessed several of their own about to be crushed into a grotesque pulp. Just at that moment, a figure darted forward, racing towards the falling giant log, with a low growl. The individual struck the center of the massive staff with a powerful blow that a resounding crash echoed as the blackwood veered off course, landing harmlessly in an unoccupied area. The savior descended gracefully to the ground, exhibiting a fluidity of movement that was none other than the somewhat stern-faced middle-aged man with a pallid complexion. The rescued villagers exhaled in relief, surrounding him with grateful expressions, their voices filled with thanks. However, the man merely waved his hand with a nonchalant expression and returned to his previous position. Nevertheless, a flicker of unusual emotion crossed Han Li's face, for after saving someone, the man had cast a cold glance in his direction. Although the intent behind that gaze was unclear, it was evident that he regarded Han Li with disdain. Furrowing his brow in contemplation of the underlying peculiarities, Han Li was interrupted as the wooden door was lowered, allowing dozens of robust young men to surge out of the village, swiftly dispatching the severely injured giant beast on the spot. Yet, their fervor did not wane. One among them brandished a white longsword. Cleaving open the beast's skull, following a bloody rummaging, he suddenly raised a hand, revealing a thumb-sized green crystal. The individual exclaimed in delight, prompting a stir of excitement among the nearby onlookers. Observing this scene, Han Li blinked, suddenly feeling that the green crystal appeared somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Pondering this thought, a spark of realization ignited in his mind that it seemed that among the remnants of puppets he had acquired within the inner sanctum of the Void Sky Palace, there existed a similar green crystal. Could it truly be the same object? Han Li mused to himself. However, after watching for a moment longer, he leaped down from the stone house without uttering a word. The plump elder and several other elders had already re-entered the hall. He was still laden with questions, eager to seek clarity. Upon seeing Han Li return to the hall, Mei Ning also entered with her head bowed. After witnessing the earlier battle with the giant beast, she appeared to grasp the dangers that lurked in this place. A hint of worry etched upon her face as Han Li stepped inside. The elder and the other elders resumed their previous seats. Upon noticing Han Li's arrival, the elder smiled, ready to speak, when a tall, robust man swiftly strode in, cradling the green crystal in his hands. "Great elder, this is the infernal beast crystal from the head of the cunning beast," he proclaimed, respectfully placing the crystal upon the stone table before the elder. "We appreciate your efforts once again." While taking advantage of the eruption of the absolute spirit chi, Xian and the others managed to bring back some fish and shrimp. In a while, everyone can share some as a token of gratitude. The elder's eyes brightened at the sight of the crystal. "Thank you, esteemed elders." The robust man instantly displayed a look of joy, satisfied. As he exited the hall with the given instructions, Han Li remained at the side, observing with a discerning eye. The two beasts he had witnessed earlier were uniquely the cunning infernal beasts of this realm. Surely, they must have left quite an impression. Although the realm of the infernal void spanned merely 100 miles, it was home to demonic beasts, humans, and various types of infernal beasts. The elder carefully tucked the green crystal into his robe before turning to Han Li with a serious expression. "Are there really demonic beasts here?" Han Li inquired, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, whenever the fabric of space tears here, no matter the cultivator or demonic beast, all are treated equally and will not be spared," the elder replied with a faint smile of resignation. Pausing before continuing, "Demonic beasts here are equally unable to employ their demonic arts. Yet, Their bodies, forged through countless trials, are immensely powerful, far beyond the reach of us humans and the infernal beasts. Fortunately, these creatures generally confine themselves to a few fixed locations, remaining dormant and rarely venturing out in search of sustenance, thus posing a relatively minor threat to humanity. However, the situation is markedly different with the shadow beasts. These entities are born of the pervasive dark energy of this realm, inherently inclined to devour human flesh and blood. Almost at regular intervals, formidable shadow beasts besiege human villages, although most are repelled by the villagers. Nevertheless, there have been instances where smaller settlements were overrun, leaving their inhabitants entirely consumed. Conversely, despite our successful slaying of one such beast today, it is only a matter of time before another of its kind reemerges from the very essence of dark energy. These shadow beasts are essentially inexhaustible. If I understand your implication correctly, there are indeed multiple human villages beyond this one. And after a brief silence, Hanli inquired slowly. Certainly, there are. Although not in abundance, there are approximately 7 or 8 scattered throughout the realm of shadows. Due to the extreme scarcity of food in this area, aside from a limited number of plots suitable for cultivating some coarse grains, the remaining land is utterly barren, choked by the weight of dark energy. Furthermore, most shadow beasts harbor potent toxins within their bodies. While these creatures are impervious to such toxins, we humans are not so fortunate. Exposure is often fatal. Excluding a few exceptional species, the remaining shadow beasts, even when slain, are inedible to us. The harshness of these conditions collectively dictates a fixed population of humans able to survive here. Each individual must prove their worth to continue existing. Otherwise, they are cast out of the village to fend for themselves. The elder's tone grew icy as he spoke the latter part of his statement. Chapter 581. Luo Ho and the Great Jin Dynasty. You refer to this place as the Realm of Shadows. Does it bear any connection to the rumored domain of the underworld? What exactly is this location? Our magical powers are suppressed. Is there a means to restore them? Most importantly, I have no desire to remain here and would like to implore the elder for a clear path forward. Hanli questioned, his brow furrowing as he exhaled deeply. Return? If it were truly so simple to return, would we still be languishing here, enduring such precarious lives? It is worth noting that most individuals born in this land have lived their entire lives in this shadowy realm. Only a minuscule fraction, like you and I, have been drawn here by the mysterious mist. The majority of outsiders who enter this domain are swiftly devoured by those shadow beasts. Only the fortunate few have managed to survive for various reasons and made their way to the village. Our kin and friends are likewise trapped outside. The elder lamented, shaking his head. Upon hearing these words, Hanli found himself momentarily at a loss for words as for the true nature of this place and its potential ties to the underworld. Who can say? However, many predecessors who arrived here before us have speculated on such matters. One theory, akin to your friend's assertion, posits that this realm is a spatial rift where the underworld intersects with the human world, explaining the dense dark energy present, yet preventing the formation of exceedingly powerful shadow beasts. Another theory suggests that the concept of the underworld may well be a mere fabrication, propagated by practitioners through misunderstanding. They believe that this place must be within the legendary beast, Rahu, only a creature of myth that can devour the sun and moon, capable of instantaneously traversing the void, could possibly account for the strange mists appearing in various seas, and for the fact that this locale connects with the outside world only once every few years. That it is worth noting that the mythical Rahu is known for its propensity to conceal itself deep beneath the ocean and feeds only after prolonged intervals. Rahu? How could that be? This beast is even more implausible than the underworld. I truly do not believe that such a creature exists in our generation. Upon hearing the elder's hypothesis, Han Li's expression changed dramatically. Indeed, when I first encountered this notion, I was equally astounded, just as you are, fellow cultivator. However, one cannot deny that although this speculation is absurd, it does possess a semblance of possibility. If it were indeed a rift in space that remains perpetually open, it should manifest at a fixed point in the outside world. Yet, in reality, every time the realm of shadows connects with the outside, the individuals drawn in hail from several different seas. Among them, many have never even heard the names of the other seas. For instance, I come from a small island in the southern province of the Great Jin Dynasty. Other cultivators, on the other hand, come from the Five Dragons Sea, the coastal areas of the Tian Sha continent, and even the chaotic Star Sea. Before we became acquainted, Most had no knowledge of the locations that others spoke of. The elder spoke thoughtfully. The Great Jin Dynasty. Are you a cultivator from the Jin Kingdom? Han Li expressed a hint of surprise. This was indeed the name of a super empire he had heard of while in Tiannan. Could it be that you also hail from our Great Jin Dynasty? The elder's eyes brightened instantly. Not quite. However, I have heard some tales about it that I know it to be an enormous nation. I have always yearned to visit, but alas, I have not had the opportunity, Han Li replied, shaking his head. I see. How regretful. I truly hope I have the chance to return one day. The elder's expression revealed a touch of disappointment. Hee. If you were to visit our Great Jin, you would discover what the true realm of cultivation entails. That as far as I know. Although there are many other areas where cultivators dwell, none can compare to the grandeur and prosperity of our Great Jin. To claim that our nation is a sanctuary for cultivators would not be an exaggeration. When he spoke of his homeland, the elder's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Han Li rubbed his nose, wearing a wry smile. Yet he felt a stir of emotion at the elder's words. Ahem, I seem to have digressed. You inquired earlier whether there are ways to restore magical powers here. I can tell you unequivocally that as long as one remains in this realm of shadows, do not harbor illusions about regaining your former abilities. Apart from the ominous aura, there exists another substance we refer to as the absolute spirit chi. This essence usually lies deep within the earth, yet it periodically erupts from the depths, permeating the entire space. Any cultivator within its influence shall lose all magical powers. This is an inescapable reality. Your current predicament arises precisely from the coincidence of the rift opening and the simultaneous eruption of the absolute spirit chi. The elder said with a faint smile. Upon hearing the elder mention this matter, Han Li felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Had it not been for this unfortunate incident, he would not have been ensnared by a mere ghostly mist and brought to this place. He would have long since wandered off to enjoy his freedom elsewhere. Upon entering this realm, is there truly no glimmer of hope for escape? I find it hard to believe. After a moment of silence, Han Li reluctantly spoke. One cannot say it so definitively. The means of exit are indeed quite conspicuously laid out. However, it requires individuals capable of executing them. The old man stroked his beard, speaking with an air of calmness. What method? Han Li's heart leapt with joy, and he eagerly pressed for an answer. Beside them, Mei Ning, who had been listening intently to the old man's words, felt a surge of hope at his inquiry. Her complexion fluctuating between pale and flushed. The old man did not respond immediately, instead revealing a flicker of hesitation and contemplation. What is it, my friend? Is there something amiss? Han Li's expression shifted, betraying a hint of concern. Please do not misunderstand. There is nothing to conceal. While I do wish for a couple more cultivators to join our village, I have no intention of placing undue burdens upon you. I merely fear that in your eagerness to escape, you might recklessly endanger your lives. Observing the changes in Han Li and Mei Ning's expressions, the old man's eyes narrowed slightly, imbued with profound meaning. Upon hearing this, Han Li was taken aback for a moment, but soon broke into a light-hearted smile. Rest assured, though I may appear youthful, I am a cultivator with years of experience that I would not act impulsively. If the situation proves insurmountable, I shall not recklessly seek my demise. However, I would still like to hear the method of escape you mentioned, to ascertain where the difficulty truly lies. With a more serious demeanor, Han Li inquired after a moment of suppressed mirth. Since you have spoken so openly, I shall no longer hold back. The plump old man pondered briefly before consenting after a prolonged silence. Han Li emerged from the hall, his expression inscrutable as he gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Brother Han, what exactly shall we do? Do you truly intend to scale that stormy mountain? Mei Ning, biting her red lip, questioned from behind him. That moment, her face was as pale as death. She felt utterly despondent regarding the old man's proposed method of escape, believing it to be utterly unattainable. I have yet to fully contemplate our course of action, but we must find a way to try. Han Li replied, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his tone nonchalant. Upon hearing this, Mei Ning's expression shifted, and she was about to say something further when suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps caught their attention. A dark-skinned youth, around 15 or 16 years of age, approached them with curiosity. You too must be the newcomers. I was sent by the elder to escort you to your accommodations. Since you are new, your food for the first 3 days will be complimentary. However, thereafter, you will need to undertake missions. Otherwise, you will have to leave the village and fend for yourselves. He stated, his dark eyes wide with familiarity. Very well, lead the way. Han Li replied noncommittally. The youth nodded, ceasing any further chatter, and directly guided them to a corner of the village. After a short while, the youth brought them to a relatively tidy stone house. When Mei Ning beheld the interior, which contained only a single stone bed barely sufficient for two, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Why is there only one bed here?" she hesitantly inquired of the youth. "Is it not customary for a man and woman to share a bed?" The youth blinked, yet there was an air of peculiarity about him. Upon hearing those words, Mei Ning's face flushed even deeper with embarrassment. Though she wished to offer an explanation, words eluded her at that moment. "That we sleep separately, we can simply procure another stone bed," Han Li remarked casually. Surveying the outer chamber before turning back to the youth, the boy made a slight grimace. Though somewhat reluctant, he acquiesced and stepped outside. "You should rest for a while, that I shall take a stroll around the village," Han Li asserted to the woman. Leaving no room for refusal once the youth had departed, the hint of surprise crossed Mei Ning's delicate features, but she silently nodded in response, refraining from uttering any words. Without further hesitation, Han Li exited the room, glanced around briefly, and strode purposefully toward the slender, lofty stone platform at the center. He harbored a keen interest in the manipulation of that enigmatic dark force. There were no guards surrounding the platform, allowing Han Li to approach it with ease. Due to the platform's considerable height, the stairs constructed on one side were steep to a daunting degree. After circling the platform several times, he ascended effortlessly. Chapter 581. Stone Talismans and Beast Crystals. Han Li stood atop the deserted high platform, gazing at the exceedingly strange circular stone disc before him. The disc, measuring nearly 10 feet in diameter, lay flat, adorned with peculiar patterns and numerous seemingly arcane runes. At that moment, although no one was present to perform any rituals, a faint purple mist still emanated from its surface, curling upwards and merging with the purple clouds above the village. Han Li, possessing considerable expertise in the art of formations, squinted his eyes and began to study the disc intently. Before long, his expression shifted from one of clarity to confusion, revealing moments of enlightenment followed by furrowed brows, as his mind became thoroughly immersed in his observations. "What is it? Have you discovered some profound mystery?" Suddenly, a booming and unfamiliar voice interrupted Han Li's contemplations from behind. Startled, Han Li scolded himself for his carelessness in allowing someone to approach him unnoticed. If this individual harbored ill intentions, it could spell danger for him. However, such a situation could not be entirely attributed to Han Li's negligence. Having become accustomed to wielding his spiritual sense to oversee his surroundings, the abrupt loss of such abilities left him struggling to adapt. Remaining vigilant inwardly, Han Li turned around with an impassive facade. Before him stood an elderly man with a long beard and white hair. His face was lined with wrinkles, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality as he beamed at Han Li. "Are you also a cultivator?" Han Li ventured hesitantly, as his spiritual sense had failed him. "I am Bao Huazi from Wulongxi. You must be one of the two newly arrived cultivators," the elder replied with a smile. Wulongxi, the name stirred a reaction within Han Li, as it seemed the Grand Elder had mentioned it previously, piquing his interest. "So you are Bao Huzi. I am Han, a loose cultivator from the Chaos Star Sea," Han Li responded, his demeanor softening. "Chaos Star Sea? There was once another cultivator from that region here, but unfortunately, he fell during a mission, encountering a fearsome dark beast. Nonetheless, there are few in the cultivation world proficient in the art of talismans. And judging by your focused attention on this stone talisman, it appears your skills in this domain are quite commendable." The elder let out a sigh before deftly shifting the conversation. "The stone talisman? Is this what you refer to?" A peculiar expression surfaced on Han Li's face, not one of feigned surprise, but genuine astonishment at hearing such a name for the first time. "It is no wonder you are unaware of this item. My friend, stone talismans, jade talismans, these artifacts have likely been lost to time in most places. Only within certain sects of our Five Dragon Sea do we still possess the knowledge to craft such ancient symbols," the long-bearded elder remarked, his eyes narrowing and his wrinkles quivering slightly, exuding a sense of pride. Upon hearing this, the unusual look on Han Li's face dissipated. "Indeed, I have not encountered such terms. The existence of stone and jade talismans is unfamiliar to me. However, I have delved into the study of talismans for a period of time, and I am indeed astonished that this stone disc bears inscriptions of such symbols. Your words have certainly illuminated my understanding," he replied, a slight furrow forming on his brow. "Yet, It appears that the stone talisman also exhibits characteristics of a formation. Could it be that I am mistaken? Hanli gazed at the elder, his brow slightly furrowed. That I did not anticipate that you would possess expertise in both formations and talismans. I am truly in awe. Rest assured, Han Daoist, your perceptions are not in error. This sandalwood cloudstone talisman does differ somewhat from a true stone talisman. Modifications akin to formations have been made to harness the powers of the underworld, granting it a semblance of both talismanic and formation efficacy. However, such alterations significantly diminish its potency, the elder responded, initially taken aback but soon bursting into hearty laughter. Pondering the elder's words, Hanli nodded thoughtfully. Yet, turning to the stone disc once more, he inquired, I have heard from the Grand Elder that you are able to wield the powers of the underworld here by utilizing the underworld beast crystals in conjunction with formations to cast spells. However, I have not observed any beast crystals embedded within this stone talisman. Is there perhaps another mystery surrounding it? A flicker of doubt crossed Han Li's expression. That is something I cannot divulge. Surely you have encountered that cunning beast today. Although most villagers have trained in certain martial arts, their combat capabilities far surpass those of ordinary folk. Yet, should such a formidable underworld beast charge forth, even the mightiest warrior would stand little chance alone. Even if we were to rely on numbers to defeat it, the cost and casualties among the villagers would be immense. We simply cannot afford such losses. Thus, the ability to utilize the powers of the underworld to cast spells and ensnare our foes has become pivotal to the survival of our village. Furthermore, the quantity of underworld beast crystals available for spellcasting serves as a measure of our village's strength. The elder smiled faintly before pausing, as if savoring the moment, and continued, however, such beast crystals are indeed exceedingly rare. Generally speaking, the stronger the underworld beast, the greater the likelihood of finding a crystal within its skull. But this is not an absolute. Often, beasts that appear incredibly powerful, which we have expended great effort to vanquish, may yield nothing but emptiness within. Conversely, as demonstrated by the villagers who returned today, even after slaying a few feeble flame-scale beasts along the way, they managed to procure a small fragment of a beast crystal. Such occurrences are difficult to predict. Nevertheless, in summary, the village frequently requires spells for defense and offense, leading to a substantial demand for beast crystals. Yet, throughout the year, the number of collected shadow beast crystals rarely exceeds a mere 10, barely sufficient for our needs. Consequently, these crystals are typically managed by a few elders within the village. They are entrusted to us only when there is a necessity to cast spells for repelling foes. And once the battle concludes, they are promptly reclaimed. As for this stone talisman, it is usually infused with a few days' worth of energy to sustain daily consumption, without embedding the beast crystals directly into it. This practice renders the several slots intentionally crafted during the talisman's creation somewhat superfluous. The long-bearded elder appeared to harbor some discontent regarding the elder's approach, bending down to caress the diamond-shaped recesses surrounding the stone disc, revealing a hint of self-mockery. Hanli refrained from interjecting, merely responding with a faint smile and silence. Although he was uncertain of the elder's intentions regarding his openness, he surmised it likely pertained to the village's internal power struggles, and he had no desire to remain in this village. Naturally wishing to avoid entanglement, it seemed that these cultivators, upon severing their path of cultivation, had become much like ordinary mortals, engaging in the same petty power games. Han Li sighed inwardly, finding it rather lamentable. Noticing Han Li's lack of engagement, the elder's eyes flickered with disappointment, but he quickly regained his composure and began to chat with Han Li about other matters. Fellow cultivator, you must be aware that this cursed place has existed for countless millennia. Although few cultivators have been ensnared here, over the years, the number of those who perished in this shadowy realm must number in the hundreds, if not thousands. Moreover, I have heard tales of even core formation and nascent soul cultivators being trapped and ultimately perishing here, the elder casually mentioned. Has a nascent soul cultivator truly been here? Han Li inquired, somewhat moved. Indeed, although the specifics of the past remained shrouded in mystery, it was said that this esteemed individual had spent their final days within this village after being drawn into this place. It was likely that, like the two fellow cultivators, they had encountered the eruption of the absolute spirit chi simultaneously. Otherwise, such a formidable being would have been impervious to the ordinary mists. The elder sighed lightly. Perhaps, however, that absolute spirit chi is truly formidable. It seems only the rumored transformation stage cultivators would remain unaffected. Han Li replied with a wry smile, Transformation stage. Haha, fellow cultivator, your thoughts wander far. Yet, although that nascent soul elder has passed, they left behind some texts during their idle moments, including insights from their cultivation experiences. If these were to be presented to the outside world, they would undoubtedly be regarded as immensely valuable. But now he shook his head with a hint of regret. Insights from cultivation. Han Li's interest was genuinely piqued. Do you happen to know where these texts currently reside? Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression reflected a flicker of curiosity. The experiences of a nascent soul cultivator were certainly extraordinary, and he was eager to peruse them. Your reaction mirrors my own when I first heard of this. However, stay here for a few years, and you will find such things lose their allure. Without spiritual power, no matter how many there are, they are merely objects to gaze upon. Yet, if you are truly interested, you may certainly take a look. The relics of these individuals, along with those of several other monks, have been meticulously placed within a designated storeroom. The elder, stroking the wrinkles upon his face, responded ambiguously. He then shifted his body slightly and pointed towards a corner of the village, indicating a seemingly dilapidated stone dwelling. Han Li, suppressing the exhilaration within, expressed his gratitude to the elder with a calm demeanor. Subsequently, after exchanging a few more words with the long-bearded elder, he noticed Han Li's distraction and, with a faint smile, took his leave. Han Li gazed at the elder's retreating figure, pursed his lips, and after a moment's contemplation, shook his head and descended from the stone platform. He then hastened towards the weathered stone house. Chapter 582. The reappearance of the demon script. On his way, he encountered several villagers who regarded Han Li with curiosity, as his face appeared somewhat unfamiliar to them. Han Li arrived at his destination with ease. Upon observing the exceedingly ancient and dark stone dwelling before him, he hesitated briefly before stepping forward to gently push the stone door, yet it remained utterly immovable. Could there be some mechanism at play? A flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's mind. Nevertheless, he inhaled deeply and summoned all his strength, exerting a force akin to 100 pounds, although he had not practiced any external martial arts. The rigorous processes of foundation establishment and core formation had endowed him with considerable strength. A creaking sound echoed as, albeit slowly, the door began to inch open. This sight brought joy to Han Li's heart. It was then that he realized, for some unknown reason, this door was indeed thicker than a typical stone door by more than double. Its weight was no wonder, as he had almost assumed there was a mechanism involved. With a swift motion, Han Li stepped into the chamber, only to be met by a wave of decayed, damp air. His expression tightened, and he quickly held his breath. After a moment, fresh air flowed in from outside, gradually restoring the atmosphere within. He exhaled softly and, utilizing the faint light from the doorway, surveyed the interior. The space was exceedingly simple, apart from rows of similarly sized stone tablets lining the walls. There was merely a rough stone table situated within. The stone tablets were approximately 10 feet wide and 20 feet tall, a rather imposing sight that momentarily took Han Li aback. That on the stone table, there were no tomes or bamboo slips to be found, only a few seemingly dull magical artifacts. The look of astonishment on Han Li's face quickly dissipated, replaced by a wry smile as he pondered. This was not the outside world. Where would one procure paper or bamboo? Without spiritual energy, items like jade slips could not be utilized. Clearly, these stone tablets served as the records of this place, likely containing the insights and experiences left behind by the monks. As for the magical artifacts on the table, they appeared to be akin to his own flying swords, left unclaimed by their owners, swept into this realm along with their possessors. Naturally, they could not be restored within a storage bag. Interestingly, Han Li did not observe any storage bags within the room. It seemed the owners had their own methods of handling such items, which were not displayed here. After examining the surroundings, Han Li casually approached one of the stone tablets and glanced at it. It was coated with a thick layer of dust, rendering it nearly impossible to discern what was inscribed upon it. Frowning slightly, Han Li, undeterred by the grime, leaned closer and tore off a piece of his garment to gently wipe away the dust. After a brief moment, a series of clearly visible inscriptions materialized before his eyes. These were not the characters commonly circulated within the current realm of cultivation, but rather a rare form of ancient script. Fortunately, due to Han Li's diverse experiences, he was able to discern their meaning with relative ease. However, his interest waned quickly after only a few glances at the stone tablet. It merely chronicled the life experiences of a foundation-building cultivator, and thus Han Li had little desire to linger over it. He promptly turned his attention to the other tablets. Within this chamber, there were more than 20 stone tablets in total. When Han Li finally reached the sixth tablet, he paused, his expression shifting with intrigue. This was precisely what he sought, the cultivation insights left by a nascent soul cultivator. Standing motionless before the tablet, Han Li lost track of time, until at last he exhaled deeply, his face betraying a complex array of emotions. The process of condensing the nascent soul was fraught with numerous taboos that it appeared that without knowledge of these intricacies, even with the aid of the elusive 9 curves spiritual ginseng, my chances of success would remain perilously low. Falling into this shadowy realm truly bore a dual nature of fortune and misfortune, he mused quietly to himself. Although the tablet bore no specific cultivation techniques, the anonymous nascent soul cultivator had meticulously documented his experiences from foundation building to core formation and ultimately to the condensation of the nascent soul. This detailed account filled Han Li with a mixture of surprise and delight. With the guidance of this nascent soul cultivator's insights, he would undoubtedly avoid numerous pitfalls and erroneous notions that could have arisen during his own process of condensing the nascent soul. After perusing the stone tablets several times to ensure he had missed nothing, Han Li turned with satisfaction to survey the remaining tablets. Initially, he had intended to depart. However, upon reflection, he decided that since he had already examined a portion, it would be wise to complete the review of the remaining tablets to broaden his knowledge. Thus, he approached the others with a relaxed demeanor. As he examined the rest, he found that none of the tablets contained anything of particular utility for him. Even though some inscriptions bore techniques and mantras, they were of no interest to him, given his possession of the mysterious profound Yin scripture. After a meal's duration, Han Li finally laid eyes on the last tablet. Distractedly brushing away the dust, he surveyed the stone tablet and was taken aback by its unexpected nature. This tablet was fundamentally different from the preceding ones. It was densely inscribed with countless minuscule characters, far smaller than those on the previous tablets. Moreover, as Han Li scanned the surface, he was astonished to find 2 distinctly different scripts. One was the ancient script he recognized, while the other was a language he had encountered numerous times, the writing of the demon beasts. His curiosity piqued. Han Li stepped closer to examine it carefully. After only a brief observation, he felt a surge of excitement. This stone tablet contained a scripture dedicated to teaching the language of the demon race. The explanations were exceedingly detailed, undoubtedly inscribed by a cultivator with an intimate understanding of demon script. Although it was improbable that he could master it immediately, memorizing the entire text would allow him to gradually comprehend it over time. Consequently, he would be able to decipher the contents of the demon copper plate and the scroll of beast skin he had previously obtained. As for whether humans could genuinely cultivate the techniques of the demon race, Han Li chose not to dwell on such matters. Even if those cultivation techniques are utterly useless to him, mastering the script of the demon clan could only yield benefits and no detriments. Who knows what future utility it might possess? After all, such an opportunity is exceedingly rare. After expending a considerable amount of time, Han Li relied on his remarkable photographic memory to diligently commit to memory the inscriptions on both sides of the stone tablet, word for word. Only then did he exhale a sigh of relief and depart from the chamber. As for the magical artifacts on the table, he did not spare them a glance. Upon exiting the stone house, Han Li circled the perimeter of the village several times. When he encountered some particularly unique structures, he would approach them for a closer look and engage in brief conversations with the nearby villagers. Fortunately, the indigenous people of the village appeared to be quite simple-hearted. Although they were not particularly warm towards the stranger, they did answer his questions candidly. Through this interaction, Han Li quickly grasped some fundamental knowledge about the realm of Yinming. For instance, due to the absence of iron, ore, and similar materials, weapons here were crafted from the exceptionally hard bones of Yin beasts. However, this did not imply that these bones could be used as weaponry materials directly. Rather, they required a prior immersion in a substance known as liquid. This process not only enhanced the hardness of the bones by an additional 30%, but also imbued them with a modicum of Yin fire energy, rendering the forged weapons particularly lethal against Yin beasts. Nevertheless, due to the ephemeral nature of Yin fire, these weapons needed to be periodically re-immersed in the liquid to maintain their efficacy. This piqued Han Li's curiosity about the so-called. Moreover, within the realm of Yinming, there were several days each month designated as Yin wind days. During these days, most areas were swept by frigid, piercing black winds, rendering it impossible for humans to venture outside. Anyone caught in these winds would undoubtedly be transformed into a black ice sculpture. Only within the village, shielded by certain spells, could its inhabitants remain safe and sound. In stark contrast, these wind days were the periods of greatest activity for the beasts, frequently leading to incidents such as today, where solitary or groups of beasts would assault the village, leaving its residents perpetually on edge. Hanley managed to gather a wealth of such information. In a moment of inspiration, he even inquired about the identity of the seemingly unfriendly, thin-eyed, pale-faced individual. He learned that this person, surnamed Fong, was also an outsider who had been drawn in several years prior. Though his original purpose remained unknown, he possessed astonishing martial prowess, having slain numerous formidable beasts, thus rendering him invaluable to the village. As a result, he was recommended to become an elder at a young age, tasked with teaching martial skills to the village's youth, among whom he commanded a considerable amount of respect. Upon hearing this, Hanley felt no particular fear, yet he furrowed his brow, perceiving a certain degree of complexity in the situation. After meandering about the village for a while longer, he leisurely made his way back to his dwelling. Just as he approached the entrance, he overheard a man's voice emanating from within the room. "So, what do you think? What I said just now was heartfelt. As long as Miss May is willing to marry Fong, not only will there be no worries about food in the future, but she will also no longer need to frequently venture out of the village at the risk of her life." For many years, the individual surnamed Fong has remained single, not a person given to capricious affections, but rather one who has genuinely developed feelings for a young lady. It is indeed a middle-aged man with the surname Fong, though how he entered the room remains a mystery. In Chapter 583. An eye for an eye. Upon hearing this, Han was initially taken aback. He finally comprehended the reason behind the middle-aged man's unkind demeanor. He had taken a liking to the enchanting Mei Ning. Furthermore, having seen him arrive with the young woman, he likely assumed an intimate relationship existed between them. However, this assumption is not entirely unfounded. Perhaps due to the local climate, he observed that while the women here could not be deemed hideously unattractive, their skin was rough and dark. Even with well-defined features, their beauty was not particularly striking. Thus, it is no wonder that Elder Feng's heart was stirred upon encountering Mei Ning. After all, with her exquisite beauty, even if she did not possess the allure of legendary beauties like Yuan Yao or Zi Ling, she was still a rare gem. Coupled with years of cultivation, she exuded a unique, ethereal grace that rendered her even more captivating. "What you just mentioned, I can consider as never having been said," she declared with resolute coldness. "I am a cultivator and shall not marry a mortal. Please leave at once." To Han's astonishment, without him by her side, Mei Ning exhibited an unexpected fortitude, her words laced with icy resolve. "Humph, Miss May, perhaps you are still unaware of the current circumstances. This is the realm of shadows, and your status as a cultivator holds no weight against me. While ordinary people may harbor some reverence for cultivators like yourselves, in my eyes, you are no more distinguished than the common folk, devoid of Ming beast crystals. You truly believe your male companion can withstand me in this situation? With my unparalleled martial prowess, I could annihilate him at will. Who in this village could stop me?" The middle-aged man with the surname Feng seemed to become infuriated by Mei Ning's rejection, his tone turning ominously threatening. "You dare to intimidate me?" Mei Ning appeared taken aback that a mortal would dare to threaten her, her voice trembling with anger. "Why should I not? I would dare to. What do you intend to do?" Unbeknownst to what transgression the middle-aged man had committed, a sudden, piercing scream of fear erupted from Mei Ning within the room. Upon hearing this, Han rubbed his nose, a bitter smile forming in his heart. Although she held no direct connection to him, she was still a fellow cultivator who had arrived here alongside him. He felt he could not simply stand by idly. He had not yet become so cold-hearted and callous. Contemplating this, the bitter smile in his heart swiftly transformed into a cold smirk on his face. With a loud bang, just before Mei Ning could let out a second scream, he kicked open the door and entered with composure. Inside, the middle-aged man with the surname Feng was cornering Mei Ning, a sinister grin on his face as he advanced toward her. Hearing the commotion, he turned around in surprise. Upon seeing Han enter, a flicker of doubt crossed his eyes, quickly replaced by a darkening expression. The pallid-faced Mei Ning, upon spotting Han, immediately rushed out from the corner and hid behind him. "Han, be careful. This man seems to mean you harm," she warned as her composure slightly returned. "Rest assured." The muted conversation within the room reached my ears, albeit only a few words. Han Li remarked coolly without turning his head. When did you return? I didn't hear a sound. The middle-aged man surnamed Feng opposite him cast a cold glare at Han Li, his inquiry lacking even a semblance of politeness, as he refrained from addressing him by name. He prided himself on his exceptional internal strength, believing that he could discern even the faintest sounds of falling petals within a distance of over 10 zhang. The fact that Han Li stood silently outside the door puzzled him. It seems you possess considerable confidence in your martial prowess. However, to set your sights on me is rather foolish, Han Li replied lazily, his attention seemingly elsewhere, as he glanced back at his adversary with a languid demeanor. Foolish? That's a word I haven't heard directed at me in quite some time, that I in return, I shall break one of your arms as a minor reprimand. That a flash of cold malice flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes upon hearing this. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward like a released crossbow, his right hand extending slightly, causing his palm to swell unexpectedly, as he aimed to viciously grasp Han Li's right arm with a force that seemed intent on crushing it into 2 pieces. Unmoved by the impending assault, Han Li regarded the man's swift approach with an impassive expression. Suddenly, he swayed left and right, and in a blur, 3 or 4 identical figures shot forth, directly confronting the oncoming middle-aged man. Startled, the man instinctively traced a semicircle with his right hand, enveloping the phantoms within his grasp, before delivering a powerful strike. Yet, the figures dissipated like mist upon contact, leaving no trace behind. What is this? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation, when a small azure sword emerged from behind him, silently pressing against his throat. The cold sensation against his Adam's apple sent shivers down his spine. It would be wise not to move. Han Li's voice, devoid of emotion, drifted softly from behind. Though I'd prefer to avoid the fate of killing and fleeing, should you compel me to do so, I would have no choice but to comply. The middle-aged man's body stiffened at once. He had no doubt that the tiny sword was exceedingly sharp, capable of severing his throat with the slightest pressure of a finger. Yet disbelief filled his expression. How had Han Li managed to position himself behind him without his notice? Since you intend to break my arm, I shall reciprocate in kind, Han Li continued before the middle-aged man could gather his thoughts. With lightning speed, he seized the man's wrist, and, from an astonishing angle, executed a deft pull that a sharp crack echoed, as Han Li effortlessly snapped the arm into 2 segments with an incredible finesse. Despite his remarkable resilience, the middle-aged man could not suppress a muffled groan in response to the sudden, excruciating pain in his arm. Cold sweat, like beads, cascaded down his face, yet he managed to stifle any further sounds. Remember, should you dare to step foot in this room again, it will not be merely an arm that you lose, I shall claim your life as well. Han Li suppressed a flicker of murderous intent within his heart, sheathing his small sword before vanishing from sight and reappearing in his original position, whereupon he calmly issued a warning. Although he had momentarily incapacitated his opponent by employing the wondrous technique of Luo Yanbu, he could not truly slay the individual. Heaven knows how many people were aware of this person's intrusion into his abode. He had no desire to be pursued again so soon after arriving in this unfamiliar place. However, after having broken the opponent's arm, it was likely that their combat abilities would not fully recover for at least half a month. With this interval to recuperate, whether he would still remain in this village was a matter open to speculation. Thus, despite the knowledge that sparing this individual would likely lead to future troubles due to their tenacious nature, he resolved to administer only a minor punishment for the time being. Nevertheless, should another suitable opportunity arise in the future, he would not hesitate to discreetly eliminate the threat. I truly underestimated you. I did not expect you to be a master of exceptional martial prowess, I concede, declared the middle-aged man with the surname Feng. His expression ashen as he exited the room, cradling his injured arm. His departing figure appeared quite disheveled. Thank you, Brother Han, for your assistance. Upon witnessing the departure of the man with the surname Feng, Mei Ning finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Her face flushed as she respectfully bowed to Han Li, expressing her gratitude. That it is best to let it be. If you truly have no interest in this person, it would be wise to avoid him. However, if Miss Mei wishes to remain in this village and accede to his proposal, it may not be entirely unwise. Han Li fiddled with the flying sword in his hand before casually tucking it away, responding non-committally, "Marry him. I would never agree to that. Ever since embarking on the path of cultivation alongside my elder brother, I vowed that I would not marry anyone below the rank of a high-level cultivator." How could I possibly consent to such a union with a mere mortal devoid of spiritual roots? Mei Ning shook her head resolutely, her conviction unwavering. Upon hearing her words, Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he did not respond. Instead, he strolled over to a chair within the room, sitting down leisurely and closing his eyes to rest. Brother Han, do you have any clever ideas for how we might escape this predicament? After witnessing the earlier events, it was evident that this woman could not maintain the same composure as Han Li. Though she sat beside the stone bed, she soon grew restless and turned to Han Li, her face alight with hope. The means of our escape. Did you not hear the Elder's method alongside me? Miss Mei, what other brilliant ideas could I possibly have? Han Li remained silent for a moment before reopening his clear eyes and gazing at her, responding with a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Brother Han, do not deceive me. The moment I heard the Elder's proposed method, I knew it was something I could never achieve. Although you said nothing, you have consistently appeared composed, clearly exuding a degree of confidence about leaving this place. Do you intend to act alone, believing that I would be a hindrance? Mei Ning, her bright eyes glistening with indignation, questioned Han Li. Chapter 584. The Spirit of Communication. After hearing her words, Han Li did not immediately reply. Mei, we share a certain bond in having arrived here together. However, given your current sentiments, I shall no longer veil my intentions that I in regards to Storm Mountain. Han indeed possesses a certain degree of confidence in his ability to ascend its heights, regardless of the chilling winds and illusory mists that blanket the summit, or the flying shadow beasts that lurk halfway up the mountain. I believe I have some minor skills to navigate through them. However, this consideration applies solely to Han acting alone. Should he bring others along, he would lack the capacity to ensure their safety. If danger were to strike, Han would be unable to care for himself, let alone guarantee Mei's survival. Given your youth, it would be wise for you to remain here. Perhaps in the future, another opportunity may arise for you to depart this place. Han Li spoke with a calm demeanor. The final remark was clearly a form of consolation, and even Han felt a tinge of insincerity upon uttering it. Yet, there was little he could do. Upon hearing these words, Mei's complexion drained of color, turning pale once more. She bit her lip, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing her speechless reaction, Han let out a soft sigh and closed his eyes once again. Truth be told, he held a favorable impression of Mei. Were it not for his own limitations, he might have genuinely considered assisting her. However, in this moment, Han was unwilling to recklessly increase his burdens, and thus steeled his heart to leave her behind. Fortunately, even if she were to remain trapped in this gloomy realm, the lovely lady would not face any immediate peril to her life. At worst, she would merely abandon her aspirations for further cultivation. He was not so troubled by this situation as to feel any unrest within himself. The room was enveloped in silence, and time slipped away unnoticed. Just as Han believed the lady had resigned herself to her fate and intended to rest briefly, Mei's voice broke the stillness once more. If I can restore a modicum of your magical power temporarily, would you be willing to take me away from this place? What? Han's previous drowsiness evaporated instantly, and he opened his eyes wide, gazing at her in disbelief. Mei, having curled up on the stone bed with her arms around her legs, appeared somewhat evasive, as if the words just spoken were not her own. Just as Han began to doubt his hearing, she stretched slightly, lifted her head, and with resolute determination flashing in her beautiful eyes, declared, I possess a method to grant Brother Han a brief restoration of magical power. Though it is but a singular opportunity, it would undoubtedly aid your escape from this place. However, in exchange, aside from taking me away, you must also agree to another condition. After Mei spoke these words, her expression grew somewhat unnatural, leaving Han both astonished and perplexed. It was not that he doubted Mei's sincerity. Rather, it was the fact that even a Yuanying stage cultivator could find no means to restore their powers in this realm. Was Mei truly jesting? Han fixed his gaze upon her, his tone serious as he inquired that moment. His face bore not only skepticism, but also a hint of hope, if he could indeed regain even a fraction of his magical power temporarily. The odds of his escape, which initially stood at a mere 50 or 60%, would significantly increase. After all, even if the power he regained were minimal and fleeting, it would suffice to access his spirit beast pouch and storage bag. The treasures within his storage bag were capable of functioning effectively without the need for spiritual energy to activate them. Thus, retrieving them would undoubtedly ensure his safety and security. As for the golden devouring worms and blood jade spiders contained within the spirit beast bag, although they require divine consciousness for command, and thus cannot be summoned for battle. The wailing soul beast, possessing the soul resonance pearl within its abdomen, can be tenuously directed. While these abyssal beasts may not be malevolent spirits, they are nonetheless formed from the condensation of dark energies, which undoubtedly allows them to easily counter our foes. With this realization, Hanli naturally felt a surge of excitement. Brother Han is unaware. Though I am not a cultivator of extraordinary or celestial roots, I possess the body of the Tongyu wind essence. Surely, Brother Han understands what this entails. With this physique, I can transfer my spiritual resonance to my companion through secret techniques. The essence of this spiritual energy is certainly not something that the so-called absolute spirit energy can easily bind out. Of course, after some time, should this spiritual energy dissipate, my companion would inevitably return to their original state. The young woman spoke softly, a hint of hesitation in her tone. The Tongyu wind essence body. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Yet, after a brief pause, he scrutinized the woman with an odd expression, a flicker of realization dawning upon his face. Indeed, if you do not believe me, you may approach and examine for yourself. You will find that my words hold truth, Mei Ning said slowly, a faint blush unexpectedly rising on her cheeks. My apologies for any offense. Then, Han Li hesitated only briefly before rising and stepping forward. The matter was of great significance, and he felt compelled to be thorough at that moment. Mei Ning bravely rolled up her sleeve, revealing an arm as pure as jade, adorned with a strikingly red vermilion mark. As Han Li approached, she gritted her teeth and gently pressed her thumb against the vermilion mark, quickly releasing it thereafter. Observing from the stone bed, Han Li was visibly moved. The once brilliant vermilion mark gradually faded, revealing in its place a silver phoenix design, shimmering with vibrant light, exquisite and astonishing. Indeed, it is the Tongyu spirit phoenix. Han Li murmured in surprise. Now you understand. My words are not mere fabrications, Mei Ning said. Her face flushed as she noticed Han Li had discerned the truth of her claims. In a hurry, she lowered her sleeve, her cheeks aglow. Han Li nodded, choosing not to speak further as he returned to his seat, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Tongyu wind essence physique, as the name suggests, is exclusively found among women. While it may not rival other extraordinary spiritual roots, nor be considered an exceptionally rare constitution, it is nonetheless renowned throughout the cultivation world, known by all. Although this physique offers no direct advantage in the path of cultivation for its female bearers, those who possess it are fervently pursued by countless male cultivators. For once these women enter the foundation establishment stage, a thread of exquisite spiritual resonance emerges within them. This spiritual energy, heralded as one of the 7 finest energies in existence, while lacking efficacy for the women themselves, grants immense benefits to the men who acquire it, allowing them to cleanse their marrow and significantly enhance their cultivation. Certainly, the efficacy of this marrow cleansing and cultivation enhancing technique diminishes somewhat for advanced practitioners. However, it remains a rare treasure, comparable to the ancient and precious elixirs. Yet, this ethereal spirit can only be imparted to a man if the woman willingly consents, should one attempt to forcibly extract or absorb it from her through various secret arts. The spiritual energy will elude capture. Furthermore, a woman possessing the body of the Tongyu feng shui can only bestow this thread of ethereal spirit upon one man throughout her lifetime. After that, her body will cease to generate such energy. Should she lose her virginity prior to this, the ethereal spirit will likewise dissipate. Han Li meticulously organized the relevant information he had previously perused in the texts, contemplating that if he were to receive this spiritual energy at the very moment, he might indeed be able to harness some magical power. After all, the renown of the ethereal spirit as one of the 7 quintessential energies of the world is not without merit. It would suffice for him to forcibly access both his storage pouch and spirit beast pouch. Aside from wanting me to escort you away, do you have any other conditions, Miss May? Han Li inquired calmly, his gaze sweeping across the exquisite features of the woman before him. Quite simply, I hope that Brother Han can locate my elder brother and bring him out of this shadowy realm together. Mei Ning replied, her tone turning serious after a brief hesitation. This condition, I fear I can only agree to partially, Han Li responded, shaking his head after a moment of contemplation. Partially, a hint of surprise crossed Mei Ning's beautiful visage. Clearly perplexed. Indeed, I have my own reasons and cannot linger in this shadowy realm for too long that I can only promise you, Miss May, that I shall endeavor to find your brother within 3 months. Should that time elapse without success, I must not delay further and will have to depart immediately, Hanli asserted resolutely, his words imbued with an undeniable conviction. 3 months. This place does not seem vast. That should suffice, she mused. Very well, I accept your terms. After a moment's deliberation, perhaps sensing that Hanli would not yield on this matter, she nodded in agreement. Seeing her prompt acceptance, a faint smile graced Hanli's face. Yet, at that moment, Mei Ning fixed her gaze upon him and slowly said, though our acquaintance has been brief, I believe I can discern your character, Brother Han. Thus, I do not require you to make any oaths or promises. I merely ask when you require this ethereal spirit. If you wish for it now, I shall not hesitate to impart it to you immediately. Chapter 585. The kiss. Upon hearing such forthright words from the enchanting woman before him, Hanli, though momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure and nodded in agreement. This shadowy realm is fraught with peril and unexpected dangers. Naturally, it would be best to restore my magical power as soon as possible so that I may retrieve a few treasures. Otherwise, should an unforeseen event arise, I would be caught unprepared. Mei Ning nodded in understanding at Hanli's words, but seemingly recalling something, her cheeks flushed slightly as she whispered, the method of imparting this ethereal spirit, if my magical power remains intact, can naturally be conveyed through palm contact, allowing me to easily transfer the energy to you, Brother Han. However, at present, her magical energy is confined within her body. If she were to transfer her spiritual essence to Brother Han, it could only be done through an intimate exchange of breaths. As Mei Ning spoke of this intimate exchange, her gaze fell, and her voice became barely audible, tinged with a slight stutter. Hanli was initially taken aback, but upon witnessing the enchanting blush upon her delicate features, his heart involuntarily raced. The prospect of regaining his magical powers while receiving a kiss from this captivating beauty was, for Hanli, an irresistible temptation, stirring within him a peculiar sensation. The atmosphere in the room instantly turned charged with ambiguity. Observing Mei Ning's silence and downcast expression, Hanli, despite his limited experience in matters of the heart, understood that prompting her to take the initiative was nearly impossible, especially considering that their relationship had never ventured into the realm of intimacy. Upon contemplating this, Hanli rose without uttering a word, and in a blink, he positioned himself beside her on the stone bed. Mei Ning instinctively attempted to shift away, but before she could, a powerful arm encircled her slender waist. Her heart raced, and upon lifting her gaze, she met Hanli's teasingly smiling eyes, causing her to blush even deeper and wish to avert her gaze once more. Yet, Hanli raised a hand, gently cradling her exquisite face, rendering her unable to escape. In that instant, Mei Ning's mind went blank, floating aimlessly, unable to grasp her thoughts. Hanli inhaled the faint, alluring fragrance that enveloped her, and as he became entranced by the shyness and seduction reflected in her bright eyes, his gaze grew fervent. Unable to contain himself any longer, he lowered his head and pressed his lips fervently against hers. The kiss was warm, fragrant, and even carried a hint of sweetness that drove one to madness. Mei Ning's lovely eyes revealed a momentary daze, but soon she regained her senses and instinctively reached out, attempting to push Hanli away. Although she had mentally prepared herself for such advances, the reality of the situation overwhelmed her with shyness, igniting an instinctive resistance. It is worth noting that despite the multitude of suitors vying for her attention, she had never engaged in such intimacy with a man before, leaving her in a state of utter turmoil. Yet, under the fervor of the kiss, Hanli seemed to experience a revelation of ecstasy. He roughly pressed her delicate hand behind her, his body heavily descending upon her fragile form, and together they fell onto the stone bed, their lips greedily exploring the sweetness of one another. Mei Ning, far weaker than Hanli, found herself utterly powerless to resist his assertive advances, although she struggled weakly for a brief moment. She soon resigned herself to surrender. Enveloped in a wave of masculine fervor, her bright eyes fluttered shut, her cheeks flushed like a rising tide, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly, revealing her apparent confusion. In that moment, she completely forgot about the transfer of spiritual energy. However, Hanli's mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary men, and after a brief interval, the fiery madness in his eyes gradually subsided. Restoring his calm demeanor, Hanli temporarily withdrew his lips from the delicate rosebud of Mei, tilting his head to align with her exquisitely sculpted ear, and with a light chuckle, he remarked, "Miss Mei, While the pleasures exchanged between men and women are indeed remarkably exquisite, let us not forget to convey the spiritual energy. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mei Ning shuddered slightly, her jade-like face turning an even deeper crimson. However, when Han Li softened his earlier brusqueness and gently kissed her small mouth once more, a chilling essence gradually flowed from her cherry lips into Han Li's body. Not daring to linger, Han Li hastily rose from her side, seated himself cross-legged nearby, and commenced the cultivation of this thread of spiritual energy. Subsequently, Mei Ning also sat up, hastily adjusting her somewhat disheveled garments, yet the blush upon her face stubbornly refused to fade. After a moment of hesitation, she cast a furtive glance at Han Li, and upon seeing his eyes firmly shut, she inexplicably let out a breath of relief. Then, she descended from the bed, took a few steps, and sat down in the chair that Han Li had previously occupied, her gaze fixed upon his tranquil countenance as he cultivated, revealing a complex expression of anticipation and anxiety. Time passed, and eventually, Han Li opened his eyes, meeting the gaze of Mei Ning, which was filled with unspoken thoughts. Startled, she quickly turned her face away, unwilling to maintain eye contact. Observing her flustered demeanor, Han Li couldn't help but smile. Though he swiftly masked his amusement, suddenly slapping one hand against his storage bag. One item after another appeared beside him in a flicker of white light, accumulating into a considerable pile. Among these were treasures and various materials, such as the skins and bones of demonic beasts, the purpose of which Han Li did not reveal. You can utilize your magical power now. Though Mei Ning held great confidence in her spiritual energy, witnessing Han Li open his storage bag filled her with an overwhelming sense of delight. The quantity of magical power was indeed minimal, scarcely sufficient to cast even a low-tier spell, but opening the storage bag was certainly within her grasp. Han Li spoke with a smile, yet without any hesitation. He procured all the items he required in a matter of moments. Then, he removed the unnecessary ancient treasures from his robe, such as golden mirrors, flower baskets, and silver bells, sweeping them into the storage bag with a flick of his sleeve. Mei Ning, somewhat dazzled by the array of items, glanced at the heap beside Han Li, her face betraying a hint of peculiarity. "Brother Han, I have yet to inquire. Are you a Foundation establishment cultivator?" she finally asked, sensing something amiss with a hint of hesitation. "Certainly not. I am a core formation cultivator." At this juncture, Han Li showed no intent to conceal the truth and responded candidly. "What?" Though Mei Ning had harbored a vague suspicion, she still gasped in surprise. Han Li smiled, ignoring her suddenly altered gaze, and once more slapped his hand against a spirit beast pouch. In an instant, with a flash of radiant light, a small monkey appeared before him, the famed crying soul beast. Curiously, upon materializing, the once lethargic creature suddenly perked up, enthusiastically sniffing the air with its large nose before bounding around Han Li with exuberance. This sight stirred Han Li's heart. Mei Ning, it seemed, failed to recognize the renowned creature of the cultivation world, merely casting a few curious glances at the little monkey. "Miss Mei, please wait for a moment in the room, that I shall take care of some matters while I still possess my magical powers, and return shortly," Han Li stated with an expression of calmness. "Matters?" The lady blinked her beautiful eyes, momentarily perplexed. Han Li chose not to elaborate further, selecting a few items from those he had retrieved and placing them within his robe. He then disregarded the remaining objects and approached the door, gently pushing it open to glance outside. The sky appeared unchanged, indicating that there was no distinction between day and night in this place. However, it was unclear what hour it was. As the number of people outside was markedly sparse, it seemed that the majority had retreated indoors to rest. Han Li beckoned to the soul-piercing beast, which swiftly darted into his sleeve with a soft sound. Only then did he turn and smile at Mei Ning, striding out with an air of nonchalance, leaving the enchanting lady in a state of perplexity within the room. Once outside, Han Li moved with remarkable agility, making every effort to avoid drawing attention to himself. In the blink of an eye, he halted before a larger stone house. After surveying his surroundings briefly, he unhesitatingly pushed the door open and entered. A short while later, he emerged with a look of satisfaction upon his face. This place contained a unique liquid sediment, and after filling several large-capacity empty bottles from his storage bag with approximately half of the available stock, he departed the premises. He rounded a corner and came upon a uniquely designed circular stone house. Han Li's expression shifted, and he paused once more. If his memory served him correctly, this was the residence of the middle-aged man with the surname Feng. At that moment, he sensed that the last vestiges of his magical energy which he could still mobilize, were beginning to wane, gradually dissipating. Chapter 586. A visitor. Han Li scanned the area and, finding it devoid of any presence, he no longer hesitated. With a single hand, he tapped on the spirit beast pouch, causing a three-colored gold-devouring insect to silently emerge from within. Under the command of the last flicker of his mental energy, the insect swiftly squeezed through a tiny gap in the stone door. The interior was eerily quiet, devoid of any sound. Witnessing this scene, Han Li let out a cold smirk within, turning away without a backward glance as he made his way back to his dwelling. Just as he rounded another corner, a piercing scream echoed from the residence of the middle-aged man with the surname Feng. Han Li pressed his lips together, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he continued on his path. However, in the distance, voices began to rise in a cacophony. Having established enmity with the man surnamed Feng, he felt compelled to resolve this lingering threat while his magical powers still lingered. Otherwise, being on this man's radar would leave him with an unsettling feeling. Before he could return to his quarters, the faint magical energy bestowed by the spirit dissipated entirely, rendering his mental awareness unable to detach from his body. With a slight shake of his head, he glanced at the nearby residence and strode forward. Upon entering, he found Mei Ning lying on her side upon the stone bed, breathing rhythmically and seemingly having fallen into a deep slumber. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, but as he gazed upon her sweet and enchanting visage, memories of their recent kiss warmed his heart. Yet, noticing the slight chill that caused her to curl up, he hesitated for a moment before retrieving a sizable piece of beast hide from the assortment of items on the table and draping it over her form. The young woman seemed to have felt a wave of warmth. Her previously furrowed brows unfurled, and instinctively, she wrapped the beast hide around herself, remaining blissfully asleep. Observing this scene, Han Li could not help but chuckle softly. It was hardly surprising. Although this woman possessed a physique far superior to that of ordinary individuals, she was still, after all, a lady. The previous exertions had left her utterly fatigued, and while waiting for Han Li, she had unwittingly succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness and drifted into a deep slumber. After his amused smile, Han Li chose not to rouse her. Instead, he glanced at the pile of materials on the table, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes. Time slipped away, and eventually, Mei Ning stirred slowly from her slumber. Before she could even open her lovely eyes, a gentle voice reached her ears. "If you awaken, dear Mei, it would be wise to rise. The past 2 days have not been easy for us, and there remains much preparation to be done." Upon comprehending the words, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she sat up, the beast hide naturally slipping away. This caused her to pause momentarily, her bright eyes staring vacantly towards the source of the voice, revealing a hint of complexity in her expression. Han Li sat across from her, meticulously arranging a sizable piece of beast hide. And upon noticing her awakening, he offered her a warm smile. "I wonder, Miss Mei, are you skilled in the art of needlework? I possess some high-grade fire attribute beast hides. If feasible, it would be ideal to fashion several garments from them for our wear. Such attire would provide a measure of protection against the ominous winds. I shall give it a try, though I will require some needles and thread," she replied, her embarrassment slightly alleviated by the absence of any mention of their shared kiss from the previous day. Yet, inexplicably, a hint of melancholy lingered in her heart. Nonetheless, she composed herself and responded, her cheeks still slightly flushed. "These hides are rather tough. Only a flying needle artifact can barely penetrate them. We can make do with this thinner beast sinew for stitching. After all, our purpose is merely to guard against the winds. We cannot afford to be overly particular." Han Li raised a hand and retrieved a long, azure needle from the table, extending it to her as if he had prepared for this moment in advance. This needle was a top-tier flying needle artifact, remarkably sharp. Even Han Li himself had forgotten from which unfortunate cultivator it had been acquired. Now, he found it providentially useful and retrieved it from his storage pouch. "I will do my utmost," Mei Ning murmured, biting her crimson lip. Han Li nodded, on the verge of speaking further when footsteps were heard approaching from outside, followed by an elderly voice calling, "Is fellow Taoist Han present?" "Who?" Han Li paused, somewhat taken aback by the inquiry. However, the voice struck him as familiar, and after a moment of contemplation, he realized it belonged to that long-bearded elder, further piquing his curiosity. "Haha, fellow Taoist, you were quite engaged in conversation with me yesterday upon the stone platform." The cheerful laughter echoed from outside, confirming it was indeed the cultivator who introduced himself as Wu Longhai. Given the invitation, Hanli felt no reason to refuse a meeting. He was intrigued by the sudden visit and stepped forward a few paces to open the door. As expected, the jovial long-bearded elder stood outside, accompanied by two other elderly figures, one with a ruddy face and white beard, and the other hunchbacked and ominous. "Please, come in." Hanli welcomed them without inquiring about their purpose, extending a gracious invitation to the trio. This not Mei Daoyu. As the three individuals caught sight of Mei Ning in the room, a flicker of astonishment graced their faces. Yet it was soon replaced by a demeanor of composure as they offered their salutations. Mei Ning, with a graceful gesture, returned the greeting and naturally positioned herself beside Hanli, uttering not a word, embodying a posture that placed Hanli at the forefront. The three elders exchanged thoughtful glances. Once the three settled into their seats, Hanli turned his gaze toward the other two and inquired slowly, "Are these two also?" "You are correct in your assumption, Han Daoyu. These two are fellow practitioners from the Great Jin Kingdom. One is Daoist Yun from the Tianfu sect, and the other is Daoist Jin from the Sihai Jin Yuan," introduced the elder with the long beard. Hanli nodded slightly in acknowledgement, and the two individuals scrutinized Hanli for a few moments, reciprocating with courteous smiles. "Might I ask, esteemed Dao friends, if there is a matter of significance that brings you here?" Hanli inquired, maintaining an impassive expression. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged instinctive glances. After a brief pause, the long-bearded elder cleared his throat and spoke with considerable gravity. "Han Daoyu, are you aware that our village's elder Feng, who dedicated himself to the martial arts, was unexpectedly killed yesterday by a mysterious insect?" He continued, "It is said that this creature, while he was sound asleep, bit through his throat, resulting in a most tragic demise. Though such an occurrence is indeed alarming. What manner of insect possesses such ferocity?" Hanli replied with an expression unchanging, his tone languid. This left the three opposite him pondering, unable to ascertain whether there was any connection between Hanli and the incident. The details are somewhat unclear, as by the time others arrived, Elder Feng had already succumbed. Only a few villagers witnessed a flying insect escape from the wound, although attempts were made to strike it down with weapons. The creature was extraordinarily resilient and flew away unscathed, leaving no one able to discern its true form due to the blood covering its body. The long-bearded elder queried, his gaze unwavering upon Hanli. The other two maintained a solemn silence, their eyes fixed on Hanli. "What? Do the three of you suspect that I am responsible for this?" Hanli replied, leaning back in his seat, a languid air about him. "Certainly not. We three are absolutely convinced that this is not the doing of Han Daoyu. Even if it were, we would be quite pleased, for that fellow Feng, relying on his meager martial skills, has always shown disrespect towards us." The elder chuckled, albeit his expression slightly shifting. Hanli, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes, observing them without immediate response. The long-bearded elder, after a moment's contemplation, cautiously added, "However, we have heard whispers that Elder Feng visited your residence yesterday, only to emerge in low spirits. Furthermore, upon examining his body today, it was discovered that his arm had been broken. It seems, Han brother, that despite your loss of magical prowess, you possess formidable means." Upon hearing this, Hanli raised an eyebrow. It appeared these individuals held some influence in the village, as they were aware of Elder Feng's visit to his abode and subsequent dismay. "I asked the purpose of your visit regarding this matter. If there is something to discuss, feel free to speak plainly. I have no interest in beating around the bush," Hanli stated after a moment of silence, his voice growing colder. The long-bearded elder and his companions exchanged glances upon hearing Han Li's candid words, their expressions laden with uncertainty. Since he was unwilling to divulge further, Hanli made no effort to press the matter, stating, "You esteemed friends may take your leave," not wishing to prolong the discussion. His face betrayed a hint of impatience as he spoke again. Perhaps this remark prompted the others to make a decision, for the hunchbacked, sinister-looking elder suddenly broke the silence. "Dear Han, might you be interested in joining us to seize control of this village?" "What do you mean?" Hanli furrowed his brows at the proposition, yet he had already begun to glean the underlying intent. "Since we are fellow cultivators, I shall speak plainly. Surely you have encountered several elders in this village. Aside from the Grand Elder, who has held power here longer than the rest of us, the status of the remaining cultivators is no different from that of the common folk. They suffer the same trials of hunger and fullness, and even compel us to venture forth and hunt the ominous beasts. Conversely, the only resource we can rely upon, the Yinming beast crystals, are firmly in the hands of a few mortals. It feels as though we are being treated like thieves, forced to remain vigilant against our own kind." This is an affront to our dignity. Given this situation, it is only fitting that we unite as cultivators to claim the true authority over the village. What say you, dear Han? Seeing that his companions had already revealed some information, the long-bearded elder felt emboldened to express their true intentions. You seek to usurp power. Han Li's expression remained unyielding. That indeed, as cultivators, how can we be subjugated by mere mortals, summoned at their whim? We should rightfully ascend to the position of elders in this village. As a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, I can no longer endure being commanded by commoners. Previously, our numbers were too few to act boldly, but with the addition of 2 more, we can indeed achieve great things. The other elder, his face flushed, added, his eyes gleaming with excitement, I am not interested. Please take your leave, esteemed friends. Consider this conversation never to have taken place, Han Li stated flatly, casting an impassive glance at the 3, causing their faces to pale in shock. Is it true, dear friend, that you are content to remain subservient? Should we succeed in securing the positions of elders in this village, we would collectively govern it, without distinction of rank. Thus, even in a harsh environment, we could live in ease. The long-bearded elder insisted with a forced smile, attempting to persuade him that I believe you have misunderstood a vital point. Neither of us has indicated any desire to remain in this village. We shall depart in a couple of days. Therefore, your grandiose visions are moot, and neither I nor Miss May will involve ourselves in this matter. Han Li calmly replied, stroking his chin. Depart from here? You both find dissatisfaction with this village and wish to seek refuge in others. The elder's astonishment was palpable. You may not be aware, but our village ranks among the largest of human settlements. The conditions in other villages are far worse than those here. Taken aback, the long-bearded elder blurted out his surprise. Upon hearing these words, Han Li offered a subtle smile, shaking his head gently in silence. Are you two contemplating an ascent of the stormy mountain? The hunchbacked elder, struck by Han Li's demeanor, was suddenly filled with astonishment. What do you mean? We are unwilling to linger in this place. Is it so strange that we wish to depart? Han Li retracted his smile and replied non-committally, it is not a matter of strangeness. But do the 2 of you truly comprehend the nature of Storm Mountain and the peril it harbors? The elder with a red face stroked his white beard, his expression oddly inquisitive. Though my knowledge is somewhat limited, I have gleaned certain details from the esteemed elder, Han Li responded, casting a discreet glance at the man. Humph, what does that fellow truly know of the terrors of Storm Mountain? Everything he relays is merely hearsay. The genuine horrors of Storm Mountain are experiences that both Yoon and I have personally endured. It is not a place that we, devoid of our magical powers, could traverse. Moreover, lurking beneath Storm Mountain are some of the most formidable shadow beasts of the netherworld that a moment's carelessness could lead to our utter annihilation. Even if one were to miraculously survive the shadow beasts, the malevolent winds and illusory mists of the mountain are equally lethal. Devoid of any visible threat, there would be no chance to ascend to the summit. Furthermore, the notion that one could burst forth from the peak of Storm Mountain when the rift opens is mere legend. No one has genuinely attempted it, and it may well be an impossibility. The hunchbacked elder's expression shifted through various shades of trepidation as he spoke. Have you 2 ever scaled Storm Mountain? Would you be willing to share your tale? Han Li inquired, his interest piqued as he studied the 2. There's no need for hesitation. Even if Han Daoist does not speak of it, we shall reveal our experience to dissuade your reckless hopes. When my companion Jean and I first arrived, we too were reluctant to resign ourselves to a life of stagnation. After preparing for a full 6 months, we joined forces with 3 other Daoists from neighboring villages and set forth towards Storm Mountain. Yet, before we could even approach the mountain, one of our companions was discovered by nearby shadow beasts and perished at its base. By the time we finally reached Storm Mountain, the remaining 2 companions had barely ascended a quarter of the way before the malevolent winds claimed their lives one after the other. Jean and I, having retained some fiery stones, managed to press on, but the higher we climbed, the fiercer the winds became, rendering it impossible to maintain our footing. Ultimately, we never even glimpsed the mists at the mountain's midpoint. As we were repeatedly swept down by the raging gales, though we escaped with our lives, we dared not proceed further and were left with no choice but to return in defeat. Upon our return to the village, we fell gravely ill from the bone-chilling winds and lay bedridden for several months before we could once again rise to our feet. Since then, we have completely extinguished any thoughts of venturing out from Storm Mountain. The elder with the red face recounted slowly, his eyes betraying a sense of dread. Indeed, it sounds exceedingly terrifying. Han Li mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It is beyond terrifying. Truly. I suggest you abandon such thoughts, as there is no need to attempt it. While the outside world may appear alluring, one must prioritize their very life. In order to venture forth, it would be wiser to remain here and engage in significant endeavors alongside us. You are both still young. Once our time draws near, everything in this village will ultimately belong to you. The elder with the long beard spoke enticingly, presenting a facade of sincerity. My esteemed companions, there is no need for persuasion. Until I, Han, have personally tested the waters, I shall not relent. Certainly, if I truly cannot ascend the peak of this tempestuous mountain, I shall naturally consider the suggestions of the three esteemed friends. Han Li was reluctant to easily forge any significant enmity with the trio. Thus, with a gentler tone, he responded with a more tactful reply. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the three expressed their displeasure and urged him a few more times. However, Han Li seemed resolute, showing no inclination to reconsider. Left with no choice, the trio shifted their focus towards Mei Ning. Yet, this woman merely stated calmly that she would advance and retreat alongside Han Xiong, leaving the three equally dumbfounded. Fortunately, Han Li did not outright refuse them. Should their attempt to scale the mountain fail, survival would still afford them another chance. Consequently, after their entreaties proved futile, the three could only force a smile as they took their leave. Will this person turn back and betray us? After distancing themselves from Han Li's abode, the hunchbacked elder suddenly inquired with a sullen expression. Betray us? What benefit would they gain from doing so? Surely you have noticed that while the woman may be indifferent, the lad surnamed Han is undeniably astute. He would not engage in such folly. That I now only hope that these two retreat of their own accord before nearing the Tempest Mountain. After all, should we provoke them now, the odds are merely 50-50. With their addition, our strength would significantly increase. Moreover, it is fortunate that the lad surnamed Han has unwittingly removed the greatest obstacle, Feng Tianji. Otherwise, this individual's martial prowess would indeed pose a considerable dilemma, remarked the long-bearded elder dismissively. Indeed, this person is quite prudent. He would not undertake such thankless tasks, but just to be cautious, we should still dispatch someone to monitor them discreetly. We must avoid any missteps. The red-faced elder nodded in agreement. Brother Yun's foresight is commendable. Let us arrange it as such. However, we must be cautious not to be discovered by the other party. But as the long-bearded elder concluded his thought, a hint of doubt flickered across his face. But what? The hunchbacked elder inquired, somewhat puzzled. I cannot shake the feeling that the other party seems exceedingly confident about leaving this place. Although they have heard of the dangers of the Tempest Mountain, they appear utterly unconcerned. Could it be that they possess some means to reach the summit? The long-bearded elder mused aloud. How could that be possible? To say nothing of the fierce winds upon that mountain, there is no way anyone could breach them. I can assure you of this with utmost certainty. The hunchbacked elder shook his head skeptically. Those countless frozen corpses at the mountain's base are all the remnants of cultivators and mortals who dared to dream of escaping this place. Perhaps it is merely my misperception. After pondering for a moment, the long-bearded elder also deemed it unlikely and chuckled self-deprecatingly. However, upon hearing these words, the red-faced elder felt a sudden stirring within, a thought flashing through his mind. Once the long-bearded elder and his companions departed, Han Li exchanged a few words with Mei Ning before leaving the dwelling. That he first proceeded to the residence of the middle-aged man surnamed Foam, where he discovered that the man had indeed perished from a fatal bite to the throat by a golden-eating insect. After casting a distant glance at the corpse, Han Li left with an impassive expression. Subsequently, he continued to inquire among the villagers regarding the geography of the area, the locations of other settlements, and the distribution of the Een beasts. All the information that could aid his escape from this place gradually coalesced within Han Li's mind. He even took it upon himself to craft a detailed map based on the villagers' descriptions. After 2 consecutive days of diligent preparation, Han Li felt ready to inform the village's elder of his intention to depart and scale the stormy mountain. Upon hearing this, the portly elder expressed a hint of regret, offering a few words of persuasion. However, upon perceiving Han Li's resolute decision, he refrained from further insistence and ultimately acquiesced. Han Li immediately returned to his abode with Mei Ning, intending to rest well for the night before leaving the village the following day. Unexpectedly, a figure stealthily approached their residence, knocking at the door. Yun Daoyu. Upon seeing the red-faced elder standing before him, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. Han Daoyu, I shall be brief, the elder stated. Although I am unsure whether you possess the capability to escape this place, it nonetheless offers a glimmer of hope. Thus, I have a request. Should you truly manage to evade this calamity and find the opportunity, I implore you to deliver this box to our Tianfu sect. The red-faced elder spoke gravely, producing a rough bone box from within his robes and presenting it to Han Li with both hands. "What do you mean by this?" Han Li inquired, merely glancing at the bone box without extending his hand to accept it. Without understanding the contents, he was reluctant to take it impulsively. Do not worry. The elder reassured him. "Inside lies the refining formula for one of our Tianfu sect's signature talismans, the Descending Spirit Talisman, which has traditionally been reserved for the sect's leaders. That I bear no ulterior motives. I simply hope that, if possible, you could return this method of talisman refinement to our sect. I do not wish for this profound knowledge to be lost." With a heavy sigh, the elder continued. Then opened the box himself, revealing several intricately engraved bone fragments within. "The Descending Spirit Talisman? Only the sect leader can study it. Are you, perchance, the leader of the Tianfu sect?" A hint of doubt flickered across Han Li's face. "Indeed, I am the 57th leader of the Tianfu sect," the elder replied, his face slightly flushed. "Our sect is but a minor one in Huayun Prefecture of the Jin Kingdom, and I ascended to the position of leader during my foundation establishment stage." "Which surely amuses you, Dao Yu." Upon hearing the elder's words, Han Li's expression momentarily reflected surprise, but soon turned contemplative. After a brief pause, he gazed at the elder and spoke slowly. "The method for refining the Descending Spirit Talisman, being exclusive to the leaders, must possess its own unique intricacies. Are you not concerned that I might also master the talisman-making techniques contained within? Moreover, while I have heard of the Jin Kingdom's renown, I have never been there myself. Whether I will have the opportunity to visit in the future remains uncertain. Is it not somewhat rash of you to entrust this to me?" Upon hearing Han Li's inquiries, the red-faced elder revealed no signs of surprise. Instead, admiration gleamed in his eyes as he replied, "Since I have entrusted this item to you, it implicitly allows you to learn the methods of talisman refinement as a token of gratitude for you. Brother Han. Be frank, once you have seen the refining method for this talisman, you may find it lacks the allure you anticipate. Though the methodology for crafting the spirit summoning talisman has been passed down through generations within our sect. Aside from a scant 2 or 3 talismans produced by a few esteemed ancestors during the peak of our sect's prosperity, the successive leaders have merely regarded it as a legacy, with no one truly attempting to forge this talisman. Given the current decline of our sect, the notion seems utterly fanciful. For whether my esteemed friend will venture to the Jin Kingdom to return this talisman crafting formula. That rests solely upon your discretion. I seek only a semblance of peace of mind. For this spirit summoning talisman is an original creation of our sect's founding ancestor. Should it vanish from the realm of cultivation, I would find it exceedingly difficult to justify my failure. Even if this talisman crafting technique cannot be restored to the Tianfu sect, it would still be preferable for it to endure in your hands rather than be completely lost. In the future, when I descend to the underworld and encounter the ancestors of our sect, I shall at least have a modicum of explanation." The red-faced elder spoke with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li was rendered somewhat speechless. It turned out that the leader of the Tianfu sect was merely seeking solace for himself. In this light, it appeared he was only interested in benefiting without incurring any loss. Should he not travel to the Grand Jin Kingdom, there would be no need to return the bone box. If he were to journey to this legendary empire, it seemed a mere token gesture would suffice. Furthermore, the true nature of this spirit summoning talisman, which appeared to be quite a formidable talisman, piqued Han Li's curiosity from his increasingly broad experiences. He knew that aside from the ordinary elemental spells that could be transformed into talismans, the realm of cultivation indeed harbored certain extraordinary talismans possessing incredible powers, collectively known as secret talismans. These secret talismans were difficult to categorize within the elemental arts, and often each sect possessed unique methods of crafting them, making imitation exceedingly challenging. For instance, the Avatar talisman that appeared when he was nearly killed by the treachery of the Celestial Palace Elder and the specially crafted teleportation talisman of the Celestial Palace were two distinct types of secret talismans. Naturally, the former held far greater value than the latter. After a moment's contemplation, Han Li decisively reached for the bone box, solemnly promising, "What I can assure you is my utmost effort, but do not harbor overly high expectations. Esteemed friend Yun. This is sufficient." With Brother Han's words, "I am immensely grateful," the red-faced elder responded, his demeanor visibly more at ease, and he profusely expressed his thanks. After engaging in a few more casual exchanges with Han Li, he prudently took his leave. Han Li stood at the doorway, watching the elder's retreating figure, and couldn't help but weigh the bone box in his hand, finding it surprisingly light, as if it concealed some deeper mystery. At that moment, Mei Ning, who had been silent behind Han Li, could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring, "This spirit-summoning talisman is a name I have not heard before. Could it truly be a powerful talisman?" "I am uncertain, but I suspect it is no ordinary talisman," Han Li replied, casting a glance at her delicate, jade-like visage. Accompanied by a gentle smile, he then returned to his seat, picking up a fragment of bone to examine. "Oh." After merely a couple of glances, Han Li let out a soft exclamation of surprise. "What is it? Is there an issue with the talisman crafting method?" Mei Ning, sitting across from Han Li, inquired with curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Since that fateful kiss, an unspoken intimacy had subtly blossomed between this woman and Han Li. The previous constraints had mostly dissipated. "It is nothing," Han Li remarked nonchalantly as he placed the bone fragment back into the box. "The materials required for forging this spirit-descending talisman are indeed somewhat extraordinary. No wonder the celestial talisman sect possesses the technique of talisman crafting yet dares not aspire to create such a talisman. What materials could possibly be so extraordinary that even Brother Han finds them daunting?" Mei Ning inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Other materials may be manageable, but as for the primary material needed for talisman creation, it is something that cannot even be purchased with spirit stones. It requires the essence of a shape-shifting beast in its transformative stage to successfully forge this spirit-descending talisman. Would you not consider that extraordinary?" Han Li replied, picking up another bone fragment with a faint smile. "The essence of a shape-shifting beast?" Mei Ning gasped, astonishment reflected in her clear, beautiful eyes. However, she remained oblivious to the mysterious glint that flickered across Han Li's face as he scrutinized the bone fragment in his hand. After a night's rest, Han Li and Mei Ning did not summon anyone else. The two departed the village, leaving behind the astonished gazes of several guards, once again standing at the edge of the pile of rubble. Gazing at the hazy yellow desert before them, Han Li briefly oriented himself and led Mei Ning towards the nearest village. Han Li's thought process was straightforward. If her brother had arrived here without incident, he would surely have made his way to another village. They could retrieve him together upon finding him. Mei Ning concurred with Han Li's reasoning, offering no objections. Thus, in the blink of an eye, the two vanished into the vast expanse of yellow sand, leaving no trace behind. More than a month later, on an eerie land stained crimson like blood, a dozen young men and women clad in gray garments, wielding bone spears, stealthily approached a high mound resembling a dirt hill. Atop this elevated ground lay several grotesque creatures, their bodies of vivid green with short, thick necks, curled up in slumber. These were the Baichan beasts. Creatures of the shadow realm, small in stature, covered in warty protrusions. Although they appeared hideously repulsive, resembling oversized toads, they were among the few non-toxic shadow creatures that humans could consume. These individuals had come to hunt the Baichan beasts to alleviate the food crisis in their village. Their movements were remarkably agile and silent. Just as they were about to complete their encirclement, one of the Baichan beasts suddenly opened its blood-red eyes, locking its gaze upon the humans who were merely 30 paces away. The simultaneous cries to attack from the humans and the beast's warning screech echoed in the air. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of gleaming white bone spears soared towards the Baichan beasts. Most of the beasts leapt into action but were swiftly pierced by the spears. Only two of the most agile managed to evade this calamity, sustaining only minor injuries as the spears grazed past them. Among shadow creatures, the Baichan beasts ranked among the lowest tiers. Apart from spewing forth a few puffs of shadowy mist, they possessed no formidable offensive capabilities. However, corresponding to this was their astonishing speed in jumping and evading, which was truly remarkable. Only the remaining two Baichan beasts were visible, their mouths agape as they unleashed two orbs of dark, malevolent energy the size of human heads. Following this, they retreated with a powerful leap, soaring to an astonishing height of 7 or 8 zhong, swiftly escaping the encirclement of the humans. Although a few individuals valiantly hurled their spare bone spears, their efforts were evidently a moment too late. Failing to intercept the agile forms of the two Baichan beasts. As the beasts gracefully ascended and descended, they plunged into a nearby cluster of bizarre stones, but suddenly, a flash of azure light flickered, and the two Baichan beasts plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless. Their emerald blood stained the earth, leaving the young men and women, who had been filled with despair, utterly astounded. Chapter 589. Devouring souls. With two swift sounds, two azure beams shot forth from the carcasses of the shadow beasts. In the next moment, a man and a woman emerged from behind the stones. The man possessed an unremarkable appearance with clear, bright eyes, while the woman was strikingly beautiful, gentle, and charming. Indeed, They were Hanli and Mei Ning. However, the two were now clad in light blue animal hide cloaks. And Hanli held a small azure sword, about an inch long, in each hand, with translucent strands of some delicate beast sinew intricately wrapped around the sword hilts. Hanli approached, casting a glance at the two shadow beasts slain by his swords before raising his gaze to the wary group of onlookers. Having witnessed the two Baichan beasts attempting to flee, he had no choice but to act decisively. He hoped they would not hold it against him. Nevertheless, he reassured them, stating that he had no need for the corpses of the Baichan beasts and merely wished to inquire about a few matters. Might they be inclined to provide answers? Truly not interested in the remains of these two beasts, a somewhat older, robust man questioned, a look of skepticism etched upon his face, revealing his role as the leader of the group. Indeed, I am not lacking in sustenance, Hanli affirmed, nudging the ground with his foot against the carcasses, reiterating his point with certainty. Very well, ask your questions. Though the robust man found the situation somewhat peculiar, he sensed no loss to himself and ultimately consented with a nod. Seeing the man's understanding, Hanli nodded in satisfaction and, with an unhurried demeanor, inquired, "Are you all from the nearby Hongtu village?" "Indeed. We are all villagers of Hongtu," the robust man replied honestly, furrowing his brow. "That is good to hear. We have come here to inquire whether your village has recently received any newcomers from outside." "We are here in search of someone," Hanli asked nonchalantly. "Newcomers, none that I know of. However, during the last rift's opening, we did discover several skeletons in the area where the shadow beasts were active, both male and female, reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. It seems they were unfortunate enough to be devoured clean by the returning horde of shadow beasts," the robust man recounted, albeit with some hesitation. Bones, Mei Ning, standing behind Hanli, paled slightly, her expression darkening. Over the past month, they had traversed 3 other villages, and although they had not found her brother, there were at least 2 or 3 surviving cultivators in each. This village, however, immediately spoke of death, which tightened Mei Ning's heart with an ominous premonition. "Indeed, we buried the remains where they lay. However, the belongings they possessed were hastily stored away in the village's warehouse by us. Would you two care to take a look?" The burly man, having discerned that Hanli was indeed in search of someone, felt his wariness dissipate and warmly invited them. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my good fellow," Hanli replied, glancing at the silent beauty beside him, and nodded in agreement that it was imperative to ascertain the identities of even the deceased. After all, if this lady's brother were among them, he would no longer need to concern himself with this matter. "The tone in which my younger brother speaks is quite refined, clearly indicative of an outsider, a newcomer to this place, perhaps." The burly man beckoned the others to gather the corpses of the shadow beasts while he engaged in friendly conversation with Hanli. Seeing this, Hanli smiled warmly. After walking several miles alongside their group, Hanli and Mei Ning arrived at another unfamiliar village. This settlement was evidently much smaller than the others, although it too was surrounded by stone walls. These were merely 7 or 8 zhang high and appeared dilapidated, as if they had not been tended to in ages. Judging by the village's scale, it seemed to house no more than 100 residents. An abysmally sparse population. Upon entering the village, the burly man pointed toward a larger stone house, expressing a hint of regret as he suggested that Hanli and his companion explore it on their own. He had to attend to the bodies of the azure toads, which constituted a precious food source that required immediate attention. Hanli, of course, did not take offense, promptly expressing his gratitude before leading Mei Ning toward the stone house. "Is this truly the belongings of your brother?" Hanli inquired, somewhat taken aback as he beheld the tattered, blood-stained garments before him. To his astonishment, upon entering this so-called warehouse, Mei Ning immediately recognized her brother's belongings tucked away in a corner, her complexion draining of color as her beautiful eyes grew distant. "How could I forget? This garment was sewn by my own hands for my brother. Moreover, this storage pouch bears our unique sibling mark," she murmured, her eyes reddening as she gazed at the dark pile of items, her voice trembling, at a loss for words of comfort. Hanli hesitated for a moment before gently patting her fragrant shoulder twice and quietly exiting the stone house. He understood that it would be best for her to have a moment alone. As soon as he stepped out, the sound of intermittent sobs emerged from within. Hanli sighed softly, gazing at the sky in silent contemplation. After a full quarter of an hour, Mei Ning emerged from the dwelling, her eyes slightly puffy. "Let us depart. Since my brother is no longer here, there is no need to visit other villages. We shall go directly to Storm Mountain," she stated calmly. It seemed she had forcibly buried her grief deep within her heart. "Indeed, we must go to Storm Mountain. However, before that, I have other matters to attend to that require the collection of shadow beast crystals." Hanli regarded Mei Ning with a steady gaze and spoke composedly. Shadow crystals. What purpose do they serve? Furthermore, those shadow beasts are not easily dealt with, Mei Ning inquired, momentarily taken aback by the revelation of the shadow beast crystals. Collecting them serves my own purposes. I suspect that, while the world is vast, places akin to the realm of shadows are few and far between, if not entirely unique, upon departing from this place. Should one wish to gather more of the shadow beast's crystals, it would indeed prove to be an exceedingly arduous task. As for dealing with these shadow creatures, there is no need for us to intervene. We shall leave it to him. Hanli suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a beam of green light shot forth, landing before the two individuals that it. Mei Ning gazed at the small monkey before her, a look of confusion crossing her face. That of course it is, Hanli affirmed with an unwavering expression. During their prior journey, driven by an eagerness to locate the village, Hanli had chosen only safe paths. Thus, while he had employed a small sword to slay a few lower-tier spiritual beasts along the way, he had not encountered any beast crystals. Naturally, Hanli, who was vaguely aware of the utility of the shadow beast crystals, wished to collect more. Now, without further ado, he called to the woman and, accompanied by the weeping soul, turned to depart. He intended to rest for a day in this red earth village, and the following day he would venture towards the regions densely populated with formidable shadow beasts, to test the prowess of the weeping soul. A colossal clawed beast, towering 5 or 6 zhong, meandered through a depression in the ground. With its enormous, indomitable claws and a mouth full of sharp fangs, it was the undisputed ruler of this vicinity, unconcerned about any higher-tier shadow beast launching a surprise attack. Suddenly, its somewhat sluggish ears seemed to detect the sound, and it swiftly turned its head, eyes gleaming with ferocity, fixating on a spot a dozen zhong away where, unbeknownst to it, a small monkey of about a foot in height had appeared. The little monkey was staring in exhilaration at the towering creature before it. Upon seeing the monkey, the clawed beast did not unleash a furious charge. Instead, it emitted a few low grunts, its face betraying a look of fear as it attempted to retreat. Yet, as it moved, a flash of yellow mist surged forth like lightning, enveloping the giant beast within its embrace. Following this, a thunderous roar erupted from the creature, shaking the very ground. The bright light then retracted, the yellow mist swirling back, drawing in tendrils of black gas that were inhaled by the little monkey's large nose. The monkey savored the essence, chewing with delight, then patted its slightly protruding belly, a look of satisfaction gracing its face, as if it had just indulged in something extraordinarily delectable. At that moment, Hanli ambled over leisurely from the distance, a relaxed expression adorning his face, accompanied by the astonished young woman. She had witnessed the preceding scene in its entirety, leaving her utterly incredulous. Now, her gaze shifted to the greatly diminished corpse of the clawed beast, and she could not help but draw parallels between the little monkey and a certain ferocious creature from the tales. Her expression darkening in response. At this juncture, Hanli had approached the head of the giant beast, and with a flick of his sleeve, a gleaming silver dagger appeared in his hand. With an impassive demeanor, he delivered a swift strike, cleaving the beast's head in half as if it were a watermelon. Subsequently, a green crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, tumbled out. Upon seeing the crystal, a faint smile finally graced Hanli's face. He bent down to retrieve it. There are a few more powerful shadow beasts about 7 li to the west. It would be fortuitous to deal with them all at once, he remarked, gazing towards the west as if speaking to himself. Chapter 590. Storm Mountain. Storm Mountain stands as a colossal peak in the northeast corner of the Abyssal Realm, its summit obscured by ominous clouds, revealing only a portion of its rugged midsection. The mountain is entirely composed of barren black stone, devoid of any flora capable of surviving its harsh environment. From a height of over 1,000 feet, fierce winds of the Abyssal Realm begin to sweep across its slopes. For ordinary individuals, the mere act of stepping onto its grounds could render them as lifeless black ice sculptures, let alone attempting to ascend further. The treacherous conditions render the vicinity of this mountain even more foreboding than usual, with flickering arcs of lightning illuminating the sky and chilling winds howling across the ground, sending sand and stones swirling as if one had stepped into a realm of ghosts. Yet, in this place thick with malevolent energy, formidable abyssal beasts find solace, as several ferocious creatures perpetually lurk in the shadows nearby. However, on this day, an unexpected visitor arrived at Storm Mountain. A gigantic beast, towering 30 to 40 feet, collapsed heavily to the ground amidst a cascade of silvery light, its body swiftly withering and shrinking until it was devoid of life. In that moment, The silvery glow enveloped a mass of dark energy and fled into the distance. A resounding roar, filled with an awe-inspiring presence, echoed through the heavens and earth, vibrating in the air. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a heavy object landing rang out as a 10-foot-tall silver giant ape appeared beside the fallen abyssal beast. This giant ape exuded an aura of fierce ferocity, each movement imbued with an indescribable and astonishing power. Perched upon its shoulders sat a man and a woman, Hanli and Mei Ning. Hanli cast his gaze upon the remains of the abyssal beast below, and with a swift motion of his hand, he gracefully descended. A flicker of cold light flashed as he cleaved the beast's head, revealing an empty interior. A trace of disappointment flickered across Hanli's face, though it was quickly replaced by an expression of calm. He had accumulated over 100 abyssal beast crystals, and although he was aware that lesser abyssal creatures likely still held crystals within their ranks, he lacked the time to hunt them all down. He needed to ascend Storm Mountain before the next rift opened. At that moment, Mei Ning leaped down from the giant ape's shoulder. Instantly, the giant ape shimmered with silver light, shrinking down to a diminutive size of about a foot, revealed to be the Soul Cry Beast, its fur still retaining its striking silver hue. Hanli turned to witness the transformation of the Soul Cry Beast, a smile creeping across his face. Not long ago, he had taken this creature to hunt powerful abyssal beasts, and after consuming a vast amount of abyssal souls, it had unexpectedly gained the ability to transform into a giant ape. Its fur soon adopting this eye-catching color. This revelation took Hanli by surprise, as according to the jade slip given to him by Yuan Yao regarding the refinement of the Soul Cry Beast, true Soul Cry Beasts did not possess such transformative abilities, and upon advancing, their fur should typically turn pitch black. However, this creature was merely a half-finished product, not yet fully refined. The essence of the abyssal beasts appeared to be significantly different from that of ordinary beings in the outside world. The convergence of these two unusual factors led to this unique form of evolution. It was not what one would typically refer to as a mutated spirit beast, but undoubtedly represented an unprecedented and exceptional advancement. Although Hanli was uncertain whether this evolution might surpass the true wailing beast in power, he felt a sense of delight at the prospect of such transformations continuing. After all, the ritual for refining the true wailing beast was exceedingly gruesome. Hanli was not a benevolent soul, and it was difficult for him to adhere to the aforementioned process of subsequent rituals. Now that the wailing beast had diminished in size, a flash of silver light darted into Hanli's sleeve, where it promptly fell into a deep slumber. Hanli smiled faintly, lifting his gaze towards the distant Storm Mountain, his expression turning solemn. The remaining formidable shadow beasts near Storm Mountain were utterly powerless before the current wailing beast. The recently slain shadow beast was the last of its kind in this region. They could now ascend the mountain with confidence. Let us proceed. We must reach the summit before the next rift opens, or we shall be compelled to wait several more months, Hanli remarked, casting a deep glance at the towering mountain. Indeed, Brother Han speaks wisely. Although the timing of the rift's opening varies, the inhabitants here have grasped its general patterns. The next opening will occur in a little over half a month. Should we miss this opportunity, we may have to wait another 6 months, the beautiful companion replied, shivering slightly in the chilly air. Upon hearing this, Hanli smiled lightly and strode forward with her towards the colossal mountain. A quarter of an hour later, the pair stood at the base of Storm Mountain from a distance. It seemed remarkable, but now, in closer proximity, its sheer majesty was truly astonishing. Unlike other mountains, it stood as a stark, bare peak, perfectly vertical, stretching over several miles in expanse. Hanli did not rush to ascend. Instead, he took a moment to deliberate with Mei Ning before selecting a more accessible route to climb Storm Mountain. Shortly thereafter, their figures transformed into 2 mere black dots against the towering mountain, gradually vanishing among the high crags. The first 1,000 feet posed little challenge for Hanli and Mei Ning, who ascended with minimal exertion. However, beyond that height, they encountered a biting, chilling wind that grew increasingly fierce as they climbed higher. At this juncture, both Hanli and Mei Ning donned several pieces of fire element beast leather garments. Yet, even so, their complexions turned pale, and their skins stung with the cold. Were an ordinary mortal to find themselves in such conditions, they would likely succumb to frostbite and perish after merely a gust of icy wind. After advancing several dozen feet through the chilling gusts, Hanli furrowed his brow and halted, with a grave expression. He contemplated for a moment before retrieving a fist-sized white orb from within his robes. This orb emitted a soft, luminous glow that enveloped both of them. Strangely enough, as the howling winds came into contact with this white light, their ferocity diminished significantly, becoming feeble and waning. This was indeed a rare wind-repelling pearl. Thus, while the chilling wind remained formidable, the two could barely endure it. Thanks to their beast leather garments, they pressed forward once more, albeit cautiously. After traversing a considerable distance, they encountered frost-covered stones, and the ground beneath their feet became slick, prompting Han Li and Mei Ning to adopt a careful, measured pace, advancing step by step to that moment. The two of them, with each breath, exhaled clouds of white mist, feeling an overwhelming sense of breathlessness. Mei Ning's delicate face flushed a vivid red as she gasped for air. After what felt like an eternity of such arduous progress, they found themselves entirely enveloped within a glistening expanse of glacial ice, where every mountain rock was ensconced in a thick layer of black ice, and the slopes steepened perilously, threatening to send them tumbling down the cliffs with the slightest misstep. Han Li and Mei Ning had long since wrapped their feet in coarse, scaly hides. Otherwise, they would have been unable to advance at all. Yet even so, they occasionally stumbled, facing extraordinary difficulties. They decided to take a brief respite beneath a massive boulder, waiting to regain their strength before continuing their journey. Han Li lifted his gaze to the shimmering distance, sighed, and spoke to the pale-faced beauty beside him. Although she did not voice her concerns, Han Li could discern that her physical strength had been nearly entirely depleted. To proceed any further would likely invite danger. Upon hearing this, Mei Ning let out a sigh of relief and quickly forced a smile, nodding in agreement. The giant rock Han Li referred to was actually a slanted stone towering over 10 zhang high, providing an ideal sanctuary from the wind. They hurriedly made their way toward it. 2 days later, at a certain point on the mountainside of Storm Peak, the fog swirled thickly, accompanied by eerie howls that rendered visibility nearly impossible. Han Li and Mei Ning navigated through the mist with uneven steps, their expressions unusually cautious. Each wore a thumb-sized bead on their wrist, emanating a faint azure light, which enveloped and protected them. The surrounding gray mist seemed almost alive, attempting to engulf them, only to dissipate upon nearing the azure glow. If it weren't for Brother Han possessing these Brahma beads, even if we managed to survive the sinister winds, we would likely struggle to pass through this strange fog, Mei Ning remarked, glancing at the swirling gray mist with a soft sigh. Han Li smiled at her words, but just as he was about to respond, his expression shifted suddenly, and he halted, focusing intently while straining to listen. Upon noticing his sudden change, Mei Ning was taken aback and instinctively sealed her lips. "Be cautious. There are others within the fog, approaching our direction," Han Li said calmly. In that instant, azure light flickered as several small azure swords fell from his sleeves, which he grasped firmly in his hands. He then fixed his gaze upon a certain direction, remaining silent. Mei Ning, hearing Han Li's warning, displayed a look of astonishment. Yet, having developed unwavering trust in him, she silently retreated a couple of steps, mirroring his focus on the same direction, her expression betraying a hint of tension. Not long after, even Mei Ning could hear the sound of footsteps approaching, alternating between light and heavy. Her exquisite visage bore a hint of unease as she glanced at Han Li. However, the sight of Han Li's composed demeanor, standing immobile, reassured her. It seemed he had sensed her gaze and turned to offer her a gentle smile. Mei Ning couldn't help but blush, hastily averting her eyes. Yet feeling a wave of calm wash over her, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct, so much so that they could even hear the faint sound of the other party's labored breathing. To Han Li's surprise, it appeared that there were not just one, but two individuals approaching, one in front of the other. Han Li frowned, a flicker of ominous intent surfacing on his face. As the thick fog before him suddenly dissipated, a young man wearing a tall crown emerged. His features were strikingly handsome, and around his waist was a jade belt, subtly glimmering with a faint white light. However, upon laying eyes on the figure of Han Li before him, his expression instantly shifted to one of shock. At you. This individual was none other than Wen Tianren, the renowned successor of the Six Paths, now displaying an expression of utter astonishment. "It is indeed me. You may depart in peace," Han Li replied impassively, raising his right hand. In a flash of azure light, a small sword shot forth with a whoosh, piercing into Wen Tianren's chest. With a soft clang, the sword met an unexpected resistance, akin to striking iron armor, and was effortlessly rebounded to the ground. Through his tattered garments, a faint green light flickered within the inner armor. Han Li mused, momentarily taken aback by the failure of his strike. Nevertheless, with a cold snort, he raised his other hand, unleashing another beam of azure light. This time, his target was the exposed throat of his adversary. Yet, Wen Tianren, now fully aware of the impending danger, would not remain a passive victim. With a sudden, agile movement, He evaded the oncoming azure light and propelled himself towards the dense fog behind him, exhibiting remarkable agility. Han Li's second attack missed its mark, but he coldly regarded the retreating figure of Wen Tianren. His feet rooted in place, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. Casting a hurried glance back, Wen Tianren sensed the ominous nature of Han Li's demeanor and attempted to twist his body midair to evade further harm. But it was already too late. A sharp, icy wind swept past the back of his neck, and in an instant, a small sword pierced through, the hilt ensnared by a taut, translucent sinew. Blood gushed forth as Wen Tianren's lifeless body fell heavily to the ground. His eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to fathom his own demise, with an impassive expression, Han Li gently flicked his right hand, and the tightly coiled sinew responded with a taut pull, causing the small sword to obediently return to his grasp. At that moment, narrowing his eyes, he refocused on the fog that a slender figure flickered, and soon another individual emerged from the mist, a stunning maiden clad in white. She bestowed a radiant smile upon Han Li, her enchanting beauty captivating as she softly exclaimed, "Han, brother, I didn't expect to see you again." "Miss Ziling," Han Li responded with an expression of composure, nodding slightly, with a subtle motion of his sleeve. The two small swords in his hand vanished from sight. Having overheard the conversation between Wen Tianren and Ziling while trapped in the golden flames, he recognized this transformed figure as the illustrious Ziling. He could not deny that the unveiled beauty of Ziling indeed lived up to her renowned reputation throughout the chaotic star SEA. In terms of sheer allure, even the enchanting Yuan Yao seemed to pale in comparison. However, at that moment, the elegant and ethereal maiden cast a glance at the corpse on the ground, sighing softly as she remarked, "I never imagined that the one who always proclaimed himself the foremost among those who have attained the golden core, young Master One, would meet his end in such a manner at the hands of a fellow cultivator. If others were to learn of this, I fear that most would find it hard to believe. He should never have been here at this moment. Since I have encountered him, I naturally shall not let him escape." Han Li spoke calmly, taking a few steps towards the corpse and unceremoniously grasping the storage pouch at its waist. His gaze curiously lingered on the azure cloud belt. It was the four symbols panlong belt, embedded with four extraordinary beads that offered protection against wind, fire, water, and dust, while also possessing remarkable effects for calming the mind and stabilizing the soul. Making it a rare treasure. It was solely thanks to this belt that he had managed to ascend here without incident. The four symbols belt is indeed quite suitable for this moment, explained the enchanting Ziling with a slight smile. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li bent down and retrieved the belt as well. Subsequently, without any reservations, he searched the corpse thoroughly, uncovering a piece of verdant inner armor and several other treasures. "Brother Han, may I inquire about this fellow Taoist?" Ziling's bright eyes flitted towards Mei Ning, who stood behind Han Li, and she asked with a flutter of her beautiful lashes, "This is Miss Mei." "A fellow Taoist who accompanied me in our teleportation to this place," Han Li replied in a measured tone. "So it is Miss Mei. I have heard much about you from Taoist Ziling." Mei Ning, feeling somewhat uneasy, nonetheless observed the stunning young woman with curiosity. Naturally, she was well aware of Ziling's renowned beauty, and for a time, she was taken aback by her breathtaking appearance. Now, seeing Han Li's familiarity with her, she could not help but speculate on the nature of their relationship. After exchanging a friendly smile with Mei Ning, Ziling turned to Han Li, her expression tinged with a hint of apology. "I hope you do not hold it against me for not intervening that day in our confrontation with young Master Wen. I was actually..." The young woman seemed inclined to clarify her actions from that day. "There is no need for further explanation, Taoist Ziling. Although I am unaware of the reasons that led you to accompany this successor of the Six Paths, it is evident from your unwilling demeanor that you did not wish to act against me. Moreover, I recall that when Tianren had called upon you to assist in dealing with my companions, yet you refrained from intervening. I have taken note of that," Han Li interjected, waving his hand dismissively. "Since Brother Han understands the predicament I faced, I shall refrain from elaborating further. May I inquire if Taoist Ziling can accompany Brother Han and Taoist Mei on this journey?" Upon sensing that Han Li bore no ill will, Ziling felt a slight relief and immediately inquired with a radiant smile, "Of course, we have only traversed a small portion of the mist, and the journey ahead promises to be arduous. Let us set forth without delay," Han Li replied calmly after a moment's contemplation. "Since Taoist Ziling has also arrived here, let us travel together. We have only traversed half of this mist. Do either of you have any objections?" "Thank you, Brother Han." Ziling beamed, her eyes sparkling like water, her beauty unparalleled. Shortly thereafter, the three of them vanished into the dense fog, leaving behind the already cold corpse of Wen Tianren. Almost simultaneously, within a stone cave in the realm of shadows, an eerie scene was unfolding that a stunning woman sat cross-legged on the ground, while opposite her, a slender ghostly figure shrouded in dark mist also sat in a similar posture. Though indistinct, it was likely another young woman. Junior sister, are you truly resolved to accompany me in cultivating this yin-yang reincarnation technique? It is not a wise choice, a somewhat unfamiliar woman softly advised. Sister Yin, you are aware that I have shattered my original golden core due to the implementation of the soul rebirth technique, which has nearly severed my path to further cultivation. Initially, I had hoped that such a significant sacrifice would allow you to return to life. However, I did not anticipate encountering this ghostly fog, which interrupted the process halfway through. Consequently, while your essence has solidified considerably, the hope of regaining your former self is now elusive. Yet, fortune and misfortune often coexist. The dense presence of yin energy in this place greatly benefits your cultivation of ghostly arts. Furthermore, the yin-yang reincarnation technique is a rare method that allows for the joint cultivation of humans and spirits. With the abundant yin energy here, not only will you be able to cultivate at an accelerated pace, but I might also have the opportunity to return to the golden core stage. And even the formation of a nascent soul is not beyond the realm of possibility. This alluring woman was Yuan Yao, who had also been drawn into this realm. She spoke with remarkable calmness. Given these circumstances, I shall refrain from further discouragement. However, I must caution you, junior sister, that this technique entails the joint cultivation of humans and spirits, while it progresses rapidly here due to the yin energy. Once the technique reaches a significant level of mastery, the repercussions you will face are considerable, and you will similarly forfeit your eligibility to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. It would be wise for you to ponder this matter further. After all, the Qingyang sect has possessed this technique for quite some time, yet none of their practitioners have successfully cultivated it. The ghostly figure shrouded in darkness seemed somewhat resigned, offering one last piece of advice. Sister, there is no need for further discussion. My resolve is firm, and I shall not harbor regrets. Yuan Yao declared with a grave expression. Very well. Since you are undeterred by the potential dangers, I shall likewise cast aside my concerns. Let us cultivate the yin-yang reincarnation technique together. A long, drawn-out sigh resonated from the shadows, and then the beautiful figure of Yanli extended her hands, enveloped in dark mist. Upon seeing this, Yuan Yao did not hesitate to reach out her hand, gently making contact. She then closed her eyes and commenced her cultivation journey. Chapter 592. Departure. Upon a vast, flat rock near the summit of Storm Mountain, a colossal silver ape, towering over 10 zhang, beat its chest and roared at the sky. Beneath its immense form, Han Li gazed solemnly at the heavens in silence, while the two women beside him appeared exceedingly pale, a hint of panic flickering across their faces. For above the giant rock, thousands of various spectral beasts with rib-like wings circled ominously. The largest among them measured 5 to 6 zhang, while the smallest were merely a foot long. Yet all bore fierce and menacing visages. These flying spectral beasts seemed to cower in the face of the terrifying aura exuded by the soul-crying beast transformed giant ape, hesitating to swoop down, though they showed no signs of retreat, resulting in a temporary stalemate. However, Han Li's heart was far from at ease. He could discern from the greedy glimmer in the beast's eyes that their patience was wearing thin, and it was only a matter of time before they could no longer restrain themselves and would descend in a frenzy. Han Li inwardly cursed the portly elder who had provided him with information. Although he had mentioned that flying spectral beasts existed atop Storm Mountain, he had never indicated the sheer number that awaited them. It remained unclear whether this was a deliberate concealment or a genuine oversight. Upon traversing the mist-laden expanse, the few of them initially believed they could exhale in relief. However, to their dismay, they were immediately detected by the aerial shadow beasts, promptly encircled and ensnared in a state of desperation. He unleashed the spirit-wailing beast, commanding it to transform into the guise of a colossal ape. He harbored unwavering confidence in the spirit-wailing beast's ability to subdue the shadow beasts. Yet the sheer number of adversaries overhead instilled a modicum of uncertainty within Han Li regarding whether the spirit-wailing beast could contend with such a multitude. Nevertheless, with circumstances having reached this critical juncture, he could afford no further contemplation and resolved to fight with all his might. With this thought, Han Li turned and whispered a few words to the visibly distressed Mei Ning and Zi Ling behind him. Before retrieving a small crimson beast and a neatly folded hide shield from his robes, distributing them to the two women. As for himself, he flicked his sleeves, causing a cacophony of metallic clinks as 10 diminutive swords cascaded to the ground. Each sword was tethered to one of Han Li's fingers by a slender sinew, resembling a series of rope darts. However, it was unprecedented for someone like Han Li to manipulate 10 simultaneously. Just as he completed his preparations, the patience of the shadow beasts above finally waned, and a particularly large three-headed shadow beast let out a ghastly shriek, prompting the nearest dozen or so shadow beasts to flap their wings furiously and dive downwards. Disregarding the imposing presence of the spirit-wailing beast, the battle was about to commence. Almost concurrently with the onslaught of the shadow beasts, the colossal ape inhaled deeply through its nostrils. Then, with its maw tightly shut, unleashed a tremendous exhalation that a vast wave of silvery light erupted from its enormous nostrils, enveloping the majority of the shadow beasts, who immediately erupted into shrill cries as they careened downwards, disoriented and crashing to the ground. Yet, two smaller shadow beasts managed to evade this onslaught, deftly dodging the silver light and lunging fiercely towards Han Li and his companions from either side. With a resounding crash, one of the shadow beasts was effortlessly struck away by the ape's powerful fist, hurtling several yards before plummeting into the depths of a massive rock formation, its fate unknown. Meanwhile, another shadow beast, about 5 or 6 feet in size and reminiscent of a vulture, seized the opportunity to swoop down directly above Han Li and the others, brandishing its razor-sharp claws without hesitation. Han Li's expression darkened as he remained rooted to the spot, yet his fingers danced with remarkable agility. The 10 small swords were propelled upward, transforming into a shimmering green sword net that surged towards the descending shadow beast. A piercing wail erupted from the creature as, even without the infusion of magical energy, the sharpness of the Qingzhu Fengyun sword proved insurmountable, for such a minuscule foit was instantaneously reduced to a mangled mass. Chunks of flesh scattering through the air. Han Li staggered slightly, yet some remnants of the creature's essence clung to him. With a furrowed brow, he dismissed the concern, for another wave of shadow beasts was careening down from above. This time, the assault was not merely a dozen but over 20, descending from all directions. With additional shadow beasts poised to join the fray, a sense of urgency gripped Han Li's heart, and without a moment's hesitation, he waved his hands, extending the sinews by several feet. The green sword net reemerged, this time expanding its protective radius to encompass both Mei Ning and Zi Ling within its embrace. Silver light, emerald glimmers, and piercing cries of anguish intertwined. After 7 or 8 days, during the scorching midday sun, a murky, dark yellow sea lay silent all around, devoid of waves or the slightest whisper of breeze. Everything appeared lifeless, as if this were a desolate sea of death. Yet, at that moment, a sudden tumult arose from a certain point on the water's surface, and a billow of black mist erupted from the depths below. The inky fog swiftly spread, expanding to a remarkable breadth in the blink of an eye. Just then, a rumble of thunder resounded, and the silvery light flickered within the mist, a dazzling radiance materializing above the dark fog, where a vague, corpulent silhouette could be discerned, seemingly adorned with a pair of silver wings. Before one could discern the identity of this figure, the silver light flickered violently and vanished in an instant. Reappearing at the edge of the black mist, amidst the continuous booming, the figure within the silver light repeatedly manifested and disappeared, swiftly transforming into a distant point of light on the horizon, only to vanish thereafter. Resembling a scene of hasty escape, the sea once again succumbed to silence, with only the black mist continuing to expand, now adorned with flickering black arcs of electricity, silently shimmering within. Far from the black mist, 1,000 miles away, the silver light dimmed after a series of flashes, revealing the corpulent silhouette within. It was Han Li, cradling Zi Ling in one arm and embracing Mei Ning with the other. The three of them closely huddled together in an exceedingly intimate manner. Han Li appeared composed, despite the fragrant warmth enveloping him, while the two women in his embrace exhibited a slight blush. Looking enchanting and utterly endearing, at last, the ghostly fog cannot possibly reach this far. We have finally escaped that cursed place, Han Li remarked, his countenance easing as he surveyed the surroundings. He then leisurely released the two women from his embrace. Exuding an air of gentlemanly grace, it is truly thanks to Taoist Han, Zi Ling expressed. Were it not for your miraculous evasion technique, our ability to escape that shadowy realm would have been uncertain. Sister Zi Ling speaks truthfully. Had it not been for Brother Han's quick-witted assistance, We might have been drawn back into that infernal abyss. We are immensely grateful to you, Brother Han, Mei Ning added. As soon as Ziling and Mei Ning departed from Han Li's embrace, their protective auras ignited, surrounding Han Li as they expressed their gratitude in unison. A few days prior, after facing numerous perils, the trio had relied on the formidable power of the Crying Soul Beast to vanquish all the flying shadow beasts, ultimately ascending to the summit of Storm Mountain. During their wait at the peak for the fissure to open, the two women found an unexpected camaraderie, soon referring to each other as sworn sisters. This surprised Han Li. After merely a few days at the summit, a rift over 10 zhang wide manifested in the air, allowing a torrent of spiritual energy to surge in from the outside world. Their powers instantly rejuvenated, they rejoiced and soared forth. However, just as they flew through the fissure, an immense suction force emerged from behind, immobilizing them, threatening to draw them all back into the shadowy realm once more. Fortunately, Han Li's quick reflexes allowed him to unfurl the thunder wings on his back, swiftly grasping each of the two women in his arms before activating the technique of lightning escape. In an instant, he evaded the encroaching black mist and soared to this location in one breath. Consequently, in light of his life-saving grace, the two women expressed their heartfelt gratitude towards Han Li. What is this place? It seems rather peculiar, almost too silent. After the blush faded from Ziling's cheeks, she took a moment to survey the nearby sea surface, frowning slightly as she spoke. Indeed, just as Sister Ziling mentioned, something feels amiss here. There isn't even a hint of sea breeze, and the ocean surface is unnaturally calm, Mei Ning observed, her expression mirroring a sense of confusion. Han Li remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he extended his spiritual awareness to probe the depths of the nearby seabed. Moments later, he stood in astonishment, a look of surprise crossing his face. What is it, Brother Han? Have you discovered something? Why are there so few fish in the sea? They all appear to be fierce marine beasts. Yet they don't seem to resemble any demonic creatures, Ziling remarked, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment after her own mental probe. Please wait a moment. Han Li inhaled deeply, then flicked his finger lightly, causing a streak of azure sword light to materialize and shoot towards the depths below. After a brief interval, much to the astonishment of the two women, the corpse of a bizarre marine beast floated to the surface. The creature before them measured at least 3 to 4 zhang in length, adorned with azure scales, tiny sharp teeth, and large, bulging eyes that exuded an air of ferocity. Most strikingly, it possessed a pair of curved, bony spikes protruding beneath its gills. Han Li lowered his form, scrutinizing the corpse with meticulous attention. Suddenly, a flash of azure light appeared as he cleaved the body in half with a swift stroke of his sword. Extending his hand, a dark, murky mass flew into his grasp. Without hesitation, he brought it to his nose, inhaling its peculiar, pungent aroma, which was subtly intertwined with a faint fragrance. Indeed, it's a fragrant toothed beast, he murmured, a hint of peculiarity flickering across his face as he casually tossed the object aside. A fragrant tooth beast. Ziling was momentarily taken aback, exchanging a glance with Mei Ning. Both women wore expressions of perplexity, as this was the first time they had encountered such a name. You both are undoubtedly unaware of this marine creature. It is a unique species endemic to this region, unlike any found in the chaotic Star Sea. Han Li elucidated with a gentle smile, seemingly perceiving their surprise. From Brother Han's tone, does it imply that we are no longer in the chaotic Star Sea? Ziling inquired, her brows furrowing with concern. Indeed, we are not in the chaotic Star Sea. Although I have never visited this ocean, I have heard tales of it. If I am not mistaken, we should be in the boundless sea, Han Li replied, glancing at the murky waters with a wry smile, then gazing skyward, lost in thought as if reminiscing. The name Boundless Sea was one the two women had certainly never encountered. It seems that Brother Han possesses a certain understanding of this ocean. Might I request you to enlighten my sister and me regarding this place? Ziling pondered for a moment, her face graced with a gentle smile as she inquired softly. Of course, there is no problem. Han Li reined in the inexplicable emotions swirling within him and nodded in calm agreement. The Boundless Sea, as it is colloquially referred to by the people of Tiannan, is aptly named, for few have ever ventured to discover its limits. Han Li leisurely recounted the rumors surrounding the Boundless Sea in meticulous detail, all the while contemplating some long-buried questions in his heart. According to what Brother Han has said, this Boundless Sea should lie at the northernmost edge of this so-called Tiannan region. And not only is it devoid of fish and shrimp, but even islands are a rare occurrence, Ziling remarked in astonishment. Indeed, and the worst part is that without any islands, we cannot ascertain our exact location. let alone how far we are from the mainland of Tianan, Hanli stated, rubbing his nose in a placid manner. Upon hearing this, the two women exchanged glances, their expressions laden with concern. Regardless, we need not worry about a shortage of spirit stones for the time being. We must strive to fly southward as much as possible. Let us hope we are not too far from land, Hanli resolutely declared after some contemplation. That seems to be the only course of action. Let us hope for a favorable turn of fate. Xiling agreed with a hint of helplessness etched on her fair, jade-like face. Mining, of course, had no objections either. Thus, after discerning their direction, the trio set off southward. Days passed, and Mining and Xiling became entirely convinced of Han Li's judgment. For indeed, as Han Li had described, no islands appeared along their journey. The sea was shrouded in an oppressive stillness, and aside from some ferocious sea beasts, not a single monstrous creature was in sight. This peculiar phenomenon left the two women, experiencing it for the first time, utterly astonished. Perhaps due to their shared tribulations, the trio enjoyed an exceptionally harmonious camaraderie, engaging in light-hearted banter and laughter along the way. Yet, in the presence of the two stunningly beautiful women, Han Li occasionally felt his heart flutter. However, upon reaching the boundless sea, another visage began to surface in his mind, the cold, frosty countenance of Nangong Wan. He wondered how this woman from the Yinwei sect, with whom he shared a fateful connection, was faring. The mere thought of her stirred a complex array of emotions within him: infatuation, affection, frustration, each intertwining in a tumultuous dance. He found himself at a loss to articulate the nature of his feelings. Thus, the trio continued their flight for 3 to 4 months, until one day, they finally beheld a glimpse of green on the horizon. Naturally, they were overjoyed. The weight they had carried in their hearts was finally lifted, and they soared towards the mainland in a fervor of excitement. The Shigwa Kingdom is the most prominent nation in the Tianan region. Its land area is slightly less than that of the Yu Kingdom, to which Han Li had originally belonged, encompassing only 2/3 of its size. However, it is divided into 7 prefectures, with Minzhou being the one closest to the boundless sea and the largest among the 7. Fengri City serves as the capital of Minzhou and is the grandest city therein. Now, Han Li, accompanied by Mining and Xiling, found themselves seated in a private chamber of a tavern in a small coastal town within Minzhou, engaged in soft conversation. Brother Han, I must say, I did not realize you hailed from the Tianan region. You have truly deceived my sister and me, Xiling chided playfully, shooting Han Li a mock glare. Not long ago, Han Li subtly revealed the general details of his origins to the two women, which naturally elicited a moment of astonishment from them. However, having previously observed Han Li's profound familiarity with the boundless sea, they had already formed a vague conjecture in their hearts, and thus their expressions bore no excessive shock. What was there to say? Han Li himself had inadvertently found his way to your chaotic star sea, and even he had not anticipated such a swift return to Tian. He chuckled softly, appearing to be in a rather pleasant mood. Since Brother Han is the local lord, you must surely treat us sisters well. Ziling jested with a playful smile, this moment. In an effort to avoid any troubles that her stunning beauty might attract, she had reverted to the demure appearance she had when she first met Han Li. Nevertheless, having seen her true visage, Han Li could not help but feel that each of her expressions was still captivating and exquisitely charming. Initially, I was pursued into the chaotic star sea and have long lost contact with my sect. Hardly qualifies me as a local lord. However, this piece of jade slip is specially crafted by me for the two of you, containing translations of the language and script of Tianan. Since you cannot return to the chaotic star sea for the time being, it would be wise to learn it first. It will prove convenient in the future. Han Li retrieved 2 white jade slips, which he had hastily prepared overnight, from his storage bag and handed them to the two women. Thank you so much, Brother Han, Ziling exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, but soon she beamed with gratitude as she accepted the jade slip. Mei Ning also displayed a hint of appreciation, softly expressing her thanks. By the way, do you two have any plans moving forward? Han Li inquired. I intend to wait until I have thoroughly investigated the changes in this region of Tian and over the past century before seeking a cave abode to enter secluded cultivation. I have a vague sense that I have reached the pinnacle of the late foundation establishment stage, and it seems time to prepare for the formation of my nascent soul. After finishing his statement, Han Li gently sipped the fragrant tea before discreetly observing the reactions of the two women across from him. I have only recently established my golden core, and my realm is still rather unstable. I also plan to find a cave abode to cultivate for a while. Ziling reflected before continuing. But what of you, Mei Ning? Do you have any plans? I do not know that I am currently only at the mid-foundation establishment stage. And given my aptitude, the hope of forming a golden core seems quite bleak. Unless I can find some extraordinary elixir, my only option may be to seek out a high-tier cultivator and become a concubine. Perhaps through dual cultivation, there might still be a chance to form a golden core. Mei Ning hesitated, murmuring words that left both Han Li and Ziling momentarily stunned. Becoming a concubine. Wouldn't that be too much of a compromise for you? Sister, how could that be acceptable? Ziling quickly objected, shaking her head. Hearing this, Han Li furrowed his brow but refrained from commenting. The status of a concubine was hardly superior to that of a furnace cauldron. Should she encounter a high-tier cultivator with ulterior motives, it was entirely possible that Mei Ning could be coerced into becoming a furnace cauldron for their benefit. Such a situation was far too precarious. Upon hearing this, Mei Ning fell silent, her delicate teeth biting her rosy lip, her countenance reflecting deep melancholy. Even if sister truly wishes to utilize dual cultivation and become a concubine, one must seek a trustworthy individual. For instance, someone like Brother Han, whom I find to be exceedingly reliable. He would surely not allow you to suffer any grievances. A.S. Ling observed Mei Ning's expression. Her eyes subtly shifted, and she seemingly recalled something. Covering her mouth with a smile as she uttered a remark that left Han Li momentarily stunned, he quickly masked his surprise by casually touching his nose. Meanwhile, Mei Ning gasped softly, her face aflame with a captivating blush, rendering her all the more alluring. However, she soon lowered her delicate head, lapsing into silence, seemingly unopposed to Ziling's matchmaking efforts. After all, Han Li's cultivation had reached the late stage of core formation, and he was on the verge of condensing his nascent soul. Through their shared tribulations in the dark underworld, she had gleaned enough insight into his character, realizing he was not a cruel or malevolent individual. Consequently, even if she lacked the qualifications to be his dual cultivation partner, she would still feel content and at ease serving as his concubine. A woman of her beauty and a certain level of cultivation would inevitably seek the protection of a powerful male cultivator. Otherwise, navigating the perilous world of cultivation could become exceedingly arduous, with the constant threat of abduction and torment looming over her, particularly in light of her brother's demise and her own solitary predicament. Such dire circumstances were all the more likely to arise. The atmosphere in the private chamber shifted palpably, becoming laden with unspoken tension following Ziling's words. Brother Han, what do you think of my younger sister's suggestion? With Mei Ning's exquisite beauty, you wouldn't refuse such a fortuitous opportunity, would you? Ziling inquired playfully, noticing Han Li's silence. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the enchanting Mei Ning, who had lowered her head even further, a faint blush adorning her exposed, snowy white neck, rendering her utterly mesmerizing. That it appeared she had tacitly acquiesced to Ziling's proposition. Given Mei's beauty and character, it would be a coveted blessing for him to have her as a concubine, let alone as a dual cultivation partner for a high-tier cultivator. However, Han Li was not akin to ordinary cultivators. He had once vowed to wholeheartedly pursue the path of immortality, eschewing romantic entanglements. Furthermore, he was accustomed to a solitary existence, often embroiled in perilous situations and pursuits, leaving him without the standing to wed a concubine. Having made Taoist follow me is hardly beneficial. It would only expose her to unwarranted dangers. Han Li stated slowly, his demeanor tranquil. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mei Ning trembled slightly, the blush on her neck fading swiftly as she raised her head, her face appearing somewhat pallid. Brother Han, are you merely offering excuses? She queried, setting aside other considerations. With your current cultivation at the late stage of core formation, who in this world, aside from those ancient beings at the nascent soul stage, could pose a threat to you? Moreover, you may soon achieve the successful condensation of your nascent soul, which would grant you unparalleled freedom. Surely, you can protect someone as delicate as Mei Ning. Ziling chided gently, seemingly displeased with Han Li for dismissing such a stunning beauty. Ziling Taoist, you are well aware that while I consider my cultivation slightly superior to that of my peers, the enemies I attract are typically formidable. Until I reach the nascent soul stage and possess sufficient strength, I cannot entertain the notion of taking a concubine. Otherwise, I would merely inflict emotional turmoil without the means to safeguard her. Han Li replied calmly. A.S. Ziling's elegant brows furrowed. She discerned the truth in Han Li's words, and an unspoken sense of displeasure emanated from him. With a resigned sigh, she chose to remain silent on the matter. If Han, her brother, was not repulsed by the modest beauty of this young woman, would he still be willing to accept Mei Ning once she entered the nascent soul stage? Mei Ning's stunning visage had finally returned to its usual hue. yet, with her delicate teeth grazing her lip. She gazed at Hanli in astonishment and inquired, "Nascent soul stage? I possess not the slightest assurance of entering such a realm. Moreover, even if I were to attain the nascent soul stage, it remains uncertain how many years that might take. Does Miss May truly wish to wait indefinitely? Perhaps even a century hence, success in condensing a nascent soul is not guaranteed." Hanli cast a glance at the young woman. Speaking in a tone that was both serene and detached, upon hearing his words, Mei Ning's expression fluctuated, rendering her momentarily speechless. Given her lifespan at the Foundation establishment stage, even a span of 30 years seemed excessively protracted. Although he was indeed an admirable candidate for dual cultivation, she could not realistically squander such an extended period merely to await an uncertain outcome. After all, the realm of cultivation is inherently pragmatic and unforgiving. While she had developed a certain fondness for Hanli during their time together, to declare her unwavering devotion to him henceforth was an impossibility, observing the indecision etched upon Mei Ning's delicate countenance. Hanli sighed inwardly. He reached into his robes and withdrew 2 small vials, presenting them to her. These vials contain refined elixirs crafted from monster cores. Dear Mei, rather than relying on dual cultivation techniques to enhance your cultivation, it would be far more prudent to engage in diligent practice. Who knows, you might achieve the golden core stage on your own, just as Xiling has. Hanli spoke with a leisurely cadence. The Foundation establishment elixirs contained within these vials held no value for him at this juncture, yet he was willing to extend this favor in appreciation of the exquisite energy Mei Ning had previously shared with him. Thus, he felt he had absolved any indebtedness he owed her. Elixirs refined from monster cores. A flicker of astonishment crossed Mei Ning's features as she instinctively grasped one of the small vials. Upon uncorking it, a fragrant aroma enveloped the entire elegant chamber. "This is a top-tier elixir." She stared blankly at Hanli, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his previous flirtations with her in the realm of shadows, he had just moments ago declined her as a concubine, only to present her with such precious elixirs now. She found herself in a state of confusion. Brother Han is indeed generous, since you have offered so kindly. Sister, you should accept it. Perhaps after gathering additional spiritual herbs, as you suggested, you might truly enter the golden core stage, just as Brother Han mentioned. If that were the case, we sisters could support one another and enjoy a carefree existence. Xiling observed the elixirs with a glimmer of surprise in her eyes, but she quickly adopted a cheerful demeanor. Mei Ning regarded Hanli with a complex expression, offering her gratitude in a hushed tone before gently stowing the vial in her storage pouch. Witnessing her acceptance of the elixir, a subtle smile graced Hanli's features. He then slightly turned his head to glance out the window at the bustling street of the small town beyond. The lively scene stirred memories long buried within him, causing his smile to fade into a soft sigh. Upon witnessing the expression on Hanli's face, Xiling and Mei Ning exchanged glances. Unable to suppress their curiosity, Nan Prefecture, the second largest among the 7 states of the Creek Kingdom, lies in the remote western part of the country. Its terrain is intricate, adorned with countless hills and dense forests, while marshes and miasma frequently pervade the area. As a result, aside from a few isolated towns and some official roads, few dare to traverse the desolate wilderness. The more secluded high mountains and towering peaks are dominated by venomous snakes and fierce beasts, deterring ordinary individuals from venturing within. Conversely, due to its unique environment and the abundance of rare medicinal herbs and extraordinary creatures, Nan Prefecture has become a favored destination for cultivators of the Creek Kingdom. More than half of the sects in the entire kingdom are concentrated within this modest territory, with some powerful sects monopolizing areas rich in spiritual energy. Among them, Yumeng Mountain is renowned throughout the southern region as a sacred vein of spiritual energy. Deep within this mountain range stands the legendary Spirit Eye Tree, the last of the 3 divine trees in the realm of cultivation. In the eyes of those in power within the cultivation sects, it holds greater value than both the heavenly thunder bamboo and the soul-nurturing wood. Every 200 years, this Spirit Eye Tree exudes a spiritual liquid known as pure essence from its roots. Although this liquid cannot be consumed directly, it serves as an exceptional material for refining certain spiritual medicines. Moreover, a rumored sacred medicine called the Spirit Stabilizing Pill requires this liquid as a catalyst. The Spirit Stabilizing Pill, also known as the Soul Calming Pill, not only enhances a cultivator's abilities, but also provides tranquility and alleviates the intrusion of inner demons. Consuming one prior to the formation of the nascent soul can significantly ease the process for the cultivator. The formation of the nascent soul differs greatly from the formation of the golden core. It necessitates not only a certain level of cultivation and fortuitous opportunities, but also the endurance of various illusions and mental challenges. After all, the transformation from a core to a soul is a harrowing journey that tests the cultivator's mental fortitude and determination, with such an extraordinary treasure hidden within the Yuming mountain range. Coupled with its abundant spiritual energy far exceeding that of ordinary veins, it is no wonder that all sects aspire to establish a foothold here, following a series of overt and covert struggles. The Ancient Sword Sect, the Falling Cloud Sect, and the 100 Crafts Courtyard have now jointly claimed the territory. These three sects already represent the pinnacle of power within the Creek Kingdom, and their alliance has extinguished the ambitions of other sects, leaving them to covet the spiritual vein in silence. Beneath one of the peaks of Yuming Mountain, Hanli treaded upon a path of blue stone steps, contemplating the information regarding Yuming Mountain while observing his surroundings. On this mountain trail, besides himself, a few young men and women walked quietly, each bearing an expression of excitement. Hanli couldn't help but smile inwardly at the sight. It was no surprise, as these days marked the period when the esteemed Falling Cloud sect was recruiting disciples. Naturally, these young cultivators in the Qi refinement stage were all aflame with enthusiasm. Hanli's presence here, half a month later, was not without reason. He too intended to join this sect renowned for its alchemical expertise. However, he planned to do so not as a golden core cultivator, but rather as an ordinary disciple in the Qi refinement stage. Blending in among them, with his current cultivation and the remarkable abilities of the unnamed breath-concealing technique, only cultivators at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm or above could discern his true level of cultivation. Others would be utterly oblivious to it. It was this very assurance that emboldened him to contemplate his plans. However, a bittersweet smile crept across his face as he recalled the circumstances following his parting with Ziling and Mei Ning. His original intention was to casually find a secluded location to establish a cave dwelling, where he could consume pills to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the late-stage core formation. After all, although he had previously benefited from the enhancement of spiritual energy, he was still a tad short of reaching the critical juncture of forming a nascent soul. Yet, an unexpected occurrence completely upended his plans. After consuming a single pill, he was astonished to discover that what should have advanced his cultivation had, in fact, become entirely ineffective, whether it was concocted from 6th-tier demon cores or 7th-tier ones. The results were uniformly devoid of effect. This left Hanli at a loss for words. Sigh. It's too late. This chapter will have to suffice for tonight, that I hope everyone can forgive this brevity. The emergence of this situation was entirely unforeseen by Hanli. While utilizing the power of pills to enhance one's cultivation could yield rapid progress, sometimes achieving astonishing results under certain extraordinary elixirs, this method was ultimately somewhat of a shortcut. When one's magical power reaches a certain depth, the original potency of the medicinal stones would become ineffective in aiding cultivation. This is because, as one's techniques advance and their meridians undergo continuous refinement, the amount of spiritual energy a cultivator can absorb grows steadily. Once a certain threshold is reached, the efficiency of extracting spiritual energy from pills would not differ significantly from the speed at which cultivators could draw in the world's spiritual essence. Consequently, this would naturally manifest as the diminishing efficacy of the pills. Unless one could consume more potent elixirs, Hanli's foundational pills had lost their efficacy upon reaching the core formation stage, which was precisely the reason behind this phenomenon. Previously, such a situation arose only after he had crossed an entire major realm. Yet now, prior to even entering the nascent soul stage, these pills had already become ineffective, something Hanli had not anticipated. For, whether from the ancient texts he had perused or the insights gleaned from the experiences of nascent soul cultivators, it had been indicated that while 6th-tier demon core elixirs may lose their potency, 7th-tier ones should still be effective before the formation of the nascent soul. Although the efficacy would undoubtedly be significantly reduced compared to earlier stages, this left Hanli feeling perplexed. After careful contemplation, he could only attribute the premature ineffectiveness of the pills to a long-absent resistance to their effects. Of course, this was merely one hypothesis. Perhaps it was also connected to the Bai Yin wine he had consumed that day, or the spiritual essence he had obtained from Mei Ning. Both substances, one not originally intended for human consumption and the other considered one of the 7 great spiritual essences of the world, could indeed have unforeseen side effects. Hanli had no intention of delving deeply into the true cause of the pill's ineffectiveness. The situation had arisen, and this fact could not be altered. Naturally, he was disinclined to expend unnecessary effort in futile endeavors. He began to ponder the next course of action. In his possession lay a demon core of the 8th rank, a treasure so rare that even with a wealth of spirit stones, one could not procure it. Reluctant to refine it into a medicinal pill for enhancing his cultivation, he was acutely aware of the considerable risk of failure inherent in the alchemical process. Even should he succeed in producing 1 or 2 pills, such meager quantities would hardly suffice to elevate him to the nascent soul stage. Consequently, it appeared that he must toil diligently, akin to an ordinary cultivator. Gradually honing his skills through arduous practice, this snail-paced progression in cultivation was an experience he felt he had long been devoid of. Upon deeper reflection, Hanli could not help but chuckle bitterly. Fortunately, he was but a hair's breadth away from attaining the pinnacle of perfection, and with ample supply of spiritual energy, he estimated that he could achieve this within a decade or so. Thus, it became imperative for him to seek out a location rich in spiritual veins for his cultivation. Otherwise, in an area with scarce spiritual energy, his training time would multiply exponentially. Han Li, of course, would not engage in such folly. However, when it came to spiritual veins, the regions of Tiannan and the Chaos Star Sea presented a stark contrast. The Chaos Star Sea, characterized by its sparse population and multitude of islands, boasted an almost boundless expanse, with countless islands harboring spiritual veins. In contrast, Tiannan was densely populated with limited land area, although it was not insignificant in size. Every single location with a spiritual vein had been thoroughly claimed by various sects and cultivator families, leaving no room for the weak and inferior spiritual sites to remain unoccupied. In terms of resources for immortal cultivation, Tiannan was a far cry from the Chaos Star Sea. Thus, if Han Li wished to continue his cultivation, he had no choice but to integrate himself into a cultivator family or a particular sect. Otherwise, despite his capabilities to sweep aside any lesser sect or family to seize some spiritual vein territory, he would soon find himself the target of pursuit by nascent soul cultivators, a situation he found utterly tiresome. All he desired was to peacefully condense his nascent soul. Upon contemplating the prospect of cultivator families, Han Li quickly dismissed them from consideration. The sheer power of a family could hardly secure access to superior spiritual veins, nor could they provide him with the satisfactory spiritual energy he sought. Furthermore, cultivator families traditionally only accepted their own kin, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to gain entry. Conversely, sects offered a different scenario, particularly the larger ones, which not only occupied the finest spiritual vein territories but also housed numerous high-ranking cultivators. In times of trouble, he would not need to expose his cultivation level, thus avoiding any hindrance to his own training. He could simply bask in the shade of a great tree. Once he had condensed his nascent soul, he would have little to fear at that point. Even if he revealed his identity, the upper echelons of the sect would likely seek to win him over rather than act foolishly against him. Thus, with the aspiration of finding a sect abundant in spiritual energy, the renowned spiritual vein, Yunming Mountain, which he had heard spoken of even in the kingdom of Yu, emerged vividly in Han Li's mind. The 3 major sects occupying this spiritual vein naturally became his primary considerations. With the intention of joining one of these sects, Han Li understood that he needed to weigh the characteristics and advantages of each of the 3 sects against one another. At this juncture, it is imperative to mention that previously, Han Li had acquired a comprehensive understanding of the situation in the Tiannan cultivation realm over the past century from a local market. At that time, Han Li and the 2 women, Zi Ling and another, had not yet parted ways and shared this intelligence together. After all, the 2 women, compared to Han Li, were more eager to familiarize themselves with the environment and the distribution of major forces in Tiannan. The current dynamics of Tiannan have undergone significant changes since Han Li's departure. Firstly, the previous coexistence of various factions delineated by national boundaries has vanished. The entirety of Tiannan is now divided among the forces of the demonic path, the righteous path, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and the Nine Nations Alliance. Han Li was already aware of the demonic path and the Nine Nations Alliance. However, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was a colossal organization that emerged only after he arrived in the chaotic Star Sea. It was formed by several nations, uniting to combat the overwhelming might of the righteous and demonic paths, thus creating a sectarian alliance of cultivators that in terms of power, it surpassed either the righteous or demonic path alone. Yet if the 2 were to unite, they would not stand a chance against them. Although the righteous and demonic factions secretly colluded to provoke neighboring territories, successfully annexing several nearby nations. This only served to maintain their adversarial relationship, making any notion of collaboration impossible. Furthermore, internal disputes over newly acquired interests soon led to infighting within the righteous and demonic factions, leaving them disinterested in launching attacks against the Heavenly Tao Alliance. As for the Heavenly Tao Alliance itself, it remained a rather loose confederation. As long as the righteous and demonic paths refrained from active aggression, they were quite content. However, it appeared they lacked the resolve to initiate hostilities against either side. Consequently, these three factions found themselves in a precarious state of equilibrium. Nevertheless, the true catalyst preventing major conflicts over the past century was significantly tied to the formidable Nine Nations Alliance. Initially, besides assimilating the 7 sects of the U-Nation, the Nine Nations Alliance also incorporated numerous other sects and rogue cultivators expelled by the righteous and demonic paths, thereby substantially augmenting its strength. It was presumed that such an expansion would enable them to overpower the Mulan Prairie's sorcerers. Yet, unexpectedly, whether by divine providence or sheer coincidence, the Mulan tribal cluster suddenly received formidable reinforcements from the second and fourth largest tribes of the Mulan clan, resulting in a dramatic increase in their sorcerer numbers. The intensity of the conflict escalated, and after several fierce battles, both sides suffered significant casualties, with the Nine Nations Alliance finding itself at a disadvantage, even losing some territory. In desperation, the Nine Nations Alliance was compelled to solicit assistance from the righteous and demonic paths, as well as the Heavenly Tao Alliance, threatening that if they refused to dispatch aid, they would consolidate their forces and allow the Mulan sorcerers to overwhelm them completely. Upon hearing this news, the righteous and demonic paths, despite their reluctance, recognized that if the Nine Nations Alliance retreated, the ferocity of the Mulan sorcerers would make survival untenable for them as well, prompting them to send reinforcements. Ultimately, after yet another decisive battle resulting in thousands of cultivators perishing, the Nine Nations Alliance barely managed to withstand the Mulan onslaught and regained its footing. However, from that point onward, the Nine Nations Alliance learned its lesson, insisting that the other factions must take turns sending forces to collectively defend against the sorcerers' attacks. Otherwise, with only their faction bearing the brunt of the effort while the others remained at ease, they would resolutely refuse to comply. After prolonged negotiations and a series of drawn-out discussions, the 4 major powers ultimately reached an agreement, with the Nine Nations Alliance taking the lead and the other 3 factions supporting it, to jointly confront the Mulan people. It is precisely due to the existence of this accord that, over the past century, despite the righteous and demonic paths having absorbed the vast territories they previously acquired, they have refrained from hastily reigniting hostilities, wary of the Mulan's watchful eyes and the threatening words of the Nine Nations Alliance. As for the Xigua and its neighboring states, they are subordinate to the Tiandao Alliance. The ancient sects such as the Gujianmen, Luoyan sect, and Baiqiao Academy are even regarded as the core sects among them. Renowned throughout the region. Chapter 596. Entering the sect, Part 1. Among these 3 sects, Han Li's initial interest was not in the Luoyan sect, but rather in the Baiqiao Academy, renowned in the cultivation world for its expertise in refining magical artifacts. This sect, apart from possessing its own unique insights into cultivation techniques, boasts disciples who excel in crafting various tiers of magical instruments, and even harbors several legendary methods for refining top-tier treasures. The Qianquan Tower Talisman, the essence of the first family's artifact from the Yu Kingdom, the Yin family, was crafted using one of their treasured refining techniques, resulting in a rather famous magical item. This prospect piqued Han Li's interest. However, it is regrettable that this sect's recruitment of disciples resembles the practices of the 7 sects of Yu Kingdom, primarily accepting disciples from various cultivation families, with very few openings for outsiders. Moreover, this sect is fundamentally controlled by the 5 most powerful cultivation families, occupying a portion of the western mountain range of Yunming Mountain, which left Han Li somewhat disappointed, prompting him to abandon this option. The Gujianmen, as its name suggests, excels in the art of sword manipulation, with a diverse array of magical artifacts and treasures, predominantly in the form of swords of various sizes. Its signature technique, the Taibajian Ju, is renowned throughout the Xigua for its unparalleled sharpness. The Gujianmen does not exclusively recruit disciples from cultivation families. It also welcomes young, independent cultivators. However, the sect's sword techniques impose exceedingly high requirements on talent, making it nearly impossible for those with subpar spiritual roots to cultivate its various methods. Consequently, Although the sect frequently accepts new disciples, it ironically has the fewest members among the three sects. Nevertheless, once a disciple of the Gujiamin achieves a certain level of proficiency, their formidable offensive prowess as sword cultivators often renders them unmatched by peers of the same rank, thus naturally establishing it as the most powerful among the three sects, securing dominance over the main mountain range of Yuming Mountain. Lastly, the remaining Luoyun sect bears some resemblance to the Baichao Academy in certain respects. This sect's techniques are eclectic yet lack refinement, but it enjoys considerable fame in the art of alchemy, with only a few elders within the sect capable of concocting the legendary Lingding pill. Thus, despite its significantly inferior strength compared to the other two sects, the Luoyun sect has managed to maintain a foothold in the eastern part of Yunming Mountain. Furthermore, the Luoyun sect has the highest recruitment rate and the lowest entry barriers among the three sects. Essentially, there are only two conditions for joining this sect. One must either possess decent spiritual roots with potential for development, which the Luoyun sect, like other sects, is eager to accept, or one must have a solid foundation in cultivation and reach a relatively high level of basic techniques. In such cases, even those with poor spiritual roots will be welcomed. After all, the Luoyun sect is not only renowned for its alchemical prowess, but also dabbles in various esoteric disciplines such as talisman crafting and array formations, all of which necessitate a substantial number of lower-tier disciples to sustain their operations. Among those scattered cultivators in the Qi refinement stage, some with less favorable spiritual roots are acutely aware that their qualifications render them unlikely to achieve any promising future within the ranks of a cultivation sect, likely destined to remain low-ranking disciples indefinitely. Yet, much like Han Li, they harbor the belief that it is preferable to thrive under the shade of a grand tree. Indeed, many have chosen to join the Luoyun sect for this very reason. Thus, it appears that the Luoyun sect is the most lenient in accepting disciples among the three factions, and coupled with the alluring rumors surrounding the spirit-stabilizing pill, it seems particularly fitting for one to seek initiation into this sect. After a moment's hesitation, Han Li inquired further and learned that the sect would soon be admitting new disciples once again, prompting him to abandon any lingering doubts. After parting ways with the two women, Ziling and her companion, he did not disclose his intentions to them. He made brief preparations and then swiftly ascended to this location. After waiting several days at the foot of the mountain, he observed the influx of Qi refinement practitioners from various regions as the date approached, and he nonchalantly made his way up the bluestone path. It'd be why now. Han Li had leisurely traversed the path for about an hour. This was not due to the mountain's towering height, but rather the path had been enhanced with some rudimentary illusions, likely a means for the Luoyun sect to test the fortitude of those aspiring to join their ranks. After all, even though the Luoyun sect's recruitment policy is quite relaxed, they would not permit individuals who could not endure even this modest path to enter their fold at that moment. Several male and female cultivators walking ahead of Han Li noticed the peculiarity of the situation. They gathered together to murmur amongst themselves for a few moments, seemingly deducing the underlying mechanism, and continued on without further regard. It appeared that these individuals were already acquainted, and none of them acknowledged Han Li in any way. He paid them no mind and followed closely behind. After another half-hour's walk along the stone path, they finally reached the end of the bluestone steps, at which point the young men and women joyfully hurried up. Han Li maintained an expression of calm as he stepped onto the final stone step, taking a leisurely moment to survey his surroundings. Before him lay an expansive platform over 100 feet wide. Apart from an unassuming small pavilion across from him, the area was shrouded in a white mist, seemingly devoid of anything else. Before the nameless stone pavilion, there were only a sparse few dozen cultivators clad in various attire, seated in meditation, yet none dared to approach the small pavilion. The group of male and female cultivators who had ascended with Han Li silently joined the throng. And while Han Li's expression remained unchanged, he couldn't help but smirk internally. Those Qi refinement practitioners might have been oblivious to the truth, but with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he discerned the illusion array before him. What appeared to be a stone pavilion was, in fact, a grand structure of white jade towering majestically, adorned with a large plaque inscribed with the gilded characters Huan Yan Tang. Beneath this pavilion, 3 individuals stood, gesturing and speaking to the bewildered Qi refinement practitioners before them, showing no semblance of restraint, relying on the efficacy of the array. Among these 3, 2 appeared to be at the early stage of foundation establishment, while one seemed to be at the mid-stage, likely the Luoyun sect's disciples responsible for guiding these newcomers. Han Li, silent and contemplative, walked along the periphery of the crowd, bowing his head as he seated himself and closed his eyes to enter a meditative state. However, his consciousness enveloped the three individuals nearby, allowing him to eavesdrop on their conversation with remarkable clarity. Brother Chiu, although the time has yet to arrive, it appears that the number of loose cultivators seeking entry is not as substantial as anticipated, and a significant portion seems wholly unqualified that it's evident that many possess only the foundational skills of the 7th or 8th level. Yet they dare to approach our sect, they truly believe that any individual would be accepted into our Falling Cloud sect. A young man, seemingly in his late 20s with a fair complexion, gestured towards several individuals in the crowd, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction. What can be done? After all, we only accepted a batch of disciples 3 years ago. It is a commendable turnout to have so many now. Besides, last time, due to a pressing need for manpower, several of my fellow brothers made exceptions and accepted a couple of loose cultivators at the 8th level of chi refinement. This has understandably created a misconception in the outside world that the entry threshold to our Falling Cloud sect has been lowered, prompting some to take a chance, replied the individual referred to as Brother Chiu. A mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator in his 40s, clad in a flowing white robe, his square face stern, and his eyes bright and penetrating. However, this time, we shall not be lenient. The recent influx of lower-tier disciples has indeed been rather disappointing in terms of both cultivation level and spiritual roots. It seems an elder within our sect, unable to overlook this, has already expressed his concerns to the sect leader. Thus, according to the leader's directive, this time it is better to be selective than to accept indiscriminately. Another young man, exuding vitality, chuckled as he interjected, better to be selective than to accept indiscriminately. If we proceed in such a manner, it would be quite fortunate to recruit even 10 disciples this time. It is likely that most here will have to return home empty-handed. The fair-faced youth glanced at the loose cultivators before him, his expression one of disdain as he remarked, "Brother Liu, do not underestimate these loose cultivators. Among them may very well lie some hidden prodigies. Consider that Brother Sun, who initially entered our sect as a loose cultivator, achieved foundation establishment in just 5 or 6 years. Though this was partly due to his selection of appropriate cultivation techniques and his significant contributions that earned him a foundation establishment pill. It also speaks to his exceptional talent." Brother Chiu shot a sidelong glance at the loose surname youth, who hailed from a prominent family of cultivators, and replied with a measured tone, "Ahem, what my brother says is indeed true. My remarks were perhaps a tad inappropriate." Upon hearing the response, the fair-faced youth recalled something and quickly coughed a few times, forcing a smile as he spoke, seemingly wary of Brother Chiu. Brother Liu. Brother Chiu appeared poised to say more, but Hanli lost interest in the discourse and withdrew his consciousness, returning to a state of quietude. He had now concealed his aura, presenting himself as a cultivator at the 10th level of chi refinement. With this level of cultivation, entering the Falling Cloud sect should pose no issue for him. After several hours had passed, more cultivators ascended the stone steps from the mountain below to be by the time the sun began to set. The platform had become a gathering of nearly 100 chi refinement cultivators, predominantly young men and women, alongside a few middle-aged cultivators of higher proficiency. At that moment, a sudden burst of crimson light enveloped the stone pavilion before them, and in the midst of the radiant glow, the pavilion inexplicably vanished, replaced by a towering edifice exceeding 10 zhang in height, along with 3 figures standing before it. "Welcome, esteemed fellow cultivators, to our Falling Cloud sect. Below, our senior brothers will oversee the selection of disciples for this occasion. That I urge all of you, dear cultivators, to listen attentively to the words I, Chiu, am about to impart. Please do not let anything slip by." With a piercing gaze, senior brother Chiu surveyed the gathered crowd, speaking with an air of calmness and composure. Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene and hearing senior brother Chiu's words, the cultivators on the platform were momentarily taken aback and swiftly rose to their feet, understanding that their chance to enter the prestigious Falling Cloud sect rested entirely upon the 3 individuals before them. They naturally did not wish to leave a negative impression. Noticing that the scattered cultivators were appropriately respectful and did not descend into chaos, a satisfied expression graced senior brother Chiu's face. "Presumably, you are all aware of the criteria for our sect's disciple selection," he continued. "Thus, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Those possessing 2 or 3 spiritual roots, unique spiritual bodies, foundational cultivation levels above the 6th tier, and aged 20 or younger, may step forward. Senior Brother Chio spoke slowly, his demeanor turning solemn at his words. A stir rippled through the crowd, but after a brief moment, only 4 young individuals emerged, 3 males and 1 female. You shall follow Junior Brother Lu, Senior Brother Chio stated, casting a cold glance before calmly adding, he will assess your cultivation qualifications at that moment. The fair-faced young man beside him stepped forward, raising a hand without uttering a word. A beam of white light shot forth from his sleeve, spiraling before transforming into a large, resplendent silk scarf that floated gently several feet above the ground. All of you, please ascend. I shall take you to another location for the evaluation. Those who do not meet the standards will be sent back. The fair-faced young man announced, his expression unchanging. The 4 young individuals exchanged glances, hesitating momentarily before obediently boarding the silk scarf. The young man then executed a hand gesture, causing the white light to surge forth, enveloping the scarf in a brilliant radiance as it soared into the heavens. After watching the fair-faced young man depart, Senior Brother Chio turned his attention back to the remaining individuals, including Han Li, and continued in a slightly softened tone. Now, those with foundational cultivation levels above the 10th tier, regardless of spiritual root quality or age, please step forward. You will follow Junior Brother YU. As long as your backgrounds are not problematic. You may join our sect. For the remaining cultivators who wish to enter our esteemed sect, you will need to undergo a series of tests. Only those who pass will be accepted into Fallen Cloud sect. Otherwise, I kindly suggest you devote a few more years to your cultivation and return to try again after enhancing your skills. These words incited a wave of commotion among the previously quiet crowd. Apart from a few individuals, the majority of the scattered cultivators displayed expressions of disappointment. The current selection criteria were evidently much stricter than in previous assessments, leaving those who had harbored a glimmer of hope feeling greatly disheartened. Although there was a subsequent mention of the possibility to participate in the testing, it seemed to offer little solace to those present, yet it is well understood by all that these are merely customary pleasantries. After all, with so many eager onlookers present, the Luoyun sect could not possibly dismiss them without offering an opportunity. However, these trials are exceedingly stringent for cultivators below the 10th level of foundational techniques, leaving those at the 7th or 8th level with virtually no hope. While solitary practitioners at the 9th level might indeed find some chance of success, in previous assessments, there have been instances of 9th level cultivators passing the trials. Though their numbers are few, these individuals may lack exceptional talents in their techniques, yet they certainly excel in perseverance and determination. Thus, even if they harbor little hope on the path of cultivation, they might still make notable advancements in other scholarly pursuits. The Luoyun sect does not dismiss such individuals lightly. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Han Li and 6 other cultivators emerged. After a brief survey, Senior Brother Chio nodded in acknowledgement. The spirited young man, seeing this, promptly summoned a flying artifact, a massive circular copper bowl, before Han Li and the others. Without needing further prompting, Han Li and his fellow cultivators obediently boarded the artifact in succession. The copper bowl then transformed into a beam of yellow light, soaring away towards the depths of Yunming Mountain. As for the remaining unqualified solitary practitioners, whether any would participate in the trials or join the Luoyun sect was beyond Han Li's sight and concern. At this moment, within the protective yellow aura of the copper bowl, Han Li cast an interested glance at the 6 companions beside him. Among them were 4 men and 2 women, aside from a demure young woman in yellow attire. Appearing to be in her 20s, the others seemed to be in their 30s. One cultivator in a green robe appeared to be over 50 years of age, although he seemed to be the most accomplished among them. Boasting a 12th level in Qi refinement, Han Li could not help but shake his head in quiet resignation. For lower-tier cultivators with subpar aptitude, reaching beyond the 10th level without favorable circumstances would inevitably demand far more time and training than for others. Consequently, despite both Han Li and the young woman in yellow appearing to be in their 20s, they were indeed the youngest among this group. Reflecting on his own journey over the years, Han Li found himself momentarily lost in thought. Once he regained his focus, he glanced at the remaining individuals. They seemed unremarkable, each wearing expressions of excitement. However, when Han Li's gaze lingered for a moment on a burly man with a bushy beard, his eyes narrowed slightly before returning to normal. This reaction was not due to any peculiarities in the man's attire or appearance, but rather an unsettling chill that subtly emanated from him. This aura was exceptionally concealed. Even Han Li's profound sense could have easily overlooked it without closer examination. This was certainly not the typical aura of someone practicing foundational techniques of the five elements, but rather indicative of a practitioner wielding some unusual and specialized technique. However, the cultivation of the great Han truly resembled that of the 10th layer of the Qi refining stage, showing no signs of pretense whatsoever. This left Han Li maintaining an outward composure while inwardly pondering. Just as Han Li was engaged in his silent speculation, the enormous bronze bowl, under the command of the young man with the surname Yu, suddenly appeared before a vast, boundless sea of fog. Upon first glance, this foggy expanse was churning with white mist, exceedingly dense, and within it, the sounds of raging winds and thunder reverberated, suggesting something extraordinary was afoot. Feeling a stir of curiosity, Han Li probed with his divine sense, extending it into the fog for a distance of over 10 zhang, only to be met with an unseen barrier that prevented further penetration. A chill ran through Han Li as he realized that this white mist was no ordinary obstruction. It was most likely a formidable restriction produced by the protective grand formation of the falling cloud sect. Cautious of recklessly probing further, he swiftly withdrew his thread of consciousness. Meanwhile, the few scattered cultivators accompanying Han Li gazed at the limitless sea of fog before them, their faces betraying a mixture of awe and reverence. Although they had never encountered any formations, the astonishing spectacle of this formidable restriction was enough to broaden their horizons. That moment, the young man with the surname Yu altered his hand gestures. Causing the flying artifact to gradually come to a halt, he casually rummaged through his storage bag and produced a blue array flag, in the presence of Han Li and the others. The youth began to chant incantations, and the blue array flag emitted a faint azure glow, which grew increasingly radiant. Upon finishing the incantation, the youth's eyes widened as he pointed the array flag at the white mist before him. A thick azure beam of light, as wide as a bowl, shot forth from the tip of the flag, piercing directly into the sea of fog. An astonishing scene unfolded, while the fog elsewhere continued to churn as before. A small section of the mist suddenly became tranquil. Then, a melodious chant resonated, and the white mist parted, revealing a passageway 2 to 3 zhang wide. Witnessing this, the young man with the surname Yu did not hesitate. He urged the flying artifact beneath him, swiftly carrying the group into the newly opened passage, vanishing from sight in an instant. Not long after, the passageway seamlessly closed, and the sounds of wind and thunder resumed. After a brief interval, Han Li and his companions finally traversed the sea of fog, emerging into a secluded paradise. Before they could fully comprehend their surroundings, a rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped them. Unable to contain his delight, Han Li inhaled deeply and then focused his gaze. What a vast expanse this was! Lush greenery surrounded them, accompanied by the melodious songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Towering peaks, some soaring 1,000 zhang into the sky, appeared both near and far. Surrounding these mountains were countless buildings, palaces, and pavilions, with a multitude of cultivators in diverse attire bustling in and out, seemingly engaged in various activities. Behold, this is the entrance to our falling cloud sect, known as the 6 Marvel Peaks. Should you choose to join our sect in the future, this will become your home. But for now, follow me to the Ingsong residence on Tianquan Peak, where we shall discuss your backgrounds and conduct a detailed assessment of your cultivation levels, the youth remarked, a smile playing on his lips as he absorbed the astonished and excited expressions of his companions before pointing towards the nearest mountain peak. Chapter 598. Entering the Sect, Part 2. Naturally, Han Li and the others had no objections. Immediately, the young man with the surname Yu propelled the enormous vessel beneath him, heading swiftly towards the so-called Tianquan Peak in the distance. Along the way, they encountered several passing cultivators, most of whom were low-ranking Qi refinement stage practitioners. Upon sighting the young man, they immediately offered respectful greetings, suggesting that his reputation within the Falling Cloud sect was considerable. The only exception was a Foundation establishment stage cultivator, a yellow-robed figure with sharp ears and a gaunt visage. He happened to be descending from Tianquan Peak on a flying fork. Upon spotting the young man with the surname Yu, he momentarily froze before beaming with a smile and inquired, "Junior brother Yu, are these individuals new disciples of the sect? It seems there are not many this time." This individual was exceedingly warm towards the young man, but completely disregarded Han Li and the other loose cultivators, exhibiting a rather mercenary demeanor. It is Senior Brother Yen. These individuals still need to undergo the hard examination test. Only after the sect leader is informed can they be considered official disciples. For now, they are merely candidates. The spirited young man with the surname Yu casually replied, a slight furrow appearing on his brow upon seeing the yellow-robed cultivator. I see. However, junior brother, you must be aware that I am in urgent need of 2 talisman-making disciples. Why not assign 2 of these individuals to my tutelage? The yellow-robed cultivator's eyes twinkled as he spoke with a grin. At this moment, his gaze finally wandered over the group behind the young man. Han Li maintained his usual expression, yet inwardly felt a twinge of discomfort. The gaze of this individual was repugnant to him, treating them as mere commodities. Furthermore, it was evident from his tone that he intended to exploit them as laborers. The other loose cultivators subtly changed their expressions, clearly sharing a poor impression of this person. Senior Brother Yan, I cannot make such decisions that as you know, the allocation of disciples is typically handled by the sect leader, that if you truly feel there is a shortage of talisman-making disciples, you may apply to the sect leader directly. I have pressing matters to attend to, and Senior Brother Miao is waiting for us at Wangsong residence, so I shall take my leave. The young man with the surname Yu, well acquainted with the yellow-robed cultivator's temperament, promptly declined the unreasonable request. He then swiftly concocted an excuse, urging his magical vessel to soar downwards towards a pavilion in the distance, accompanied by Han Li and the others. The yellow-robed cultivator, initially intending to persist in his entreaty, hesitated upon hearing the mention of Senior Brother Miao. In a moment of indecision, he allowed the young man to depart. Watching the figures of the young man and his companions vanish into the distant pavilion, the yellow-robed cultivator's expression remained a tumultuous mix of emotions. After contemplating for a moment, he suddenly snorted coldly and transformed into a streak of yellow light, darting towards another peak. Meanwhile, the young man had led Han Li and the others into the first floor of the pavilion, where they encountered a stranger. As Han Li beheld the lean youth seated in a sandalwood armchair, engrossed in a bamboo scroll, he felt a surge of astonishment. The individual appeared to be in his early 30s, yet had already reached the later stage of foundation establishment. Although he had only just entered this stage and had not yet fully stabilized his cultivation, he was undoubtedly a rare prodigy. At his current age, he has a considerable chance of forming a golden core and entering the stage of core formation. It is no wonder that the detestable yellow-robed cultivator, upon hearing this person's name, dared not to pursue the matter any further. The other cultivators present, upon witnessing the astonishing prowess of the emaciated youth, exchanged looks of shock. At this moment, the individual had set down the bamboo slip in his hand, glanced at the young man surnamed Yu, and softly inquired, Junior Brother Yu, I appreciate your hard work. Earlier, did that disciple Yin from Xian Peak obstruct you? Since my senior brother is already aware, why ask about this matter again? However, was that person once again harassing senior sister Peeling? The young man, displaying a hint of disdain, questioned, what do you mean by that person? Even if disciple Yin has been somewhat excessive, he is still our fellow brother from the Luoyan sect. Junior Brother Yu's words are somewhat inappropriate. You should exercise more caution in the future. Otherwise, if master hears of this, a reprimand is inevitable. The sickly youth's words carried a slight reproach, yet his tone remained calm, devoid of any ire. Nevertheless, this inadvertently caused the young man surnamed Yu to feel a chill in his heart, prompting him to respond hastily, Senior Brother, your admonition is well taken. I shall certainly be more vigilant in the future. Upon hearing the youth's admission of fault, a faint smile graced the emaciated youth's face. After nodding, he shifted his gaze to Han Li and the others, scrutinizing each one in turn. His examination was meticulous, and he took his time observing from head to toe, making most of the individuals feel increasingly uneasy. However, whether it was merely Han Li's illusion, he noticed that when the others' gaze landed on the burly man with a bushy beard, it seemed to pause instinctively for a moment before swiftly darting away to the others. With Han Li's cultivation level, it was naturally impossible for the other party to discern any flaws. Still, he quietly took note of this incident in his heart. After a while, this senior brother Miao withdrew his gaze, then calmly gestured to his waist, producing a shimmering silver talisman in the palm of his hand. This time, there are only 7 individuals, which aligns closely with my expectations. Otherwise, if there were more, my questioning talismans would indeed be somewhat insufficient. Junior Brother Yu, please affix these talismans to the bodies of these comrades. Once their effects manifest, bring them to my training chamber. Senior Brother Miao's voice was exceedingly composed, After placing the talismans in the youth's hand, he rose and ascended the stairs to the second floor without looking back. However, as the emaciated youth made his way up the corner staircase, for reasons unknown, he suddenly bent over and began to cough violently, his back turned to the others. The sound suggested he was in considerable pain. Yet he quickly stood upright and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, vanished at the staircase's entrance. Witnessing this scene, a flicker of surprise crossed Han Li's eyes, but it swiftly dissipated without a trace. Returning to his usual demeanor, the young man surnamed Yu exhibited a trace of concern, sighed, and turned to Han Li and the others, stating, "What I hold in my hand are the much-rumored questioning talismans. I believe the efficacy of these talismans requires no elaboration. You should already be aware. Should anyone harbor ulterior motives or schemes to deceive, it would be prudent to withdraw voluntarily now. Otherwise, should any discrepancies be uncovered later, do not blame our Luoyun sect for being inhospitable." As soon as the young man finished speaking, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes, sweeping disdainfully over the 7 individuals opposite him. Although his tone was somewhat eerie and fearsome, no one dared to step forward at that moment. Thus, the youth with the surname Yu relaxed his expression, nodded slightly, and with a wave of his hands, 7 beams of silver light shot forth, each affixed to the right shoulder of one person. The youth then calmly sat down cross-legged, disregarding the 7 who had closed their eyes in contemplation. This prompted the bearded men to exchange glances, each harboring their own thoughts, yet none dared to tear off the talisman of introspection, leaving them to stare at each other in silence. At this moment, Han Li tilted his head slightly, glancing at the silver talisman resting so close on his shoulder, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips, though he quickly masked it with indifference. Before long, the talisman on Han Li's shoulder suddenly radiated with brilliant silver light, flickering intermittently. The seated youth with the surname Yu noticed something amiss. Abruptly opening his eyes, devoid of emotion, he addressed Han Li, saying, "You may proceed alone to the upper level. Senior brother Miao awaits you there." Upon hearing this, Han Li regarded the talisman to the side, and without further ado, he lifted his leg and departed. Moments later, he found himself standing on the second floor of the pavilion. This space was desolate, containing nothing but 2 cushions. The gaunt young man sat upon one of the cushions, and upon seeing Han Li approach, he broke into a faint smile, gesturing towards the other cushion. "Please take a seat. Do not worry. It will be over soon." The art of introspection is not some arcane technique. It merely discerns whether your responses are sincere or deceitful. While this technique's judgment cannot be claimed to be infallible, with no margin for error, it is nonetheless accurate in the vast majority of cases. Therefore, I shall pose 10 questions to you. Should 3 or more of your answers be deemed falsehoods, you will not be accepted by our sect. Do you understand? "I understand," Han Li sighed, nodding earnestly, before sitting on the cushion before the youth. However, a cold smirk crept into his heart. If the art of introspection could unveil his true feelings, that would indeed be a marvel. "Very well. Let us begin. We shall start with your origins." Senior brother Miao glanced at the flickering silver talisman on Han Li's shoulder and commenced his inquiries. Half a day later, the youth with the surname Yu led Han Li and the other 6 individuals out of the pavilion, soaring directly towards the tallest peak in the vicinity. The gaunt youth had deemed that there was no issue with the group, so the 7 of them merely needed to gain the acknowledgement and register their names with the head of the Falling Cloud sect to officially become disciples of the sect. The towering peak, known as the main peak of the 6 wonders, soared to a height of 3,000 to 4,000 zhang, nestled among several other peaks like stars circling the moon, overlooking even the Tianhuan peak. Moreover, this immense mountain was shrouded from its midpoint upward in a faint purple mist, creating an ethereal ambience filled with an indescribable sense of mystery that in stark contrast, the foot of this mountain was bustling with activity. Surrounding this mountain is a profusion of various buildings, ranging from humble stone houses comprising only a few rooms to grand halls towering dozens of zhang high, as well as numerous cobblestone streets that resemble bustling markets, forming a chaotic yet vibrant tapestry. Alongside these thoroughfares are an array of stalls, where vendors vocally hawk their wares. Among the throngs, many disciples of the Falling Cloud sect are seen engaging in spirited haggling with the stall owners. This scene left Han Li and the other 6 cultivators, who were passing through the streets and buildings, utterly astonished. However, the youth surnamed Yu, accustomed to such sights, paid them no mind as he deftly activated his magical artifact and soared upwards towards a solitary stone palace that stood several hundred zhang high. This palace was constructed entirely of massive blue stones, rising approximately 20 to 30 zhang, flanked on either side by smaller side halls standing 6 to 7 zhang tall, the stone platform before the palace doors. A few cultivators could be seen flying in and out sporadically. The youth surnamed Yu lowered his brass bowl, allowing Han Li and the others to descend one by one. He then executed a hand gesture, causing the brass bowl to rapidly shrink before stowing it away in his storage pouch. Please wait here for a moment. I will first report to the sect leader and then summon you in, he stated, before striding forward without further ado. The guards at the entrance, clearly recognizing the youth surnamed Yu, showed no inclination to question him. Instead, they respectfully bowed as they watched him enter the palace. At this juncture, the guards turned their curious gazes towards Han Li and his companions, seemingly deducing something about their identities. After a short while they awaited their summons, a streak of white light approached from the distance. This light coalesced above Han Li and the others, revealing a large brocade banner, upon which stood a pale-faced youth surnamed Lu along with 4 other young cultivators who had arrived before them. The pale-faced youth regarded the 7 individuals below with a hint of surprise in his eyes, but soon disregarded them, instead allowing the 4 young men to remain where they were as he arrogantly entered the stone palace. At this moment, Han Li and his 6 companions exchanged glances with the 4 young cultivators, each group silently appraising the other, for reasons unknown, despite all being newly initiated disciples of the Falling Cloud sect. An awkward tension seemed to hang in the air, with a subtle sense of rivalry brewing between them. Yet, as newly accepted disciples, neither side dared to speak, choosing instead to wait in heavy silence. After what felt like an eternity, the youth surnamed Yu finally emerged from within. The moment he appeared at the palace entrance, he gestured to Han Li and the others, then turned to glance at the 4 young men, stating without hesitation, "You 4 may enter as well. The sect leader will meet with you all together." Having said this, the youth turned and walked away. Naturally, neither group dared to linger and promptly followed suit. In the wake of the youth, they traversed a short corridor and were ushered into a hall measuring around 20 to 30 zhang in size. Inside, 7 or 8 cultivators, each with distinct expressions, sat upon wooden chairs, engaging in hushed conversation. Upon the entrance of the young disciple bearing the surname Yu, accompanied by newly initiated students, the conversation came to an immediate halt. With a swift glance, his gaze swept over Han Li and the others. That moment, Han Li appeared to be innocently averted, yet upon subtly extending his spiritual awareness, the appearances and cultivations of these practitioners vividly manifested in his mind. Among them was 1 at the late foundation establishment stage, 2 at the mid-stage, while the rest were merely at the early stage. The senior apprentice Chiu and the pale-faced youth were also seated amidst this assembly. "Thank you, junior brother Yu. Please take a seat and rest," said the blue-robed cultivator in the main seat, smiling as he gestured with his hand. He was none other than Wei Yiming, the sect leader of the Falling Cloud sect. His appearance was rather unremarkable, with small eyes that belied a lack of striking features, yet there was an extraordinary aura of authority in his gestures, indicating that he was no ordinary individual. "Many thanks, sect leader." After a respectful bow, the young man took a seat on an empty chair beside him without further ado. Meanwhile, the gazes of the other cultivators swept across Han Li and his companions before finally settling on a robust young disciple, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of eagerness. As Han Li sensed this, he was still in a state of surprise when the voice of the sect leader resonated throughout the hall. It is indeed commendable that we have these disciples entering our ranks. After all, our sect had only recently recruited a batch of disciples years ago. Now, let us see how the junior brothers propose to allocate these new students." Having surveyed the newly arrived disciples, the blue-robed cultivator addressed the others present in a leisurely manner. "Ultimately, the decision rests with the sect leader, that I trust that Brother Wei will ensure we are all agreeable," remarked an elderly man with slightly graying hair, who stroked his short beard with an air of politeness. However, he swiftly shifted his tone, adding smoothly, "That being said, while we can overlook the outer sect disciples, we at the Hidden Sword Peak have only recruited 2 inner sect disciples last time, fewer than other peaks. Shouldn't we be entitled to an additional allocation this time? Let us claim this disciple with a refined golden body for our Hidden Sword Peak-esque training." The elder pointed to the robust young man as he spoke. The young man, taken aback by this declaration, displayed a trace of surprise. "Humph. While it is true that your Hidden Sword Peak took the least number of disciples last time, One of them possessed dual spiritual roots, which you seem to have conveniently forgotten. Now that we have another disciple with a special spiritual body, it is only fair that it be allocated to our fire cloud peak. A middle-aged man, whose complexion was somewhat pale, could no longer contain himself and rose to retort without reservation. Your fire cloud peak predominantly practices fire attribute techniques, while the disciple with a refined golden body is naturally suited for metal attribute techniques. Young, what is there to argue about? The elder with gray hair responded with a chuckle, shaking his head. Is it only your hidden sword peak that possesses metal attribute techniques? Our fire cloud peak Li Sherbois golden refinement art is renowned throughout the entire Shi kingdom. What objection could there be to this disciple cultivating that technique? The middle-aged man showed no sign of yielding. Enough. I have grasped both of your positions. There is no need for further discussion. With a slight furrow of his brow, Wei Yiming interjected, interrupting the dispute between the two. That indeed, continuing the argument will yield no fruitful outcome for either of you. Another voice chimed in. Let us allow the esteemed sect leader to make the decision. After all, regardless of which peak this disciple is assigned to, he remains a disciple of our falling cloud sect, so there is truly no cause for contention. Thus spoke Senior Brother Chiu with a light-hearted chuckle. Upon hearing these words, the elder and the pallid-faced middle-aged man exchanged glances, but the elder quickly interjected, saying, Senior Brother Chiu's words are most reasonable. Let the esteemed leader take the reins. Our hidden sword peak shall have no objections. The other middle-aged man, after a moment of hesitation, echoed the sentiment. The sect leader's expression softened slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he cast a glance at Han Li and the other 6, and calmly stated, This particular disciple is rather exceptional. We shall address his case last. For now, let us assign the remaining disciples. After all, it is unlikely that any of the 6 peaks within our falling cloud sect would begrudge the addition of more disciples. Let us begin with these 7 external disciples. An hour later, Han Li and the bearded man stood atop a massive cauldron, once again soaring towards Tianquan Peak, accompanied by the youth surnamed Yu. Their attire had been changed to the dark blue garb of low-ranking disciples, and following the division that took place within the hall, they found themselves assigned to Tianquan Peak. The youth seemed entirely unconcerned about this arrangement. And once the allocations were complete, he took the 2 of them away from the stone hall. As for the robust young man, much sought after like a prized delicacy, he was unexpectedly assigned to Huancher Peak. Although the gray-haired elder and the middle-aged man from Hidden Sword Peak appeared displeased, they could only acquiesce begrudgingly. Fortunately, they too were assigned to 2 other so-called inner disciples, thus avoiding a return empty-handed. Though your status upon entering is merely that of external disciples, being assigned to our Tianquan Peak is indeed fortuitous for you. My master is also your ancestral teacher, known for his gentle and benevolent nature. We shall not be excessively harsh with you external disciples. Of course, the tasks assigned to you must still be completed in a timely manner. The rest of your time is yours to spend as you wish. Should an opportunity arise for you to achieve great merit, your ancestral teacher may even bestow upon you foundation establishment pills. After all, in principle, the treatment afforded to external disciples and inner disciples remains the same. However, the primary duty of inner disciples is cultivation. While due to your aptitude, you will naturally need to exert more effort in talisman crafting, alchemy, and other miscellaneous studies. The several elders of our peak possess profound expertise in these areas, from whom you can learn a great deal. Seemingly because Han Li and the bearded man had already become disciples of Tianquan Peak, the youth's demeanor towards them softened considerably, and he began to explain various matters for their consideration. Thank you, Uncle Yu, for your guidance. Although feeling somewhat awkward, the bearded man merely grinned, appearing somewhat inarticulate. This left Han Li, who had already discerned that there was something amiss with the man's background, at a loss for words. The bearded man either possessed an extraordinary talent for acting, or he genuinely remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him. Nevertheless, this raised intriguing questions regarding the unusual demeanor of Senior Brother Miao upon seeing him. Han Li found it hard to believe that a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator could perceive the chill emanating from this man. There was certainly some underlying intrigue at play. The young man bearing the surname Yu appeared to be quite satisfied with the performance of Han Li and the burly man. After sharing a few words of guidance, he led the 2 to a cluster of pavilions nestled at the midsection of Tianquan Peak. Upon their descent, they encountered a pair of youthful individuals. A boy and a girl, standing side by side on a platform of azure stone, engaged in conversation. The moment they spotted the youth, the duo immediately ceased their chatter and approached them. "Isn't this our esteemed Uncle Yu? Have you come to seek our ancestor?" inquired the girl, who, with her cherubic face, appeared to be no more than 15 or 16 years of age, flashing a bright smile at the young man. Her casual demeanor left Han Li, who was acutely aware of the strict hierarchy within the world of cultivation, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, these two are the newly assigned external disciples that I wish to introduce them to our ancestor and ascertain which senior brother would be the most suitable to take them under his wing," replied the youth. "You," with a hint of familiarity towards the girl, a smile gracing his lips, "that a new junior brother, you say? In the future, should the opportunity arise, do not forget to enlighten me and Brother Xian about the affairs of the mundane world." "I am quite eager to hear all about it," the girl remarked, her eyes twinkling as she directed a sweet smile towards Han Li and the burly man. "That if sister wishes to hear, why must you involve me? I still have my cultivation to attend to," the honest-faced boy muttered softly from the side. "Cultivation can commence at any time. However, the addition of a new junior brother from the secular realm to Tianquan Peak is indeed a rare occurrence. Naturally, one must listen to tales from the outside world," the girl admonished the boy, adopting a demeanor far beyond her years, which rendered her quite endearing yet exasperating. That Yu's expression twisted into a faint smile as he shook his head. Choosing not to elaborate further as he led the two into the courtyard opposite them, "Be mindful. You two, although Sister Ma and Brother Xian appear youthful and share the same generation as you, they are descendants of our ancestor in the secular world. While they have yet to be formally accepted as disciples, it is only a matter of time. You must not offend them, for if our ancestor were to take offense, no one could safeguard you," the young man cautioned as they walked. Han Li, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile and nodded, while the burly man simply scratched the back of his head, grinning but saying nothing. Noticing their expressions, Yu smiled gently and added, "Brother Xian is a straightforward individual who would not engage in any inappropriate conduct. As for Sister Xian, she is merely a bit mischievous, having left home at a young age. But she harbors no ill intentions towards others. Therefore, you need not be overly concerned. Just pay a little attention, and all will be well." Han Li and the burly man nodded in agreement that as they conversed. The group traversed several courtyards and arrived before a serene side chamber. Is it Jun? Almost simultaneously upon their arrival, a soft male voice resonated in their ears. "Disciple greets master." Upon hearing this voice, Yu Jun immediately halted, his expression turning solemn as he responded loudly, "Your third senior brother and fifth senior sister are also present here. Please bring the two behind you into the room." The clear voice, seemingly in good spirits, replied with a hint of a smile. "Yes." Yu Jun, not daring to be negligent, called out to Han Li and the burly man before swiftly entering the half-open door of the chamber. This is a refined and elegant hall, adorned solely with a few pots of verdant, unidentified flora and a singular set of ebony tables and chairs. Seated beside the table is a middle-aged scholar, whose peculiar appearance is accentuated by 3 strands of long, dark hair cascading down to his chest, embodying an ethereal and transcendent presence. Flanking him on either side stand a man and a woman. The man, with hair as white as snow and a face etched with deep wrinkles, is evidently an elderly gentleman nearing his 60s, who smiles silently. The woman, her visage as flawless as white jade, possesses a striking beauty suggestive of being in her late 20s, yet her expression remains impassive while Yu Jun hastily steps forward, bowing respectfully. "Greetings, master, third senior brother, and senior sister Wu. Rise," the middle-aged man replies, gesturing with a wave of his sleeve for the youth to stand. "There is no need for such formalities among us. You must be the new disciples of Tianquan Peak." He takes a keen interest in observing Han Li and the other disciple. Han Li quickly discerns that this individual is a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Although a twinge of frustration stirs within him, he manages to muster a smile and respectfully addresses him as Master Ancestor. The burly man does likewise. Evidently, the Master Ancestor does not perceive the peculiarities surrounding the burly man, nor does he possess the discernment to uncover Han Li's true cultivation level. Thus, he inquires about their names, casually remarking on how commendable they appear before turning to the male and female disciples beside him. Kindly instructing, "Since both of you are present, there is no need to trouble others. One of you excels in talisman making, while the other has made significant strides in alchemy. You surely require assistance. These 2 new disciples shall be temporarily guided by you. Additionally, please offer them guidance in their cultivation techniques. Even external disciples with low cultivation levels may become the subject of ridicule among the other peaks. Yes, Master, the white-haired elder promptly responds with a beaming smile. After a moment's hesitation, the young, aloof woman also nods slightly. Since junior sister agrees, I could use a steadier helping hand for my talisman making. So let Master Nephew do assist me. As for Master Nephew Han, he will be under junior sister's guidance, the elder suggests after some contemplation. The woman responds with a nonchalant acknowledgement, yet she does not spare Han Li a glance. Noticing this, the middle-aged man nods and suddenly addresses Han Li and the burly man. You two may step out for now. I have matters to discuss with your esteemed uncles. Please wait outside for a short while. Han Li and the burly man exchange a glance, obediently affirming with yes, before exiting the room and stepping several paces away from the chamber to await their return. Subsequently, the burly man, Du Dong, remains rooted in place, gazing blankly at the clear, azure sky, lost in contemplative thought. In contrast, Han Li adopts a languid demeanor while subtly eavesdropping on the happenings within the chamber. With his formidable spiritual sense, everything discussed inside is naturally within his earshot, though his expression remains unchanged. His eyes flicker with a myriad of unusual hues. After the passage of a meal's duration, the door to the chamber swings open once more, and Yu Jun, along with the white-haired elder and the aloof woman, emerge in succession. Without uttering a word, the elder raises his hand, releasing a long, slender magical artifact before exchanging a few parting words with the woman and Yu Jun, after which he sweeps Du Dong away into the skies. At this moment, the woman approached Han Li, casting a cold glance at him before emotionlessly uttering, "Let us depart. Return with me to my cave dwelling." A faint smile curled at the corners of Han Li's lips, though it quickly vanished as he nodded in acknowledgement. The flash of crimson light enveloped him, descending upon him like a shroud of red mist. Han Li remained motionless in his place. 2 hours later, he found himself within an unfamiliar medicinal garden spanning over 100 zhang. Observing the verdant array of various herbs and the 3 thatched cottages nestled amidst them, as well as the nameless hill adjacent to the garden, Han Li stroked his chin, a subtle smile gracing his face. The strikingly cold woman, possessing mid-stage foundation building prowess, had transported the two of them to her cave dwelling with a crimson ribbon. This woman, known as Mu Peeling, then inquired whether he preferred to oversee the medicinal garden or to study the art of alchemy under her tutelage. This took Han Li by surprise. After all, it was customary for most cultivators, barring those with truly faulty minds, to eagerly choose the latter. However, before Han Li could respond, she continued coldly, "Supervising the medicinal garden is quite simple. One need only submit a fixed quantity of herbs each year, allowing ample time for cultivation. In contrast, those disciples studying alchemy are afforded the chance to delve into the profound mysteries of elixirs, yet they are bound by strict monthly quotas for potion crafting, significantly diminishing their cultivation time. Thus, both options bore their own merits and drawbacks, prompting Han Li to deliberate carefully. Overjoyed, Han Li instinctively opted for the venerable task of overseeing the garden. This role was tailor-made for him, perfectly aligning with his desire to cultivate openly and without hindrance. He had been contemplating how to extricate himself from the burdens of mundane chores to focus entirely on his cultivation. Remarkably, this predicament was resolved in a most fortuitous manner. It appeared that he had an extraordinary affinity for this medicinal garden. The coldly beautiful woman displayed no surprise at Han Li's choice and promptly led him to the site, facilitating a handover with a female disciple who had previously tended the garden. She left behind a jade slip containing the techniques for a water attribute cultivation method known as the Xianbingju, before departing with the former caretaker. Thus, this place became Han Li's domain. The coldly enchanting woman vanished from sight. Having departed on her luminous flight, Han Li immediately turned his palm over, revealing a blue jade slip, a green jade slip, and a yellow token. The green jade slip contained insights on nurturing the herbs within the garden. Given the relatively common grade and limited variety of the herbs here, it was exceedingly easy to grasp, provided one was not utterly foolish. The blue jade slip contained the Xianbingju, the cultivation method left by the Mu woman. This technique, of course, could not be regarded as a top-tier method, nor even a second-rate one. Its power lamentably weak. Its sole virtue lay in its ease of cultivation and the relative simplicity of breaking through its bottlenecks. It seemed the woman harbored no ill intentions. As an outer disciple, Han Li's aptitude would naturally be deemed lackluster in her eyes. hence her decision to present him with this simpler method as for the final token. It served to control a rudimentary formation surrounding the medicinal garden. Naturally, he would not place much importance on it. After gathering his belongings, Han Li leisurely stepped into the 3 thatched cottages, took a cursory glance around, and then emerged unhurriedly. Standing before the cottages, his gaze swept over the surroundings before settling on the small rocky hill behind the herb garden. A faint smile gracing his face, he slowly closed his eyes, releasing his formidable spiritual consciousness to envelop an area spanning several dozen miles. Once he confirmed that no other cultivators were paying heed to this location, he waved his hands dismissively. The melodious chime resonated as a dozen gleaming flying swords surged forth from his sleeves, darting towards the small rocky hill under his mental command. The stones were swiftly cleaved apart by the barrage of flying swords, creating a deep opening with ease, as if slicing through tofu. Han Li's consciousness then divided itself, with each strand manipulating a flying sword, busily carving out chambers of varying sizes and functions. Having mastered this process, he required no further contemplation. Several hours later, a brand new small cave dwelling emerged within the rocky hill, unnoticed by any. Upon witnessing the initial completion of the dwelling, Han Li displayed a hint of satisfaction. He promptly retrieved several sets of formation flags and discs, busily flying up and down around the small hill for a while to lay down several high-level concealment formations. While these formations could not deceive the discerning eyes of a nascent soul stage cultivator, they were sufficient to elude the notice of those at the core formation stage. For Han Li, this was ample for the time being, as high-level cultivators would not casually wander into such a dilapidated herb garden. Moreover, the current arrangements were merely temporary. Once he thoroughly studied the layout of the spirit-binding formation, he would implement an additional layer of such formations outside these arrays, rendering them undetectable even to nascent soul stage cultivators. Once the formations were set, Han Li showed no intent of resting, but he transplanted the 9 into the small herb garden within the cave dwelling, carefully establishing formidable restrictions nearby, feeling a slight sense of relief. The 9 must not be compromised if he were to condense a nascent soul. Next, Han Li placed the golden and silver into the insect chamber, as for the tricolor, since he could not accelerate its growth with the. He had to keep it on his person. Adjacent to the insect chamber, Han Li prepared a dedicated spirit beast chamber for the. Ever since this beast had devoured a substantial amount of on Storm Mountain, it had fallen into a deep slumber within the spirit beast pouch, to the extent that even Han Li could not rouse it. This was a stark contrast to its previous sleepy demeanor. However, after a moment of contemplation, Han Li deduced the reason. Due to the excessive consumption of souls, that was on the verge of advancing again. Such an occurrence was certainly welcome to Han Li. With a safe haven established, he promptly settled the beast down. At the same time, he resolved to fully refine the within its belly while it remained in this deep slumber, with the beast's powers steadily rising. Han Li harbored concerns about losing control over its impending advancement. On that day when the transformed into a silver giant ape and fervently absorbed, there had been several indications of the stirring within its abdomen. Although Han Li maintained a calm demeanor in front of the 2 women, deep within, he was already alarmed. Now, he dared not continue to take risks. It would be far better to claim the Minghun Pearl as his own. As for what Yuan Yao mentioned that day, regarding the severe headaches that would ensue after refining the Minghun Pearl, he believed that his superior magical prowess and consciousness would shield him from any significant harm. Moreover, whether the Tihun beast would still experience such symptoms after its unexpected advancements was uncertain. Compared to the astonishing abilities of the Tihun beast, the slight risk involved seemed negligible. Having resolved this in his mind, Han Li did not immediately attend to the Minghun Pearl. He had another pressing matter to address first. This was the lingering Fengling Jing within him. The 9th-level Liwind beast, Feng Shi, could not possibly have tracked him down to Tian Nan. Yet the mere presence of this entity in his body left Han Li feeling uneasy, fearing that prolonged exposure might lead to unforeseen complications. However, with his current cultivation level, it was quite unlikely that he could directly refine this malevolent energy. He had attempted this several times in the past with no success. Now, he had no choice but to resort to a more rudimentary method, forcibly expelling it using his magical power, which was still feasible. However, this process could not be completed in a short span of time, which was why Han Li had delayed it until now. Having settled down, he intended to thoroughly resolve this lingering affliction. He first released several giant ape puppets to guard the medicinal garden, acting as his eyes and ears, in case anyone were to unexpectedly arrive, that he then entered the training chamber, in the quiet room. Han Li sat cross-legged with a solemn expression, delving into his inner self to observe the state of the Feng Ling Jing, that a resplendent golden sphere lingered in his dantian, showing no signs of abnormality. After contemplating for a moment, he manipulated the outer layer of the malevolent energy, the exorcising divine thunder, slowly creating a slight opening in the golden arc formed by the thunder. The once quiet malevolent energy immediately stirred, surging eagerly toward the opening. As soon as a wisp of the malevolent energy leaked out, Han Li swiftly focused his consciousness, wrapping the golden arc around it once more, sealing the exit. He regained control of the remaining malevolent energy. He was uncertain what chaotic malevolent energy was contained within the Feng Ling Jing. Even releasing such a minuscule amount caused his meridians to twist and spasm painfully. Enduring the discomfort, he mobilized all his magical power to forcibly expel this fragment of malevolent energy. Now seated motionless in the quiet room, beads of sweat the size of peas rolled down his forehead, and his complexion turned somewhat pallid. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had passed. Han Li abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, which sparkled with brilliance. Then, with a flick of his hands and a snap of his middle finger, 2 droplets of gray liquid shot forth from his fingertips, creating 2 small holes in the stone wall opposite him. Han Li exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his expression easing slightly. Although the previous exertion had caused him immense suffering and drained his energy, this method proved feasible. If he continued to expel a little each day, he estimated that within 6 months, the malevolent energy in his body could be completely purged. This alleviated a significant concern of his. After resting for a while, Han Li leisurely retrieved a black jade slip from his storage bag, which contained the method for arranging the spirit binding array. He had previously been quite interested in this formation, but had never found the time to study it in detail. Now, he seized the opportunity to delve into it. Ultimately, it is only by placing the spirit binding array outside the cave dwelling that one can truly guarantee security. In the ensuing days, Han Li began to allocate his time into several segments. Aside from the customary 2 hours dedicated to the expulsion of malevolent energy, a portion of the remaining time was devoted to the study of the spirit binding array, while another segment was utilized for refining the resonant soul pearl within his body. As for the medicinal garden outside, Han Li summoned a few puppets to perform some superficial tasks. Additionally, he continued to employ the green liquid at his disposal, incessantly hastening the maturation of the rainbow silk grass, feeding it to those golden and silver devouring insects. He sensed that these flying creatures seemed to have entered a phase of reproduction and evolution. Such a monotonous existence passed in the blink of an eye, spanning several months. During this period, the esteemed Mu Peeling visited only twice. Upon observing that the medicinal garden was managed satisfactorily by Han Li, meeting her expectations, she ceased to inquire further about matters pertaining to this place. As for the profound ice technique, Han Li refrained from posing any questions, and she showed no inclination to offer explanations. This Mu lady maintained an indifferent demeanor towards Han Li. He would be all the more pleased if she completely forgot this location and refrained from disturbing his cultivation. After another month had elapsed, Han Li finally grasped the intricacies of the spirit binding array. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly arranged the array outside the cave dwelling as per his understanding. Consequently, the ethereal fluctuations of the array, once palpable, vanished entirely. From the exterior view of the small stone mountain, one could discern no anomalies, which greatly satisfied Han Li in the subsequent 2 to 3 months. The refinement of the resonant soul pearl and the expulsion of wind spirit energy were successfully completed in succession, to Han Li's surprise. After refining the resonant soul pearl to the extent of establishing a connection with his consciousness, he felt neither headache nor discomfort. It appeared that the unforeseen evolution of the crying soul beast had also brought about unexpected changes in the resonant soul pearl, which was intimately linked to its life and death. Han Li was overjoyed as for the wind spirit energy, although it was initially quite challenging to expel, often leaving him utterly exhausted after each attempt. Once a substantial portion was expelled, the remaining energy became much more manageable. Not only did the pain from the malevolent energy diminish significantly, but the time required to expel it was also considerably shortened. In the final few attempts, Han Li effortlessly cleared away the residual malevolent energy. After meticulously checking several times and confirming that no abnormalities remained within his body, he finally felt at ease. With the urgent matters resolved, Han Li shifted his focus to cultivation and the refining of the 9 curves spiritual ginseng pill. In terms of cultivation, after several days of contemplation, he decided to simultaneously practice the 4th layer of the Great Transformation Technique and the Qingyuan Sword Technique, based on previous experiences with forming a golden core. It seemed that a strong consciousness greatly aided in breaking through bottlenecks. Despite the extreme difficulty of practicing the 4th layer of the Great Transformation Technique, Han Li resolved to give it a try. After all, while the strength of consciousness might not significantly assist in forming the nascent soul, it certainly offered numerous advantages in combat and strategic foresight. Even if the time to enter the false nascent realm were delayed, he did not perceive this as a misguided choice. He still had ample time to expend as for the matter of refining the 9 curves spiritual ginseng pill. Han Li would be far from negligent. Other matters may be easily discussed, but the 9-curved spirit ginseng, the 8th grade companion demon grass, and the agate horn are 3 materials that are utterly unattainable in Tiannan. Even spirit stones have become impossible to procure. Should the alchemical endeavor fail, Han Li would be left with nothing but empty stares, devoid of any recourse. Thus, alongside his cultivation, Han Li commenced his study of the alchemical formula for the 9-curved spirit ginseng. He frequently concocted other elixirs that bore a resemblance to the procedures outlined in the formula, thereby honing his alchemical skills. In this manner, time gradually slipped away amidst his unceasing practice and alchemical endeavors. During this period, Han Li also delved into the script of the demon race, intending to decipher the contents inscribed on the copper plate and the beast skin book in his possession. With his remarkable memory, he adeptly mastered the ancient script of the demon race and successfully translated the contents of the beast skin book. The book contained a technique known as the Swift Wind 9 transformations. Seemingly tailored for avian demon beasts, that it included a set of incantations, a series of movement techniques, and 2 secret arts. While the incantations and movement techniques were clearly designed for demon cultivators, rendering them of little use to him unless he possessed the formidable physique of a demon. The 2 secret arts offered some intrigue. One of these, the concealment of wind technique, was merely a modified version of the previously studied nameless breath-hiding technique, adjusted slightly to suit human practitioners. Thus, it held limited value for Han Li, other than providing some reference. However, the other secret art, blood shadow escape, truly piqued Han Li's interest. As the name suggests, this peculiar escape technique relied on the power of one's essence blood to instantaneously vanish from sight, retreating 100 miles in the blink of an eye. Such techniques, which harness the essence blood to unleash formidable powers, are indeed common among various sects, particularly among practitioners of the demonic path. Yet, blood shadow escape differs significantly from human secret arts. Firstly, the distance of this technique is uncontrollable. Once activated, the practitioner transforms into a fleeting blood shadow, hurtling 100 miles away in an instant. Secondly, the essence blood required for this technique is substantial and fixed. Upon activation, the essence blood within the practitioner ignites automatically. Should there be insufficient essence blood, the practitioner's physical form would explode midway, dissipating into a mist of blood, a perilous endeavor, indeed. Lastly, the execution of this technique necessitates the presence of wings, given the extraordinary speed of blood shadow escape. Without wings to maintain bodily balance and the application of a special lightness technique, the practitioner would find themselves unable to escape far, resulting in a disorienting tumble or a dizzying spin. In short, a direct escape would be impossible. Han Li meticulously examined this secret technique multiple times, and with each reading, he felt a burgeoning confidence that he, too, might be capable of mastering it. While he lacked the wings that others might possess, he had his own pair of wind thunder wings. These ethereal wings moved with his will, indistinguishable from true wings that if blood shadow escape proved to be as wondrous as described, it would undoubtedly be the ultimate technique for evading formidable foes. After all, even with his wind thunder wings employing thunder escape, he was limited to a small area, merely flickering without the ability to escape so thoroughly. Han Li secretly committed to memory the cultivation method of the blood shadow escape, and began to peruse the copper tablet. The inscriptions upon the tablet bore no name for the technique nor any explanation of its origins. Instead, it contained a disjointed incantation and a series of bizarre postures for practice. This left Han Li utterly perplexed. Upon further contemplation of these techniques, he found himself even more bewildered. lost in confusion that it was only after some reflection that Han Li recalled the venomous serpent had once mentioned that this object, seemingly a fragment of the sacred venerable true tablet, was likely incomplete. No wonder the techniques inscribed upon it were utterly incomprehensible. Realizing this, Han Li felt a wave of profound disappointment wash over him, and he had no choice but to stow it away. Subsequently, while diligently practicing the Great Transformation technique and the Azure Origin sword art, Han Li also began to cultivate the Blood Shadow Escape secret art. Although he later considered himself to have mastered this technique, he did not dare to recklessly attempt practical application, for the loss of vital blood was no trifling matter. Thus, time slipped by unnoticed, and half a year passed. One day, while Han Li was in his quiet chamber, eyes closed in meditation on the Great Transformation technique, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Instantly, a flash of azure light enveloped him, and he transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring directly from his chamber to the medicinal garden outside his cave abode. Moments later, after retrieving the puppets within the garden, he stood before a thatched cottage, glancing towards the southeast and pondering for a moment. He turned and entered the cottage, taking a seat and brewing himself a cup of tea, appearing unhurried and composed. After a while, a voice, unusually polite, echoed from outside the garden's protective barrier. "May I inquire if Sister Yuan is within? I am Kuei Huan from Hidden Sword Peak." The voice belonged to a young man, slightly high-pitched. Sister Yuan? Was she not the female disciple who previously oversaw the medicinal garden? Han Li maintained his usual demeanor, and after the young man called out several more times, he leisurely finished his tea and replied, "There is no need to shout, brother. Sister Yuan departed from here over a year ago. I am now in charge of the garden, but if you wish to find her, you may inquire at Master Mu's cave." "What? The garden has changed hands?" The young man sounded somewhat astonished. His tone suggested that he was not there to seek someone, but rather had other matters pertaining to the garden. "Haha, since Sister Yuan is not here, it is equally fine for me to speak with this junior. Might I trouble you to allow me entry for a discussion?" the young man said with a smile, his tone amicable. Han Li stroked his chin. The young man's words were so tactful that outright refusal felt somewhat inappropriate. After a moment's thought, he stepped out of the cottage. Producing a yellow token, he unleashed a beam of light that gradually dispelled the dense fog surrounding the medicinal garden. As a result, a young man clad in yellow stood outside the southeastern barrier. This individual had small eyes and thick brows, with a prominent nose that appeared disproportionately large for his somewhat diminutive head. While he could not be deemed outright ugly, he certainly looked rather comical. Furthermore, his cultivation seemed to be only at the second level of chi refinement, even lower than Han Li's apparent level of cultivation. It was truly puzzling how this person managed to infiltrate the Falling Cloud sect. Chapter 603. The Snow Cloud Fox. As Han Li scrutinized the appearance of the man before him, the latter cheerfully entered the medicinal garden and warmly greeted, "I see that your face is quite unfamiliar. Could it be that you just joined last year? In that case, I can truly consider myself a genuine senior brother. I am Han. Indeed, having only been initiated for about a year, you must be a distinguished disciple of the Hidden Sword Peak." Han Li replied with a smile, retracting his gaze. "So you are Han Junior brother?" "I am Kuei Huan from Hidden Sword Peak, responsible along with several senior brothers for overseeing a nearby spirit beast farm, located in a small basin a few dozen miles away. If you have the opportunity, do come and visit," he continued with enthusiasm. "Though my cultivation is not particularly high, I have been in the sect for 7 or 8 years. I am well acquainted with the affairs of the Falling Cloud sect. There is hardly anything concerning the various peaks that I am unaware of. Should you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me." The man's affable demeanor reminded Han Li of a certain loquacious individual from the Qishuan sect who fancied himself a know-it-all. Both possessed a silver tongue and an artful charm. It was evident that they belonged to the same ilk. Amused yet unperturbed, Han Li regarded the man with a sense of goodwill. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. However, is there a pressing matter that brings you here, Kuei brother?" he inquired, crossing his arms and blinking inquisitively at Han Li's question. Kuei Huan displayed a hint of embarrassment, hesitating momentarily before scratching his head and responding, "It's not exactly a pressing matter. I originally came to seek assistance from a senior sister. However, unexpectedly, Senior Sister Yuan, who has managed this medicinal garden for the past 5 or 6 years, has left without a word. This has made things a bit challenging." "Assistance?" Han Li furrowed his brow, a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes. "Actually, It's nothing too significant. You must be aware that us outer disciples, due to our qualifications, have always been somewhat overlooked within the sect. When the sect distributes any magical artifacts or elixirs, we are naturally excluded from such benefits. Moreover, the meager spirit stones we earn from a year's toil cannot afford us even the most basic elixirs for enhancing our cultivation. Thus, several of us senior brothers have been catching a rare creature known as the snow cloud fox in the nearby green trace marsh to sell in the market. Although this little fox is not a demonic beast, its petite stature and adorable appearance, coupled with its somewhat human-like demeanor, make it exceedingly popular among the female disciples of the sect, allowing us to earn a modest sum. However, not long ago, we discovered an extraordinary variant of the snow cloud fox in the marsh, which exhibited a faint aura of spiritual energy, seemingly having evolved into a low-level demonic beast. This revelation brought us immense joy. If we could capture this beast alive, it could fetch us at least 100 spirit stones, a rare and lucrative opportunity. Alas, we were somewhat hasty and failed to consider all aspects, allowing the beast to slip through our fingers. Since then, it has hidden deep within the marsh, rarely showing itself. Although we have scoured most of the green trace marsh and encountered it a few times, it always evaded us, vanishing into the mud before we could draw near to it. As he recounted this tale, Kue Huan's face was etched with regret. However, upon noticing the contemplative expression on Han Li's face, he paused briefly before continuing. Subsequently, the few of us dedicated a period of time to observation and discovered that this peculiar snow cloud fox possesses an extraordinary fondness for aged Huangjing, particularly those over a decade old, which it adores to an exceptional degree. After considerable deliberation, we concluded that in order to lure this creature, we would need at least 50-year-old Huangjing to entice it into our trap without hesitation. However, as you are aware, junior brother, once any herb has matured for several decades, it cannot be acquired for merely a few or a dozen spirit stones. Although we previously had some savings, we recently pooled our resources to purchase a bottle of refinement elixir, leaving us devoid of surplus spirit stones. In desperation, I recalled that senior sister Yuan's medicinal garden reportedly harbored a couple of aged Huangjing. Hence my visit. To my surprise, I discovered that the garden had been entrusted to junior brother Han's management. I wonder, junior brother Han, would it be possible to borrow a specimen of Huangjing for our use? As Kue Huan uttered the last sentence, his voice dipped slightly, betraying a hint of hesitation. Clearly, he was aware that this request was somewhat excessive. After listening to his words, Han Li's expression remained inscrutable. He neither acquiesced nor declined. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke in a calm and measured tone. Indeed, there are 2 specimens of Huangjing over 50 years old within the medicinal garden, perfectly aligning with your requirements, senior brother. Logically speaking, it would be inappropriate for me to refuse assistance to you on your first request. However, you must understand that I lack the authority to utilize any of the aged spiritual herbs within this garden. Should any be missing or mishandled, I would find myself unable to justify the situation to the elders, which could potentially result in disciplinary action against me. That I regret to inform you that I cannot assist with this matter. Han Li's composed words elicited a look of disappointment from the man in the yellow robe. Rest assured, we only intend to borrow this spiritual herb for a few days. Once the time has elapsed, we shall return it in its entirety. Moreover, we will exercise the utmost caution during its extraction and transplantation to ensure no errors occurred. Of course, we brothers would not borrow this spiritual herb without recompense. Should we succeed, we shall certainly share a portion of the spirit stones with you, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. He continued, still unwilling to yield. I apologize. This is a matter of great significance, and I cannot utilize the herbs from the medicinal garden. However, if you are truly short on spirit stones, I do have a modest amount saved that I could lend to you brothers to procure another specimen from the market. Han Li initially rejected the request firmly, but then shifted his tone, lightly suggesting the option of lending spirit stones. The yellow-robed man's expression, which had been somewhat grim, brightened significantly upon hearing this. He immediately inquired with excitement, "Is this truly the case, junior brother? If you are willing to lend spirit stones, we would naturally avoid using the medicinal garden's resources. However, acquiring such an aged spiritual herb would require at least 30 spirit stones, which is quite a sum. Do you truly possess that many?" Kue Huan, after his initial surprise, displayed a hint of skepticism. After all, for a chi refining stage cultivator, this represented a considerable amount. This sum of spirit stones was accumulated before I entered the sect, and, while I have no immediate use for them now, I shall temporarily lend them to you, senior brother. After all, if within just a few days these spirit stones could double in value, Han would certainly not wish to miss such a rare opportunity. Han Li spoke leisurely. Hee, it seems that junior brother Han is indeed a savvy businessman. Rest assured, as long as we acquire this yellow essence, capturing that snow cloud fox will be a near certainty. Kuei Huan exclaimed. Realizing that the previous words of his companion were indeed true, his face lighting up with joy. Han Li smiled silently, producing over 20 spirit stones of various hues from his storage bag with a single motion. And without hesitation, he handed them to his counterpart. Kuei Huan eagerly accepted the spirit stones, patting his chest in assurance, vowing that there would be no issues. However, after exchanging a few more casual remarks with Han Li, he took his leave, his mind evidently preoccupied. As Han Li watched the retreating figure of his companion, his smile faded, and he shook his head lightly. He certainly did not covet the other's promise regarding those 2 or 3 dozen spirit stones. Rather, he simply wished to avoid offending anyone upon his arrival at the Falling Cloud sect. He intended to remain there for a considerable duration, and given that the other was well informed, there might indeed be an opportunity to rely on him in the future. With this thought in mind, Han Li expressionlessly reactivated the restrictions of the medicinal garden and returned to the secret chamber of the small stone mountain to continue his cultivation. 3 days later, Han Li found himself at a loss for words as he looked at Kuei Huan, who appeared quite embarrassed. The latter was not there to return the spirit stones. Instead, he had come to request Han Li's assistance in capturing the snow cloud fox. You and your companions are attempting to capture a low-tier demon beast. Do you not have enough hands? Han Li inquired, skepticism evident on his face. What you do not know, junior brother, is that this snow cloud fox is exceedingly cunning and swift as the wind. Ordinary flying artifacts seem incapable of keeping pace with it. We had originally borrowed several Misty Array flags from a friendly intersect senior brother, which would have allowed us to set up a small-scale Misty Array to ensnare the fox. However, one of our brothers was unexpectedly assigned a task yesterday and is no longer within the sect. Consequently, the formation has lost a crucial component. If we were to seek others, we would have to share a portion of the spirit stones with them. The other brothers are quite reluctant, so I have come to request junior brother's assistance. Of course, the spirit stones will certainly be distributed more favorably to you, Kuei Huan said with a cheerful grin. Upon hearing this, Han Li stroked his chin thoughtfully and fell into contemplation. Under different circumstances, he would not have wasted any time on such trivial matters and would have outright declined. However, during his recent seclusion, while cultivating the 4th layer of the Great Yin decision, he had felt an inexplicable restlessness, unable to calm his mind. This likely indicated that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. Thus, venturing out with Kuei Huan today might not be a bad idea after all. As the opportunity to break through a bottleneck is often unpredictable, after deliberation, Han Li nodded slightly and replied, Since senior brother Kuei has said so, I shall accompany you. I am indeed curious about the whereabouts of the Green Tracing Marsh. With those words, a lazy smile appeared on Han Li's face. In the 604th chapter, the Green Trace Marsh. Upon hearing Han Li's affirmative response to assist, the individual promptly arranged a time and place for their meeting, leaving with a beaming smile. After a night's rest, at the break of dawn the next day, Han Li activated the restrictions of his cave abode and departed from the medicinal herb garden. Heading directly to the designated location that he glided through the air on a flying sword artifact, maintaining a leisurely pace. It is somewhat amusing to note that he had not utilized such artifacts since achieving the Golden Core stage many years prior. This particular upper-tier artifact was the most unremarkable item he managed to unearth from his storage pouch. As for any inferior artifacts, he found himself unable to locate any. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Han Li descended upon a relatively elevated hillock, which was precisely where he had arranged to meet Kuei Huan and others. The area was devoid of any presence, yet Han Li did not exhibit any signs of impatience, for he had arrived somewhat earlier than the agreed time. Without hesitation, he selected a clean stone on the hilltop, seated himself, and began to meditate, drawing in the ethereal energies of heaven and earth. After an hour had passed, as the horizon began to glow with the fiery hues of dawn, several dark figures emerged from another direction, gradually making their way toward him. Observing their sluggish flight speed, Han Li couldn't help but chuckle ruefully to himself. Eventually, after a while, These figures, moving at a pace akin to that of a snail in Han Li's eyes, finally reached the summit of the hill. Junior brother Han, you arrived even earlier than us. How considerate of you. Kuei Huan called out cheerfully from midair, standing atop a disc-shaped artifact, which was a standardized low-tier flying tool provided by the Falling Cloud sect for its disciples. No wonder their speed was so lackluster. As Kuei Huan descended with the others, Han Li rose from the stone and, casting his gaze over the three individuals, inquired, "Is this all the manpower we have for this expedition?" "Indeed. We have precisely 5 to set up the 5-element illusion to capture that snow cloud fox. The more participants we have, the more the spirit stones will be depleted," Kuei Huan replied with a broad smile. Motioning toward the other three for introductions, the trio appeared relatively youthful, with the eldest being Brother Wang, around 35 or 36, exuding an air of elegance in his flowing white robes. Among them, he was the most accomplished, boasting a cultivation level of approximately the 11th stage of Qi refinement. The other two were younger, one stocky and the other with a pale golden complexion, both merely in their late 20s. With cultivation levels at the 10th stage of Qi refinement, Junior brother Han, we've heard about your endeavors that we are truly grateful for your willingness to assist us. Otherwise, we would have had no means to deal with that fox. Brother Wang remarked with a dignified demeanor, smiling at Han Li, radiating a refreshing aura. The other two also regarded Han Li with amicable expressions, evidently impressed by his earlier generosity in offering spirit stones. "Brother, you are too courteous that I merely seek to earn a few more spirit stones," Han Li replied, graciously deflecting their praise. "These spiritual stones may not hold much value for cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, but for us, disciples in the Qi refinement stage, they are not easily lent to strangers. That on this point alone, Brother Han is indeed a person worthy of trust. I, Wang, consider myself fortunate to have made a friend in this junior brother." The white-clad cultivator surnamed Wang shook his head, his face radiating sincerity. Upon hearing this, Han Li silently nodded in agreement, involuntarily taking a closer look at this individual. Brother Wang, regardless of his demeanor, cultivation level, and character, is truly exceptional. That it seems he is the leader of this group of travelers. Thus, after Han Li smiled, intending to say something further, Kuei Huan suddenly glanced at the sky and interjected, "Brother Wang, Brother Han, let us discuss our matters on the way. If we delay any longer, by the time we reach the Green Trace Marsh, we may not have sufficient time to capture that snow cloud fox. After all, we cannot afford to be away from the sect for too long." Brother Kuei makes a valid point. Indeed, we must not waste any more time. Let us set off immediately. We can have a proper conversation with Brother Han when we have the opportunity later. Brother Wang replied with a nod of agreement. Thus, the group promptly released their magical tools and soared into the sky. Brother Han is using his own purchased magical tool. It must at least be of mid-tier quality. Could it be that Brother Han hails from a prominent family? As soon as they ascended, Kuei Huan caught sight of the flying sword beneath Han Li's feet and exclaimed in astonishment while maneuvering his own flying tool. After all, even a mid-tier magical tool signifies a substantial amount of spiritual stones for them, the external disciples in the Qi refinement stage. Upon witnessing this, Brother Wang's face revealed a hint of surprise. Though he said nothing, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The short, stout cultivator and the one with a pale golden complexion also exhibited expressions of astonishment. Han, am but a solitary individual. I possess no family background. However, a few years ago, I learned some rudimentary skills in crafting talismans. Thus, while wandering as a loose cultivator, I managed to earn a modest sum of spiritual stones. Otherwise, I would not be so generous as to lend Brother Kuei this considerable amount. Han Li explained with a smile, having anticipated this scenario before his arrival. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the group initially displayed expressions of realization, followed by an extreme sense of envy. Crafting talismans? I never imagined that Brother Han possessed such a skill. Since he can earn spiritual stones from this, his level of crafting must be quite impressive. I wonder what tier of talismans he is currently capable of producing. The stout cultivator, Brother Ma, inquired with a curious tone. Having regained his composure, that I primarily craft low-tier spiritual talismans, and I can manage to create a couple of mid-tier ones as well, though the success rate is rather low, Han Li replied noncommittally. Brother Han is capable of crafting mid-tier talismans. Even Brother Wang was taken aback, casting a few more glances at Han Li. Indeed, I can create thunder fire talismans and diamond talismans. However, regrettably, I can only succeed once in 5 or 6 attempts. After deducting the cost of materials, I hardly earn any spiritual stones, Hanli stated calmly. Brother Han is too modest, as far as I know, among the external disciples of the Fire Cloud Peak. There are very few who can craft mid-tier talismans. With this skill, you will undoubtedly have a steady flow of spiritual stones in the future, Wang remarked, visibly impressed. How unlike us. A few of us must toil daily, pondering methods to earn spirit stones. Brother Wang let out a sigh, his words tinged with nostalgia. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others dimmed, clearly indicating that Brother Wang had struck a nerve. My fellow brothers have overestimated my abilities. The talismans I craft are, after all, not of a particularly high grade, and I am unable to spend my days in the marketplace, selling these low-tier talismans whose demand is uncertain. Hence, my gains are not as substantial as my brothers might believe. However, I have observed that your endeavors in capturing the Snow Cloud Fox have been quite successful, haven't they? Hanli inquired, his gaze shifting with curiosity. After exchanging glances among themselves, Kuei Huan and the others all wore expressions of wry amusement. Brother Wang then spoke up. Younger brother, you are unaware that our exploits in capturing the Snow Cloud Fox have dwindled. After this capture, we may no longer venture into the Green Trace Marsh. Why is that? Hanli asked, astonished. The first reason is that we have already captured a significant number of Snow Cloud Foxes, making it increasingly difficult to find any remaining. The second reason is that the demand for Snow Cloud Foxes has diminished. After all, ordinary Snow Cloud Foxes aren't true demon beasts, and only a small portion of female disciples are inclined to purchase them. Those sisters with some cultivation prefer to capture a genuine demon beast to serve as their spirit companion. Kuei Huan explained so that is the case that it seems my brothers will indeed need to seek alternative avenues in the future. Hanli remarked sympathetically. Upon hearing this, Brother Wang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Thus, the five of them flew beyond the protective barrier of the Falling Cloud sect, altering their course towards the central region of Yunming Mountain. Brother Han, the location of the Green Trace Marsh is rather fortuitous, as it lies precisely at the intersection of our Falling Cloud sect and the Ancient Sword sect. However, due to its remote location and the constant presence of miasma, few disciples venture there, allowing us to monopolize the trade of Snow Cloud Foxes. This is a vial of miasma cleansing elixir. Upon entering, you must take one at regular intervals, or you will undoubtedly suffer severe gastrointestinal distress. Brother Wang suddenly tossed a small green vial to Hanli midway, offering a word of caution. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, brother. Hanli replied gratefully as he accepted the vial, stowing it in his storage pouch. However, given his cultivation level, he had no particular fear of miasma. Who knows if he would even use this elixir? After flying for several hours and crossing a towering peak, they were suddenly greeted by a vibrant expanse of lush valley, adorned with trees of various heights and dense thickets. Yet amidst this greenery, a faint pink mist hovered above that we've arrived. Let us descend. Everyone, exercise caution, Brother Wang warned, and with a swift motion, he activated his artifact, diving towards the mist below. Unhurried, Hanli descended last, observing his companions consuming the miasma cleansing elixirs. With his body refined through the washing marrow technique, he effortlessly expelled the miasma with each breath that moment. Several individuals descended to an altitude of merely a few dozen feet above the ground and began their flight towards the center of the basin. The cunning fox spirit was exceptionally astute. If we wished to capture it, we would have but a singular opportunity. Thus, it was imperative to find a spacious location where it could not evade us. Not far ahead lay a stretch of flat, solid earth, ensuring that it could not escape into the mire. I have a well-thought-out plan, declared Brother Wang confidently, having already strategized in his mind for this very endeavor. The others, who invariably looked to Brother Wang for guidance, naturally voiced no objections. Meanwhile, Hanli maintained a smile, remaining silent. After a brief interval, the five of them alighted upon a verdant expanse carpeted with lush grass. Some distance away, sparse, low shrubs dotted the landscape. This time, before Brother Wang could utter a word, Kuei Huan and the others instinctively settled onto the grassy terrain, surveying their surroundings. After a brief discussion, Kuei Huan proceeded to the center of the meadow. Excavating a small pit, he then carefully retrieved half of the yellow essence he had purchased from the market from his storage pouch, burying it within the pit, while leaving the other half exposed above the surface, sprinkling a bit of loose soil over it to render it more natural. Instantly, a subtle fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. This will suffice. The snow cloud fox possesses an acute sense of smell. With the potency of this 50-year-old yellow essence, it will surely seek it out, even if hidden 3 feet underground. Kuei Huan remarked that by the way, Han Shidi, ensure you take care of this mysterious flag. Kuei Huan added, suddenly recalling something as he produced a white array flag from his storage pouch and handed it to Han Li. Han Li nodded, accepting the small flag with an expression of calmness. At this juncture, Brother Wang began issuing instructions to everyone that we will position ourselves high in the air, and when that fox spirit appears, heed my call and simultaneously cast the array flags to ensnare the entire meadow within an illusionary formation. I believe that the fox spirit has only recently advanced to a demonic beast. It will be unable to break free from our formation, Brother Wang stated earnestly. The others nodded in agreement. Thus, the group ascended once more on their flying devices, hovering motionless at an altitude of 50 to 60 feet, each employing rudimentary invisibility spells to conceal their figures while firmly holding onto the array flags. Given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved, Kuei Huan and the others appeared visibly tense, their eyes fixated on the ground below without a blink. Even Brother Wang himself exhibited a piercing gaze. His expression grave. In contrast, Han Li appeared the most relaxed. He held the white array flag in one hand while casually resting the other behind his back, his gaze wandering nonchalantly around. In reality. However, Han Li's spiritual sense had already enveloped a radius of several hundred feet, ensuring that he would be the first to detect any movement. As a result, a profound silence enveloped the area, with not a whisper to be heard. Over the course of more than an hour, no sign of activity emerged. Kuei Huan, standing atop his magical artifact, shifted his neck to relieve a growing stiffness. A hint of impatience surfacing upon his countenance, he glanced at Brother Wang, hesitating as if to voice a thought, but after a moment's reflection, chose to remain silent. After all, in pursuit of capturing the fox spirit, a little extra time spent waiting seemed hardly worthy of complaint. After the passage of another half an hour, as the majority of the crowd grew increasingly restless, Han Li, standing motionless upon the magical artifact, suddenly shifted his gaze toward a nearby thicket. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kuei Huan licked his lips, intending to speak to the others. Yet, at that moment, a cold voice from Han Li reached his ears. Be cautious. The spirit fox has arrived, hiding within the bushes to the west. Do not startle it away. Upon hearing this, Kuei Huan's heart jolted, and his lips promptly sealed shut. Simultaneously, his eyes swept downward, casting a glance toward the west. The other 3 individuals also heard Han Li's transmission. Like the stout fellow, they gazed in astonishment at the western thicket, yet found nothing amiss, leaving them in a state of uncertainty. However, their previously relaxed demeanor shifted to one of vigilance. After waiting for the duration of a meal, amidst the astonished and elated gazes of the group, a small creature, approximately the size of a foot, emerged slowly from the side of the bushes. Its entire body as white as snow. It took a step, looked back, and its fluffy little head frequently turned left and right. Utterly adorable, this scene caused the hearts of the other 4 to race. They tightened their grips on the formation flags, scarcely daring to breathe. The white fox, having surveyed its surroundings without perceiving any anomalies, finally mustered a bit of courage. Its pair of emerald green eyes began to focus on the distant yellow essence, its 4 limbs stealthily approaching. However, when it was still over 10 zhang away from the yellow essence, it suddenly halted, its pink nose twitching as it sniffed the air, a flicker of suspicion flashing in its eyes. As if it had sensed something, this development caused Brother Wang above to lose his composure. He shouted, "Act now," and his formation flag transformed into a beam of yellow light, hurtling downward. Upon hearing his command, Han Li and the others did not hesitate, simultaneously casting their items, various incantations resonating in unison. As the 5 beams of diverse colors made contact with the ground, they immediately transformed into an intangible barrier. A vast expanse of yellow mist materialized around the grass, swiftly sealing the area tightly, forming the 5 elements disorientation formation. The snow-clouded fox, witnessing this scene, immediately understood it had fallen into a trap. With a few startled shrieks, it flickered and transformed into a streak of white light, dashing into the yellow mist in an attempt to escape. Observing this, Brother Wang and the others appeared relaxed, devoid of any urgency. For once the white fox entered the illusionary formation, it was instantaneously ensnared by the yellow mist's mirage, becoming disoriented and unable to find its way out. They were more than pleased to let the beast exhaust itself before effortlessly capturing the spirit fox. Just as the group felt triumphant, their faces beaming with joy. The little fox, after running for a brief moment within the yellow mist, suddenly staggered, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise again. This left Kuei Huan and the others utterly astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. Yet Brother Wang's expression darkened as he calmly instructed, "Do not remove the barrier. We will maintain the formation. Junior Brother Ma, go down and ascertain what has transpired. This disorientation formation can only ensnare the enemy, not inflict harm. This fox is inherently cunning. It is likely merely feigning death," he cautiously warned the stout youth. Upon hearing these words, the other three individuals felt a slight sense of relief. The youth with the surname Ma wasted no time and rushed down without uttering a single word. Meanwhile, Han Li merely curled the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, casting a sidelong glance at the individual before him, remaining silent and lost in thought. Despite his short and stout stature, Brother Ma exhibited surprising agility. In a fleeting moment, he descended into the yellow mist and approached the small fox. Exercising caution, he first grasped the white fox's tail firmly, only then feeling reassured enough to give it a gentle shake. To his dismay, the white fox remained utterly unresponsive, akin to a lifeless object. This startling revelation caused the short and stout youth to become somewhat flustered. He hastily pressed his ear against the creature's belly, straining to listen intently. Not long after, a panicked voice emerged from the depths of the yellow mist, belonging to Brother Ma. "Brothers, you must descend quickly. This demon fox's body is icy cold, and there is no heartbeat. It seems to have truly perished. Impossible." Upon hearing this, Brother Wang's complexion shifted dramatically. "Brother, let us dismantle the formation and descend to investigate. Our spiritual energy cannot sustain the barrier for much longer." Kuei Huan interjected anxiously from the side. Although the lightly golden-faced Su surname cultivator remained silent, concern was evident in his eyes. After all, if the demon beast were to be dead, it would hold little value in spirit stones. "Very well. Let us first dismantle the formation. After all, Brother Ma has already seized the beast." Brother Wang hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Han Li, with an unchanging expression, stroked his chin but did not voice any objections. Consequently, the group began to chant incantations, pointing towards the ground in succession. Several beams of light shot forth from the mist, reforming into multiple array flags that landed in the hands of the four. The yellow mist dissipated instantly, revealing the short and stout youth standing on the grass, who was testing something with a finger placed beneath the small beast's nose. Upon witnessing this scene, Brother Wang and the others descended. Their expressions darkened, yet Han Li remained motionless, even casting a few curious glances at the white fox, his face betraying a peculiar expression. "Damn it! Have we really toiled in vain this time?" Before Brother Wang and the others could reach the ground, the stout youth withdrew his finger from beneath the white fox's nose, and an expletive escaped his lips in utter frustration. As he glanced up at the descending trio, his face was marked by displeasure, and he was about to voice further complaints when the expressions of Brothers Wang and the others abruptly changed, and they shouted in unison, "Be careful! The demon fox is alive. It is feigning death." Three distinct phrases conveyed the same alarming message. The stout youth, displaying remarkable quick-wittedness, reacted instantly to the warning. His expression shifted drastically as he hastily produced a white talisman from his fingers, slamming it down upon the small beast whose tail he had grasped. However, his actions were evidently a moment too late. As his arm extended halfway, a sudden and excruciating pain tore through his grasping hand. With a cry of agony, he involuntarily relaxed his grip, and the white fox slipped away with a swift motion, landing securely on the ground. In an instant, the snow cloud fox's delicate fur on its tail bristled upright, becoming as hard as needles, inflicting countless wounds upon the stout young man's palm, leaving it drenched in blood. The trio above, witnessing this scene, rushed furiously toward the small beast that had fallen to the ground. Yet, having finally gained its freedom, the white fox would not linger in place, awaiting capture. With a swift leap, it transformed into a white shadow, darting several dozen feet away, eventually plunging into a nearby thicket. In their haste, Wang Shixiang and the others moved with remarkable agility, surrounding the thicket like a tempest. Then each summoned a magical artifact to commence a meticulous search. However, moments later, they stood in astonishment. Aside from a pile of scattered stones, the bushes were utterly devoid of the fox, despite having witnessed it leap into this very spot. There was no trace to be found. The trio remained frozen, momentarily at a loss. "Where's Han Shitty going?" Kuei Huan, snapping back to reality, instinctively glanced skyward, exclaiming in surprise. Only then did the others notice that Han Li was skillfully maneuvering his artifact, swiftly flying off into the distance. Wang Shixiang and the others were left utterly perplexed. Just then, Han Li's voice resonated in their ears. Brothers, do not panic. That little creature employed a trick to obscure its presence and has secretly burrowed underground. I am currently tracking it with my artifact. Once it surfaces, I shall capture it alive. After conveying this message, Han Li's voice faded away, and he ascended on his flying sword, gradually disappearing toward the marsh's edge. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Wang Shixiang felt a swell of excitement and called to the others before they eagerly followed Han Li into the air. Kuei Huan and the others closely pursued. Ma Shidi, is your hand all right? In the midst of their haste, Wang Shixiang did not forget to check on the stout young man. Fortunately, that creature's fur bore no venom. It is merely a surface wound. The stout youth replied, landing at the back, his face flushed with shame. After all, it was his negligence that allowed the captured beast to escape, especially in light of the warning from others. This left Ma Shidi feeling quite embarrassed. As long as you're fine, we should hasten our pursuit, Wang Shixiang said, though he was uncertain what artifact Han Shidi employed to track the fox that had burrowed underground. Nevertheless, everyone quickened their pace to keep up. Kuei Huan, hearing this, turned his face, nodding repeatedly in wonder, saying, however, it must be noted that this evolved snow cloud fox possesses an extraordinary level of intelligence. It feigned death so convincingly that even Ma Shixiang could not discern its ruse. Truly astonishing. The stout youth, cradling his injured hand, felt his face burn with embarrassment upon hearing this. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Shixiang interjected on his behalf, stating, this cannot be blamed on Ma Shidi. Even I might have fallen victim under such circumstances. It is simply that this snow cloud fox is exceedingly cunning. Hearing this, the stout youth cast a grateful glance at Wang Shixiang, feeling somewhat relieved. Just as the three were conversing, the pale gold-faced youth from the Xie family, who had been diligently pursuing, seemed to witness something unbelievable and exclaimed, everyone, look! Han Shidi has entered the stone wall. What should we do now? Upon hearing the words, the others were taken aback and hurriedly looked ahead, only to realize that they had reached the edge of a marsh. The towering mountain loomed several hundred zhang away, its peak shrouded from view. Directly facing them was a steep, knife-like black cliff. Meanwhile, Han Li, who had just been in front of them, had mysteriously vanished without a trace. The four stood before the precipice, exchanging bewildered glances. Even Wang Shixiang appeared momentarily stunned. Han Li was indeed within the mountain wall. At this moment, he held the wolf-headed jade scepter, radiating a soft yellow glow, while a small yellow wolf, measuring several feet in size, was diligently employing earth escape techniques to forge a path ahead. Wherever this spirit tool traversed, the soil and stones effortlessly shifted as if by an unseen force. Han Li leisurely trailed behind the small wolf, his expression imbued with a sense of intrigue. Within the range of his spiritual awareness, he discerned a white light darting several dozen zhang below, desperately fleeing forward. It was the white fox. With his capabilities, the earlier feigned death of the snow cloud fox could not have eluded his keen perception. Even the fox's stealthy escape, utilizing a small stone vein amidst the thicket, had not escaped the scrutiny of his spiritual senses. Had it been an ordinary low-tier beast, Han Li would have promptly alerted the disciples of Hidden Sword Peak, thus performing a kind favor. However, he was taken aback when this fox revealed itself, as it harbored an unusual aura that felt oddly familiar. Upon closer contemplation, he was astonished to discover that the fox possessed a trace of the ethereal energy akin to that of the Avatar of the Nine, which he had encountered before. Elated, Han Li believed he had stumbled upon another manifestation of a rare heavenly spirit. Yet, as he further scrutinized the white fox with his spiritual senses, doubt began to creep in. The ethereal energy surrounding this creature was surprisingly sparse. Compared to the Nine, it was a mere fraction, far less than even 1/10. Moreover, upon thorough examination, he confirmed that this snow cloud fox was indeed a corporeal being, not an illusion. Otherwise, how could the trivial 5 elements mysterious array possibly ensnare it? Although he had ascertained that this small fox was not an incarnation of a heavenly spirit, curiosity piqued within Han Li. He surmised that the creature's evolution from an ordinary small beast into a demon beast was undoubtedly linked to the faint trace of ethereal energy it possessed. Thus, he resolved to uncover the truth behind it. Allowing the creature to feign death and evade the attention of Kuei Huan and the others, he followed at a leisurely pace, eager to unveil the secrets it harbored, now standing before the imposing cliff. The snow cloud fox unhesitatingly transformed into a burst of white light and merged into the rock face. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li unleashed the earth attribute spirit of the ancient Jade Scepter. Only through the small wolf's earth escape technique could he approach silently, without alarming the creature. Otherwise, should he resort to using flying swords to cleave the mountain, the white fox would surely be startled into fleeing once more. This colossal mountain was evidently substantial. After Han Li followed the white fox for several hundred zhong, the white light abruptly paused before suddenly emerging from the rocky surface, as if materializing within a sealed stone chamber. A surge of joy welled up within Han Li, prompting him to urge the earth attribute Small Wolf to hasten its earth escape speed. Simultaneously, he amplified the power of his divine sense, intending to surreptitiously examine the stone chamber before proceeding. However, as soon as his awareness approached the chamber, it was repelled by a peculiar force, rendering him unable to penetrate even a fraction. Han Li exclaimed in astonishment, his forward momentum unexpectedly slowing, and a heightened sense of vigilance surged within him. At that moment, he suddenly felt an intense pressure enveloping him, as if his body had become as heavy as a mountain. While a faint voice echoed beside him, "Since we have a guest, there is no need for unnecessary formalities. Should I really have to invite you in?" No sooner had the voice faded than a multitude of yellow lights surged around Han Li, accompanied by a tremendous force pushing him from behind, that he found himself abruptly illuminated, appearing within a stone chamber. Startled, he swiftly waved the jade talisman in his hand, summoning a dual-colored barrier of yellow and red around himself. As he opened his mouth, several beams of azure light shot forth, swirling rapidly around the barrier. It was only then that Han Li had the opportunity to examine his surroundings. In the renowned chapter 607, The Black-Clad Young Woman. Without Han Li needing to exert effort in his search, the speaker revealed herself to be a young woman clad in a black dress, her hair elegantly pinned with a wooden hairpin. This woman possessed a striking beauty, yet her complexion was pale, and her eyes shimmered with a captivating luster, veiled by a translucent glow. To Han Li's astonishment, one of her sleeves hung empty. She was a woman with a severed arm. Before Han Li could utter a word, upon noticing the magical artifact he had unleashed, the woman couldn't help but emit a soft gasp of surprise. It appears you are not merely a fledgling in the Qi refinement stage, but rather a cultivator in the core formation stage. Remarkable. Your ability to conceal your aura is quite impressive. I almost overlooked you. After a melodic laugh, she spoke with a gaze that sparkled with intrigue. Perched on her knees was a snow-cloud fox, comfortably curled up, observing Han Li with curious eyes, brimming with spirit. "Forgive my intrusion. It seems this place is a sanctuary for a senior." After sweeping his divine sense over her, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. The area surrounding her felt as transparent as air, allowing his awareness to pass through effortlessly, yet he detected no fluctuations of spiritual energy. This indicated that either she possessed a treasure that concealed her cultivation or her prowess vastly exceeded his own. Given her demeanor and the technique she had just employed, she certainly did not resemble the former. Han Li's wariness intensified. "You appear quite young, yet you have already cultivated to the late core formation stage. Truly, a rarity." As Han Li pondered his next move, the woman raised a wrist as white as jade, gently stroking the snow-cloud fox on her lap, and spoke languidly. "You flatter me, Senior. I am merely fortunate to have reached this stage. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Han Li exhaled softly, calmly asking that my name holds little significance. Even if I were to tell you, it would mean nothing to you. In truth, even among your generation of nascent soul cultivators, few would recognize me. The woman sighed softly. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, followed by a bitter taste in his mouth. Could it be that this woman was indeed some ancient recluse? A chill coursed through him, yet he maintained his composure, for with the advancement of his cultivation and mastery of various esoteric arts, he no longer held the same fear of nascent soul cultivators as he once did. Recently, he had just mastered the blood shadow escape, which had considerably bolstered his courage. If a confrontation were to arise, he would concede that he was no match for his opponent. However, he believed he could manage a swift escape, albeit at the cost of significant vitality, which would certainly necessitate years of arduous cultivation and seclusion afterward. That said, it was indeed curious that such a mysterious figure was concealed beneath the very noses of the three factions. One could only wonder what their intentions were. Perhaps, like him, they were merely drawn to the dense spiritual energy of this place. Having deliberately infiltrated its, this thought crossed his mind. Hanli cast a subtle glance around the stone chamber, only to be taken aback. This solitary stone chamber appeared utterly isolated, with no visible entrances connecting to other spaces. Moreover, aside from the stone platform beneath the woman, the room was devoid of any furniture, giving it an exceedingly barren atmosphere that exuded a chilling, desolate ambience. With keen perception, Hanli noticed the walls of the chamber were exceptionally rough, lacking the smooth, polished finish typical of ordinary cultivators' abodes. As if they had been hewn by a colossal axe, leaving a rugged and uneven surface. Upon observing these details, a flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's eyes. Seemingly attuned to his curiosity, the woman suddenly chuckled and remarked, "Since you find yourself perplexed, why not feel the walls around you? This might provide the answers you seek." Han Li, intrigued by her suggestion, felt compelled to oblige. He had indeed sensed an unusual aura earlier through his spiritual perception. Yet it bore no distinctive characteristics, appearing akin to ordinary bluestone. Cautiously, he approached the left wall, maintaining vigilant awareness of the woman beside him, wary of any potential ambush. Despite her lack of overt hostility thus far, Han Li's extensive experiences had ingrained in him a level of caution that surpassed that of the average person. Reaching the stone wall, Han Li placed his hand upon it, finding nothing extraordinary. However, after a moment's contemplation, he extended a finger, which shimmered with azure light, projecting a blade of azure energy several inches long at its tip. With a swift motion, he thrust his finger forward, only to be met with a startling revelation. The blade of energy collided with the stone wall, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds, yet it was halted in its tracks, leaving no trace whatsoever upon the surface. The sense of astonishment engulfed Han Li, mingled with a tinge of disbelief. Suddenly, gathering all his spiritual power, he elongated the blade of energy to nearly a foot, striking forcefully against the wall. The stone remained unscathed, devoid of even the faintest scratch. Displaying a look of incredulity, Han Li pointed towards a hovering flying sword above him, which transformed into a streak of azure light, piercing downward before returning gracefully to a shallow indentation, scarcely an inch deep. Materialized on the stone wall, only to gradually smooth out and vanish without a trace moments later. "What is this? How can it repair itself?" Han Li gasped, astonished, as he turned to inquire, "Has the senior employed some forbidden technique?" "Employ forbidden techniques? You overestimate me," the woman replied calmly. "This is azure goldstone, also known as spirit-absorbing stone, a remarkably rare material for forging. Aside from being destructible by immense force, any spiritual power from spells or magical treasures is rendered ineffective against it." Azure goldstone, the younger generation, lacking in knowledge and experience, has indeed never heard of such materials. Han Li furrowed his brow slightly and turned away from the stone wall. Upon returning to his original position, he spoke slowly, "My friend, you naturally are unaware of this item. This object, even during the time of the wilderness, was exceedingly rare. In this day and age, there are likely very few who are aware of it." The young woman spoke nonchalantly. Upon hearing her words, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, the young woman smiled charmingly and continued, "Although your cultivation has nearly reached the false infant realm, it seems your innate talent is rather lacking. To put it bluntly, to have cultivated to this level, it appears you must have encountered some fortuitous opportunities. Otherwise, no matter how much effort you exert, you would merely reach the foundation establishment stage. To meet you here is indeed a matter of fate. If you do not mind, I happen to possess a treasure that could lend you a helping hand." Borrowing a treasure from the younger generation, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning peculiar. "Of course, my offer comes with conditions. First, this item is merely a temporary loan. Afterward, it must be returned in its original state. Secondly, once you possess this treasure, you are to assist me with a certain task. This shall be considered the reward for borrowing the item." The young woman seemed to sense Han Li's suspicion, her countenance darkening as she spoke coldly. She then rummaged within her garments, producing a square jade box that appeared in her hand. The box was dark and roughly the size of a fist, with a somewhat crude and simplistic surface, tinged with hues of black and yellow, suggesting it had been around for many years. Han Li scrutinized the young woman's expression before glancing at the dark box, remaining non-committal, his face reflecting a myriad of emotions. After a prolonged silence, he gravely inquired, "Might you first elaborate on what this treasure actually is? Then I shall consider your proposition." Noting Han Li's hesitation, the young woman displayed a hint of impatience. raising an elegant brow as she pointed to the dark box, and said, "Surely you are familiar with the Spirit Eye Stone. Within this box lies the highest existence of the Spirit Eye Stones. The Spirit Eye Jade. With the spiritual energy provided by this item, it will at least stabilize your false infant realm for a significant period before your formation. When the time comes to condense your Yuan infant, it will undoubtedly be a much easier endeavor. This treasure has accompanied me for many years, if it were not for my current cultivation being unable to advance solely through diligent practice. I would not so readily lend it to you. Spirit Eye Jade." Han Li's expression shifted dramatically. With this item, he could at least shorten the time required to reach the false infant stage by more than a third. The words he had intended to refuse were swallowed back down. "I am curious about what task you wish for me to undertake. If even someone of your cultivation is unable to accomplish it, how can I possibly be of assistance?" After a moment's hesitation, Han Li sighed and spoke. "Rest assured, it is not a matter of taking lives or setting fires. I simply require you to run an errand for me. Although my cultivation is quite high, due to certain circumstances, I cannot step outside this stone chamber. However, there is a letter that needs to be delivered to a specific individual." Upon hearing that Han Li had finally acquiesced, the young woman's face instantly radiated with joy. Merely delivering a message. This revelation took Han Li by surprise. Naturally, did she truly believe that I would request you to commit acts of violence? The woman in black playfully covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle, her beauty blooming in an enchanting manner. Chapter 608, The Transformative Jade and the Golden Symbol Box. Upon hearing her words, Han Li mused that if it were merely a matter of delivering a message, he would gladly comply. Such a simple task was certainly not one he would refuse. The woman appeared exceedingly pleased with his response, and with a graceful gesture, she summoned the black box, which was cradled by a green light. Gliding smoothly toward Han Li, he extended his hand to receive the black box, and with a sweep of his spiritual sense, he detected a rich aura within, reminiscent of the Spirit Eye Jade. Given his cautious nature, he felt compelled to inspect the item personally before accepting it. Thus, after a flash of green light from his hand, he gently tapped the lid of the box, which promptly opened on its own. Inside lay a vast expanse of white, suffused with an ethereal purity that instantly filled the stone chamber with a refreshing energy. Curiosity piqued, Han Li leaned closer to examine the contents of the box. Amidst the soft white glow, a piece of white jade of several inches in size shimmered incessantly. To his astonishment, he noticed a tiny azure calf, no larger than his thumb, frolicking within the translucent jade, its movements vivid and lifelike. Han Li's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. "Behold, this Spirit Eye Jade is on the verge of nurturing a transformative entity, a treasure incomparable to ordinary Spirit Eye stones. With this item for cultivation, one could achieve remarkable results with minimal effort." The woman observed Han Li's astonishment, a flicker of something unusual dancing in her bright eyes, before she chuckled lightly. "Indeed, with this treasure, I would require not decades, but merely a few years to reach the false infant stage." Han Li scrutinized the Spirit Eye Jade within the box once more before finally closing the lid. Lifting his gaze to speak calmly, it was then that he experienced a moment of enlightenment. The snow-cloud fox had evidently absorbed the essence of the Spirit Eye Jade, explaining the faint aura of purity surrounding it. It was likely that its potential to evolve into a demon fox was significantly tied to this treasure. Han Li's composed demeanor momentarily startled the woman, who regarded him with a hint of surprise, her gaze lingering on him. "Very well. The treasure is now yours. Take this jade slip with you. Furthermore, behind the stone platform upon which I sit, lies another jade box that bears a sealed talisman. Simply tear off the talisman and hand the box to me. Inside is a token that also requires your delivery." The woman casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, speaking in a seemingly indifferent tone. "Are you asking me to retrieve your belongings?" Han Li was taken aback by her request, a hint of suspicion crossing his face as he grew wary. "Humph, do you fear that I would harm you? If I could retrieve it myself, would I burden you with the task?" The woman responded with a cold smirk. With that, she raised her hand and lifted the hem of her flowing gown. The sight that met Han Li's eyes left him utterly astonished. Two emaciated legs, as thin as twigs and no thicker than a baby's arm, were intertwined and seated there, devoid of any flesh except for dry, desiccated skin, presenting a grotesque and terrifying sight. However, what truly made Han Li's complexion change was the sight of several slender, silvery chains entwined around these lifeless legs, one end piercing through the bone, while the other was buried deep beneath the stone platform. Han Li licked his lips and glanced at the young woman. Although her face was marked with suspicion and uncertainty, she refrained from asking any questions. He understood that she would eventually provide an explanation. Sure enough, despite the frostiness of her expression, the woman, after lowering her garments, spoke in a dry tone. I have constructed this stone chamber within the mountain using lapis lazuli, and I have ensnared my own feet with these delicate chains solely to confine myself. Confine oneself. Han Li was momentarily taken aback, feeling perplexed. Indeed, the technique I specialize in, the ghostly kill method, is unlike ordinary martial arts. Although it is extraordinarily swift to cultivate and possesses immense power, it bears a fatal flaw. Once a practitioner achieves a certain level of mastery, they may easily lose their composure and become bloodthirsty. Years ago, due to a fortuitous encounter, I, overconfident in my mental acuity and spiritual awareness, disregarded the counsel of others and practiced this technique. As a result, when I finally perfected the method and entered the nascent soul stage, I found myself unable to restrain my urges and unleashed a massacre, causing quite a stir in the cultivation world at the time, and consequently making numerous enemies. Ultimately, I was beset by several nascent soul practitioners, grievously wounded, and even lost an arm. The woman turned her gaze to the empty space beside her, her expression devoid of emotion. After my injuries healed, I pondered deeply. If I continued to be unable to control myself, my demise would be inevitable. Thus, with a heavy heart, I enlisted a close friend to forge a heavenly fire divine chain in this lapis lazuli chamber. Imprisoning myself here, fearing I might succumb to loneliness and regretfully unshackle myself, I entrusted the key to the heavenly fire divine chain to a dear friend, with an agreement that they would check on my condition periodically. Only if my state improved would I be released. As she spoke, her expression grew somber. However, unexpectedly, after a few visits, my friend suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving no word behind. I do not know whether he met with misfortune or some other unforeseen circumstance. Consequently, I have been trapped here, living in confinement ever since. Because the chamber is crafted from lapis lazuli, even after cultivating to the mid-nascent soul stage, my spiritual awareness can only extend a few hundred zhang beyond these walls. Even if I wish to call for help, it remains utterly impossible. The heavenly fire divine chain was forged using a rather peculiar method, intimately linked to my own soul. Although I could barely sever it with true fire after making significant advancements in my cultivation. Doing so would also signify my demise. Now, having fortuitously arrived here, dear friend, it seems heaven has finally smiled upon me. I shall no longer languish in this chamber until my time runs out. The woman clad in black fervently recounted her background to Han Li, aiming to alleviate his lingering concerns. Upon hearing her words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, if her account held any truth. Her experiences were indeed astonishing. However, after a brief contemplation, he hesitantly inquired, "Does this imply that you wish for me to deliver a message to your esteemed friend, given the passage of so many years? The likelihood of that individual still being alive is rather low. Indeed, it is to deliver a message to this person. Inquire if he possesses the key to the celestial fire divine chain. As for whether he has perished, you needn't worry that I have made arrangements with him. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he will ensure that this item is entrusted to his descendants for safekeeping. If my friend is unreachable, contacting his heirs will suffice." The woman sighed, revealing a bittersweet smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li pondered once more and found her reasoning sound, seemingly devoid of flaws. Thus, he refrained from further idle chatter, taking several steps forward, slightly circling around the stone platform, where indeed a deep hole awaited him. Cautiously, Han Li probed the area with his spiritual sense, and upon raising an eyebrow, he extended his hand to retrieve a jade box. The jade box exuded an antique charm, with a faint yellow tint, its surface intricately carved with an unusual flame pattern, within which a humanoid figure seemed to stand, as if roaring skyward. Affixed to the front of the jade box was a resplendent golden talisman, subtly emanating an aura that unsettled Han Li, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. "This is the item, fellow Taoist Han. Simply tear the talisman and hand me the box." Upon seeing the jade box in Han Li's possession, the woman in black could not contain her excitement, urging him on. Han Li had initially intended to tear the talisman and place his palm on the jade box. However, noticing a tremor in her voice and her urgent demeanor, an inexplicable unease welled up within him. After a moment's hesitation, he retracted his outstretched hand and instead lifted his gaze to the woman. What he beheld sent a jolt through him. Her eyes had turned an extraordinary shade of green. Her visage slightly contorted, exuding an aura of extreme ferocity, utterly devoid of the earlier air of an esteemed elder. The moment she realized Han Li was scrutinizing her, a flicker of recognition crossed her face, and the fierce glint in her eyes vanished without a trace, her tone softening as she addressed him. Why does fellow Taoist Han regard me so? Why not tear the talisman and hand over the jade box? Do not forget, I entrusted you with the rare spirit-eyed jade, a treasure difficult to find in this world. What further hesitation do you have? Han Li surveyed the woman in black, then glanced down at the jade box, securely sealed by the golden talisman, remaining silent. Instead, narrowing his eyes, he lifted the jade box with one hand and began to approach her slowly. Fellow Taoist Han, what are you planning? Halt! Do not come any closer. The once composed woman, upon seeing Han Li advance with the talisman-encased jade box, instantly transformed, her expression shifting dramatically, as panic overtook her demeanor. Chapter 609. The Corpse Demon. Upon witnessing the expression of the young woman in black, Han Li's countenance darkened instantly, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand. Although he was perplexed as to why she feared a mere talisman, he deemed it unnecessary to extend any further courtesy since her intentions were evidently malevolent. The woman in black, upon seeing this turn of events, became increasingly flustered. Without a moment's hesitation, she struck the stone platform beneath her with one hand, preparing to evade. However, this action evidently triggered some form of restriction. As she began to rise, a flash of red light enveloped her, yanking her back to her original position, her face contorted in agony. At that moment, the jade box had reached her front, emitting a series of clear chimes that then altered its course and flew directly above the woman's head. Subsequently, the golden talisman atop the box radiated an intense brilliance, releasing countless golden runes that drifted gently down upon her. No. The woman in black let out a desperate scream, her once exquisite features twisting into a grotesque mask, seemingly unwilling to succumb without a fight. She swiftly raised her only arm to shield her face, her head drooping as if she wished to bury her visage in her bosom. The runes finally settled upon her shoulder. In an instant, a flash of golden light erupted, followed by a surge of green smoke. The woman's body convulsed violently, and a chilling, unearthly shriek erupted from her mouth, an agonizing sound that bore no resemblance to that of a human. Han Li's expression shifted dramatically, involuntarily retreating a few steps as a sheen of perspiration broke out on his palm. One hand instinctively grasped the spirit beast pouch filled with devouring gold insects, while the other clutched the ancient treasure, the jade ruby. His gaze fixed solemnly upon the stone platform, rendered speechless. More runes cascaded down, engulfing the woman in a swirling mass of green smoke. Moments later, the entire stone platform was shrouded in fog, obscuring her figure entirely, save for the occasional flicker of golden light. Yet, the cacophony of her wails persisted, a continuous barrage of high-pitched cries interspersed with guttural howls, fluctuating between male and female tones, sending shivers down one's spine. Han Li, watching in trepidation, licked his lips nervously, holding his breath. With the emergence of the green smoke, a foul stench filled the chamber. Just a couple of breaths of that noxious air left him dizzy and nauseous, filling him with horror. The smoke was undoubtedly toxic. That moment, from the depths of the emerald haze, a series of crackling sounds emerged. Han Li, momentarily taken aback and unsure of the source, was suddenly startled by a sharp whoosh. The claw of vibrant green lunged from the mist with lightning speed, ensnared in silver chains, striking fiercely towards Han Li, who had retreated to a corner of the stone chamber. The arm extended like a serpent, reaching several feet in length. Poised to grasp the protective barrier surrounding Han Li, he stiffened, tightening his grip on the jade ruby, ready to cast a spell. Yet, the silver chains on the ghostly claw suddenly constricted, sending sparks flying and releasing a foul odor. A pained growl resonated from within the mist as the claw retracted swiftly. Han Li, lips pressed tightly together, stared into the thick fog, his expression oscillating between uncertainty and resolve. After a moment's contemplation, he took 2 more cautious steps backward, pressing himself against the lapis lazuli wall, channeling a significant amount of spiritual energy into the jade ruby. Instantly, the red and yellow barriers surrounding him thickened considerably. Only then did he slightly relax, his expression easing, after the passage of a full teacup's worth of time. The cacophony of eerie cries within the green mist diminished. Meanwhile, the radiance of the jade box and golden talisman gradually waned, and the descending runes became markedly sparse, contrasting starkly with their initial abundance. Although the golden talisman could indeed restrain this creature, which was neither a ghost nor a demon, it appeared to possess a limited amount of spiritual energy that it remained uncertain whether it could still subdue the entity once its energy was depleted. Observing this scene, Hanli pondered, relieved that his concerns had not materialized. When the anguished cries finally ceased and the green mist became suffocatingly still, the glow of the golden talisman had yet to completely dissipate. Hanli glanced at the talisman suspended in the air, showing no intent to approach it immediately. Instead, he waited for a moment longer until the light of the talisman retracted and both it and the jade box fell directly into the green mist, at which point he felt compelled to act. With a single hand gesture, he temporarily stowed away the spirit beast pouch, and with his now free hand, he formed a spell, murmuring a low incantation. Instantly, a red orb, resembling an egg in size, materialized before him. Without hesitation, Hanli lightly tapped the orb with his finger, causing it to whoosh into a red streak that vanished into the green mist. Subsequently, Hanli lifted his brows and softly uttered the word explode. A resounding boom erupted from within the mist. The fog was scattered as if swept away by a tempest, and a searing warmth permeated the entire small room. Indeed, fire-based techniques proved most effective against such sinister, toxic miasmas as the hot wind enveloped him. Hanli remained motionless, his eyes glinting with otherworldly light, fixated on the stone platform where the mist had receded. Upon closer inspection, his heart inexplicably leapt, and he swallowed hard, feeling a chill creep over him. There lay a humanoid figure on the stone platform, motionless and seemingly on the brink of life and death. It was termed humanoid because, despite its resemblance to a human, it was covered in dense, coarse green fur, emanating a strong stench of decay. Although its features remained obscured, it was undeniably not human. Similar to the black-clad woman that had previously transformed, it possessed only one arm. The claw, adorned with pitch-black nails, was unmistakably the same as the ghostly claw that had attacked Hanli earlier. What caught Hanli's attention was that this creature was ensnared in multiple silver chains, not only binding its limbs, but also piercing through its chest and back, effectively rendering it completely imprisoned. Without further contemplation, Hanli directed his finger towards the flying swords, and a dozen azure beams shot forth, striking the creature in a frenzied his astonishment. The green-furred monstrosity remained unscathed, producing a series of low thuds. Hanli smirked wryly, though he felt no significant surprise. After all, the creature was clearly an extraordinary entity. Being so thoroughly restrained in this manner, if he had genuinely severed its head, he would have been taken aback that moment. Hanli beckoned to the flying swords, retracting the magical artifacts before stepping forward. With a gentle flick of his sleeve towards the green-furred creature, a surge of azure mist erupted from his robe, enveloping the creature before silently cascading down, revealing its true countenance. Before Hanli's eyes appeared a grim figure, a mere skin stretched over bones, resembling a skull with a deathly gray visage. Its half-open maw revealed a pair of enormous fangs protruding a finger's length, evoking sheer terror. What is this? Hanli scrutinized the creature's verdant fur and its countenance, a vague familiarity stirring within him, as though he had encountered it in some ancient tome. That he momentarily bowed his head in contemplation. The name Corpse Yao suddenly sprang to mind. After a brief pause, Hanli abruptly lifted his gaze, a flicker of dread illuminating his eyes as he uttered the creature's name. Simultaneously, his mind raced to recall the horrific tales surrounding this malevolent spirit, renowned since the Savage Era. As the name suggests, the Corpse Yao is a type of zombie. However, it vastly differs from the mindless undead cultivated by practitioners or the ordinary zombies that dwell beneath the earth. The conditions required for its formation are incredibly stringent. While the precise method of its emergence remains a mystery, it is known that the corpse capable of evolving into a Corpse Yao must meet two crucial prerequisites. Firstly, the deceased must have been, at the very least, a Yuan Ing stage cultivator. Neither commoners nor those of lesser cultivation can transform into a Corpse Yao post-mortem. Secondly, the cultivator must possess either wood or earth attribute spiritual roots, and they must be of the heavenly variety. Without such attributes, there exists no opportunity for resurrection through the powers of stone and wood. Moreover, an additional essential condition for the formation of a Corpse Yao is that these cultivators must have perished harboring immense resentment. Only then will their souls refuse to return to the cycle of reincarnation, lingering instead upon their cadavers. After an extended period, along with other serendipitous occurrences, their souls can eventually merge and refine with their bodies, resulting in the creation of this monstrous entity. This creature can be described as half-human, half-corpse, or alternatively, half-corpse, half-ghost that not only lacks the fatal weakness to sunlight that both specters and zombies possess, but also retains the majority of its memories from its former life, inherently capable of practicing the techniques it once knew. Furthermore, due to its death steeped in resentment, this malevolent spirit is far from benign. It is a creature with an insatiable thirst for blood. After slaying cultivators, it particularly relishes in imprisoning their souls within its own being, torturing them gradually with the flames of its corpse for its own amusement. This monster is indeed a relic of the bygone cultivation world.